Nights in Iron City were never peaceful, especially when it rained. At such an hour anyone still moving about outside was either a thief or a night patrol guard.
I don't get what there is to patrol. Would anyone really come in the rain to steal this pile of scrap iron?
At the West District scrapyard some poor bastard trudged through the mud-filled yard, stepping unevenly as he struggled forward. As the saying goes, a mere patrol guard never looks up, let alone one who only wants to get back to his warm patrol room. Naturally, the man failed to notice that atop one of the metal piles a scarlet head slick with dark red fluid lay there in perfect silence.
Vivid red fluid kept seeping from the severed neck.
It did not simply obey gravity, it spread outward like ink dropped into water, silently crawling across the surroundings. Moments later, as if summoned, the red fluid suddenly became active and began devouring everything around it at astonishing speed.
Steel, rubber, even weeds on the ground, everything stained by the fluid dissolved in an instant. When the entire metal pile had vanished, countless self-replicated nanobots rapidly reassembled and recombined.
They mimicked the arrangement of human cells, first the neck, chest and arms, then downward the liquid solidified, softened, faded and finally became lifelike skin and hair.
Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more.
A brand new life was reborn from fragmented consciousness.
Where am I? The ascension plan failed.
When the brilliance of technology replaced the light of the stars, humanity's technological level finally reached the limit its civilization could bear.
That limit was no abstract concept in cutting-edge technology. Even the most obscure technical branch contained far more than the human brain could theoretically learn. In fact, humanity had long ago handed everything to artificial intelligence.
They no longer needed to understand the vast intricate technology, they only had to issue commands and the industrial systems of the entire Universal Federation would automatically respond and produce all they needed. Now the technology was too complex for anyone to understand. Even how the machines and algorithms operated or how many iterations they had undergone had become a mystery. To address this dilemma, the top elites proposed the ascension plan, transferring human consciousness into a mechanical body using the human mind to command that immense computational power. Ironic as it was, the ascension plan itself still depended on artificial intelligence. Both the technology and the participants were selected and determined by algorithms.
Lin Yuan was exactly the one selected.
He raised an arm, its skin smooth and delicate, the lines of muscle clear and refined. Even without seeing the whole, he could sense that this was a perfect body of both strength and beauty, utterly unlike his original dying one. He tried to understand what had happened, but the memories in his mind were a tangled paste, stirred together yet forming no shape at all. After a brief attempt, Lin Yuan gave up exploring his memory for now and turned to study his surroundings.
Before him lay pile after pile of discarded metal. It was easy to imagine something like a failed experimental robot being abandoned at random only to have its consciousness accidentally awakened after being transported to a recycling yard. But that didn't make sense.
The Ascension Plan prototype was the culmination of the entire Universal Federation. Even if it had to be scrapped, it shouldn't have been dumped in a place like this. He looked down at his surroundings, piles of scrap metal and crude mechanical parts, all radiating an antiquated feel entirely inconsistent with his memory. These deliberately aged mechanical parts transmitted power through gears and connecting rods, a sharp contrast to the world he knew. But it wasn't totally unfamiliar. He had seen plenty of similar things in movies. Could I have crossed into another world? Because the energy module was damaged, power was insufficient. Lin Yuan's mind had not merged with the prototype's vast computing power. It had received perhaps 1/1,000,000th of it, just enough to sustain his thoughts and memory. Most of the remaining vast computing power fell into hibernation, leaving only a single window that emerged in another form. Thought activity detected.
System activated.
System log request: the body is badly damaged and energy is insufficient. The log cannot be accessed.
Large amounts of unknown substances detected in the air.
Combined with the host's physical condition and surroundings, the probability that the system data was tampered with is 2, the probability of a prank is 4, and the probability of crossing worlds for unknown reasons is over 90. Though Lin Yuan had many doubts, he knew this was not the time to study the system. The sky in the distance was turning pale and he was literally wearing nothing at all. If anyone saw him, he would probably be arrested as a pervert. Helpless, he climbed into the security changing room and picked out a barely fitting set of clothes from a pile of unclaimed garments. He hadn't noticed while still, but once he moved, Lin Yuan realized how extraordinary this body was.
Strength, reflexes and coordination were all far above ordinary people.
In fact, during the crossing, the prototype body was almost completely destroyed, leaving only a core that carried thought and computing power.
His current body was merely regenerated by residual nanobots using local materials through self-replication, far inferior to the original prototype.
At the edge of the scrapyard, facing a wall topped with barbed wire nearly 3 meters tall, Lin Yuan inexplicably felt he could easily leap over it. It was like an ordinary person seeing a manhole cover and knowing one easy step would clear it, no reason, just instinct. Lin Yuan stepped back half a step with his right leg crouched slightly and in the next second leaped to the same height as the top of the barbed wire.
He reached out with his right hand, gave a light push against the post and swung his body sideways over the fence. This feeling is amazing. Above, pollution clouds blotted out the sky, covering the land with an eerie gray filter. Walking along an old Shanghai-style street, Lin Yuan was reminded by the giant chimneys rising in the distance and the trams flashing past that this was truly another world. So I really have crossed over. Overall it looks like the Industrial Revolution, yet in some fields it is centuries ahead of its civilization, a strange tech tree. Lin Yuan pulled his gaze away from a steam-powered robot guarding a gate and wandered aimlessly while communicating with the system in his mind. System, you mentioned you keep a system log. Can you figure out what happened? The system replied in his mind, the current body is severely low on energy, the log cannot be accessed for now. Warning, because the body was reshaped, backup energy is nearly exhausted. Find suitable materials and construct an energy core as soon as possible or the system will shut down completely. The so-called energy core would be better named an energy furnace. It was both an energy body and a crucible. It could break down all matter into pure energy and through complex quantum fluctuations and energy exchange convert atoms between different substances. Moreover, the energy furnace possessed many powers that lower civilizations could not even imagine, the ultimate industrial crystallization of his previous civilization. Fine, a quest at the very start, just like a transmigrator system. Lin Yuan grumbled, then asked how much time is left. Immediately a countdown appeared in the lower right of his vision, following his gaze. It reads 69:11. 69 days and 11 hours. That's not bad, plenty of time. Ding, it's 69 hours and 11. No, now it's 69 hours and 10 minutes. A stream of question marks swept through Lin Yuan's mind. Why didn't you say so earlier? Once he knew the thing in the corner was a life countdown, Lin Yuan wasted no time and started moving. However, the system gave no clear definition of suitable materials. It only told him when the host gets close enough the system will provide a hint. As a result, Lin Yuan wandered through the city all day without the slightest clue. Only when sunset hung over the sky did he stop for a while. System, does this world really have materials I can use? Lin Yuan was doubtful, for a supersubstance like that required a very high civilization level to theoretically produce, impossible with the productivity this world currently displayed. Ding dong. System, notice from the air. The system has detected large amounts of unknown substances, including something like emanations from a high-grade energy body. Please do not lose heart, keep trying. Perhaps to make Lin Yuan more receptive, the system had somehow changed into a playful female voice, strangely humanized. As if. A whole day of searching with no hint at all, and every question answered with keep trying. His ears were growing calluses. Hey, can't I make do with local energy? Like touching a live wire or drinking gasoline? Lin Yuan had no idea why those two ideas came to mind, they just slipped out. The system was silent for a while, seemingly speechless, then finally replied, not recommended. Electric or fossil energy is not on the same tier as this system. Without an energy core to convert it, it cannot be used directly. Work hard. Alright, there was no choice but to make an energy core. Just as Lin Yuan cast aside his tangled thoughts and prepared to continue searching, a commotion broke out not far ahead. Looking up, he saw a youth in a newsboy cap sprinting straight toward him. The man clutched a woman's handbag under his left arm and waved a dagger in his right hand, sending pedestrians scrambling out of his way. Right behind him came a rather attractive middle-aged woman with curly hair, gasping as she chased and shouted, "Thief! Somebody stop him!" During the day, Lin Yuan had seen how terrible law and order were in this city called Iron City. He had already intervened more than once and knew the routine well. He stood still until the thief rushed close, then grabbed the thief's wrist in a flash and threw him over his shoulder with a clean throw, slamming him to the ground with a thud as the young man groaned in pain. In the past, even when he had been healthy, he could never have moved like this. Now it felt instinctive. As soon as he raised his hand, he knew the right speed and angle. Lin Yuan looked at his hand again, knuckles and palm lines clear, but it was no longer the frail flesh and blood body he remembered. Ignoring the thief groaning on the ground, Lin Yuan picked up the bulging handbag and handed it back to the nearly breathless curly-haired woman. Thank you. Lin Yuan, don't mention it, he said, then stared at her with a beaming smile. After a while, seeing her still gasping, he added, ahem, to be honest, my back is weak, one sudden move and I strain my lumbar muscles. But I am kind-hearted. Not only am I kind-hearted, I even have heart problems. But that's okay, my parents taught me from childhood that even a drop of kindness should be repaid with. The curly-haired woman was dazed for a long moment, then slapped her thigh, pulled a few bills from her bag and handed them to Lin Yuan. Thanks, handsome. At the sight, Lin Yuan smiled even more brightly. Why are you being so polite? But his hands moved quickly, pocketing the money in one smooth motion. No joke, helping others still came with a fee. What if that damned energy source had to be bought with money? Lin Yuan pocketed the money and turned to leave, but the woman called out to him again as if she had something to say. Wait, handsome, can you help me once more? I'm going to the bank ahead. Could you? Walk me there. She had deliberately dressed down for this trip, digging out her oldest coat and wrapping her bag in a burlap sack, yet she still attracted a thief. Her wealth had already been exposed. Without a stronger man by her side she would probably be robbed again before the next intersection. Lin Yuan also noticed the hostile stares in the crowd. Since the energy source was still a dead end, he nodded and agreed. Those people were deeply disappointed. Having seen Lin Yuan's skill, none dared to make trouble. The rest of the walk went smoothly, and in less than 10 minutes they reached the bank entrance. After thanking him again and giving him a little extra payment, the woman turned and walked into the bank. Lin Yuan stood at the door blankly, wondering where to go next. At that moment a familiar melody began playing. The rain outside keeps dripping, 3 days and 3 nights it falls like my. Lin Yuan froze, almost crying out. Wasn't this the bank robbery ditty that had once gone viral on video platforms in his previous life? Who doesn't have a side hustle? Before he could finish, the door of a parked car was kicked open from inside and 3 masked men poured out. The source of the sound was a strange black block. Though modified beyond recognition, its casing still bore the icon of an apple with a bite taken out of it. Lin Yuan recognized it at a glance. That was originally a smartphone. What was going on? Could there be other transmigrators in this world? In an unfamiliar city on an unfamiliar street, a familiar melody reached Lin Yuan's ears, compelling him to halt in his tracks. Among the 3 figures ahead, the front 2 wore black faceless masks and carried bizarre double-barreled shotguns. The one walking behind wore a well-tailored red suit and a white mask with that peculiar phone hanging from his waist. Lin Yuan initially intended to approach and strike up a conversation, but swiftly dismissed the notion. This seemed to be their working hours, and a rash approach might prove unwise. The bank security guard, seeing the intimidating lineup, instinctively reached for his gun, but the black-masked man at the front was quicker on the draw. Bang! The gunshot shattered the street's tranquility, and pedestrians turned their heads toward the source of the sound. A bloody hole burst open in the guard's chest before he slumped against the wall and collapsed limply to the ground. No one noticed that among the countless pellets fired from the shotgun, one ricocheted off the metal button on the guard's chest, changing direction and hurtling toward a little girl of 5 or 6 standing nearby. Lin Yuan's arm snapped outward almost imperceptibly. The flesh on his palm burst open, revealing stark white bone beneath, yet it healed almost instantly as he withdrew his hand, leaving only a faint sting. His body possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, but repairing it consumed energy. The countdown timer in the corner of his vision skipped forward by over 20 seconds in that single instant. Lin Yuan frowned, not so much bothered by the energy expenditure but rather sensing that this fellow countryman before him seemed far from easy to get along with. The white-masked man, unaware that a passerby's opinion of him was plummeting, gestured for one accomplice to guard the entrance while he and another stepped into the bank lobby. Bang! Bang! Intermittent gunfire and faint cries and groans drifted from within the bank. The gathered crowd on the street murmured among themselves, someone actually dares to cause trouble on this street. Are these people out of their minds? The Church of the Goddess of Life is right at the next intersection. Lin Yuan was surprised to find that the pedestrians showed no signs of panic or flight. Instead they gathered around with expectant faces, as if awaiting some unmissable spectacle. Even the little girl he had saved showed no fear, gazing with reverence in a certain direction. Goddess of Life. Church. The pedestrians' behavior struck Lin Yuan as increasingly absurd. He thought to himself, are they waiting for a deity to descend and punish the wicked? Inside the bank, Qinshan instructed his temporary accomplice to guard the vault door while he walked in alone, emerging moments later with a silver briefcase in hand. The black-masked man asked suspiciously, White Mask, is this what you were looking for? How much can a crappy box like this hold? Qinshan sneered, what's inside isn't the mundane valuables you're thinking of, it's the life core of a priest. The black-masked man's body jolted at the words, as if the so-called life core were something extraordinary. He lowered his voice, are you out of your damn mind? You dare rob something like this? Qinshan cast a disdainful glance at the other man, knowing exactly what was going through his mind, nothing more than pulling off one big job and then vanishing to live a life of ease somewhere. Fortunately the mask hid his expression. What? Having second thoughts. You can slip out the back door, I can handle the rest of the plan alone. Provoked by his words, the black-masked man gritted his teeth and committed. Fine. But the case stays with us brothers. You screwed us once, I don't trust you now. Unexpectedly Qinshan didn't argue. He shrugged nonchalantly and handed over the silver briefcase. The black-masked man eyed Qinshan suspiciously. Seeming to read his doubt, Qinshan explained, I'm not worried about you running off. This thing isn't easy to unload, without me where would you find a buyer? Only then did the black-masked man take the case with confidence, feeling its heavy weight in his hands, his heart stirring with excitement. With this thing, not to mention a lifetime of comfort, even their next lifetimes would be taken care of. As for Qinshan, the black-masked man had never intended to share a cut with him.
This guy had brains, but he was frail. Once they got out of here, a little pressure would surely make him spill the channels.
Qin Shin ignored the other man's silent scheming.
He glanced at his watch and said flatly, "Let's go. The traffic accident I arranged will hold off the priest for a short while, but we can't count on much more time."
"All right, coming."
The black-masked man, harboring dreams of a glorious future, scurried out of the bank. At the entrance he slung an arm around his brother's shoulders.
"Brother, do you have any idea how big a score we just pulled off? I'm telling you, once this job is done we won't have to worry for generations." "Ha! Why are you shaking?"
Dong, a dull bell toll echoed across the street. Under the cover of black clouds the air itself seemed heavy with suffocating oppression. The once refined gentlemen, elegant ladies and ordinary workers in linen clothes now all knelt on both sides of the street, faces down, murmuring indistinguishable chants. On the central black stone road a nun walked slowly, guided by two divine attendants. The black fabric of her attire shimmered with a mysterious luster, exuding an air of immense dignity. Her nun's cap differed from the common kind, a thick black veil that completely concealed her face. The attendants held her hands on either side, guiding her forward. Despite her seemingly frail figure, the heavy pressure radiating from her made it almost impossible to breathe. Lin Yuan, hiding behind a lamppost, found the scene bizarre.
Wouldn't it be troublesome to have both eyes covered?
Little did he know the face-covering attire was a symbol of status in the Church of Life, not something ordinary priests were qualified to wear. Every veiled one was a fragment of the goddess of life in the mortal world. The goddess in her compassion could not bear to witness the suffering of the mortal world and thus kept her eyes shut. As her representatives, these nuns naturally followed suit. At the bank entrance the black-masked man felt a deep sense of despair wash over him. His legs gave way and he fell to his knees.
"Didn't you say you'd hold off the church people?"
Qin Shin's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, but his tone feigned anger.
"Damn it.
That bastard must have taken the money and ran without doing the job."
Watching the figure draw closer, the black-masked man asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" "White Mask, you've got the brains, think of something."
Qin Shin sighed. "What else can we do? I didn't expect a veiled one to come in person.
Surrender and pray we don't end up in the punishment court."
The two black-masked brothers suddenly snapped out of it and cried out at the top of their lungs, "None, we were just momentarily foolish. Please, spare our lives. We'll serve the goddess devoutly for the rest of our days, thanking her for her mercy." With that they scrambled toward the veiled nun as if vying for merit, leaving Qin Shin standing still in place.
A bead of sweat slid down the back of his neck, dampening his collar.
"I meant to lure in an ordinary priest, but a veiled one showed up in person.
This time I truly miscalculated."
By now the two black-masked brothers had crawled to the feet of the divine attendants. Without waiting for a word they reverently raised the silver briefcase above their heads.
The divine attendant nodded in satisfaction, took the case and adjusted the lock slightly as if to inspect its contents.
A faint smile curved at the corner of Qin Shin's mouth.
"If it's a veiled one, this amount might not be enough." The case opened a crack and the faint click of a mechanism being triggered went unnoticed amidst the onlookers chanting.
"But even if it doesn't kill you, it should be enough to hurt you.
Come on. Let me see your true face."
Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the street.
The silver briefcase erupted into flames, instantly engulfing the two black-masked brothers, the divine attendants and the nun.
The firelight reflected off the buildings lining the street as if the entire world were being consumed by twisted shadows. The crowd, stunned by the sudden upheaval, looked up in shock toward the center of the explosion. Yet in the next moment a horrifying sight emerged from the flames.
The nun who should have been blown to pieces reappeared in an indescribable form.
Her body transformed into a massive tumor covered in charred scars, with murky fluid dripping from the wounds and evaporating into pungent white smoke. Tattered fragments of her nun's habit clung to her deformed limbs like decorations stripped of meaning, adding to the sheer absurdity. The massive mass of flesh writhed in the air, its vague face flickering beneath the veil, seemingly devoid of features yet radiating an unfathomable evil.
Seeing this, Qin Shin burst into manic laughter. "This is the god you worship. Open your eyes and look. What is this thing? This ugly monster is what you kneel to every day."
His laughter echoed through the empty street, filled with boundless mockery and contempt.
Yet his taunts did not provoke any panic or resistance.
Only a few in the crowd showed brief shock, then unexpectedly they lowered their heads again and resumed chanting their hymns, more solemn and grand than before. The low hymn seemed to rise from the depths of the earth, carrying an irresistible force. Some believers' eyes burned with a morbid devotion and frenzy, as if the monster before them was not a terrifying evil but a truly sacred body. A thin little girl's eyes burned with fervent light. Her face streaked with tears, she rose and walked without hesitation toward the massive tumor. The sea of fire still raged, but she seemed oblivious, stepping fearlessly across the scorching ground toward the colossal deformity, her gaze filled with reverence. Each step seemed to affirm her faith, as if the closer she drew the stronger that invisible power became. Qinshan froze, his laughter gradually solidifying amidst the eerie chanting. Watching this scene unfold, he finally realized that the explosion had not only failed to destroy their faith but had instead deepened their worship of the monster before them. To them, this ugly form was the true manifestation of divinity, a special beauty beyond the vulgar understanding of mortals. Among the crowd, Lin Yuan was equally lost in confusion. His hat had been blown off by the explosion's blast, and beneath his disheveled bangs his eyes were filled with bewilderment and disbelief. He watched helplessly as the little girl he had saved earlier walked step by step into the sea of fire, and the bizarre tumor did not stint on the goddess's mercy, generously wrapping her in its embrace, merging them forever. Is this the true face of this world? After a full day of observation, Lin Yuan had long since noticed that this world harbored an almost fanatical devotion to religion. Throughout the city, churches of every style stood tall, their lavish decorations seemingly striving to proclaim the power of faith through sheer grandeur and opulence. Initially, he regarded this world with a certain detached scrutiny, the way a citizen of a developed nation might size up a third-world country, his judgment laced with a hint of condescension. However, a scene he had witnessed earlier had quietly sown a seed of wariness in his heart. This world was far more complex and enigmatic than he had imagined. It seems choosing to lay low and not act rashly was indeed a wise decision. As Lin Yuan was lost in thought, a system notification abruptly interrupted his contemplation. Ding! System alert: unknown high-level energy entity detected. Analysis suggests an 82% probability it can be used as material for an energy core. It is recommended that the host make close contact for further analysis. Lin Yuan's mind jolted, his gaze snapping towards the direction the system indicated. Finally, a lead. Standing there was none other than Qinshan, wearing a white mask. Before the man had entered the bank, Lin Yuan had brushed past him and the system had not reacted at all, which meant Qinshan had acquired something significant inside. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, a complex turmoil of emotions surging within him. Qinshan was likely a transmigrator, and the energy entity now residing on him filled Lin Yuan with both excitement and caution. On the other side, Qinshan, observing the reactions of those around him, realized his plan had failed and any chance of assassinating the Veiled One was now gone. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated a few steps while the nun was still recovering from the explosion, swiftly turned, slipped into a black sedan parked at the end of the alley, floored the accelerator and sped away. 2 blocks later, he tossed the peculiar phone that had been endlessly looping music out the window. A magnet on its back ensured it stuck firmly to the trunk of another passing car, and the two vehicles quickly sped off in opposite directions. This little trick was meant to exploit the life church priest's reliance on their hearing, buying him precious time. Of course, Qinshan had never placed all his hopes on this ruse. Over the next 2 hours, he changed vehicles, repeatedly weaving through parking lots and crowds in the commercial district. After several identity changes, he circled back to a spot just a block from the scene of the incident and strolled casually into a small inn. Guests need a room. Qinshan nodded and moments later took the key offered by the attendant, heading up to a third-floor room to settle in. He lay down on the hard wooden bed, idly toying with the spoils of his mission. It was a green gemstone the size of a pigeon's egg, with what appeared to be liquid flowing within its emitted light, shifting continuously, unquestionably valuable. Though he hadn't managed to kill the Veiled One with this in hand, his plan was half complete. So this is a priest's life core. At least I have a ticket to get in now. I wonder if those people can find me. He wasn't referring to the church's pursuit, but to another organization. Qinshan had been in this world for 3 years. At first he too thought it was just an ordinary world set against an industrial revolution backdrop, but he later discovered that everything here was far from what he had assumed. On the surface, society was stable and people content, but beneath the tranquil facade lurked a depth as terrifying and fathomless as a vast ocean. Not to mention, he was just a powerless engineering PhD. Even the invincible protagonist from a power fantasy novel would have to crawl and cower just to survive here. Through a fortuitous encounter, he had made contact with a member of a transmigrator organization, and only then did he understand that transmigrators weren't so rare or special in this world. They were simply ordinary people who couldn't integrate into this world's order, forced to huddle together in the shadows for warmth. As he was pondering this, Qinshan's ears twitched sharply, detecting a faint, unusual sound from outside the door. That was fast. Lin Yuan had indeed expended considerable effort to get here, nearly losing the trail several times. He knocked lightly, waited for a while with no response, then pressed his finger to the keyhole. A stream of nanobots flowing like liquid mercury seeped inside, and with a soft click the lock yielded. As the door swung open, Lin Yuan finally saw Qinshan in person. The man had distinct, well-defined features and a high-bridged nose. His metal-rimmed glasses glinted faintly, lending him an intellectual air with a hint of sharpness, while his deep-guarded eyes betrayed a sense of caution and world-weariness. Qinshan recognized the man before him. He had been at the bank. Quickly deducing that this wasn't who he was waiting for, he acted without hesitation, leaping backward into the night outside the window. Wait.
Lin Yuan gave chase urgently. He wouldn't easily let go of the lead on the energy source he had finally locked onto. But no sooner had he taken a step than his foot brushed against a nearly invisible tripwire. Sensing something amiss, Lin Yuan nimbly flipped backward. Shotguns rigged on either side were triggered, their muzzles spitting fire. Bang! Bang! The wooden walls on both sides were blown to shreds. The brief delay was all it took. By the time he reached the window, his target had already fled a considerable distance. How troublesome. Lin Yuan vaulted out the window as well. His initial intention had been to have a friendly chat and see if he could borrow the item for a look. But the other's booby traps were utterly merciless. Fine, then I'll just have to subdue you first. The chase was on, but Lin Yuan was clearly faster. Seeing no way out, Qin Shen fled into a dead-end alley. As Lin Yuan advanced steadily, Qin Shen, panting at the far end, gave a wry smile. All right, I give up. Who are you? Lin Yuan kept closing in. Relax, friend, I really mean no harm. Before he could finish, something dropped behind Qin Shen. A hum filled the air and the entire alley was instantly flooded with brilliant light. A flicker of cunning gleamed in Qin Shen's eyes. He hadn't fled in panic, this was all part of his plan. 2 flashbangs exploding in such darkness would catch even a priest off guard. Prepared, Qin Shen seized the moment to counterattack. A sharp dagger slid from his sleeve into his hand and he swung it swiftly towards Lin Yuan's throat. To his surprise, Lin Yuan seemed completely unaffected. A large hand shot out with lightning speed and precision, clamping down on Qin Shen's arm like a vice, stopping it dead. This strength. Deep wariness filled Qin Shen's eyes, but he didn't give up. He flicked his foot and a blade popped out from the toe of his heavy boot, lashing out in a vicious kick aimed at Lin Yuan's shin. Annoyed by the man's endless tricks, Lin Yuan raised his leg and met the kick head-on. The blade snapped clean in two upon contact with Lin Yuan's shin. Instead, it was Qin Shen who felt an excruciating pain shoot through his toes. It was like stubbing his foot on a wall while wearing slippers, and he lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Lin Yuan crouched down, speaking with measured patience. Now, are you willing to talk properly? When Qin Shen learned that Lin Yuan was also a transmigrator and a newcomer who had only arrived a few days ago, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. How is that possible? Then what about your fighting skills? And how did you manage to snap that blade just now? Not knowing how to explain, Lin Yuan fabricated a casual excuse. I am a martial artist. My external martial arts have reached perfection, so it's only natural that ordinary weapons can't harm me, right? Qin Shen gave him a skeptical look. After all, since transmigration itself was possible, who knew if some form of ancient martial arts truly existed in their past lives? Why exactly have you been following me? Qin Shen voiced the doubt in his mind. However, Lin Yuan didn't answer directly but countered, answer me first, what did you steal from the bank? And why did you deliberately provoke those priests? Realizing that the initiative was no longer in his hands, Qin Shen gave up any further resistance. He briefly summarized his situation and revealed the conditions for joining the Transmigrator organization. To join them, you must fulfill 2 objectives. First, kill a priest. Second, obtain a life core, which is this. With that, Qin Shen produced a faintly glowing green gemstone from his chest. The moment it appeared, Lin Yuan received a prompt from his system. Ding! System notification: unknown high-grade energy entity detected. Analysis indicates an 87% probability of it serving as a core material for energy construction. Lin Yuan didn't rush to snatch it. Doing so would almost certainly sever their relationship. He wasn't an unreasonable man. If he could extract clues about the object from Qin Shen, he'd rather find one himself. You said it's an organization where transmigrators huddle together for warmth. Then why set such a harsh test? Qin Shen let out a faint sigh. Those so-called priests, you've seen what they're like during the day. Ordinary people can't deal with them. The threshold is meant to dissuade some people. Isn't it better to live in peace? Lin Yuan sharply seized upon the loophole in his words and pressed on. Then why don't you just live an ordinary life? Why wade into this murky water? Qin Shen's gaze dimmed slightly and he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Live an ordinary life. I wish I could. But I have reasons I cannot ignore. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. Tisk tsk. Seems like you're a man with a story too. How about we find a place that serves alcohol and sit down for a proper chat? The moment the words left his mouth, a cold female voice echoed from the mouth of the alley. Outsiders, you won't be going anywhere. Outsider was the term the people of this world used for transmigrators. To the priests, the existence of transmigrators was hardly a secret. The vast majority of them differed little from ordinary people aside from their lack of reverence for the faith. Even those who fancied themselves extraordinary eventually settled down with time. It was these 2 audacious fellows before her who were the true anomalies. As one of them rose to his feet and assumed a fighting stance, the nun, now having donned her veiled attire, flashed a mocking glint in her eyes. "What's this?" "Planning to resist." Due to certain special circumstances, a life core belonging to the Church of Life had been temporarily stored in a bank vault, and her mission today was to retrieve it. As for these two petty thieves before her, if she was in a good mood she might toy with them, if not she'd simply kill them. Shinshin's eyes were filled with deep wariness. "You're skilled. Find a way to run. We are no match for her. She's not an ordinary priest, she's a veiled one. These are madmen who have utterly sacrificed themselves for power." The nun let out a derisive snort. "You outsiders understand nothing. Without the guidance of the gods, this world would have ceased to exist long ago. How would you know without trying? What meaning is there in living without dignity like this? How do you know no one has tried? I'll tell you, just being alive is meaning enough." The two clashed in a war of words, each holding steadfast to their beliefs, neither yielding an inch, yet for the moment neither made a move. Lin Yuan, only half understanding the exchange, coughed awkwardly to remind the pair that a third person was still present. "Ahem, I say. If you're going to fight, just fight. Why all the pointless chatter?" The nun's tone turned hostile. "You're that eager to die?" Lin Yuan habitually rolled his wrists and began walking toward the nun step by step. Without looking back, he said to Qin Shino, "Right. I don't think I mentioned this, but I'm actually very strong." As the final syllable left his lips, the bricks beneath Lin Yuan's feet exploded violently. The sheer force of his burst propelled him toward the nun at breakneck speed. The nun's expression flickered with shock. Lin Yuan's speed far exceeded her expectations. As a fist the size of a casserole dish rapidly enlarged before her eyes, she hastily jerked her head aside. Alas, she was a fraction too slow. The fist grazed the side of her straight, proud nose, and with a crisp crack the bone snapped cleanly. And it didn't end there. Before she could react further, a whip-like kick followed in rapid succession, slamming heavily into her abdomen. Her upper body folded against her lower at an unnatural angle as she was sent flying horizontally until she crashed through two vacant storefronts before finally coming to a stop. "Despicable outsider. How dare you defile the body gifted to me by the goddess?" Her voice gradually shifted from a melodious female tone into a grating, piercing noise. The final words became so distorted that had it not been for his vivid imagination, Lin Yuan wouldn't have understood what she was saying at all. And when she emerged from the dispersing dust, she had transformed into a 2-story tall, indescribable, grotesque blob of flesh. Fearing that reinforcements might arrive, Lin Yuan sought to end the fight quickly and launched another aggressive assault. Their fists collided, man and monster. Lin Yuan's hand pierced into her flesh like a needle, and then his body made full contact with the truck-sized mass of meat, sending him flying backward. Boom! This time it was Lin Yuan's turn to crash into a pile of rubble. But before the nun could press her advantage, he burst forth again at even greater speed. The two exchanged blow after blow, a spectacular display. Shinshin stood frozen, watching in awe. Is this what a human is capable of? Is ancient martial arts really this powerful? Lin Yuan was formidable. His strength, reflexes, and physical endurance all far surpassed those of an ordinary person. Though his clothes were tattered, his body showed no signs of damage, not even a hint of redness or swelling. But the nun was no pushover either. In this form, her massive size meant that mere punches and kicks couldn't reach her vital points. More critically, her regeneration was absurdly fast. A hole punched through her palm would be fully healed in the next instant. She was like a lump of clay, impossible to kill. Neither side could gain the upper hand, and the battle reached a stalemate. Lin Yuan couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "This thing is even more troublesome than I imagined." Her bodily fluids were highly corrosive. His clothes melted the instant they made contact. Her flesh was even more terrifying. Every time their bodies touched, he could feel countless tiny fleshworms attempting to burrow into his own body. On the surface he appeared unharmed, but internally the cell-like nanomachines within him were in a constant cycle of damage, and repair again. His already limited reserve energy was draining at an alarming rate. The nun too was inwardly shaken. Forget the fact that he somehow managed to match her proliferating state strength with a mere human body. Even her usually unstoppable scorching and corrosive abilities had failed against him, as if she were striking a solid iron plate. After another clash sent them both reeling apart, they spoke in perfect unison. "What are you exactly? This cannot go on. I must do something." Shinshin's gaze fell upon the gem in his hand. The life core was a remnant left behind after a priest perished. Absorbing it would grant a portion of the deceased's abilities and traits. However, this object was not something one could simply absorb at will. Firstly, akin to inherited legacies, each individual could only ever absorb a single life core. That particular point was of little consequence, however. Given that his life hung by a thread, any ability gained was preferable to awaiting death. The truly troublesome aspect was that a life core was invariably intertwined with the deity worshipped by the priest. Absorbing it directly would in all likelihood transform the absorber into a follower of that god. Recalling the state of those priests, a chill ran down Qinshin's spine. After absorbing the life core, would he even retain his sense of self? Forget it, I'll take the gamble. Qinshin knew he had no other choice. Reinforcements from the Church of Life could arrive at any moment, and further hesitation would only squander his last chance for survival. Yet just as he prepared to act, he heard Lin Yuan shout, "Throw the life core in your hand to me." Do you have any idea how dangerous that thing is? Once absorbed, your mind will be eroded by the deity the original owner worshipped. Lin Yuan cut him off directly. I have a way. Hurry! Qinshin hesitated for a brief moment but ultimately chose to trust him. Seizing the opportune moment, he swiftly hurled the life core towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan caught it, guarding the core with one hand while fending off the nun's relentless attacks with the other. Analysis progress 98. 99. Ding. System notification: unknown substance analysis complete. Can be used as energy core construction material. Absorb. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. Absorb. Amidst the high-intensity battle, Lin Yuan's internal energy reserves drained rapidly. The countdown timer in the corner of his vision shrank by 1 to 2 minutes with every collision. Consequently, he issued the command almost the instant he received the prompt. At his command, countless nanobots swarmed over the life core, enveloping it and disassembling it piece by piece like ants devouring a crumb of bread. A green light flickered persistently in Lin Yuan's palm. With each flash, a multitude of nanobots were annihilated, and simultaneously a portion of the life core would vanish. The unknown markings on the disassembled fragments of the life core faded away along with the flickering light. Transformed into the most basic structural matter, they were absorbed by Lin Yuan to form his own energy core. Outsider! How dare you! The nun was furious. In her transformed state, her vision was severely impaired, rendering her wholly dependent on hearing and perception. She couldn't discern the specifics of what was happening, yet she could sense that the life core bearing the mark of the Church of Life was dissipating with alarming speed. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan perceived a shackle-like binding beginning to loosen. Instinctively, he reached out to touch that barrier. Crack! The phantom sound of shattering chains exploded within his consciousness, and a surge of immense power flooded his soul. Lin Yuan's vision snapped into startling clarity, as if leaping from 1080p to 4K resolution. Even the dust motes in the air were starkly defined. Even without a system prompt, he understood that the computational space his consciousness occupied had definitely expanded. You are a god blasphemer. The nun's eyes widened in shock. In her perceptual world, the intensity of Lin Yuan's divine breath had surged nearly 100-fold in a short span, reaching a level only achievable by a priest. It was common knowledge that when a follower received power bestowed by a deity, they became a priest. These individuals could absorb and harness the sparse divine breath in the air, thereby manifesting a variety of extraordinary abilities. Those who were not followers but managed to wield such power through other means were termed clerics or god blasphemers, depending on their methods. All who defile the gods deserve death. The nun's killing intent intensified. Her form shifted once more. The flesh and tissue across her body rapidly withered, and 10 razor-sharp tentacles split forth from her arms, each gleaming with a sinister purple light, all streaking towards Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of power with no outlet. Observing her attack, a glint of light flashed in his eyes as if struck by a sudden inspiration. Instead of dodging, he crossed his arms over his chest. With a furious roar, countless black spikes erupted from his body, each measuring 20 to 30 meters in length. This was an imitation of the ultimate move of the protagonist from an ancient game prototype. The black spikes collided with the fleshy tentacles in midair, and the latter were almost instantly reduced to sprays of blood mist in chunks of flesh. The nun was horrified, letting out a low guttural hiss. You've only just transformed, how could you possibly? Qinshin felt his scalp prickle as a spike whistled past overhead, followed by the thunderous crash of a collapsing building behind him. The area where the nun stood was far less fortunate, bearing the brunt of Lin Yuan's focused assault. Her head, neck, heart and other vital points were all pierced through by varying numbers of spikes. Even in her full proliferation state, sustaining fatal blows to multiple vital points simultaneously would have gravely wounded her. Moreover, having just used her ultimate move, she was in a weakened state, and this single attack severed her life force entirely. The light in her eyes gradually faded. Her body, much like cancer cells growing out of control, rapidly swelled and distorted into a putrid mass of flesh. Lin Yuan stood still, a light at his chest pulsing faintly with each breath, motionless as if frozen. Lin Yuan! Lin Yuan! Qinshin called out twice, and when there was no response, he moved to check on him. However, a figure in a black robe suddenly leaped down from the rooftop, blocking his path. Don't go near him. He directly absorbed the Church of Life's life core. There's no saving him now. It's a miracle he held on with his mortal consciousness until the battle ended. No matter what he was like before, when he opens his eyes again he won't be him anymore. Shin knew the man spoke the truth, yet an intuition in his heart whispered that this young man might just be different from the others. Come with me. The police aren't far and the Church of Life's people should be on their way too. But... Shin hesitated, but thinking of his own goal he steeled himself and nodded. The figure in black smiled with satisfaction at this. He then pulled a strange pendant from beneath his collar. It was an intricate ring carved with complex patterns holding a pale blue gem fixed in its center by chains. As he channeled his will into it, the gem emitted a radiant glow and the space around them warped like ripples on water. The next instant the two vanished. When Lin Yuan's body had been transported here, his energy core had been destroyed along with his entire form, leaving him reliant on backup energy for survival. Although he had now absorbed a life core, the high-grade energy bodies contained within were still too few, only sufficient to construct a rudimentary energy furnace. Though it could barely be called an energy core, it was the most stripped-down budget version imaginable, worlds apart from his original equipment. Currently it possessed only the most fundamental function of an energy core, converting all matter into pure energy. This included the so-called divine breath the priest spoke of, the ambient exudations of high-grade energy bodies, as well as any plants, earth, wood or various trace substances he happened to touch. It was precisely because the nun had mistaken the energy released by his core for the divine breath she recognized that she branded Lin Yuan a god blasphemer. Furthermore, due to the new energy core's insufficient conversion rate, the system had performed a minor modification during the recent battle, enabling a short burst of exponentially increased energy output. One could understand it as overclocking, or alternatively as combat mode. After exiting that state, Lin Yuan fell into a prolonged period of maladjustment. The immense sense of loss was so overwhelming that he briefly lost control of his own body. It was somewhat akin to a computer needing a reboot after parameters were modified. When he opened his eyes once more, Qin Shen had vanished. Lin Yuan let out a long, slow breath. Budget version or not, at least the energy problem is temporarily solved. Also, next time I exit that state I need to find a safe place. It's far too dangerous. Glancing at the wreckage before him and hearing the approaching sirens, Lin Yuan made no effort to search for Qin Shen. He simply turned and walked away. Since the other had chosen to leave without a word, he must have had his reasons. Whether he had fled on his own or harbored other motives, there was no need for Lin Yuan to pursue the matter. The only pity was that before leaving, Lin Yuan had used X-ray scanning on the mountain of flesh and found no life core within it. Whether it was because the nun's caliber wasn't high enough or due to some peculiarity of the masked ones remained a mystery. Lin Yuan didn't dwell on it. His mind was consumed by another thought. Since I can absorb life cores for my own use, does that mean one day I'll be able to unleash all my computational power? And when that day comes, will I finally understand what happened? Whether I can ever go back. In the dead of night, alarm bells blared. A commercial street in the western part of the city was sealed off tightly by the steel-helmeted police of the precinct. Outside, the perimeter journalists who had caught wind of the commotion tried to push their way in, only to be shoved back by the officers. A reporter, displeased, raised his camera and pressed the shutter directly at the officer before him. The intense flash from the burning magnesium powder nearly blinded the steel-helmeted officer, who raised his baton as if to strike. Seeing this, the reporter quickly fled in panic. Neither of them noticed that in the instant the flash illuminated the scene behind the cordon, a colossal fleshy mountain over 10 meters in height vanished in a blink. Li Bai, who happened to be passing by, witnessed the sight and couldn't help but frown. He immediately ordered confiscate all cameras and film. Take them back for a thorough inspection, delete the contents, and only then let them retrieve their equipment from the precinct. Inspector, this is. The collapsed buildings, the walls riddled with holes, and that enormous mound of flesh. All of it made a certain rookie detective behind Li Bai gulp nervously. Li Bai responded calmly, a priest of the Church of Life engaged in battle with someone. Or rather, something here. Judging by the scene, it's clear the priest died. Turning to the patrol captain maintaining the scene, he asked, have the Church of Life been notified? When will they arrive? The patrol captain used a nearby surviving public phone booth to inquire, then trotted over and said they'd been informed. They're on their way now. Li Bai murmured to himself, it seems our esteemed priest was overly confident, failing to inform the church of his whereabouts beforehand. This suggests the culprit's true identity isn't anyone of great importance. At least on the surface. A cleric or blasphemer disguised as a commoner, perhaps. Issue orders to seal off the entire West District. Conduct a thorough check of all personnel with a focus on those who appeared suddenly without a trace. The patrol captain looked troubled. Isn't this too drastic? Li Bai replied without looking back. Look at the scene. The sky itself has been breached. How can this be minor? I detest cleaning up after priests, especially dead ones. If this case goes unsolved, we won't get any rest for a long time. The rookie detective following closely behind nodded thoughtfully, his pen scribbling notes rapidly. Levi glanced at the notepad and instructed, "Don't write down that last part." The rookie gave a foolish grin. "Inspector, have you forgotten? You taught me earlier today, remember what should be remembered, forget what shouldn't." "I understand, rest assured." Thinking back to the bank robbery case from earlier that day, a sense of foreboding crept into Levi's mind. He looked up at the fleshy mountain before him, silently praying, "Please don't let the deceased be that veiled one otherwise." Unfortunately, fate did not grant his wish. When the High Cleric of the Church of Life arrived personally at the scene, Levi knew trouble was brewing. The High Cleric circled the area, finally stopping before the massive mound of flesh. A nearby acolyte gave Levi a meaningful look. Understanding, Levi immediately ordered his men clear the area. Everyone present turned their heads away. By the time the cleric departed, the fleshy mountain had vanished completely. Before leaving, the High Cleric uttered only one sentence: "I want to know the identity of the killer within a week, or I will demand an explanation from the city hall." Levi, resigned, instructed his subordinates. "You heard him. Spread the word. Seal off the West District." The rookie detective stepped forward and whispered, "Inspector, do you have any leads? How should we proceed with this case?" Levi lit a cigar and exhaled a plume of smoke. Engaging in battle with a priest of the Church of Life, the killer's clothes are likely severely corroded by now. If you were in their shoes, what would be the first thing you'd do after escaping? The rookie's eyes lit up with realization. Change clothes. Otherwise, once daylight breaks, their tattered appearance would surely draw suspicion. That night, half of the Iron City's police force was mobilized. Through house-to-house searches, they quickly found a residence reporting stolen clothing. Not far away in a trash can, they also discovered severely corroded rags. Cross-referencing the time and location of the incident, the police quickly estimated the killer's escape route and speed, using this to tighten the cordon. At dawn, residents of the Peach Blossom, Peach Tree, and Peach Plum blocks heading out for work were shocked to find the entire area heavily surrounded by fully armed, steel-helmeted police. Entry was allowed, but exit was strictly prohibited. A union member pushed forward as a representative by the workers nervously shouted at the temporary checkpoint, "On what grounds are you sealing off our neighborhood? If we can't go to work, how are we supposed to feed our families?" The checkpoint captain glanced at him indifferently. "This is a direct order from City Hall. If you have objections, you can write to the City Hall mailbox or file a complaint at the appropriate window. But until I receive orders to stand down, no one leaves." Lin Yuan, naturally oblivious to all this, sat at a breakfast stall awaiting his meal. Though he no longer needed to eat, the significance of food extended beyond mere sustenance. It provided emotional comfort. Besides, habits formed over 20 years couldn't be discarded overnight. "Fish paste noodles coming right up. Enjoy your meal, sir." The moment the steaming bowl hit the table, an enticing aroma filled the air. Lin Yuan picked out a decent-looking pair of chopsticks from the container and began to eat with gusto. He was quite satisfied with the cuisine of this world. Compared to the industrialized food industry of his past life, a world without pre-made meals and instant soup bases was simply wonderful. "Boss, 3 bowls of fish paste noodles. Coming right up. Please have a seat, gentlemen, it'll be ready shortly." At the table next to Lin Yuan, 3 middle-aged men dressed as workers sat down. One of them carried half a gin of bulk liquor, requesting 3 small cups from the boss and pouring a drink for each of his companions. The boss, somewhat familiar with these regulars, asked curiously, "Drinking this early in the morning?" "No work today." One of them replied, "Work. The whole block is sealed off. How are we supposed to get out?" Another tried to console him, all right, just treat it as a few days off." The first man retorted, "Easy for you to say, you bachelor. You've only got yourself to feed. My family depends entirely on me. If I lose my income for more than half a month, the 4 of us will be eating nothing but the northwest wind." Lin Yuan, while finishing his breakfast, silently absorbed these conversations. He hadn't employed many counter-surveillance measures after leaving the scene last night, as he hadn't taken the police of this world too seriously from the start. Perhaps I've underestimated them. Quickly finishing his meal, Lin Yuan stealthily made his way to the edge of the block. He circled the cordon for a long time but found no gaps. Around the entire perimeter, a steel-helmeted officer stood every 20 meters or so. These men were more like soldiers than police. Not only were they equipped with rifles, but they also carried grenades at their belts. He also keenly observed that each officer had a few special bullets in the most accessible position of their chest bandolier. The tips of these bullets weren't brass but a peculiar silver metal. They were likely intended for dealing with special beings like priests or blasphemers. Lin Yuan didn't know if these bullets would be effective against him, but to be cautious, he wanted to avoid direct confrontation with the authorities until he was more familiar with this world. To avoid drawing undue attention by lingering on the streets, Lin Yuan conducted a brief survey before retracing his steps to the street where he had breakfast, settling into another small eatery.
Before he could devise a plan, a sudden clamor of footsteps and shouts erupted from outside.
Open up. Police inspection. Every household must be checked.
You there, show me your resident permit. Lin Yuan murmured softly, have they already swept this far? Silently he slipped out through the back door. The rear of the shop opened onto an old labyrinthine alley, its complex layout well suited for someone seeking to evade detection. Unfortunately, the local patrolman knew the terrain far better than an outsider like him. Within a few steps a police officer appeared ahead while the search party behind him steadily closed in. Lin Yuan assessed their numbers, his mind racing to determine if he could subdue the patrol squad without alerting anyone else. But the squad consisted of 9 men spread out in a staggered formation. A single gunshot would expose him, making a silent takedown nearly impossible. Just as Lin Yuan contemplated forcing his way through, the door of a nearby building swung open. A striking woman with curly hair stood on the steps, calling out to him, "Nephew, what are you doing standing there in the street?
Get inside at once. Can't you see the chaos out here?
This is no time for rubbernecking." She deliberately winked at him, her eyes laden with a silent hint. Lin Yuan was initially puzzled, but upon closer inspection he realized she was the very auntie he had escorted to the bank the previous day.
That title now seemed highly inappropriate.
When they had met yesterday she had been heavily disguised, bundled in bulky clothing with a thick layer of makeup. Today he saw her true appearance. She wore a light gray overcoat loosely opened to reveal a hint of a silk cheapao beneath its deep purple velvet collar catching the light. Her voluminous wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, strands lifting slightly in the breeze, accentuating her fair complexion. Her gaze held a lazy allure, a subtle smile playing on her thin lips, exuding an ineffable charm.
Still standing there? Come in.
She flashed him a teasing smile.
Lin Yuan understood immediately and responded with feigned affection, "Coming, auntie."
Inside they walked in silence until they reached an empty room on the 3rd floor. After closing the door she let out a long breath and said the city was sealed off at midnight. The police are arresting people all over the streets.
Luckily I spotted you first.
If you'd been hauled into the station you'd have been in serious trouble. Lin Yuan looked at her with a hint of confusion.
Aren't you worried I might be a criminal?
The beauty raised an eyebrow, crossed her arms and replied with a knowing smile, why would I be?
If it weren't for me yesterday, would you have even gone to the bank?
There's no way you're an accomplice to those robbers. Lin Yuan understood now, the events of last night hadn't spread widely. She only believed the police were hunting the bank heist culprits. He naturally wouldn't correct her assumption.
Having a local ally was better for staying hidden. You look like you haven't been in Iron City long. I'm the landlord of this building. From now on you can call me Aunt Wang.
If you need a place to stay, why not rent a room here?
I'll give you a 20% discount.
Wang Shuan harbored her own private motives. Although Lin Yuan appeared refined and almost delicate, his skills and character were evidently sound. In these turbulent times having a capable person or two in the building could prevent many problems. Lin Yuan saw no reason to refuse.
Then I'll trouble you, Aunt Wang. No sooner had he settled in than 2 patrolmen arrived at the building's entrance. Building 27, Peachtree Street. Everyone gather in the lobby. Leave your doors open for inspection.
Since Lin Yuan was on the 3rd floor and Wang Shuan on the 4th, by the time he descended most residents had already assembled.
Wang Shuan greeted one of the patrolmen with a beaming smile, discreetly slipping him a red envelope.
Officer, all my tenants are regulars.
No unfamiliar faces here. What's all the commotion about?
The patrolman weighed the envelope in his hand, then exchanged a glance with his partner. His partner, catching the signal, immediately headed upstairs to search.
Wang Shuan felt a pang of reluctance but was well aware of the envelope's utility.
Without such courtesies for the patrolman they might ransack the rooms, leaving everything in disarray. And if they encountered a bolder one, items might even go missing, a loss not worth the risk. The remaining patrolman dropped his stern facade, his tone softening.
It's all on higher orders.
Word is it's connected to the Church of Life.
We don't know the specifics. Just doing our duty.
Sorry for the disturbance. With that he picked up a registration book and began questioning the residents one by one.
You. What's your name? Are you from Iron City?
What's your business here?
I'm Luair from Anping County.
The building housed 9 households, a total of over a dozen people.
Apart from Lin Yuan, most of the other tenants were not natives of Iron City.
Since they were all neighbors they vouched for each other and the patrolman didn't make things difficult. Lin Yuan blended in seamlessly, raising no suspicion.
When the patrolman questioned him, Wang Shuan proactively intervened. He's my nephew, came to the city to stay with me.
The patrolman glanced between them but said nothing further. Once his partner returned downstairs they regrouped and moved on to the next building.
The blockade of the district lasted a full week. During the first 3 days, patrol officers conducted repeated searches and arrested many people, yet all their efforts yielded nothing. Lin Yuan had initially assumed that things would soon return to normal. After all, residents still needed to live and a blockade couldn't possibly be sustained indefinitely. However, he had clearly underestimated the influence of the Church of Life and overestimated the order of this society. 3 days later, as the case remained unresolved, the police department completely severed all communication and contact between the blockade zone and the outside world, including the supply of provisions. Lin Yuan speculated that they were probably trying to use the ensuing chaos to force him into the open. He refrained from commenting on the effectiveness of this approach for the time being. All he knew was that within the blockade zone, chaos had truly run rampant. Within just a few days, the price of grain had skyrocketed tenfold, with signs of further escalation. Wealthy households could endure the pinch by tightening their belts, but the lower-class laborers bore the brunt of the catastrophe. Driven by hunger, some were compelled to resort to theft to fill their stomachs. And this was still in the early days of the blockade, when people's sense of public morality and decency had yet to completely erode. If left to fester, theft would inevitably escalate into robbery. And it was precisely in times like these that the dark side of human nature manifested itself most vividly. Take for instance the landlord of 26 Taoshu Street, Lin Yuan's neighbor. In a bid to hoard more grain, he directly raised the rent and demanded all tenants immediately pay the difference. Standing by the window, Lin Yuan witnessed the landlord hurling the second-floor tenants' clothes and belongings out the door one by one. The suitcase burst open upon impact, scattering its contents across the ground. A man shielding his wife and child retreated helplessly towards the entrance. "Brother Wu, I've never once fallen behind on rent. You can't take advantage of this crisis to squeeze me dry. Please just give me a few more days," the man pleaded. As they backed away, a stout, balding, middle-aged man appeared in the doorway. In his hand he held a gun, its muzzle trained steadily on the family of three, as if he might pull the trigger at any moment. "Cut the crap. This ain't a charity house. No money. Then get the hell out." The man, forgetting all dignity, dropped to his knees right there on the street in front of everyone. "Brother Wu. No, Master Wu. You know I'm just a dock worker. Without a job, where am I supposed to get money? Why must you push me to the brink like this?" Brother Wu sneered inwardly. He knew well that he couldn't squeeze much from this destitute wretch, but he had to project this tough stance to make an example of him and warn the others. Otherwise, how could he expect the tenants with savings to hand over their money willingly? "Your lack of money is your problem, not mine." The man seemed to steel himself, gritting his teeth. "Master Wu, things are dangerous out there right now. Please let my wife and kids stay. I'll go raise the money right now. Even if I have to sell my blood, I'll make up the rent." His only response was the heavy slam of the door. The man's face drained of all color. He turned to look at his wife and child, who were gathering their scattered belongings on the ground. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. His wife came forward, embracing him and murmuring words of comfort. The man nodded, preparing to lead his family away. Just then the landlord Wang Shuwen stepped forward and spoke quietly with the couple. A look of gratitude spread across the man's face as he bowed repeatedly in thanks. The family of three then followed Wang Shuwen towards Lin Yuan's building. Observing all this, Lin Yuan muttered softly to himself, didn't think that woman had it in her to be kind. Before long, the sound of high heels ascending the stairs echoed from outside the door. "You're in luck. I have one last room available. It's empty anyway, so you might as well stay there. But I'm warning you now, once the blockade is lifted, you'll still have to make up the rent." Wang Shuwen's words seemed harsh, but who would extend a helping hand in such dire times if they were truly a spiteful person? "Sister Wang. Thank you. I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. I ain't got no other skills, just raw strength. If there's ever anything I can help with, just say the word." Lin Yuan waited a while longer. Only after he heard the click of their door closing did he slowly open his own. As he looked up, he caught a glimpse of Wang Shuwen preparing to leave. "Sister Wang, with things this bad, isn't there anyone who can rein in the police department?" he called out, his tone calm but carrying a barely perceptible strain. "At this rate, it's only a matter of time before someone dies." Wang Shuwen turned around, leaning languidly against the stair railing. "You're so cheeky calling me sister. You should be calling me Auntie, got it?" This whole affair had after all been instigated by Lin Yuan. To say he felt no guilt at all. Why would I feel guilty? I'm not some saint. So Lin Yuan was simply in an inexplicably bad mood. Seeing that he ignored her teasing, Wang Shuwen's expression turned more serious. After a long moment she sighed. "You think the police department is doing all this willingly? It's not that no one is overseeing them. Quite the opposite, it's because of the pressure from above that they have no choice but to act this way. Li Bai sat in his office as inspector, furrowing his brow while taking long drags from a cigar. A week had already passed, yet the case showed no signs of progress. Secretary Yi, you've seen the situation. If we keep this up, there's bound to be trouble. We should restore the supply of provisions. Yi Wei, when the mayor's secretary, sat with his legs crossed. His hair was slicked back, gleaming with oil, and the edges of tattoos peeked out from his collar and cuffs, giving him a distinctly roguish air. He leisurely filed his nails with a nail file, seemingly indifferent to Li Bai's words. After a while he blew the dust off his nails, straightened up and spoke. Chaos is good. If things don't get chaotic, how will we force the culprit out? Don't come complaining to me. The mayor is under immense pressure too. If you truly care about the citizens, then find the bastard quickly. Besides, everyone in Iron City knows that among the inspectors you, Li Bai, have the sharpest investigative instincts. Surely. You don't have absolutely no leads. Li Bai was taken aback. Secretary Yi, what are you implying? Don't tell me you don't trust me. If I had a way, I'd have found that bastard long ago and handed him over to the church. Yi Weiwen stared into Li Bai's eyes for a long moment. Then suddenly he broke into a smile. Inspector Li, you worry too much. The city hall has full faith in you. Let me give it to you straight. The mayor's directive is clear: either catch the killer and give the church an answer, or let the blockade zone descend into chaos and offer that as the answer. That's all I have to say. Good luck, Inspector Li. With that, Yi Weiwen left without looking back. Li Bai sat there stunned, forgetting even to stand and see him out. After a long silence he murmured, is it worth it? For so many people to die? After leaving Li Bai's office, Yi Weiwen walked straight out of the police department. Under the curious gazes of the two guards, he nonchalantly climbed into the mayor's official vehicle bearing the license plate Iron 00001. The white-gloved driver carefully closed the door for him before trotting back to the driver's seat and starting the engine. Only after the car had driven off did one of the newer guards whisper, a mayor's secretary acting all high and mighty. The other guard quickly shushed him. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Do you know who that is? Secretary Yi isn't just the chief secretary of the mayor's office, he's also a priest of the Church of Life. Watch your tongue, or you might find yourself on someone's bad side. After leaving the police department, Yi Weiwen didn't return to City Hall. Instead, he headed straight for the Grand Cathedral of the Church of Life, located in the heart of the city. Exquisite relief carvings adorned the cathedral's walls, depicting the story of the goddess of life. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled, colorful patterns across the marble floor, creating an atmosphere of sacred tranquility. Within the main hall, the statue of the goddess of life stood with a benevolent visage and a solemn bearing. Her hands gently cradled a massive ovoid object entwined with growing vines. Strange symbols shimmered on the leaves, hinting at some hidden esoteric worship. Yi Weiwen walked straight past the devout worshippers and found his target in a small prayer room. Your Holiness, the matter you instructed has been set in motion. The patriarch ceased his chanting and turned to regard the obedient secretary. Do you know why we are doing this? He asked softly. Yi Weiwen bowed. The veiled one is dead. The priority now isn't finding the killer, but electing a new veiled one. The patriarch nodded. Good. I have my sights set on you to inherit this honor, so do not make any mistakes. Yi Weiwen bowed even deeper, his voice trembling with excitement and aspiration. Rest assured, Your Holiness. I will not fail this mission. After much deliberation, Lin Yuan finally made his decision to break out on a dark, windy night. Due to his limited exposure, he had little understanding of the true level of martial power in this world. Compared to the masked figure he had killed, he was certain that this world harbored divine officials with far more bizarre abilities and greater strength. If possible, Lin Yuan preferred not to engage in a direct confrontation with them at this moment. Yet prolonging the situation was hardly a viable solution. Setting aside the guilt, the longer he lingered, the greater the risk of exposure. After all, his sudden appearance as the landlord's nephew was somewhat suspicious. The tenants had not raised any doubts simply because their lives were still manageable and they had not given it much thought. If pushed to the brink, someone might report him on a whim, and that could implicate Wang Shuwen, who had taken him in. This should be about right. Aunt Wang, try it again. Lin Yuan called down from the wooden ladder as he retracted the nanobots into his fingers. Wang Shuwen's view was blocked by his body, leaving her unsure of what he had done. She asked with slight suspicion, fixed it that quickly? I didn't even see you replace any parts. She stomped her foot and the dim corridor immediately lit up. A smile spread across her face. It's on. It's on. You've been a real help, my dear nephew. Lin Yuan stepped down from the ladder, took the towel she offered and wiped his hands. It was just a loose connection. These sound-activated sensor parts are prone to minor issues. A simple part swap or rewiring the circuit usually does the trick.
Wang Shuwen reached out to brush away the cobwebs from his hair, remarking nostalgically, back in the day these little parts were everywhere.
Now they're getting harder and harder to find.
She spoke casually, but Lin Yuan found it puzzling. Logically, Iron City was in the early stages of industrial civilization, technology should be advancing rapidly. Why was it regressing instead? Apart from Wang Shuwen's place, he had not seen anything like these sound-activated lights anywhere else in Iron City. He glanced up at the brand label on the light, which he had wiped clean of its thick dust.
2 large characters were printed on it, Made.
As a transmigrator, he could tell at a glance that such a ridiculous name could only be a brand created by a fellow traveler from another world.
And Wang, what brand is this light?
If I come across any, I'll buy a few as spares, Lin Yuan asked, knowingly hoping to coax out more information. Wang Shuwen waved her hand dismissively.
That brand went under long ago.
I remember appliances of that brand were everywhere when I was a kid.
Now you can only find them occasionally in second-hand markets.
Lin Yuan nodded, not pressing further, and instead asked, are there any other appliances that need fixing? Wang Shuwen placed her hands on her hips, looking at him with mild exasperation.
What's gotten into you today?
You fixed everything from the gas stove to the hallway lights. Do you think I'm some kind of slumlord with that many broken things?
Lin Yuan gave an awkward smile.
Well, you know what they say, a guest must be on their best behavior. Since I'm staying with you, and it's only right that I lend a hand with the chores. Wang Shuwen sized him up with a half-smile, teasing, didn't I say you could pay the rent once the blockade on the district is lifted? What, thinking of skipping town to dodge the bill?
Lin Yuan rubbed his nose nervously. Why would I do that?
Let's change the subject. Do you have a map of Iron City? I want to see where the best places to find work are. Lin Yuan planned to get a map first to figure out which areas of Iron City were dangerous and which were safer for hiding.
Unfortunately, his plan failed.
It wasn't that Wang Shuwen refused to give him one, she simply didn't have a map of the city either and could only give him a brief overview of the city's layout. Iron City was divided into 5 districts: east, south, west, north and central, each home to roughly 300,000 to 600,000 people. The outer areas were worker and factory zones, while the inner areas were for the wealthy and commercial districts.
It was that simple. Lin Yuan refused to give up. Without a map, he couldn't plan an escape route.
He couldn't just run aimlessly. What if he broke out and stumbled straight into the Church of Life's headquarters? After mulling it over, Lin Yuan decided to try his luck at a bookstore on the main street. This time, however, he didn't act rashly. He opted for a more strategic approach. Through his recent interactions with the system, Lin Yuan had gained a deeper understanding of his own body. The nanobots composing his body were like human cells, they operated autonomously through a complete system without requiring conscious control. But unlike ordinary people, Lin Yuan could fine-tune them if needed, such as altering his facial features, which was essentially a form of disguise. Looking at the mirror, the young man's facial features were completely transformed, bearing only a faint resemblance to his former self. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He hailed a rickshaw at a street corner, whispered a few instructions to the driver and handed over some banknotes. Though the driver found it odd, business was scarce during the blockade, so he gladly accepted the job.
Following Lin Yuan's instructions, the driver stopped at a bookstore and walked inside, asking, "Is Mr.
Ling who wants to buy a map here?" He kept his voice low, but in the quiet shop it still drew curious glances. When no one responded, the driver shrugged and left, heading to the next shop. Little did he know, as he departed, 2 men in black trench coats exchanged a glance from the corner of the bookstore and quietly followed him. Thus the driver went from bookstore to bookstore, newsstand to newsstand, and each time he left, a new tale would pick up behind him. Eventually these tales realized they had been duped. One of them stepped forward, blocking the driver, and flashed a badge.
"We're from the Municipal Police Department. What exactly are you up to?"
The driver, trembling at the sight of the badge, stammered, "A customer asked me to find Mr.
Ling. Said there was a family emergency and he needed to return immediately."
The undercover officers instantly knew they had been lured away and rushed back to their respective stakeout locations. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already returned to his residence at his leisure.
All the maps have been confiscated by the police department. They've been thorough. Looks like I'll have to head for the outskirts. Leave Iron City altogether.
Lin Yuan meticulously planned his escape.
However, a new problem arose: he was out of money.
As everyone knows, in any orderly society, being penniless makes it difficult to get anywhere. Lin Yuan held his head in his hands and muttered to himself, "I'm a transmigrator, the hope of the Human Federation, the first subject of the Ascension project. With all these titles, I can't possibly have to go get a job." He shook his head vigorously.
"No, working is out of the question. I'll never work a day in my life. I need to find a way to get some money."
As he pondered, footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a series of thump-thump-thump knocks.
Good nephew, come downstairs for dinner. Coming.
Setting aside his thoughts for the moment, Lin Yuan followed Wang Shuan downstairs. To be fair, although Wang Shuan never yielded in a verbal spar, she was genuinely kind-hearted.
She would often help out the less fortunate tenants in the building.
When Lin Yuan reached the first-floor dining hall, several tenant families had already taken their seats. The newly moved-in family of 3 was also present. Seeing Wang Shuan descend the stairs, everyone rose and greeted her with smiles.
Good evening, landlady. Good evening, landlady. The wife of the new family was particularly eager.
Rubbing her hands nervously, she said, "Landlady, please have a taste and see if the dishes suit your palate.
Feel free to point out any improvements." With the neighborhood under lockdown and everyone out of work, Wang Shuan had hired her to cook.
She had also assigned other tenants chores like cleaning and roof repairs, really just an excuse to ensure everyone had a meal. Given the number of diners, meals were served individually. Each person received a portion of rice with seasonal vegetables and the rare treat of 2 pieces of braised pork.
It's already wonderful, the aroma is enticing.
Wang Shuan gestured, "Don't be shy, let's eat." Only then did everyone pick up their bowls and chopsticks, though the atmosphere remained restrained. To break the silence, Wang Shuan initiated a topic.
"Dawei, what's wrong with you?
You seemed fine this morning, but now you look like you've been through a severe illness." Lu Dawei was the husband of the newly moved-in family.
Lin Yuan also noticed something was off about him.
Not only was his face pale as paper, but his once sturdy frame had also become gaunt and withered. It was hard to imagine this man was a laborer accustomed to physical work. Furthermore, although the temperature in Iron City had dropped after autumn, it wasn't so cold in October that one needed to cradle a hot water bottle to keep warm. When everyone had stood up earlier, Lin Yuan noticed his legs trembling, a clear sign of severe weakness.
Lu Dawei seemed to have something to say but lacked the words to express it.
His wife nudged him with her elbow, snapping him back to reality. He wiped his hands repeatedly on his coarse off-white linen clothes, ensuring they were clean enough before carefully pulling out a small stack of bills from his chest pocket and presenting them to Wang Shuan with both hands in a respectful gesture.
"Landlady, I don't know how to repay your kindness.
This is a month's rent.
I know times are tough and this might not be enough, but I'll find a way to get more." Wang Shuan didn't take the money.
Her voice low, she asked, "Where did this money come from?" At the question, the dining table fell silent, the atmosphere growing heavy.
Lin Yuan sensed something unusual was unfolding.
Since the lockdown began, strange rumors had circulated in the sealed zone. Someone was buying human blood and paying exorbitant prices. It was said a wealthy man within the quarantine zone had contracted a strange affliction and could only consume food with human blood as a supplement. Initially, the residents ignored the rumors. After all, this was a world with deities who would dare risk their blood for such a deal. However, soaring prices and the hardships brought by the lockdown eventually began to sway some. As the quarantine dragged on, people gradually went to sell their blood. To their surprise, they received not only a few banknotes but also half a basket of eggs and a bag of rice, luxuries nearly unheard of within the sealed zone. As a result, more people followed suit. This was exactly why earlier that morning Lu Dawei had told the landlord next door that he would gather the rent even if he had to sell his blood for money. Lu Dawei feigned nonchalance, thumping his chest and chuckling.
"Landlady, rest assured this money is definitely clean.
I'm strong with this half basket of eggs, I'll recover in a few days."
Wang Shuan's thoughts churned with complexity.
As a woman of some means, her information channels were far more extensive than most.
She was also more privy to secrets unknown to the common folk.
Hence Wang Shuan understood a fundamental truth: any windfall from the sky demands a price far steeper than one might imagine. She let out a soft sigh, accepted the money and spoke sternly to everyone.
"No more selling blood from now on. If I find out whoever it is, you're out immediately. Honestly, if someone died in my building, who would ever dare rent here again?" Lin Yuan, observing Lu Dawei's frail state, couldn't help but ask, "How many cc's did they take? How many cups of blood did they drain to leave you like this?"
He gestured towards the water cup the man was holding.
Lu Dawei scratched his head and said, "Probably less than 2 cups, I guess. It's strange actually. Once a co-worker was injured and when we took him to the hospital I donated blood too. They took more than this time back then and I was perfectly fine.
But this time with less than 2 cups taken I feel like my very soul was drained."
Lin Yuan's expression grew serious.
A standard mug held about 300 milliliters, meaning the man had at most lost around 500 milliliters. Although this slightly exceeded voluntary donation limits in modern medicine, it was still within a reasonable range and certainly shouldn't have left a robust man so utterly depleted. Lin Yuan immediately thought of the life drain scenarios from certain games and films.
"Feeling like your soul was drained. Gul'dan. Where did you sell the blood? Are they still there?" The question slipped out almost involuntarily, driven by his confusion. He immediately sensed the atmosphere turn eerily stagnant. An icy gaze fixed upon Lin Yuan, sending a chill down his spine like a blade grazing his skin. Wang Shuwen's frigid voice seemed to whisper directly into his ear. My dear nephew. Did my words just go in one ear and out the other?
Naturally, Lin Yuan received a severe scolding from Wang Shuwen afterwards. She grabbed his ear and warned, if you dare sell your blood, pack your bags and get out this instant.
Though exasperated, Lin Yuan could only nod in feigned agreement.
After all, his blood consisted of self-regenerating nanobots. No matter how much was drawn, no anomaly would ever be detected.
That very night, under Lin Yuan's persistent questioning, Lu Dawei reluctantly revealed the location of the blood collection point. The landlady told me not to tell you.
Please don't go selling your blood or she'll be very upset.
Don't worry, Lin Yuan reassured him. I'm just curious and want to take a look. The location Lu Dawei mentioned was also on Peachtree Street, not far away.
Before long, Lin Yuan, having once again changed his appearance, arrived at his destination. It was a rather ostentatious building. Despite the unstable times, the neon sign flickered brightly, clearly backed by someone with power. As Lin Yuan, clad in a black overcoat, approached the entrance, a gang member immediately greeted him with a fawning smile. Boss, care to try your luck inside?
We've got baccarat pie, go, everything you could want.
We're a long-standing establishment on Peachtree Street under the protection of the Blood Men gang. You can play with peace of mind, no one dares to cheat here. Lin Yuan, who had been pondering how to blend in without drawing attention, was surprised to find this was a gambling den. This would save him considerable trouble. The two gang members at the door performed a routine pat-down.
Confirming Lin Yuan carried no tools of the trade, he strolled leisurely inside.
Once Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, the thug who had greeted him leaned over and asked, so? He looks like a mark, does he have much on him? One of the doormen replied with a sneer, all show no substance.
He doesn't even have a single 100 yuan bill on him. These doormen weren't just there for show.
During every pat-down, besides checking for cheating devices, they also assessed the financial worth of the lambs. Ordinary folks were left alone, but if they found a particularly plump sheep, they would report it immediately. The higher-ups would then arrange for special treatment inside to ensure every last cent was squeezed dry. You think you can control yourself? Just gamble for fun. They have far too many tricks for that. For instance, a schoolgirl claiming to need money for a family member's treatment, gambling desperately to stir your sympathy. Or a country bumpkin who bets against you every round, goading you into raising the stakes. And then there's the beautiful croupier with insider information looking to make one big score and escape this den of iniquity. In short, their schemes were endless. Lin Yuan's appearance was indeed striking. The moment he stepped into the casino, the bait who hadn't been assigned tasks swarmed him, their eyes gleaming like hungry wolves spotting a fat sheep. Big brother, my family is poor, I'm here to try my luck, but I don't know how to gamble.
Could you show me the ropes? The speaker was a little sister in a student uniform.
Under the dim lighting, her disguise was passable. But Lin Yuan had sharp eyes. A closer look revealed this schoolgirl was clearly an experienced actress over 30.
Lin Yuan said, is that so? Then let me give you some advice. Swap those shoes for sandals and go stand at the street corner.
I guarantee you'll earn more than you do here.
The little sister gave an awkward laugh and scurried off, muttering to herself, could this guy be an old acquaintance of mine? How did he recognize me?
Brother, a word in private. Let me tell you, the card dealer at table A3 is my sweetheart.
I've got some inside info. Lin Yuan gave the approaching waiter a once-over.
This guy's appearance could only be described as hard on the eyes. The croupier he pointed to, however, was a stunning beauty currently batting her eyelashes at him. Lin Yuan couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder and console him with a sigh, brother, you gotta learn to be strong.
Being the fall guy isn't so bad. You know what they say, to get ahead in life you gotta wear a little green.
The short stocky man with a crooked mouth twitched in irritation, you son of a...
Finally extricating himself from that crowd, Lin Yuan got his first full view of the main hall. The casino's interior was even more lavish than its exterior, and the atmosphere was electric. A crowd around the central table shouted with fervor, big, big, big.
Small, small, small. Of course, there were also private booths where small groups huddled, peeking at their cards and scheming against each other. A thought suddenly struck Lin Yuan, and a slight smile played on his lips. This was the perfect place to make money.
Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? But Lin Yuan hadn't forgotten his original purpose.
His gaze swept to a corner of the casino where he finally spotted a window bearing a sign that read blood donation. Just then a haggard middle-aged man, his face covered in stubble and his frame nearly skeletal, angrily slammed down his cards and strode to the window, rolling up his sleeve.
Damn it. Take another vial. I refuse to believe I can't win my money back today.
From inside the glass window, the middle-aged woman in charge of the blood draw glanced at him and said flatly, you've already donated twice today.
Are you sure you want to continue?
His answer was a furious rebuke. Stop with the chatter.
You're delaying my earning money.
I'll deal with you later. The woman's expression remained cold, clearly accustomed to such scenes. She signaled to two burly men standing nearby.
Understanding the cue, they stepped forward and held the man down. The woman pulled a syringe with a metal and glass construction from a drawer.
Without any semblance of sterilization, she plunged the needle directly into the man's arm. As the plunger was slowly withdrawn, a strange energy seemed to flow with the blood. Lin Yuan's gaze fixed on the syringe, his brow furrowing slightly.
He could sense a familiar fluctuation emanating from it. It was divine breath.
Now that his internal energy core had been re-established, he could perceive this unique energy native to this world. Lin Yuan had briefly studied this substance. It was similar to the energy generated by his own core, but not as pure, containing a peculiar
contaminant. System scan the surroundings for any high-level energy entities.
Lin Yuan commanded mentally.
Ding.
Detected a possible energy entity 10 meters ahead.
Similarity 28.
It is recommended that the host investigate this personally. Lin Yuan frowned slightly.
Only 28. That low.
Though a bit disappointed, it was within his expectations.
A life core wasn't something you stumbled upon every day.
If it were that easy to find, Xinshan wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble back then. But one thing was certain: the blood-selling incidents in the sealed-off zone were far from simple. There had to be a deep connection to the mysterious forces of this world. Just as he was pondering this, the middle-aged man underwent a sudden change. As the syringe drew his blood, he began to convulse violently. Veins bulged on his neck and his face contorted in agony as he struggled. The two burly men strained to hold him down, their feet scraping harshly against the floor. Looking at the man again, his skin was visibly shrinking before their eyes, its color shifting from an unhealthy gray to a dark mottled purple.
This sight triggered a grim memory in Lin Yuan.
The girl's body in the next hospital bed had looked somewhat like that when it was discovered. It was the color of death. Yet bafflingly, after the blood draw, the man stood up as if nothing had happened. He took the small wad of cash from the thug and eagerly headed towards the window to exchange it for chips.
Lin Yuan couldn't help but murmur, "System check this man's physical condition." Ding. Scanning. Scan complete. This life form's heart, lungs, kidneys and other major organs are being eroded by an unknown factor. They are rapidly failing. Estimated remaining lifespan less than 24 hours.
Before Lin Yuan could voice his confusion, the system had detected high concentrations of a special stimulant-like component in the casino's air. Prolonged inhalation can stimulate dopamine and adrenaline production, creating a false sense of euphoria. Does the host wish to experience a similar reaction? Lin Yuan decisively rejected the system's mischievous suggestion. They drain your blood to give you money, then win it all back at the gambling tables. And if your body gives out, they have drugs to prop you up. This casino really does think of everything. At that moment, the woman in charge of the blood draw noticed Lin Yuan standing there seemingly frozen in shock. She called out to him, "Young man, having financial troubles, are you?"
"Don't be put off by that man.
He donated 3 times in one day, that's why he looked like that.
You look healthy, one time won't hurt you a bit."
Lin Yuan thought to himself, like, I'd believe that. But outwardly he smiled and approached her. "It's just that the block is sealed off.
I'm at my wit's end, so I thought I'd come here to try my luck."
"Sis, what is the blood actually used for here?" It was only then that the woman got a clear look at Lin Yuan's face. She couldn't help but give him a second glance, and for once she felt a rare spark of conversational interest. "I know there are all sorts of crazy rumors going around outside, like rich people using human blood as a dietary supplement. Let me tell you, all that is nonsense. I heard it's for a secret formula.
Bathing in a mixture of medicine and human blood is said to preserve one's youth forever."
The third floor of the casino was not open to the public. It served as the office area and the stronghold of the Blood Men gang. In the most spacious office, 2 men stood before a one-way floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling gamblers below. Their attention was fixed on the blood collection window, where a single hesitant young man was idly chatting with the attendant. This scene was clearly at odds with the long queue they had anticipated. The man in the suit, meticulously filing his fingernails, spoke with an air of leisure. "Boss Shui, isn't this a bit too slow?"
The speaker was none other than the mayor's secretary, Yi Wei-wen.
The man standing opposite him was named Xueren, the leader of the Blood Men gang. At this moment Xueren had shed his usual arrogance, attending to Yi Wei-wen with a submissive demeanor. Hearing the secretary's words, beads of sweat involuntarily formed on his forehead. He quickly explained, "Secretary Yi, I was just trying to keep a low profile. After all, if this were to blow up, wouldn't it just cause trouble for you?" Xueren was well aware that to the Church of Life he wasn't even a pawn, merely a convenient tool. When those higher-ups needed him, they only considered his utility, not the wear and tear of the tool. So to secure his own interests he had to resort to some harmless little tricks. Yi Weiwen saw through the man's scheming at a glance. He let out a derisive snort, then raised 2 fingers in a flicking motion. With that gesture Shui Ren's hand shot up involuntarily without any resistance. His sleeves slid down, revealing arms that were normal from the elbow down. However, from the elbow up they bore a bizarre dark red hue with skin wrinkled like tree bark. The contrast between the 2 parts was stark, as if forcibly joined together like mismatched blocks, jarring and unsettling to behold. As Yi Weiwen's fingers interlaced and moved back and forth, Shui Ren's arms swung left and right without hesitation. 2 crisp slaps echoed, leaving red handprints on his face. Shui Ren harbored no thought of resistance against Yi Weiwen's control. It was like the innate suppression a higher lifeform has over a lower one, requiring no force to easily dominate him. Yi Weiwen's calm voice sounded again. Shui Ren, don't forget who gave you everything you have now. If there's a next time, I won't hesitate to find these hands a new owner. Panic-stricken Shui Ren kowtowed and admitted his mistakes profusely. Yi Weiwen paid him no further heed, walking towards the exit while saying, do your job well and you'll get your due share. With that, Yi Weiwen flicked his hand and a drop of blood flew from his fingertip, merging into Shui Ren's forehead. Shui Ren's body trembled at first, then his complexion became noticeably ruddier. Even his withered tree bark-like hands seemed to regain vitality, the skin filling out at a visible pace. Overjoyed, Shui Ren thought the 2 slaps were worth it. He bowed his head again and said, I shall heed your teachings. Meanwhile, on the other side, after chatting with the attendant for a while and confirming she was just an ordinary person unaware of anything, Lin Yuan saw no point in probing for more information. He sat down, rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm with distinct muscle lines that exuded strength without being overly bulky. The woman gulped, perhaps feeling a sense of pity. Before drawing blood, she advised, anyway, take the money and leave as soon as you can. If you're frugal, it should last you half a month. Lin Yuan flashed a brilliant smile, showing a row of white teeth. Thanks for the heads up, but since I'm here I might as well try my luck a bit. Perhaps constrained by her position, the woman didn't persuade him further, but the look of pity on her face deepened. This will sting a little. Bear with it. As she spoke, 2 burly men came forward and held Lin Yuan down as usual. Lin Yuan didn't seem concerned. I've never been afraid of pain since I was a kid. Go ahead. The moment the needle pierced his skin, the nanobots in his arm proactively cleared a path. From the outside it looked like a normal needle insertion, even mimicking the exact resistance one would feel. The woman noticed nothing unusual and steadily pulled the plunger. As the blood was extracted, the 2 burly men braced for a physical struggle. To their surprise, Lin Yuan showed no sign of resistance, leaving them momentarily bewildered. The woman also looked at Lin Yuan strangely. In response, she was met with that same grin of white teeth. After checking the glass inspection window on the metal cylinder to confirm it was full, she withdrew the needle. You really don't feel any pain? Or any discomfort? The woman asked curiously. Lin Yuan feigned innocence and shook his head. None at all. I feel perfectly normal. The 3 exchanged glances, utterly puzzled as to why this young man could look so healthy and rosy-cheeked after having his blood drawn. Ultimately they chalked it up to him having a special constitution. Lin Yuan ignored them, fixed his sleeve, took the money from the stunned man and headed towards the gambling floor without looking back. Time to make a killing. After surveying the casino, Lin Yuan stopped at a table, the dice game, betting on big or small. The rules here were to roll the dice first, then place bets. With his system's scan function, Lin Yuan could instantly see the dice points guaranteeing a win. Of course he didn't win every round, as that would be too conspicuous and defeat his purpose of getting rich quietly. After the dealer rolled, gamblers placed their bets and Lin Yuan knew the result at a glance. He placed a 100 value chip on the big section, muttering big big big. Like an ordinary gambler trying to influence the dice with his mind. Dealer bets are placed. Opening. 1 2 4, total 7 small. Lin Yuan feigned frustration, sighing, again. Again. 3 smalls in a row. The next one's bound to be big. He deliberately kept his win rate around 50, betting more when winning and less when losing. In this way he managed to make a small profit without drawing the dealer's suspicion. Once again, when he saw that the next roll would indeed be big, Lin Yuan directly bet a 1000 value chip, muttering, risk it for a biscuit. This one's definitely big. Perhaps influenced by his words, more people bet on big this round than small. 2 individuals even placed heavy wagers. One was a scruffy middle-aged man constantly puffing on a cheap cigar, surrounded by such thick smoke that others couldn't help but steer clear. The other was a woman. She wore a dark evening gown that shimmered faintly under the lights, a delicate black veil covering her head like a cicada's wing. Though it obscured her face, it only made one more curious to see beneath it. She exuded an unapproachable icy elegance, and gamblers instinctively gave her a wide berth wherever she went in the casino. Curious about her appearance, Lin Yuan had tried scanning her face, but the see-through perspective wasn't all-powerful. While he could infer her features, he could only tell she had a good-looking face but couldn't see it clearly. The two sat at opposite ends of the table, their auras completely distinct. Yet they shared similarities, both remained silent and sat alone. The other gamblers all crowded opposite the dealer with Lin Yuan, and had his body not been far superior to a normal person's, he would have been pushed off the table long ago. The dealer's back was soaked with sweat. He cursed inwardly, today is just my unlucky day. 2 sharks at my table. If no one comes to relieve me, I'll lose a whole month's quota. Unlike Lin Yuan's low-key approach, these two seemed intent on causing a scene from the start, not even trying to hide it, which got Lin Yuan noticed by the dealer as well. The cigar man seemed to sense Lin Yuan had a system following his bets, but always wagering 10 times the amount. The veiled woman who entered later had won 9 consecutive rounds. She went all in each time, turning a single 10 value chip into 5,000. If she won the next round, she'd be over 10,000. Even a novice like Lin Yuan could tell something was wrong by now. What's going on? I didn't come here to show off and slap faces. I just wanted to quietly make some cash. Can you two geniuses please not be at my table? Half an hour earlier, a stubbled Levi drove his vehicle up to the checkpoint at the entrance of the cordoned-off zone. The squad leader on duty shone a flashlight into the car. Recognizing the visitor, he immediately straightened up and saluted. Sir, good evening. Levi, one hand on the wheel, flicked his finished cigar out the window with the other and gave a curt nod. He produced his pass and handed it over for inspection. The squad leader dared not scrutinize his credentials and quickly waved him through. Sir, working late on the case. Much appreciated. Raise the barrier, hurry up. The latter command was directed at his subordinates. Levi restarted the car and drove into the sealed zone. He found Secretary Ye's daytime explanation utterly unacceptable. He would resolve this matter his own way, regardless of the trouble it might bring him. Meanwhile, at 27, Taoshu Street, the beautiful landlady who had been preparing for bed felt a pang of unease. Throwing on a coat, she went downstairs and knocked on her so-called nephew's door. Good nephew, are you in? Silence. Wang Shuan immediately sensed something was wrong. Fetching the spare key, she opened the door to find the room empty. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "You little brat, you've completely ignored my efforts. Just you wait until you get back." She refused to leave, planting her hands on her hips and settling into a chair. Back in the present, the cigar-smoking man Levi seemed to read Lin Yuan's gaze and winked at him suggestively. The woman in black, however, ignored him completely. After a few more rounds, noticing the dealer's increasingly suspicious glances, Lin Yuan, realizing he could no longer hide, steeled his resolve. He decided to make one final grand move before fleeing this den of trouble, pushing all his chips, amounting to roughly 8,000, into the center. If it were just him, the casino might have grudgingly let him walk away with a small fortune, given the many onlookers and the folly of causing a scene at the table. But the other two had wagered far more. If the dice were revealed, the casino would lose nearly half a month's income. In this world, an ordinary worker earned just over 1,000 a month. This wasn't an affluent district, the patrons were common folk, and the casino's actual monthly profit was only around 500,000. Gee, gentlemen, please wait. I need to visit the restroom. I'll be right back. The dealer, wiping sweat from his brow, signaled his assistant to watch the dice cup and scurried into the staff break room. The surrounding gamblers immediately began to murmur, "What's going on?" Yeah, a big place like this isn't afraid of losing, is it? Normally such a situation wouldn't require the dealer to report to management. If someone caused trouble, a roaming security guard would notify the back office. But today the guard assigned to this area was conspicuously absent. Little did the dealer know, in the far stall of the men's room, a staff member in a server's uniform lay convulsing on the floor, wisps of white smoke escaping his mouth and nose. He had slipped away for a smoke as usual, but after just 2 puffs something went terribly wrong. The smoke, normally obedient, seemed to develop a mind of its own, filling his lungs but refusing to be exhaled. By the time he realized the danger, he couldn't even cry for help. Watching Levi puff calmly on his cigar, Lin Yuan couldn't help but whisper, "You too. I mean, what are you doing? Can't we just lay low and make some money?" Lin Yuan found himself reluctantly thrust into the spotlight. Staying seemed unwise, but leaving would forfeit his chips on the table. Levi, however, feigned ignorance. What nonsense is the young man speaking? With luck this good, wouldn't it be a shame not to press the advantage? Seeing the man playing dumb, Lin Yuan decided not to argue. He simply shut his mouth and waited to see what would happen, curious about their true intentions. After all, he wasn't even using his real face, he could just adopt a new disguise later. The commotion at the table had already drawn a crowd, and the dealer's hasty exit only fueled speculation. By the time the manager emerged, nearly half the casino had gathered to watch the drama. Apologies for keeping you all waiting. I am the second in command of the Blood Gang and the manager of this establishment. Levi was disappointed by the man's introduction. He wasn't here for him, he wanted the blood gang's leader Schwerin.
Where is Schwerin? Hearing this, the second-in-command showed no displeasure, explaining with a smile, our leader is unavailable today. I'll be opening the dice in his stead.
He then raised his voice to the crowd, you were all valued patrons. My men were out of line and spoiled the fun.
I apologize to you all.
As he finished speaking, a wave of blood gang underlings flooded in from the back, two of them dragging a blood-soaked man. It was the dealer who had abruptly left earlier. His face was now swollen beyond recognition, covered in bruises. Coughing up bloody spittle that stained his white shirt, he was barely clinging to life, clearly at death's door. The second-in-command's expression remained impassive as he continued, leaving one's post during work is a mistake.
The blood gang will give you all a proper explanation.
He paused, surveying the silent crowd with satisfaction before adding, but anyone who dares to pull tricks in my establishment should think twice about the consequences.
I know most of you were unwittingly dragged into this. You may leave now and your principal will be fully refunded.
Those who wish to stay and continue playing are welcome. But I'll be clear, this table has been upgraded. If you stay, you'd best be prepared to look at your own cards.
With the second master's words, he had preserved everyone's dignity and honor.
The vast majority of those present wisely retrieved their initial bets from the table. Under the watchful eyes of the blood gang's enforcers, the casual patrons in the hall tactfully departed from the gambling den. The only ones remaining were Lin Yuan, Li by the veiled woman, and one rather bold fat man. The second master placed one hand over the dice cup, his gaze sweeping across the few individuals before finally settling on the fat man's face.
I'll just stay to watch the excitement. Don't mind me.
The man's voice grew quieter with each word, and the others, seeing this, paid him no further attention.
The second master let out a sneer and spoke, I have a proposal.
All of you have waited so long, it would be rather dull to just open the dice cup like this.
How about this? If any of you are interested, we can add a side bet.
The terms can be anything you wish as long as both parties agree. The wager stands.
What say you, Inspector Li?
With that, the second master abruptly turned his head towards Li Bai. Li Bai, knowing his identity had been exposed, made no attempt to hide it and directly slapped his police badge onto the table.
This is the Iron City Police Department on official business. How dare the blood gang openly collect lifeblood? Who are you working for?
The second master remained utterly unruffled, his eyes casually darting towards a window on the third floor. Schwerin, hiding behind the window, sneered coldly, just as he had expected this. Li Bai was here for exactly this matter.
Ordinarily Schwerin would not dare to offend Li Bai.
But times had changed now. He was serving the Church of Life and he had powerful backers behind him.
Moreover, under pressure from the Church of Life, the police department's attention was entirely focused on the case of the masked one's death. Logically, they had no time to meddle in the blood gang's affairs. So this Inspector Li down there was most likely acting on his own. Otherwise, why would he go through all this trouble to see him? He could have simply surrounded the place with a few dozen helmeted officers and forced him to show himself. Schwerin signaled to the second master below, who understood and continued, Inspector Li, since you've come to blood gang territory, you must play by our rules. If you truly wish to know, then let the answer to this question be the blood gang's wager. What can you offer as a matching stake?
Li Bai pointed at his police badge.
Is this enough? The second master shook his head.
Li Bai fell silent for a moment, took a deep drag from his cigar and slammed his service pistol onto the table.
Then let me add my own life to the pot.
The second master smiled faintly at this, clapped his hands, and someone immediately brought a contract to the table. Regardless of the outcome, the blood gang had already thoroughly offended this great inspector today. If they could eliminate him, so much the better. As for the trouble of killing an inspector, the wager was clearly written in the contract. A bet is a bet. Besides, since he had come alone, this counted as a private act outside of working hours.
With Secretary Yi mediating, even the city hall could say nothing.
After both parties signed the document, the second master, following a clockwise order, turned his gaze to the fat man. The fat man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered, I'm just here to watch. How about this? I'll add another 10,000 in chips as my bet. The second master ignored him and turned to Lin Yuan instead.
And you, young man? What about you? Everyone's attention shifted to Lin Yuan.
The second master didn't think much of him. There wasn't a trace of divine aura fluctuation on him. He was merely a small-time card sharp. But how could he know that the energy core within Lin Yuan was far more advanced than a mere life core?
Its operational method was completely different from this world's priests, divine officials, or even other blasphemers. It was only natural that no divine aura fluctuation could be detected.
Lin Yuan scratched his head, his tone somewhat troubled as he spoke. How troublesome.
I only wanted to make a little money quietly, but it seems I've stumbled into a mess. Can anyone tell me what exactly is this so-called lifeblood? When he first heard Li Bai's identity, Lin Yuan was genuinely startled.
He thought he had missed some detail that had caught the police department's attention, drawing this inspector to tail him here. However, the subsequent conversation dispelled his doubts. Clearly the inspector wasn't here for him but for some other purpose. Levi took the initiative to explain this question isn't worth a wager. I'll tell you. Lifeblood isn't mere blood, it's a person's life force extracted using blood as a carrier. It's a theological material. It can be used to craft high-grade vessels, inscribe magical arrays, or even be consumed directly as a tonic to strengthen the body. Of course, more importantly, as long as your moral standards are low enough, it's cheap and efficient and very easy to collect. The only cost is the worthless lives of the ignorant. After saying this, Levi gave a self-deprecating smile. Those who sell their blood think they've gotten paid and just need a while to recover. Little do they know that once their lifeblood falls into someone else's hands, the power of life and death over them rests entirely in that person's will. The reason Levi explained this to Lin Yuan was because he understood that at a time like this making a friend was far better than making an enemy. Although that young man had an unknown background and no divine aura fluctuation, anyone who could remain so composed in this situation was certainly no ordinary person. Either he possessed a theological artifact that concealed his aura or he had powerful backing. After listening to Levi's words, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but beneath the table his hand quietly clenched into a fist. He had changed his mind. Since he was going to leave anyway, why not? 'Cause a big scene first. Lin Yuan looked at the second master across the table. He said calmly, I've made up my mind. I own nothing of value, so just like Inspector Lee, I'll bet my life. The second master's face showed contempt. What kind of world was this? Now even the riffraff dared to bet their lives like this. Forget it, there's no need to get angry with a dead man. With this thought, the second master maintained his courtesy and asked, and what does the guest wish for? Lin Yuan leaned forward, extending a hand to point ahead, then gestured towards the third floor. I said a life for a life. Your life. And his. Upon hearing this answer, the second master was stunned for a long moment. After a long pause, he seemed almost amused, bursting into laughter. Fine, fine, fine. Though trading 1 for 2 is a bit of a loss, the Blood Gang accepts this wager. Any of the three guests have anything to add? After settling the bet with Lin Yuan, the second master deliberately skipped over the veiled woman who had remained silent all alone. Instead, he asked the others. Lin Yuan subtly glanced towards the far right position, thinking to himself, indeed this woman is no simple figure. Among everyone present, only I can see her. From the moment the second master appeared, Lin Yuan had noticed something unusual. Whether in his posture or his seating, the second master always faced Li Bai on his side, as if no one was sitting in the far right seat at all. It wasn't that everyone was completely unable to see her, rather they all subconsciously ignored this woman, creating a cognitive invisibility effect. Lin Yuan recalled many details from before, like when he had spoken to Li Bai asking them both to let him off the hook, and the surprise and confusion in the other's eyes. At the time he thought Li Bai was playing dumb, but now he realized the man was genuinely puzzled as to why Lin Yuan had addressed him as you two. The woman also sensed Lin Yuan's gaze and turned her head in his direction, seemingly wondering, can this boy actually see me? Lin Yuan had pondered a question: in this world where gods existed, what kind of power did he fear encountering? The answers were numerous, such as death attribute curses, spiritual attacks that defied physical laws, and abilities that could manipulate human cognition. However, today's encounter had considerably eased the tension that had been coiled within him. It was evident that the mysterious woman possessed the means to drastically alter perceptions on a large scale, and her influence extended not only to ordinary people but even ensnared superpowered individuals like Li Bai. Yet Lin Yuan remained utterly unaffected, leading him to a bold conjecture: perhaps that Ascension project had transformed him far more profoundly than he had imagined, possibly even altering the very essence of his existence. At this thought, a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. Li Bai noticed this detail and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. You seem quite confident, young man. But shouldn't you be lending a hand here? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by these words, then quickly snapped back to reality. The casino floor appeared calm on the surface, with everyone waiting for the dice to be revealed. But through his X-ray vision, Lin Yuan could see the fierce struggle happening inside the dice cup. The cup was now filled with white smoke, a manifestation of Li Bai's ability as he desperately tried to keep the dice at their original numbers. Opposing him were several blood-red threads descending from the top of the dice cup. The second boss's large hand remained firmly planted on the cup, and these threads clearly extended from his palm, threading through the air holes and into the cup. In this form of contest, the tangible certainly held an advantage over the intangible. 2 of the 3 dice had already been forced to the numbers the second boss desired, leaving only the last one tumbling and struggling. Were it not for the substantial smoke still within, granting Li Bai a final chance to fight back, the cup would likely have been lifted long ago. The second boss smiled. What's the matter, Detective Lee? You're not pinning your hopes on some nobody, are you? Li Bai didn't respond. His focus was entirely on the dice, wary of the other man flipping the cup open while he was distracted. Seeing that Li Bai wasn't taking the bait, the second boss wasn't annoyed. Exhausting his opponent's stamina in this manner was clearly advantageous for the conflict that was sure to follow. Lin Yuan naturally had no intention of standing idly by. He pressed his palm against the gambling table and countless nanobots infiltrated from beneath the felt, surging towards the dice cup. Inside the cup, a small silver-gray hand the size of a die silently took shape and emerged from under the felt. The instant it appeared, it shot out with lightning speed, seizing all the blood-red threads descending from above and yanking them violently. With a sharp snap, the blood-red threads were forcibly torn apart. The upper portions retracted swiftly into the second boss's body, while the severed ends fell onto the tables, felt twitching a few times before dissolving into a slimy, disgusting substance akin to a fungal mat. Simultaneously, the fingers of the second boss's hand, still resting on the dice cup, twitched violently twice as if struck by a cramp. "You little brat!" The threads that Lin Yuan had severed were no ordinary flesh, they were the equivalent of his nerves. The pain from this was no less than having an arm chopped off. Having received the blessing of the Church of Life, the second boss's nervous system had long been replaced with the Church's granted divine tendrils. Nourished by these divine tendrils over time, his muscle tissue had been altered, granting him jumping power, explosive strength, and other physical attributes several times that of an ordinary person. But this power came at a price. For every segment of divine tendril lost, a part of his body would irreversibly necrotize. "Second boss, what's wrong with your hand?" Lin Yuan taunted with a sly grin, seeing the man's chagrined expression. The second boss's face darkened further and he ground his teeth. "It's not over yet." Immediately more blood-red threads descended from the small hole at the top of the dice cup. These were much thicker than before, with numerous branch-like offshoots, clearly a nervous system closer to the main trunk. Faced with this overwhelming web of blood threads, the nanobot hand seemed to retreat in defeat, scurrying into a corner of the cup. Seeing this, the second boss pressed his advantage, flooding the cup with a mass of divine tendrils, nearly filling it completely. But at that moment a smirk played on Lin Yuan's lips. The small hand inside the cup suddenly transformed, producing a pair of sharp scissors, and with a decisive snip it cut through the very base of the divine tendrils. The second boss had no time to react, feeling only a searing pain shoot through his nerves. His legs gave way, his balance lost, and with a heavy thud he collapsed face first onto the table. Are you a priest of the Church of Life?" "No, impossible. I don't sense the suppression of a superior." "Who are you?" Li Bai, who had been silent, narrowed his eyes. Lin Yuan's abilities were indeed somewhat similar to those of the Church of Life's priests. He had noticed this when Lin Yuan first made his move. The reason the second boss was only realizing this now was that Lin Yuan's initial action was so swift that the man had lost his perception of the dice cup's interior before he could even comprehend what had occurred. He possesses abilities similar to a priest, yet he is not bound by the Church's strict hierarchy. There's only one explanation: he inherited his power from the Church's god blasphemer. Connecting this to the Veiled One murder case, where the priest was investigating a life core from the Church of Life before his death. Combining these two clues, the identity of the person before him was almost certain. This young man was the very culprit he had been hunting all along. And through a convergence of coincidences, Li Bai had indeed inexplicably deduced Lin Yuan's identity. Although the deductive process differed somewhat from reality, you can't argue with the accuracy of the result, can you? The second boss lay on the table, writhing in agony, his gaze at Lin Yuan no longer one of contempt but replaced by profound terror. Finally realization dawned on him. You are a god blasphemer." Lin Yuan stated calmly. "According to your terminology, I suppose you could say that. So second boss, are we opening the dice or not? The Blood Gang isn't going to stoop to being sore losers, are they?" A flicker of despair passed through the second boss's eyes. He knew that Li Bai and their own boss Xueren were both divine office bearers. These so-called divine office bearers, somewhat similar to god blasphemers, were individuals who paid a certain price to obtain abilities akin to those of a priest. The difference was that one borrowed or traded for their power while the other stole or plundered it. Originally, the plan was that even if the Blood Gang lost, they could simply overturn the table and resort to violence. With their boss and the other high-ranking members of the Blood Gang all blessed with divine tendrils, they wouldn't have been at a disadvantage in a fight. But the situation was different now. This young man before them was highly likely the murderer of the Veiled One. The sudden appearance of such a formidable figure had almost instantly shifted the balance of power in the room. Maybe. Just admit defeat. The second boss inwardly lamented, knowing full well that this path would also lead to his demise. Li Bai knew full well who stood behind the Bloodcloth Gang. The sole reason he pressed them to confess openly was to use it as leverage against the Church of Life, compelling them to stand down. Should the second master dare to utter that name, every member of the Bloodcloth Gang from its highest ranks to its lowest would face a fate worse than death. Fortunately, this second master was a man of habitual caution.
Even though he believed the bet was all but secured, he had still prepared a contingency. And one must not forget, among those present who had not left the gambling table besides Lin Yuan and Li Bai, there was also a portly man lingering to watch the spectacle. That man was no casual patron to begin with. The second master shot him a subtle wink. Understanding the signal, the portly man slid both hands beneath the table, bracing to flip the entire gambling table over. If the table were overturned, the Bloodcloth gang could call off the wager under the pretext of an unforeseen accident. At most they would have to return the principal and offer a bit of compensation. As for the various stakes that had been piled on afterward, naturally none of them would count. The second master's plan was sound in theory. Unfortunately for him, Lin Yuan had long since detected anomalies in the portly man's heartbeat and breathing patterns and was fully prepared for a sudden assault. The moment the portly man moved to flip the table, Lin Yuan's hand had already slammed down upon it with crushing force. Yet among those present someone reacted even faster than he did. From Lin Yuan's vantage point, he could clearly see that the portly man's hands, though they had yet to touch the table, halted a mere inch above its surface, as if they had struck an invisible wall of air. Even as the veins bulged upon his neck, the man could not move a single inch further. It was the woman in the black veil. She had made her move. So she's on our side after all. The second master's nerves had been severely damaged, leaving him temporarily immobile. He lay sprawled across the gambling table, utterly oblivious to what was unfolding. Seeing the portly man frozen in place, he bellowed in fury, "Fatty! Make your move now." Li Bai's line of sight was too restricted to perceive the true situation. He could only assume that Lin Yuan had pinned the table down. Unwilling to let the night drag on any longer, he abandoned further words and stepped forward, wrenching open the dice cup in one decisive motion. 335, 11 big. The bystander wins. Now tell me who exactly stands behind you. Even as he spoke, he produced a cassette recorder from his pocket. The second master's lips trembled as he struggled to speak. But suddenly countless crimson threads exploded from beneath his skin, lancing straight toward Li Bai. Li Bai's reflexes were swift, half his body dissolved into mist to evade the strike. With one hand he drew a short blade from his lower back to fend off the ensuing attacks. With the other he snatched up the revolver from the table and blew the second master's head clean off. The portly man beside Lin Yuan underwent a similar transformation. The flesh upon his body rapidly withered, drained of all vitality, replaced by blood-red tendrils that writhed and swelled beneath his skin like parasitic vines. Lin Yuan had no intention of waiting for death. He extended his hand, and within half a second nanobots converged in his palm to forge a sleek minimalist longsword. With a single cleaving stroke, the mummified portly man was split in two from the chest. Yet Lin Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. The blade had cut through with almost no resistance, as if slicing into a brittle roast duck. He looked again at the corpse, which had already collapsed into an empty husk, hollow within, nothing but a shell of skin slumping to the ground. The flesh tendrils, sensing danger the instant his sword was drawn, had already burst forth from the portly man's back. The creature resembled a monstrous octopus, half its tentacles planted upon the ground to support its body, the other half coiling backward, poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the Bloodcloth gang around them had completed their own transformations, each dissolving into masses of writhing flesh tendrils. Those caught in the assault as well were the peripheral members, new recruits who had joined the gang not long ago and had yet to receive their blessing. Ah! What kind of monster is this? Help! Completely caught off guard, half of these people were slaughtered within moments. A few breaths later they all lay fallen in pools of blood. The intent of the mastermind behind all this was unmistakable. They would not allow a single member of the Bloodcloth gang to speak a word. Schwerin, hidden on the third floor, wore a grim expression. Not only had he failed to complete the task assigned by the Church of Life, but the Bloodcloth gang, which he had painstakingly cultivated, would cease to exist after this night. Yet he had no choice. Li Bai alone was already a formidable nuisance. Coupled with that, heretic Schwerin knew that without resorting to unconventional measures he stood no chance against either of them. Thus he could only intervene from a distance, forcibly awakening the divine tendrils. Only then could he hope to have a fighting chance. As for why he didn't simply flee. With the Church of Life's commission left unfulfilled, if Schwerin failed to eliminate those two to atone for his failure, he would be skinned alive at the very least. Yi Weiwen would not listen to any excuses. The mere thought of that man's method sent an involuntary shiver down Schwerin's spine. With this thought, Schwerin leaped down from the third floor, his blood-red hands morphing into razor-sharp claws, driving straight for Lin Yuan's head. Downstairs, Lin Yuan and Li Bai were surrounded by over a dozen writhing flesh tendrils. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Yuan's ears twitched. He caught the sound of a window shattering above, followed by the rapid whoosh of something hurtling toward them. Schwerin's strategy was simple: eliminate the one with the noticeably weaker divine breath first, then concentrate all his efforts on taking down Li Bai. Evidently he had failed to grasp why the masked one had met his end at Lin Yuan's hands. The reason these people could not sense Lin Yuan's divine breath fluctuations was that his body utilized energy with an efficiency approaching 100, much like a perfectly combusting car engine that leaves no trace of gasoline in its exhaust. In comparison, for others to achieve even 20 utilization of divine breath was already considered exceptional.
Therefore, regardless of whether one's divine breath was strong or weak, whenever they activated their abilities, a significant amount of it would dissipate into the air, allowing others to perceive it and gauge their strength accordingly.
"I've been waiting for you," Lin Yuan sneered. "System combat mode."
Without a moment's hesitation, he issued the command to the system. A surge of immense energy erupted from his heart, flooding through his brain and every limb. Lin Yuan's vision sharpened once more. This was the same state he had entered during his battle with the Masked One, and its name was self-explanatory. In that very instant, the eruption of energy was like flooring the accelerator in a car. Lin Yuan unavoidably emitted what could only be described as a wave of divine breath.
How is that possible?
Schwerin felt for just a split second the man's divine breath intensity surge dozens of times over, only to vanish again the next moment as if it were all a mere illusion.
Schwerin wanted to pull back, but being midair he couldn't change direction and had to grit his teeth and press on.
Lin Yuan's mind raced, analyzing the gaps and optimal evasive paths among the several flesh vines attacking him. Then his body moved with incredible speed.
So fast.
Schwerin barely had time to exclaim before Lin Yuan had already broken through the encirclement, thrusting his longsword straight at him. Schwerin raised his hand to block, but a sly smile of success appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The longsword in his hand suddenly burst apart, splitting into countless sharp spikes that, like a porcupine raising its quills, enveloped Schwerin's entire body. Thud! Thud! The sound of spikes piercing flesh rang out in succession. Schwerin's body was instantly riddled with holes like a honeycomb, blood streaming down, except for his blood-red hands, which remained intact and impenetrable.
Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Is that all?
Logically, such injuries would incapacitate any natural creature. The spikes were not only embedded at different angles but also had barbs and serrations interlaced, making them impossible to pull out by force. However, Schwerin was clearly not a normal person. Ignoring the tearing pain, he casually extracted himself from the cluster of spikes, tearing away chunks of flesh and internal organs without a care. Schwerin glanced at his riddled body and said calmly, "I underestimated you. No wonder you're the heretic who could kill Lord Masked One. Truly remarkable." Lin Yuan was thoroughly disgusted by the sight, feeling like he'd lose his appetite for days. He reformed the cluster of spikes back into a sword, twirled it deftly, and flicked off the unidentified human tissue stuck to it.
"You're not bad either. You've got a knack for being disgusting. Ever considered teaching a weight loss class?" Schwerin ignored Lin Yuan's nonsense and closed in again.
Lin Yuan struck out with his sword, but it was continuously blocked by Schwerin's blood-red hands, which were as hard as steel. Lin Yuan wasn't foolish. He quickly noticed something was off about those hands. He stopped engaging head-on and instead used his speed and footwork to target the parts of Schwerin's body that couldn't be defended. His speed was simply too fast.
Schwerin couldn't protect his body. After several attempts, he simply gave up defending and tried to trade blows.
This fighting style completely disregarded damage to the torso, as if the body was merely an accessory and the hands were the true essence.
Lin Yuan didn't understand Schwerin's behavior.
Even if your true body is really these hands, if I smash your body to pieces, what support will you have to fight back with? Compared to Schwerin's ferocity, Lin Yuan's movements were light and precise, each time dodging attacks from a clever angle and then counterattacking with a sharp strike. After several exchanges, the flesh around Schwerin's waist was almost completely shaved away, leaving only an exposed spine supporting his entire torso. Sure enough, without the pull of muscles, after another exchange, Schwerin's upper body uncontrollably tilted to the side, clearly unable to stand straight anymore. Seeing this, Schwerin stopped attacking and stood still, tilting his head. During the battle, Li, by wielding a short knife in one hand and a revolver in the other, deftly entangled the flesh vines, preventing any of them from joining the fight against Lin Yuan and significantly reducing his pressure.
There was no helping it.
These vines were quite tough and possessed the Life Church's powerful regenerative abilities. Unless a special bullet could hit the heavily protected connection points, they were very difficult to kill. Li Bai came to Lin Yuan's side and, looking at the motionless Schwerin, warned, "Young man, your footwork is good, but don't be careless. The priests of the Life Church are all unkillable monsters. Besides, this is their territory. Since Schwerin has shown himself, he probably has a contingency plan." Schwerin glanced at Li Bai, and the flesh vines around him stopped attacking at his signal, gathering behind him. The entire casino had turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Apart from the three of them, there were no other survivors.
At least they could talk freely without having to hide anything. "Inspector Li, are you sure you want to ally with this heretic? This brat is the murderer of Lord Masked One.
If word gets out, how will your police department answer to the Life Church?
How about this?"
Schwerin grinned, licking the milky white fluid leaking from his damaged eye, and continued, "Let's join forces and kill this criminal together." With this achievement, coupled with the Life Church's influence, you could not only enjoy a smooth career but at least get another promotion.
And I can report back to my superiors. What do you say? Li Bai chuckled and said, "Boss Shue, that idea is too ordinary. How about listening to mine?" His tone shifted, becoming calm but with words that pressed relentlessly. "You've been laying low, never exposing your abilities all these years as a priest of the Life Church. You have motive, and after the incident you were within the area the police department had cordoned off. What a coincidence. You fit every criterion the police department has for the murderer of the masked one." After hearing Li Bai's words, Lin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "Good grief, in here I thought you were a kind, upright and pure policeman who wouldn't cave to pressure from above. I never expected you with your honest looks to be able to call white black. How shameless." Xueren also listened with a twitching brow and after a long while said, "Humph, those arguments of yours might work with other churches. But the Life Church has an insurmountable hierarchy. How could I possibly kill Lord Masked One? If you were in my shoes, would you believe it?" Li Bai shook his head. Under normal circumstances that would be true. But since Lord Masked One was personally responsible for retrieving that life core, its level must be quite high. What if you first had your subordinates plot to seize it and then absorb the life core to elevate your rank? Xueren flew into a rage upon hearing this, blurting out, "I am Secretary Ye's man. Secretary Yi will vouch for my innocence." Upon hearing the name Secretary Yi, Li Bai's eyes lit up, but he quickly suppressed it. He shook his head again and continued, "You don't understand how great a crime collecting lifeblood is. It's an act that has incurred the wrath of everyone. From the very beginning the church has treated you as a scapegoat. Even Yi Weiwen wouldn't dare bring this up publicly, so he certainly won't protect you." Xueren clenched his fists, the bloodshot veins in his eyes intensifying, and a mad look appeared on his face. Fine. You two think you've got me all figured out. As long as I kill you both, who's to say what story gets told?" With that, the fleshvine monsters quickly climbed onto Xueren's body. The exposed bones on his spine, thighs and other areas were quickly covered by blood-red tendrils. Even the parts that were still intact were casually torn off by Xueren as if making room for them. In the blink of an eye, except for his hands, all the muscle tissue of Xueren's body was replaced by flesh tendrils, transforming him into a monster composed of countless intertwined tentacles. Lin Yuan inwardly scoffed, thinking that if one ignored the overpowering stench of blood and its color, the current Xueren bore a striking resemblance to the tire mascot from those Michelin advertisements. Li Bai tossed away the cigarette but in his hand and lit a fresh cigar. Setting everything else aside, the Church of Life certainly has a knack for ruining one's appetite. His fighting spirit surged. "Let me test this fellow first and see what he's made of." With that, he charged forward. Lin Yuan, however, remained rooted to the spot, intently observing the battle. Li Bai's ability seemed tied to smoke. He primarily employed two methods. One was controlling the smoke itself and the other was transforming his body into a vaporous form which allowed him to dodge attacks while greatly enhancing his agility. This ability sounded formidable at first glance, but upon closer consideration it wasn't all that impressive. The similarity to the smoker from that pirate manga was remarkably high. He was a master at survival but sorely lacked offensive prowess. Li Bai in truth felt quite aggrieved by this. His smoke ability could seep into any crevice. If he hadn't been facing a fleshy monstrosity like the Church of Life, he could have guided the smoke into his opponent's body to wreak havoc from within, is silent, insidious and nearly impossible to defend against. Unfortunately, an adversary like Xueren was his natural nemesis, a being that required no respiratory system or internal organs, surviving solely on raw flesh and blood. Against such a foe, Li Bai had to rely on external means, namely the specially crafted short blade and revolver in his hands. Closing in on Xueren, Li Bai's blade danced in a flurry of slashes, each cut dealing considerable damage. Yet the fleshy vines coiled around Xueren possessed astonishing regenerative abilities. Cut one down and two more would immediately sprout in its place. Xueren for his part exploited the Church of Life's absolute hierarchy of control, manipulating these flesh vines as if they were his own muscle tissue. Every raised leg and thrown punch was heavy and explosive, executed with extreme speed, perfectly compensating for any physical frailty. Initially the two traded blows evenly. But as time wore on, Xueren gradually grew accustomed to this combined form, his movements accelerating with each passing second. Within 2 or 3 minutes, the moment Li Bai's body rematerialized, Xueren's blood-soaked hand was already upon him. Li Bai would have no choice but to dissolve into smoke, once more trapped in a vicious cycle. "FCK, is this bastard using me for practice?" Li Bai retreated to Lin Yuan's side, now holding only his short blade. The revolver from his other hand had been knocked somewhere unknown. He wiped the sweat from his brow and asked in a low voice, "Picked up on anything?" Lin Yuan remained silent, one hand propped against his chin, seemingly lost in thought. Xueren let out a cold snort. "Pretentious fool. I am an invincible existence now. Even if you rack your brains, what can you possibly do?" Lin Yuan shot him a glance, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. "There may indeed be an invincible being in this world, but it is certainly not you. In just these 3 minutes I've spotted several flaws in you. Killing you would be child's play. I'm merely contemplating the optimal approach. Shuaren was taken aback, then sneered, "Oh really? Then do enlighten me." Lin Yuan replied, "For instance, those flesh vines on your body. They may appear immortal, but they cannot sustain this state indefinitely. Otherwise, why would they drain their host dry before detaching? If I'm not mistaken, maintaining them requires an enormous expenditure of energy. Perhaps we needn't fight you at all. If we merely stall long enough, they will wither on their own." Shuaren was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're quite clever, boy. Unfortunately, time is on my side. Let me tell you the truth, Secretary Yi is already on his way here. Can you really hold out until the divine vines wither?" His words were indeed accurate. Yi Weiwen had visited the casino just tonight. When the battle erupted, he hadn't yet left the blockade zone. Sensing the divine aura dispersing from the fight, he was now rushing over at great speed. By Lin Yuan's estimate, he should be arriving any moment now. Lin Yuan paid him no heed, striking out directly. The long sword in his hand thrust straight toward Shuaren's head. This time Shuaren didn't overestimate himself, he raised both hands to shield his skull. "Just as I suspected. Though you've abandoned your body, you remain within the category of a living being. Even if you can temporarily discard useless organs like your viscera, your mind still requires a vessel to reside in." Shuaren's combat intelligence was formidable. At the start of the battle, he had allowed the sword's thorn-like projections to pierce his entire body, including his head. But that had been intentional, a ruse to create the illusion that he didn't need a body. In reality, while his head could withstand a degree of damage as long as it remained intact, his consciousness could persist. Yet if the entire cranium were destroyed, he wouldn't die, but his consciousness would vanish. Once that happened, bereft of conscious direction, the remaining body would become a vegetable-like existence, helpless and utterly defenseless. Shuaren gnashed his teeth. "So what? My speed matches yours now. Can you even touch my head?" The two figures crossed paths repeatedly. Empowered by the divine vine, Shuaren's physical capabilities had reached a terrifying level. Every swing of his body produced a piercing whistle through the air, matching Lin Yuan's combat state without any inferiority. Lin Yuan grinned again. "And the third point. To maintain such high agility, you need skeletal support. Muscles alone can't achieve this. An invertebrate's undulating movement can never match the speed of an arthropod's limbs." Lin Yuan wasn't merely fast, one mustn't forget that he too possessed regenerative abilities that rivaled the Church of Life's horrifying healing. At this moment, Lin Yuan also abandoned all defense. He allowed Shuaren's hands to pierce straight through his chest, while his own hands transformed into blades, plunging into Shuaren's abdominal cavity. The overclocking of the energy core surged immense power through Lin Yuan. Under this force, the nanobots at the blade's edge drew closer together, oscillating at a fixed frequency to form a high-density vibrating edge that effortlessly tore through the flesh vines. With barely a pause, he severed Shuaren's spine into 3 sections. Impossible. Shuaren's bones had been reinforced, though not as strong as his arms, they were far from easily destroyed. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, he couldn't comprehend how Lin Yuan could sever them with sheer physical strength. But he would have no more time to ponder. After severing the spine, Lin Yuan retreated half a step, pulling his body free from the blood-soaked hands, then executed a high-speed pivot to appear behind Shuaren. Shuaren tried to turn around, but the severed spine caused a tremendous delay in his movements. "It's over." Lin Yuan's voice came from behind Shuaren's head. The next instant, consciousness faded as the vibrating blade horizontally cleaved through his skull. With consciousness gone, the flesh vines detached from Shuaren's body, collapsing to the ground like octopuses scattered across a seafood stall. Only then did Lin Yuan get a full view of Shuaren's skeleton. Golden veins were distributed across the bones, surely this was what made the frame so indestructible. It was at this moment that Li Bai finally snapped out of his shock. "That's done." Lin Yuan smiled calmly as his arms reverted to normal hands. "As I said, this fellow was riddled with flaws." Li Bai fell silent, at a loss for words. "Hold on, man. That guy had me completely under his thumb just moments ago. How can you say he was full of flaws? By that logic, I must be utterly pathetic, right?" Despite his inner grumbling, Li Bai stepped forward to examine the scene closely. When he laid eyes on the golden filaments woven through Shuaren's bones, his jaw dropped in astonishment. This is gold. In this world, gold was not the precious metal familiar to Lin Yuan from his past life. In this realm, gold and silver referred to 2 other exceedingly rare theological materials of immense value. Silver, while relatively more abundant, possessed the unique property of being insulating against divine breath. The special bullets Lin Yuan had seen on the steel-helmeted guards were silver-plated, capable of piercing the defenses of certain extraordinary entities. Li Bai's own dagger was alloyed with silver. Gold, however, was far rarer. Even Li Bai, a seasoned chief inspector, had only encountered it once or twice by sheer chance. This metal was an exceptional conductor of divine breath. When infused with it, gold attained an indestructible property capable of overpowering silver unless the proportion was overwhelmingly in silver's favor. At this moment the golden threads, now devoid of divine breath, were retracting from the bone surface back into the arms. Clearly these patterns had always been concealed within Shui Ren's limbs, only extended through some special technique. Li Bai could hardly conceal his shock. How on earth did you break through this stuff? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before explaining as simply as he could, by using divine breath to compress the blade structure at the molecular level, then vibrating it at a specific frequency to release a dissociation wave, thereby disrupting the molecular structure of whatever it touches. Li Bai. Lin Yuan turned his attention back to the pair of bloodied hands. With the gold's enhancement gone, Shui Ren's bones reverted to an ordinary human's fragility. Lin Yuan easily severed the arm bones and retrieved the hands. Shui Ren was not inherently weak in terms of pure combat prowess, he was even slightly stronger than the previous masked one. After Lin Yuan voiced his confusion, Li Bai explained it's quite normal. The definitions of divine official, divine practitioner and god blasphemer merely denote different sources of power, there's no absolute hierarchy of strength. He glanced at the peculiar arms again, adding, besides the Shui Ren was indeed somewhat strange. All his power seemed to originate from those hands. Li Bai soon discerned the anomaly. These aren't human hands, are they? They seem to be a theological artifact from an ancient era. Theological artifacts were a collective term for tools empowered by divine breath. They could be swords, blades, or even oddly shaped objects like spectacles or toothbrushes. This craft once flourished, but most of its knowledge has been lost to time. Only the upper echelons of the church and a few exceptional factions retain a fraction of the manufacturing techniques. After listening to Li Bai's explanation, Lin Yuan used his penetrating vision to scrutinize the structure of the hands. A special biological membrane encased the exterior, remaining extraordinarily tough even without divine breath infusion. The interior was far more complex, comprising a slowly writhing active biological substance as its core interlaced with intricate golden circuitry and mechanisms. Clearly these hands were alive. Lin Yuan was torn. This so-called theological artifact was evidently invaluable, and abandoning it was out of the question. But taking them directly. They were after all property of the Church of Life. Who knew if some hidden safeguard had been left on them? After mulling it over for a long while, Lin Yuan finally made a decision. He asked Li Bai, this thing should count as my spoils of war, right? Do I have the right to dispose of it? Li Bai was taken aback by the question, nodded, then asked with curiosity, what are you planning? Don't tell me you're thinking of taking it with you. Items from the Church of Life bear unique marks that are easily tracked. Lin Yuan shook his head. I'm not foolish. But since I can't take it and I can't leave it for the Church of Life, there's only one option. Recycling. Lin Yuan commanded the nanobots within his body to begin consuming the gold from the severed ends. The nanobots inside him were still composed of ordinary metal with only average strength. Now that he'd encountered such a rare material as gold, how could he possibly let it slip by? Seeing Lin Yuan's actions, a sense of foreboding crept over Li Bai. He wanted to stop him, but before he could even speak, the gold within the arms suddenly liquefied and surged into Lin Yuan's body. Stop. What kind of technique is that? Do you have any idea how precious a special theological artifact like this is? This is ancient technology. It's over 1,000 years old, a treasure of human civilization. How could you? Li Bai rambled on, but Lin Yuan didn't hear a single word. Within a few breaths he had completely absorbed all the gold from the arms. Deprived of the golden formations, the ravages of 1,000 years instantly manifested. The once tough biological membrane on the arms oxidized, turned black, and became brittle. A mere pinch reduced it to dust, and with it the biological activity was extinguished. Li Bai slapped his forehead in despair, the light fading from his eyes as if he had lost a beloved. His face was a mask of utter desolation. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder, consoling him. Come on, don't look like you've just lost your mother. At least the gold will serve some purpose with me. It's better than leaving it for the Church of Life, right? Li Bai finally accepted the reality, but then another thought struck him. Wait, aren't we forgetting something? On a rooftop several hundred meters away, a mysterious woman shrouded in a black veil silently observed their direction. A night breeze stirred gently, lifting her veil to reveal a perfectly contoured jawline and a hint of lonely cold resolve. She frowned slightly, seemingly displeased, and murmured, those two kids are too bold. Why haven't they left yet? Down on the street below, the mayor's secretary Yi Weiwen was sprinting. His meticulously slicked back hair was now completely disheveled, swaying freely in the wind generated by his frantic dash. He had slung his expensive custom-tailored suit jacket over his shoulder, and a sheen of fine sweat soaked through his white shirt, outlining his muscular frame and revealing the dense black tattoos hidden beneath. His breathing was ragged, clearly in a desperate hurry to reach a destination. Yet had a third person been present they would have noticed that he was in fact running in circles. Yu Weiwen had shed his usual flippant demeanor replaced by a face full of grim seriousness. Why haven't I arrived yet? Is this street really this long? Seeing that Yu Weiwen seemed to be catching on the woman on the rooftop narrowed her eyes slightly. She raised a fair slender hand, a strange wisp of light gathering at her fingertip. Just as she hesitated she noticed that the two reckless kids had finally finished cleaning up the battlefield. The woman let out a quiet sigh of relief. Her time was already running short and the kid's sensible exit had saved her some effort. After an indeterminate span of time Yu Weiwen finally wrenched himself free from that ceaseless cycle, his steps halting abruptly as he warily scanned the surrounding darkness. His previously stagnated thoughts surged back and he realized, during that past period his very perception had been tampered with. What unsettled Yu Weiwen even more was his utter uncertainty as to when the hidden hand had struck. Someone set a trap for me. Glancing down at his feet Yu Weiwen spotted something amiss. At the center of the clean street a stark white circular pattern stood out. Upon closer inspection it was evident that the mark was formed by countless overlapping footprints so numerous that the very stone bricks beneath had sunken noticeably from the relentless trampling. Sensing that the aura belonging to Schwerin in the distance had vanished entirely, Yu Weiwen's face turned ashen, veins throbbing on his forehead as he snarled, Who is it? Meanwhile on the other side, after weaving through several streets and confirming no pursuers, Lin Yuan chose a secluded alley. Leaning against the wall he endured the stalled state following the exit from combat mode. He summoned the system interface to assess his condition. Ding! System notification: this overclocking session lasted a total of 18 minutes. Energy core stability 68. Overall body integrity 98. This stability value represented the energy reserve for maintaining combat mode should the intensity of battle escalate. The duration of this state would correspondingly diminish drastically. Overall body integrity referred to the total completeness of the nanobots within him, which increased with the strength of his body's materials. An ordinary person possesses tens of trillions of cells, whereas Lin Yuan's body housed an equivalent number of nanobots. Although these machines possessed self-repair and replication functions, their capabilities were not without limits. It was akin to an army conscripting soldiers hastily on the battlefield. Not only was the quality of the recruits inconsistent, but there was also the risk of infiltrators with ulterior motives. If combat continued unabated even with constant reinforcements without adequate time for reorganization and training, the army's combat effectiveness would plummet rapidly, and in the most extreme scenarios mutiny could erupt. For Lin Yuan this translated to latent damage within his nanobots, necessitating meticulous inspection and repair after exiting combat. When this number dropped below 40 his body would enter a weakened state post-battle. To facilitate the nanobot self-diagnosis below 20 the body would forcibly sever energy supply after the fight to prevent program malfunction. The manifestation of this was physical paralysis requiring several days for gradual recovery. Below 0. The system did not specify the exact outcome but issued a stark warning: the body faced the risk of imminent collapse, a state that must be absolutely avoided. Of course this replication limit was exceedingly high, and in the short term Lin Yuan needn't worry about the integrity issue, as the energy core would likely give out first. For now the priority is to procure a couple of life cores to strengthen the energy core. After restoring his true appearance, Lin Yuan took the back streets to his small dwelling at No. 27 Peachtree Street. He casually closed the door behind him, but as he turned his gaze abruptly sharpened, a figure was seated in the chair. Startled by the sudden sight of a silhouette, Lin Yuan jumped. Fortunately the darkness posed no obstacle to his vision and he quickly discerned the face. It was his beautiful landlady, who had a penchant for taking advantage of him. Though Wang Shuan was draped in a coat, it failed to conceal her lithe and alluring figure. The edges of a silk nightgown peeked out from the collar and hem, stirring the imagination. Perhaps it was the draft from Lin Yuan's entrance that disrupted a delicate balance, for in the next instant Wang Shuan's head lolled to one side, seemingly on the verge of tumbling from the chair. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yuan lunged forward and steadied her firmly. Though she hadn't hit the ground, the sound of his footsteps roused her from slumber. Wang Shuan groggily opened her eyes, initially believing she was still dreaming, and closing them again. But the next moment the warm, tangible sensation told her this was no dream. Instinctively Wang Shuan parted her lips slightly. MMPH. The piercing scream was strangled in its infancy by the quick-thinking Lin Yuan. Shoo! It's me. Don't shout, you'll wake the neighbors and risk complaints. As her pre-sleep memories gradually resurfaced, Wang Shuan finally came to her senses. Becoming aware of their awkward positioning, a blush crept up her cheeks. After she nodded, Lin Yuan helped her sit upright and slowly withdrew his hand. But in the next moment his arm was seized once more. Wang Shuan gripped his arm with one hand while using the other to relight the kerosene lamp on the table that had been blown out by the wind. You little scoundrel, if you truly dare to sell your blood, I'll kick you out. No, that's not it. I'll disown That doesn't seem right either. Stammering for a long while, Wang Shuan failed to complete her sentence. Holding his arm up to the lamp, she meticulously inspected it, and only after confirming there were no needle marks did she breathe a sigh of relief. If you really dare to sell your blood, I'll throw you out and disown you as my good nephew. Then, as if a thought struck her, she crossed her arms and interrogated, so tell me, where were you off to in the dead of night instead of staying home? A slight smile tugged at Lin Yuan's lips. Seeing her flustered and angry, a wave of warmth washed over him. Though her words were harsh, she cared deeply for him. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just went out for a stroll. Wang Shuan looked at him suspiciously. Really? Not off to meet some secret lover? Lin Yuan. It took considerable effort to dispel Wang Shuan's doubts, and after extracting a promise from her not to tell anyone about his nocturnal outing, he finally saw her out the door. Lying in bed, Lin Yuan tallied the night's gains. Before leaving, he and Li Bai had discovered and destroyed the blood pool in the basement that stored lifeblood. This lifeblood lost its potency upon contact with the ground, and the ordinary residents who had unknowingly had their lifeblood extracted would gradually recover their health. As a model citizen, Lin Yuan had not only assisted Inspector Li of the police department in cracking a major case involving the collection of lifeblood, but had also inadvertently unearthed the culprit behind the murder of the masked one. With this, the lockdown on these 3 blocks should be lifted before long. Additionally, Lin Yuan himself had reaped considerable benefits. Gazing at the gold coalescing in his palm, roughly the size of a finger, his mood brightened considerably. He had tested it, channeling the energy from his core into the gold-composed nanobots, produced an effect akin to divine breath, and even superior. Though it was only a small amount, if concentrated, for instance enveloping a fist or forearm, it could enhance the strength of that specific body part tenfold or more. Alternatively, he could form it into a blade. The higher the integrity, the sharper the edge. Combined with his vibration blade, there would be little he couldn't cut through. However, this technique couldn't be used carelessly, for now reserved only as a trump card. In this world, gold emitted light. Even in pitch-black darkness it gleamed brilliantly, recognizable at a glance. Li Bai had cautioned him never to reveal the existence of the gold unless absolutely necessary. If others discovered he possessed it, it would undoubtedly invite a great deal of trouble. In the dead of night, Yi Weiwen stood on the deserted street. The sweat on his shirt had dried, fluttering in the autumn wind with a crisp rustling sound. After an indeterminate amount of time, having confirmed that there was no ambush lurking nearby, Yi Weiwen finally took his first cautious step forward. Have they already left? It seems you have no intention of killing me. Let me guess, perhaps it's not that you don't want to, but rather you can't. With that thought, Yi Weiwen quickened his pace and arrived at the casino entrance within 2 minutes. Just hours ago this place had been ablaze with lights and buzzing with voices. Now it was shrouded in utter silence. Stepping through the casino's doors, he was assaulted by a nauseating stench of blood. Inside the main hall, dozens of corpses lay strewn haphazardly across the floor, severed limbs scattered about in a gruesome display. Among them, over a dozen withered, emaciated bodies were the most unsettling, drained of flesh and blood, leaving only shriveled husks behind. Yi Weiwen recognized at a glance that these were the handiwork of the divine whiskers. Evidently Shuiren had sensed something amiss before the battle and awakened those dormant divine whiskers. Unfortunately, even so, Shuiren still met an untimely demise. Yi Weiwen couldn't help but curl his lip in disdainful. Obsessed with developing some combined technique, if only he'd spent that effort studying the divine artifacts I gave him. He wouldn't have ended up with less than a tenth of their potential unlocked. Though taken aback by Shuiren's death, Yi Weiwen found it had little impact on his overall plans. He had never been one to put all his eggs in one basket. Contingency plans were already in place. It would merely cost him a bit more time, and time was something he had in abundance. The only pity is losing such an intriguing subject of observation. I was curious to see just how much potential that thing truly held. Well, no matter. I'll simply find it a new owner. His gaze drifted to where Shuiren's arm should have been. Only a severed stump remained, and the item was nowhere to be found. Though those blood hands appeared to be combat-oriented divine artifacts, Yi Weiwen knew all too well that they were far more complex than they seemed. When the item was in an ownerless state, it would seek out a new master on its own. It emitted a peculiar psychic frequency that compelled people to instinctively regard it as a priceless treasure, irresistibly driven to claim it as their own. At first the effect was subtle, but as its influence deepened, the wielder of the blood hands would gradually lose their sense of self, progressing from admiration to obsession and eventually to a state where it severely disrupted their work and daily life. In the end, the owner would invariably descend into complete madness. They would sever their own original hands, and only then would the blood hands truly acquire a new master. Yi Weiwen lightly dragged his thumbnail across the pad of his index finger. With barely any visible effort, the finger was cut open and a single drop of blood arced through the air. This was a tracking technique. So long as a mark had been placed on an object beforehand, his blood could guide him to its location. Yet the drop of blood hovered in midair for a long moment, unmoving. A flicker of foreboding crossed Yi Weiwen's mind. The next second the blood lost its levitation and plummeted straight down. This signified that it had failed to locate the marked item. There were only two possible explanations: either the marked object was extremely far away from Yi Weiwen, beyond the bounds of Iron City, or judging by the timeline the culprit couldn't have fled that quickly. Which left only one conclusion: the thing had been destroyed. Yi Weiwen's fists clenched with a crackling sound as he let out a low guttural roar. Who? Just who? Shuiren's death was of little consequence, but that item, he had paid a hefty price to acquire it and had invested considerable effort into unraveling its properties. Now before he could fully study it, it had been destroyed. How could that not infuriate him? Moreover, Yi Weiwen had witnessed the terrifying mental influence of those bloodhands firsthand. Even he had nearly fallen under their sway. What kind of person could possibly remain unaffected? Little did Yi Weiwen know, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could never have imagined that the world contained an anomaly like Lin Yuan, someone naturally immune to cognitive interference and contamination who had never been affected in the slightest from the very beginning. Just as Yi Weiwen gnashed his teeth contemplating how he would tear the culprit limb from limb, the wail of police sirens accompanied by the rumble of engines drew nearer from the distance. This is the place. Spread out and surround the scene. Careful, there's the smell of blood inside. Over a dozen investigators pushed open the casino doors and flooded into the main hall. The two leading officers each held a revolver in one hand and a flashlight in the other, sweeping beams of light across the hall. As the gruesome scene gradually came into view, several inexperienced new investigators leaned against the wall and vomited their retching echoing in succession. Ugh! What? What happened here? Alert! Someone's over there. The flashlight beam froze on Yi Weiwen and countless gun barrels immediately trained on him. Everyone lower your weapons. A familiar voice barked from the crowd. Are you blind? This is Secretary Yi from the City Hall, don't you recognize him? Yi Weiwen turned his head and immediately spotted Li Bai's stubble-covered face among the group. Inspector Li, what are you all doing here? Yi Weiwen's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Li Bai gave an awkward chuckle. Oh, you see, it was you who ordered me to swiftly apprehend the killer of the Veiled One, remember? Yi Weiwen looked puzzled. What does that have to do with my question? Li Bai slapped his forehead. Right, forgive my poor memory, I forgot to brief you. He then explained, after a full week of relentless investigation by our police department, we finally picked up traces of the suspect not long ago. According to reliable intelligence, the suspect is believed to be a member of a local gang and also a hidden priest concealing his true identity. Not only that, but during the course of the investigation we also discovered that this gang has been secretly collecting lifeblood, suspected of planning an illegal ritual. We've now gathered sufficient evidence. After consulting with several senior superiors, we unanimously decided to carry out the arrest tonight. By the way, the suspect's name is Shuiren. Yi Weiwen's pupils contracted sharply at the words and his tone turned icy as he spoke. Inspector Li, do you have any idea what you're saying? Li Bai offered a faint smile, his previously timid demeanor completely transformed as he spoke with steady confidence. Shuiren is a divine officer and he was within the police department's designated lockdown zone. He had both the capability and the motive. Moreover, the evidence regarding his gang, the Blood Men extensively collecting lifeblood, is conclusive. If Secretary Yi has any doubts, I can show you the files. Yi Weiwen didn't even need to look at the so-called files. The other party's current posture made it clear he had come fully prepared. A divine officer who had been concealing his identity was already suspicious enough. Fabricating a few testimonies mingling the evidence of the Veiled One's murder with the lifeblood collection, such a blend of truth and falsehood would leave no discernible flaw. It was only then that Yi Weiwen realized the truth. All the cooperation and ingratiating behavior from this man before had been a ruse, all meant to lull him into a false sense of security. Inspector Li, do you truly not know who Shuiren is? Yi Weiwen's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Li Bai was a clever man and he was willing to give him one more chance. Li Bai looked puzzled. Isn't he just the murderer of the Veiled One who also collected lifeblood and attempted to orchestrate an illegal ritual? Why? Could he possibly be one of Secretary Ye's men? A sudden silence fell over the scene and the very air seemed to drop a few degrees in temperature. After a long pause, Yi Weiwen suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. How could that be? He's just a desperate outlaw. What would he have to do with me? Li Bai put on a relieved expression. Then, scanning the room, his gaze finally settled on Shuiren's corpse. He commanded his subordinates, since the suspect is dead, this case can be closed. Notify the patrol units to lift the lockdown. Before he could finish, Yi Weiwen spoke calmly. Inspector Li, is this matter truly concluded just like that? Li Bai paused slightly, then turned around. Does Secretary Yi have any further instructions? Yi Weiwen's expression had already returned to its usual composure, a faint curve even forming at the corner of his lips. Shui Ren's death and all these corpses on the floor, do you not intend to investigate further? Li Bai replied, of course we will investigate. Perhaps it's a gang turf war or maybe an act of vengeance. But that constitutes a separate case and detectives will be assigned to look into it in due course. Li Bai's meaning was clear. The city hall's order to them had been to capture the culprit behind the veiled one's death at any cost, even if it meant completely sealing off the Taohuatali and Taoshu districts without regard for the residents within. But since this now concerned a different case, such stringent measures were no longer necessary. No, you cannot lift this lockdown. Yi Weiwen's smile broadened. He continued, Shui Ren's death is highly abnormal and the scene is extremely bloody. I suspect that cultists have infiltrated Iron City intending to perform a blasphemous ritual. Hearing this, Li Bai's heart skipped a beat. This madman isn't thinking of. The next second Yi Weiwen's words confirmed his fears. As a priest of the Church of Life, I hereby decree the Divine Slaughter Edict. From this moment this case is under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. The so-called Divine Slaughter Edict was a decree enacted when the Church determined that heretics in a certain area were attempting to summon an evil god or engaging in other acts that could cause severe harm to the Church. It granted the Church the authority to forcibly take over all local power. Once decreed, the life and death of everyone within the designated zone was entirely at the Church's discretion. This was the authority bestowed upon the Church by the gods, requiring no substantive evidence, only inference to be executed. And there were no less than 4 such churches within the kingdom. Yi Weiwen, are you out of your damned mind? Li Bai's eyes burned with fury. Abandoning all pretense of civility, he crossed the distance in 2 strides and grabbed Yi Weiwen by the collar. Yi Weiwen, however, said nothing, merely watching Li Bai with a smile on his face. Just as Li Bai was about to speak, a police officer rushed in frantically from outside the casino, shouting, Inspector! Something terrible has happened. Outside. The Inquisition is everywhere outside. The late-night street was dimly lit by the murky glow of street lamps. Patrol officers outside the casino had set up a cordon, idly chatting in small groups while keeping watch. It's been a week already, working overtime every day. I wonder when this will all end. Should be soon, haven't we got the suspect cornered? Hey! Do you guys hear something? You hear it too. It sounds like it's coming from up ahead. The heavy stench of blood mingling with the chill of the autumn night was unsettling enough. At these words everyone else immediately raised their weapons in alert. As time passed, a group of figures clad in white robes slowly approached from the end of the street. Their footsteps were uniform and solemn, their robes fluttering slightly in the wind with dark red runes faintly visible at the hems as if stained by blood. At the front were several white-robed figures with their hands crossed over their chests, murmuring incantations under their breath as if engaged in some devout prayer. The crowd behind them carried a massive black iron cross. Its shape was bizarre, not of the ordinary kind, with sharp twisted edges. Upon it a heretic was bound with thorny vines, the statue's expression one of terror and despair, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who saw it. Who goes there? A young patrolman couldn't help but shout, trying to bolster his own courage. But his only response was the low droning chant of the white-robed figures. The sound grew louder, seeming to invade everyone's eardrums, instilling an inexplicable fear in their hearts. Soon the procession of white-robed figures had surrounded the police. Their movements were unhurried, yet they carried an intangible pressure. The police exchanged nervous glances, their palms sweating. They certainly didn't dare to open fire. But without orders they couldn't retreat on their own. They could only back away slowly, trying to maintain their formation. Quick! Go inside and find Inspector Lee. The patrol captain leading the team was a veteran of the police department. As if recalling some unpleasant memory, he spoke in a dry, strained voice, one word at a time. Tell him. The Inquisition has come. Back to the present, Yi Weiwen casually pried Li Bai's hand from his collar. From now on your police department is only responsible for the outer perimeter. We will handle all matters within the lockdown zone. You should be able to manage such a trivial task, shouldn't you? Although he knew certain things were already a foregone conclusion, Li Bai still felt a sense of injustice. Iron City hasn't seen a Divine Slaughter Edict in nearly 20 years. Is this truly worth it? Yi Weiwen's tone was indifferent. Of course it is. It's precisely because the Inquisition has been out of sight for so long that some people have forgotten who truly holds the power in Iron City. Li Bai warned, don't you forget the price of issuing the Divine Slaughter Edict. The so-called price was a hard-won achievement of the kingdom's parliament, serving as a form of restriction on the edict. To issue the Divine Slaughter Edict, a priest must stake their own life as a guarantee. If the investigation ultimately yields no results, that priest must die to appease the public's anger. However, this situation had almost never occurred since the decree's enactment, serving only as a form of self-consolation for the parliamentarians. The reason was simple. If no results were found, why not simply fabricate some? Remember who holds the power within the edict's zone. Li Bai gritted his teeth. You remember this. I will be watching you closely. If I ever get a hold of any leverage against you, I swear by the god of all things I will fight you to the bitter end. The system's alarm chirped precisely at dawn, its cheerful cuckoo calls dragging Lin Yuan from the depths of slumber. Rubbing his disheveled hair, Lin Yuan grumbled at the system, enough, I'm awake. The grating melody stirred an old familiar dread, a relic of childhood mornings ruled by the tyranny of school. Though his augmented body had no physiological need for rest, Lin Yuan clung to the ritual of sleep, not out of necessity but for the simple psychological comfort it provided. Even in repose his system remained vigilant, capable of snapping him to full alertness in an instant. Today he had risen early with a purpose to survey the world outside. Drawing back the curtain, he found the sky barely touched by the pale light of dawn. His gaze swept past the modest buildings opposite, and the system instantly magnified the view. According to last night's agreement with Li Bai, the lockdown on the district was supposed to be lifted this morning. Yet as expected, an unexpected complication had arisen. The blockade remained in place. Could something else have gone wrong? Lin Yuan muttered under his breath, about to turn away when a peculiar sight on the street below seized his attention. Strange shadowy figures had materialized on the road, standing at precise 15-meter intervals. They formed a rigid uniform line like a sudden forest of pillars sprouting from the urban landscape. Each figure was draped in a gray cloak, its hem swaying gently in the morning breeze. Their heads were bowed, faces concealed within the shadow of their hoods, and they stood utterly motionless, resembling statues. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed deeper as he watched. An instinctive unease prickled his senses. These were no ordinary residents, nor were they police. That left only one possibility: the church. Perhaps his movement at the window was too conspicuous, for one of the figures raised its head and glanced directly at him. Their eyes met across the distance. A resonant bell tolled through the morning air, its long sonorous peal shattering the silence of the cordon district, a signal. The grey-clad figure nodded in his direction, and Lin Yuan offered a polite smile in return. At the sound of the bell, the silent congregation dispersed, each member heading purposefully toward the nearest residence. A rhythmic cascade of knocks echoed through the streets. One by one, residents peered out from their doors, their faces a mixture of sleepiness and confusion. A middle-aged man, still groggy, opened his door to the sight of the street. Before he could react, a devotee spoke. Do not be afraid. We are servants of the goddess of life, bearing her blessings and guidance. We invite all of you, all who have not yet lost their way, to proceed to the small square to receive her teachings and bathe in her holy light. He hesitated at first, but the devotee pressed on. This is the sole path for every resident of this district. It is your final chance. To defy is to blaspheme against divine grace. The man snapped out of his daze, wasting no time in hurrying back inside to rouse his wife and daughter. The family of three hastily threw on coats and, supporting one another, made their way toward the square. Along the way, more families joined the procession. Soon the street swelled into a human tide. The air was filled with the dense patter of footsteps, yet a strange unnerving silence prevailed. No one spoke a word. Of course not everyone was so compliant. One woman, clearly terrified, cracked her door open just a sliver. Through the gap she pleaded, "Sir, my family has been devout believers for decades, doing good deeds all our lives. Please have mercy and let us be." The devotee outside, however, showed no emotion. He didn't even offer another word of persuasion. He simply turned and walked away in silence. Watching his retreating back, the woman gritted her teeth as if making a momentous decision. She closed the door, turned the key twice, and locked it completely. Her neighbors cast pitying glances her way. It was a common understanding in Iron City, when the church spoke to you calmly, it was best not to defy them. To do so was to invite a far worse fate. Those who resisted were surely guilty of past blasphemy or disrespect towards the church, too afraid to face the divine envoys. Like a turtle pulling its head into its shell, foolishly believing it can escape its impending doom. Lin Yuan witnessed all of this, his frown deepening. Things seemed to be spiraling in the worst possible direction. The Church of Life's intent was clear: gather everyone and scrutinize them one by one. Lin Yuan had no doubt that stepping into that square would be walking into a trap. But attempting a breakout now would inevitably implicate Wang Shuwen and the entire building's residents. After much deliberation, Lin Yuan decided to take a gamble. If the Bloodmen gang and even Li Bai had found nothing suspicious about him yesterday, then perhaps the Church of Life wouldn't either. Soon a knock came at his door, accompanied by Wang Shuwen's urgent voice: "Nephew, get up quickly. The Church of Life has taken over the blockade. Everyone must gather at the small square." "Coming," Lin Yuan replied, opening the door. As soon as there was a gap, Wang Shuwen squeezed through and pressed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. Wang Shuwen then whispered, "Something big is happening. The police have all been withdrawn, replaced by the church. Do you know what that means?" "What does it mean?" "That faith trumps all. Seeing Lin Yuan still joking, Wang Shuan huffed and gave his chest a light punch, her eyes wide with exasperation. Stop fooling around. I'm serious. Have you ever heard of the Divine Slaughter Edict? Seeing Lin Yuan shake his head, Wang Shuan quickly explained the situation and then cautioned him, remember this from now on, no matter who asks, I am your aunt. You must internalize this and believe it with all your heart. The church has many methods. If you can't even deceive yourself, they'll see right through you. Lin Yuan felt a strange sensation stir within him at her words. He didn't doubt her intentions, but they were strangers. Why would she risk so much to help him? Wouldn't it be safer for her to simply report him to the church and hand him over? Besides, he had snuck out just last night and now all this commotion. Didn't she suspect him at all? As if reading his mind, Wang Shuan crossed her arms and lifted her chin slightly. What are you staring at? We've been in the same boat since we fooled that patrol officer. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. That excuse was a stretch. Deceiving a patrolman might cost a fine or at worst a few days in a cell. But deceiving the church, that meant the tribunal of penance. These were not in the same league. He had heard that no one emerged from that place unscathed. They either came out broken, driven to madness, or they joined the church, becoming its most devout followers. Lin Yuan quipped, say. You're not falling for my dashing good looks, are you? Wang Shuan was rendered speechless. Wang Shuan took a deep breath and shot him a glare. Mind your manners. No more jokes, just listen to me. Once we survive this ordeal, I'll settle the score with you. Lin Yuan saw her serious expression and held back his teasing remark, nodding gently. All right, auntie. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Yuan and Wang Shuan did not linger in the building. They quickly blended into the stream of residents flowing onto the street. The shops lining both sides of the street were shuttered tight. The city, once bustling, was now shrouded in silence. The moving crowd resembled a river pulled by an invisible force, all converging toward the small square ahead. Rapid heartbeats, rising body temperatures, and involuntary swallowing, Lin Yuan could easily sense the tension and oppression gripping the crowd through their physiological reactions. No one knew what awaited them in the square, yet no one dared to resist. Such was the authority the church had established over the years. Lin Yuan lowered his head in thought. As Wang Shuan had said, if the church truly possessed the means to peer into one's mind, the situation would become exceedingly troublesome. He himself was immune to cognitive manipulation, so he had nothing to fear. But what about Wang Shuan? Could an ordinary person like her truly deceive the church's interrogation methods? After much deliberation, Lin Yuan still felt it was too risky. If they turned and fled right now, he was 90% confident they could break through. Even with Wang Shuan in tow, he had a 70 to 80% chance of ensuring her safety. However, if they did that, Wang Shuan would likely have to spend the rest of her life in hiding, never able to walk the streets openly again. Lin Yuan wanted to hear her opinion. He moved closer and whispered, Wang Shuan, what if I told you? I have a 70% chance of getting you out of here. Would you come with me? Wang Shuan's heart skipped a beat. Setting aside how easily his words could be mistaken for a confession, his statement practically admitted that Lin Yuan himself was the one the church was after. Wang Shuan glanced around nervously, afraid someone might overhear. She then lowered her voice, a hint of helplessness and a sigh in her tone. Don't do anything rash. I don't want to leave Iron City. If you're worried I can't handle the church's questioning, don't be. I know what I'm doing. Lin Yuan gazed into her eyes and saw a flicker of resolve. Though he couldn't tell if her confidence stemmed from naivety or experience. Still, he nodded and temporarily set the thought aside. As the crowd converged on the small square, the Inquisition troops stationed outside the cordon also sprang into action, contracting inward like a tightening net. They seemed to possess some method of detecting life force. Wherever they went, no matter how well hidden a person was, they would be dragged out. A former thief curled up in the crawl space of a building trembled uncontrollably. Although he knew the church's massive operation couldn't possibly be for him, fear still kept him from surrendering himself. He was terrified. If that old incident were dragged up during questioning, his life would become worse than death. Years ago he had robbed a house. Since he operated at night, he couldn't tell what was valuable in the dark, so he simply stuffed every small trinket on the table into his sack. Only after counting his loot did he realize he had stolen a palm-sized statue of the goddess of life. Later he learned that the master of that house was in fact a servant of the Church of Life. The thief was consumed with regret. He knew that any crime involving the church, no matter how minor, would be tried by the tribunal of penance. After much agonizing, he decided to take the secret to his grave. From that day on, the thief went straight and never dared to commit another crime, fearing that if he were caught the old affair would come to light. Believe it or not, by living diligently for 2 years he actually managed to scrape together a small fortune. As for the stolen statue of the goddess of life, he enshrined it. Every night he would kneel before it in repentance, praying that the merciful goddess would forgive his sins. "Goddess of life, please bless me. This humble one truly knows his wrongs. If I can just get through this, I swear I'll give away all my wealth and serve you even more devoutly for the rest of my days." The thief clasped his hands together and prayed in a low voice. Suddenly heavy footsteps echoed from within the building. He knew the Inquisition had arrived. Perhaps because of his past as a thief, the man had hidden himself extremely well. Even a professional policeman would have a hard time discovering someone was concealed in this house. Yet the footsteps of the Inquisitor drew closer and closer. The thief clutched his own throat, terrified that even the faintest breath might give him away. He didn't know how long passed, maybe 10 seconds, maybe 30, maybe a full minute. The immense pressure in his heart made him lose all track of time. Only when the footsteps faded into the distance did he finally let out a long breath. He wiped the sweat from his brow and carefully pressed his eye to a crack in the wooden boards. He wanted to see if the figure had truly gone, but all he saw was a black concentric circle surrounded by white. At first he didn't register what he was seeing. But in the next second a chill enveloped his body and sheer terror shattered his sanity. "Ah!" The thief let out a blood-curdling scream. That thing. It was an eye. As the Inquisition's encirclement tightened, all traces of life vanished in their wake. Half an hour later everyone within the cordon had been herded into the small square. Though called small, it was actually the size of a football field. Still, with 20 or 30,000 people packed together, it was extremely cramped. Shortly after entering, Lin Yuan and Wang Shuan got separated from the other tenants. Lin Yuan held one arm loosely behind Wang Shuan's back, shielding her as much as possible from the crushing pressure of the crowd. Inevitably, this posture led to some physical contact and Wang Shuan's face flushed crimson. To avoid embarrassment, she resorted to blaming him first. What are you looking at? Winter's coming, so what if my face is red from the cold?" Lin Yuan spread his hands innocently. "I didn't say a thing." In truth, although he was facing Wang Shuan, his attention wasn't on her at all. He was using his peripheral vision to survey the layout of the square. The small square was located at a large crossroads. On one side a simple elevated platform had been erected. Judging by their robes and attire, the people on it were clearly high-ranking members of the Church of Life. The other 3 roads were where the crowd had poured in from. In the surrounding buildings, figures draped in white robes, the Inquisition, stood at every window, balcony and rooftop. On the ground, grey-robed believers formed a perimeter outside the crowd. Lin Yuan asked in a low voice, "Do the different robe colors mean something special?" Wang Shuan was taken aback by the question. It took her a moment to realize he truly hadn't been looking at her, which only made her blush even deeper. The ones in grey robes outside are the believers, mostly common folk from Iron City. The ones in white robes in the buildings are the Inquisition, some volunteered while others are reformed sinners from the Tribunal of Penance. Finally, there are the people on the platform. Most of them are servants of the divine, the most devout believers who serve the goddess and the Church's High Council. And those whose robes are woven with red threads regardless of the style are the priests. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Just by looking he could count at least 7 individuals adorned with red-threaded garments. That many. Today Yi Weiwen rarely forewent his signature suit. Well, he hadn't actually taken it off, merely draped a clerical robe over it. The ill-fitting it at least kept him from looking too out of place on this stage steeped in sanctity. "Tell me, Secretary Yi, is all this fanfare truly necessary? Could it be that you were frightened out of your wits last night?" The voice came from a woman beside him, clad in a nun's habit. Well, one could barely call it a nun's habit. Her attire was rather distinctive. Beneath the white lapels lay a vast expanse of cutouts revealing undulating contours in full view. The fabric at her waist was also daringly slashed, exposing her slender midriff without reservation. Yet her lower half was wrapped in a voluminous nun's robe, forming a stark contrast to her provocative top. Most eye-catching of all, however, were the blood-red patterns adorning her garments, proclaiming her extraordinary status. Yi Weiwen shot her a glance. "No need to mock me. Since I've summoned the 2 of you here, rest assured I have my reasons. I don't act without purpose." With that he shifted his tone, a hint of teasing curling at the corner of his mouth. "As for you, my dear Mother Superior, you remain as restless as ever. Altering the nun's robe on a whim right in front of Deacon Fan, aren't you afraid he'll turn around and report you to His Holiness the Pontiff?" The Mother Superior's face stiffened slightly, but she quickly melted languidly against the Deacon Fan beside her. "Brother Fan isn't petty like some people. He dotes on me the most, don't you?" She cooed, her voice dripping with saccharine charm, a sight that held a certain deadly allure. The man addressed as Deacon Fan was a refined gentleman in standard priestly vestments, his face adorned with a warm yet distant smile. From start to finish he remained silent, not partaking in their banter. Judging by their positions on the stage, it was evident they were the highest-ranking individuals present. The core of the Church of Life comprised 4 branches. Firstly, the Holy Hall. Though few in number, its status was paramount. Nominally under the direct command of the pontiff, its practical affairs were largely managed by the deacons. Thus this deacon fan could well be considered the pontiff's right-hand man. Secondly, the monastic order comprised of nuns and monks oversaw charitable activities such as education, healthcare and social relief, running institutions like orphanages, nursing homes and hospitals. Depending on their gender, the heads were called Mother Superior or Father Superior. Thirdly, the penitential tribunal. This was the church's enforcement arm responsible for apprehending, judging and reforming criminals. The inquisitorial army served as its primary martial force. Yi Weiwen's position within the church was precisely the chief inquisitor of the penitential tribunal. The final branch was the enigmatic choir tasked with leading the faithful in hymns during liturgical services. And that was essentially it. Yi Weiwen had invited these two over out of sheer prudence. He wasn't particularly concerned about the killer of the masked one in Schwerin, as all available information suggested the culprit was merely a recently converted blasphemer. His inquisitorial army boasted nearly a dozen divine priests, such a foe posed little threat. What truly gave Yi Weiwen pause was the mysterious figure who had ambushed him last night. That person could be an accomplice of the killer or perhaps a third party intervening. Regardless, their abilities were not to be underestimated. A power capable of disrupting cognition was indeed a troublesome affair. But Yi Weiwen was confident such power had its limits, especially when faced with 3 department head-level priests simultaneously. If they were truly that formidable, why hadn't they simply killed him last night? All right, everyone is gathered. You two just sit back and watch. What follows should be quite a show. As the inquisitorial army encircled the plaza's perimeter, the Church of Life finally made its next move. Under the church followers shoving the common folk's space in the square was compressed further, all herded towards the eastern half. Lin Yuan kept a low profile, careful not to reveal his abilities. To shield Wang Shuwen, he had no choice but to hold her close, preventing her from being taken advantage of amidst the chaos. Yet this came at a cost. He found himself in an excruciating predicament. With a soft, warm body pressed against him, he had to forcibly suppress the surging desires within. They were pressed so intimately close that even a slight reaction would undoubtedly be noticed by Wang Shuwen. Smack! Another wandering hand attempting to take advantage of the confusion was unceremoniously swatted away by Lin Yuan. He leaned his head close to Wang Shuwen's ear, whispering with a wry smile, "And Wang, your allure is truly astonishing. No wonder you disguised yourself the first time we met. Look at the way these people stare. If the church weren't here, I suspect they'd tear me limb from limb." Wang Shuwen's face was now flushed crimson, the color creeping down to the base of her neck. Gritting her teeth, she seized the moment when Lin Yuan was off guard and pinched his waist hard. "Please control yourself. My toes are about to give out. Don't misunderstand." During the earlier commotion, her high heel had been jostled off. With nowhere to step, she could only balance her toes on top of Lin Yuan's feet to keep from being swept away by the crowd. Feeling the slight pain on his instep, Lin Yuan whispered soothingly, "Hang in there a little longer. The crowd is starting to move." At that moment, at the boundary between the east and west sides of the square, small booths resembling telephone booths had materialized. However, their partitions weren't made of glass but of a black substance of unknown origin. Under the guidance of church personnel, each commoner had to enter one in turn. Lin Yuan noticed that everyone spent about a minute inside before exiting from the other side. However, a few unfortunate souls were dragged away in despair by the inquisitorial army. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please don't send me to the tribunal. I never blasphemed the goddess. Just now my mouth was bewitched. Someone is trying to frame me. Let me try again, I beg you." Cries of anguish and pleas for mercy filled the air. From these fragments it could be deduced that those small rooms possessed the ability to detect falsehoods or perhaps compel one to speak the truth. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. Ignoring Wang Shuwen's burning red ears, he leaned in and whispered, "Are you certain you can pass this?" Wang Shuwen nodded earnestly. "I'll be fine. You be careful too." As the crowd thinned, the two finally arrived before the small booth. The gaze of the inquisitorial army swept over them. One of them pointed at Wang Shuwen. "You enter first." Without hesitation, Wang Shuwen walked steadily into the booth, the door closing behind her. "You wait a moment." The inquisitor turned his cold gaze upon Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded, switching his vision to X-ray mode. Even with his mental preparations, he was still shocked by the sight. The exterior of the booth was made of a substance like a stratum corneum, but its interior was a slowly writhing mass of flesh. Countless blood-red veins extended from the booth's lining, creeping outward like living things, eventually converging on the inquisitor standing by the door. Through his hand resting on the door handle, they connected to his body.
Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, continuing his observation. He soon discovered that the Inquisitor's body contained no normal human organs. Instead it was filled with the same tumorous tissue as the inside of the booth. This is... Lin Yuan formed a bold hypothesis. The Inquisitor before him and the booth were in fact one entity. Or to put it another way, this booth was a part of his body. Lin Yuan remained vigilant, watching the pavilion closely, ready to intervene the moment Wang Shuan faced any danger. As Wang Shuan stepped into the pitch-black room, an impenetrable darkness engulfed her and an unsettling sense of oppression permeated the air around her. Moments later a deep resonant voice echoed from the walls, "Do not resist. Answer 2 questions and you shall be free to leave." Instantly several tentacles descended silently from the ceiling, their suction cup-like tips gently pressing against the acupoints on her head. The touch was cold and moist, sending a shiver down her spine. First question: do you possess any knowledge regarding the murderer? Wang Shuan's heart raced, but she fought to maintain her composure. The murderer. I know nothing. I am completely in the dark. The voice offered no response, as if it were silently evaluating her statement. It then inquired further. Second question: have you ever committed any act that harms the Church of Life or blasphemes the Goddess of Life? No. I have not. Absolutely not. Wang Shuan declared with unwavering certainty. A few seconds later a definitive click echoed from the darkness and the door to the west suddenly swung open. A man clad in a believer's robe stood outside, a professional smile fixed on his face. Congratulations on passing the test. Please proceed to the Western Plaza to rest. You will be released once the screening concludes. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Wang Shuan successfully navigate the ordeal. Just moments ago he had witnessed an ordinary citizen in the adjacent pavilion lose control, spilling a litany of crimes mocking the Church of Life before being ruthlessly dragged away by the Inquisitors. So tyrannical. Can't even voice a complaint behind their backs. Though he mused on this, Lin Yuan knew that now was not the time for idle concern. His primary objective was to navigate his own way through this ordeal. Stepping into the pavilion he felt the suction cup-tipped tentacles immediately attached to his head, just as they had for those before him. Unsurprisingly, the device had absolutely no effect on him. Mimicking the demeanor of an ordinary person, Lin Yuan easily blended in and passed the test. Emerging from the western gate, the waiting Wang Shuan approached him. Are you all right? What happened in there? Lin Yuan nodded, and as they walked towards the Western Plaza he asked in a low voice, how did you manage to get through? Wang Shuan hesitated for a moment, then explained softly, my great-grandmother was a priestess of the Church of Life. Though our family's prominence has long faded, she left behind some relics like our ancestral home on Taohua Street, and also... She quickly pulled a delicate metal pendant from her collar, showing it to Lin Yuan for only a brief moment before tucking it away. This pendant can protect the soul from external disturbances. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully and chose not to press further. Time passed slowly, the screening process arduous and tense. It was nearly dusk before the ordeal for the crowd in the plaza finally drew to a close. Those who passed exhaled in relief, engaging in hushed conversations, congratulating themselves on their virtuous daily lives and reverence for the divine. The scene appeared harmonious, yet a strange undercurrent lingered. A significant number of people had been taken away, a full tenth of those present, yet no one mentioned them as if they had never existed. Even if those taken were relatives, friends, or lovers, no one dared show the slightest discontent. It was as if such topics were taboo and merely touching upon them would invite calamity. Noticing Lin Yuan's furrowed brow, Wang Shuan stood on her tiptoes, resting her elbow on his shoulder. What's wrong? You don't look pleased. Lin Yuan sighed. Don't you find the atmosphere here unsettling? So many people were taken away. Even if they were just passing acquaintances, shouldn't someone feel a pang of regret or sympathy? What's there to be happy about? Wang Shuan fell silent, then spoke slowly. This is the norm in our world. I don't know what your world is like, but judging by your reaction it must be a fortunate place. Her tone was calm yet laced with a hint of complex emotion. Wang Shuan had long suspected Lin Yuan's status as an outsider, and he was aware of her suspicion, though neither had ever explicitly acknowledged it. Otherwise she wouldn't have patiently explained things that were nearly common knowledge. Lin Yuan shook his head. Let's not dwell on that. Something feels off. Wang Shuan looked puzzled. Isn't it all over? What's the problem? Lin Yuan's gaze fixed on the high platform ahead, his voice low. If it were truly over, why haven't they announced our dismissal yet? Secretary Yi, is this the grand spectacle you spoke of? Can this screening method of yours truly identify a blasphemer capable of hiding in plain sight? The head sister stretched languidly, utterly indifferent to the provocative display of her figure, her expression nonchalant. She was deeply curious about what Secretary Ye's little drama was meant to achieve. After all, this chief inquisitor was famously known as an eccentric within the church.
For instance, while most high-ranking clergy preferred to be addressed by their ecclesiastical titles, Yi Weiwen favored his secular one, secretary. Furthermore, his often inscrutable thought process always led him to devise schemes that others found utterly bewildering. Facing the head sister's skepticism, Yi Weiwen merely offered a faint smile. Don't you find it immensely entertaining to watch a target plummet from the elation of a narrow escape into the abyss of despair? The head sister propped her chin on her hand in a theatrical gesture, leaning back in her chair, once again carelessly revealing a glimpse of porcelain skin. She sighed languidly, hopeless. Truly the people of the Church of Life are all mad. I pity our dear pontiff. Deacon Fan, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. That's you people. Don't include me in that assessment. He glanced at his watch and tapped it impatiently. Secretary Yi, time is of the essence. The church still has a mountain of affairs awaiting my attention. Can we speed this up? Yi Weiwen offered a formal church salute, his tone serene. Of course, Deacon. With that he strode to the very edge of the high platform and an attending acolyte respectfully handed him a prepared microphone. A piercing screech emanated from the plaza's loudspeakers, instantly silencing the murmuring crowd. All eyes snapped to the high platform. Citizens, Yi Weiwen's voice was deep and commanding, carrying a strange authority. It is my distinct honor to inform you that you have all passed the church's test, proving yourselves to be the most devout followers of the goddess of life. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, mixed with sighs of relief. But his next words hit them like a bucket of ice water, instantly chilling the atmosphere. However, Yi Weiwen deliberately drew out the word, his gaze sweeping over the tense faces before him, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his lips. I have one more piece of unfortunate news to share. There is a heinous blasphemer among you, a cunning individual who still remains hidden in your midst. The crowd erupted into chaos. A blasphemer. No wonder the district has been sealed off for so long. It was to catch him. Thank the life goddess for her protection. We are finally safe. The head sister, observing the commotion below, leaned back lazily and cast a casual glance at Yi Weiwen, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Your opening words are quite stirring. Yi Weiwen remained non-committal to her teasing and continued in a steady voice. You should all be well aware that blasphemers are the most wicked and terrifying beings in this world. If we allow one to hide among you, it will not only bring disaster to your district but could also inflict irreversible misfortune upon the entire Iron City. His gaze swept slowly across the crowd below, carrying a mesmerizing force that seemed capable of piercing the deepest secrets of one's heart. However, rest assured, Yi Weiwen paused, offering a meaningful smile. The life goddess never forsakes her followers lightly. She has descended a divine decree revealing to me the method to discern evil. With your cooperation today, we will surely root out this demon and deliver judgment. The crowd gradually quieted, a tense atmosphere beginning to permeate the air, making even breathing feel arduous. Your Holiness, someone finally dared to speak, their voice tinged with both fear and anticipation. What is the method? We will fully cooperate. Yes, my lord, please tell us. Yi Weiwen displayed a gentle smile, yet it carried a chilling undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. He lowered his head slightly, the curve of his lips deepening as if everything was under his control. Patience. Soon you will all know. A sense of foreboding rose in Lin Yuan's heart. His instincts told him that this trial would be impossible to evade. On the stage, Yi Weiwen slowly raised a peculiarly shaped syringe, his voice clear and calm. What happens next is very simple. All you need to do is provide a vial of blood each, and then you can return home. Furthermore, to thank you for your active cooperation, the church has prepared money and supplies for everyone. Everyone gets a share. No need to rush or push, take your time. Recognizing the familiar object, Lin Yuan instantly understood everything. So that's it. He cursed inwardly. All the arrangements, all the schemes were all just groundwork for this moment. How utterly ruthless. From the day the district was sealed off, the church's actions had been inscrutable, but now all the clues connected. Lin Yuan finally realized that Yi Weiwen's target was never him, the murderer of the masked priest. The true objective was lifeblood, a massive quantity of lifeblood. The manhunt for Lin Yuan was merely a convenient bonus. The first step of the plan was to use the masked man's death to pressure the city hall and create a sealed-off zone isolating internal and external communication. Then they secretly ordered peripheral clerics like Xuerun to quietly collect lifeblood. However, Xuerun was just a disposable pawn. The reason was simple: Yi Weiwen needed a vast amount of lifeblood, which would result in many deaths, making it impossible to accomplish silently. Xuerun's fate was sealed from the start, to take the blame and be justly executed. Regardless of who killed Xuerun, the church could conveniently declare that someone within the sealed zone was plotting an evil ritual. Then they would issue a divine slaughter edict to legitimize all actions within the zone. The only unexpected turn in this step was the accidental intervention of Lin Yuan and Li Bai, which resulted in Xuerun being falsely branded as the masked man's killer before the church could pin their own label on him. Although this caught Yi Weiwen off guard, he still adapted and pushed the plan forward. The swift action of the Inquisition last night was also because everything had already been arranged.
The final step was today's spectacle: first display the church's authority to gradually break down the crowd's resistance, then use the screening for blasphemers as a pretext to openly collect lifeblood. If Lin Yuan guessed correctly, Yi Weiwen didn't actually need as many as 30,000 doses of lifeblood. After all, if everyone in the sealed zone died, the church would have trouble explaining it to the outside world. So the actual required amount was probably half or maybe a third of the total population in the sealed zone. This way, even if using the lifeblood caused a mass death event, it wouldn't matter. Everything could be pinned on the convenient scapegoat, the blasphemer whose existence was irrelevant. Lin Yuan's current situation was dire. He had only two options: first, attempt a violent breakout. But whether he succeeded or failed, he would become Yi Weiwen's best evidence. An escape attempt would directly confirm the accusation of a blasphemer's existence, and all deaths in the sealed zone could be logically blamed on him. The second option was to endure the humiliation and continue hiding. Any other ordinary blasphemer might have endured it, but Lin Yuan could not. For one, he couldn't bear to watch Wang Shuwan sacrifice her lifeblood and become a victim of the church's scheme. Furthermore, he himself couldn't possibly complete the so-called blood donation, which would inevitably expose him completely to the scrutiny of the priests and the Inquisition. It seems I have no choice left. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Just as he was about to act, an unexpected event occurred. A young man with red hair suddenly stepped forward from the crowd, pointing furiously at Yi Weiwen on the high platform, and shouted in anger, "Yi, you're also a transmigrator. Do you have to go this far?" As his curses subsided, he turned and yelled to the surrounding people, "Don't believe him, everyone. This is all the church's conspiracy. What they want you to give is lifeblood. Lifeblood. Donating it will kill you." However, his words failed to resonate with the crowd. The response he received was a deathly silence. It wasn't that no one believed him. Humans aren't foolish. Many intelligent people had already sensed something was wrong. But the church's long-established authority suppressed them, preventing even the thought of resistance. They chose to bury their heads in the sand like ostriches, only praying that the next unfortunate soul wouldn't be them. The red-haired man stared at the scene in disbelief, recalling the words of a senior transmigrator: "Those who try to melt an entire snow mountain with their own strength will ultimately freeze to death on that mountain." On the high platform, the head sister chuckled, her tone laced with mockery. "So Secretary Yi is also an outsider. No wonder his methods are so unique. It seems this person knows you. What's your plan? Eliminate a fellow outsider?" Deacon Fan interjected calmly, "You joined late, so it's understandable you don't know. Back when Secretary Yi sought to join the church, he presented the heads of two fellow outsiders as a token of loyalty. This sort of thing should be his specialty." A cold smile curled at the corner of Yi Weiwen's mouth. "Deacon Fan knows me well. I truly didn't expect such a pleasant surprise today. No need for you two to act. My people can handle this small fry." He looked down at the crowd and commanded in a clear voice, "He is an accomplice of the blasphemer, spreading rumors to confuse the public. Seize him." At Yi Weiwen's command, the dozen or so Judgment Corps guards before the platform moved as one, raising their halberds in perfect unison and charging in a line toward the red-haired young man. The red-haired youth was already prepared. He pulled a glass syringe from his pocket and plunged it into his own neck. As his thumb pressed down on the plunger, a surge of powerful divine essence erupted from his body. This was a special agent developed by the Transmigrator organization known as the Snowmelters, containing the life core of a priest in its raw materials. It allowed the user to briefly usurp the divine authority corresponding to that core and gain immense power. It was one of the Snowmelters' key combat assets. Furthermore, anyone who left the organization was given one such syringe. If never needed, it served as a memento, but should it be used, it would mark the final blazing glory of their lives. With a pained roar, scorching flames burst forth from the young man, rapidly engulfing his entire body. A wave of heat swept outward. The watching crowd panicked, screaming and scattering in all directions. The youth swung his arm, sending a searing wave of fire crashing toward the Judgment Corps in front of him. The neatly thrust steel halberds melted instantly in the extreme heat, and the white robes of the Judgment Corps caught fire as well. Despite the searing temperature, the Judgment Corps soldiers expressionlessly tore off their burning garments and continued their fearless charge. Yet their bodies carbonized rapidly in the heat, turning into charred human husks before they could even reach the young man. On the high platform, 4 priests belonging to the Judgment Corps acted in unison, while more soldiers mobilized, encircling the red-haired man completely. Unfortunately, against such heat, the Church of Life's formidable vitality was rendered useless, leaving them fighting with their hands tied. The fire authority of the Church of all things. It's somewhat troublesome for our lower-ranking priests. The head sister looked at Yi Weiwen with an ambiguous smile. "Secretary Yi, do you need our help?" Yi Weiwen's face was cold as he spat out 2 words: "No need." If he couldn't even handle a mere snowmelter, he would lose immense face. From the surrounding buildings, Judgment Corps soldiers drew their high-poundage bows, unleashing a rain of silver-tipped arrows. This forced the red-haired man who had been preparing to charge the platform to retreat. The surrounding judgment corps produced silver shields and spears, and with the 4 priests joining in, the red-haired man gradually became bogged down in a tangled melee. Take care of yourself. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, Lin Yuan took the opportunity to distance himself from Wang Shuan and altered his appearance. Their eyes met across the dozens of meters separating them, and Wang Shuan nodded to signal she was fine. She understood that if they wanted to break out, this was undoubtedly the best chance. But with Church of Life members everywhere, taking her along would only hinder Lin Yuan's escape. Lin Yuan smiled at Wang Shuan and mentally communicated with the system. Activate combat mode. Ding. System notice multiple high-intensity divine essence targets detected ahead. Head-on combat success rate is below 30. Recommend immediate retreat. And also, Lin Yuan knew the system learned from the information he gathered, but he hadn't expected it to evaluate enemy strength so quickly based on divine essence levels. Enough with the chatter, let's begin. The system paused for a brief second. Understood. Combat mode activated. Estimated energy core duration 40 minutes. Body integrity 99. A familiar surge of power filled his being. With a slight push from his feet, Lin Yuan launched himself high into the air. Watching all this, Wang Shuan's beautiful eyes widened and her red lips parted slightly in shock. That man wasn't heading for the exit nor towards the embattled red-haired man, but straight for the church's high platform. Lin Yuan was well aware that while joining the red-haired man's fight would help him, it would also forfeit the element of surprise for an attack on the platform. Capture the king to capture the thieves. A gamble is the only chance. Fighting to the bitter end with the church was Lin Yuan's sole thought. You think you've planned everything? I'll make sure your plans fail. If I can take out the church's high-ranking officials and throw the situation into complete chaos, their schemes will be thwarted. Such divine essence intensity. Sensing the fleeting aura from Lin Yuan, the 3 figures on the platform all wore serious expressions. Yi Weiwen let out a cold snort, swiftly tearing off his cumbersome priestly robes, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan. Is that the one who ambushed me yesterday? No, the fighting style is different. If it were him, he'd strike from the shadows, not step forward so openly. Could it be that heretic? But that's impossible, he only just completed his transformation. Before Yi Weiwen could sort out his thoughts, Lin Yuan was already upon him. His right hand shot up, a sharp blade extending from his fingertips, cleaving through the air, aimed directly at Yi Weiwen's throat. So fast. Yi Weiwen could only raise an arm to defend. However, a cold smirk curled on Lin Yuan's lips. The next instant, countless black spikes burst from Lin Yuan's body, the very same technique that had instantly killed the masked one. A series of wet thuds followed. Taking the unprepared by surprise, the spikes pierced through Yi Weiwen's body, striking his chest, throat, abdomen, and all other vital points without mercy. His body was like a tattered ragdoll, blood and shattered entrails splattering across the platform. The authority of the goddess of life granted her followers immense vitality, but they were not immortal. When vital areas were struck, they too suffered severe injuries or even death. Shui Ren's special nature was largely due to him having placed his life force within his hands. Furthermore, the low-ranking servants such as the Fleshvine monster from yesterday and the Judgment Corps here required no thought, possessed very simple structures, and thus had few vital spots. In contrast, these high-ranking priests who needed to think had their heads, throats, and hearts as vital points. A gurgling cough escaped Yi Weiwen's throat and copious amounts of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. His figure swayed as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet he did not die. Unnoticed by anyone, a sinister face tattoo on his lower back hidden beneath his clothing slowly faded away. Cough, cough. Not bad, worthy of someone who could kill the masked one. A strange smile played on Yi Weiwen's lips as he forced his head up. But did you really think that would be enough to kill me? This was Yi Weiwen's ability. His body housed countless lives, and each time he received a fatal wound he could transfer it to these substitutes. In essence, each tattoo represented a life. The battle has only just begun. Lin Yuan frowned, about to deliver a finishing blow, when Yi Weiwen's chest suddenly burst open. A flesh and blood tiger, as if skinned alive, leaped out roaring as it pounced on Lin Yuan and brought him to the ground. This was another of Yi Weiwen's abilities. Every life he had imprisoned could manifest as an independent entity to fight for him. Lin Yuan swiftly retracted his longsword, 320-centimeter blades extending from between the fingers of each hand. With a nearly feral stance, he tore the tiger apart with brutal force. Blood splattered as the tiger was dismembered, but the next moment more flesh and blood monstrosities surged from around Yi Weiwen's body, wolves, giant spiders, eagles, and even a qilin-like construct of raw flesh. They writhed and tore themselves free from Yi Weiwen's flesh, emitting guttural roars as they encircled Lin Yuan. Yi Weiwen raised a hand, snapped his fingers lightly, and sneered, "That Wolverine look of yours is rather stylish. You're a transmigrator too, aren't you? If you'd stayed hidden, I'd have had a hard time finding you. But jumping out like this, aren't you just asking for death?" Lin Yuan cast him a glance too indifferent to respond. His blades glinted with cold light as he surged forward, meeting the charging flesh beasts head-on. The monstrosities around him howled in eerie unison, hell-bent on tearing him to shreds. Ordinary beasts would have been no match for Lin Yuan, but these abominations were not only immensely powerful, they possessed true immortality, for they were merely puppets controlled by Yi Weiwen. As long as Yi Weiwen lived, even torn in half, they would rapidly regenerate. More troublesome still, whenever Lin Yuan tried to close in on his true target, the Qilin, which never joined the fray, would lunge at him. Its iron-hard body was a moving fortress, mercilessly blocking his every advance. The Mother Superior shook her head. This blasphemer was a fool. At this rate he would only exhaust himself, changing nothing. Yet Lin Yuan did not stop. He charged and fought again and again, seemingly heedless of his dwindling stamina. No one noticed that the metal supports beneath the high platform were diminishing at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. "It's useless," Yi Weiwen said, watching from the side with leisurely amusement, his face betraying no panic, only a hint of mockery. "You can't kill these beasts, and you can't reach me. Just give up already." As he turned away in bored indifference, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly cut through the air. "Turning your back on an enemy in battle, that's terribly rude." As the last syllable fell, the nanobots Lin Yuan had deliberately left behind during his clashes with the monsters suddenly coalesced into solid form. The eagle's wings were instantly locked in metal, a tight metallic collar snapped around the tiger's neck, the giant spider's forelegs were driven deep into the ground, its frantic struggles utterly futile. Seizing that fleeting moment, Lin Yuan shot toward Yi Weiwen like an arrow from a bow. Yi Weiwen scoffed, his tone still composed. "Don't forget, there's still a big one here." The Qilin let out a low growl, attempting once more to block Lin Yuan. But the instant it took a step, countless steel pipes erupted from the ground, forming a cage that trapped it solidly in place. Without another word, Lin Yuan blurred forward, closing the distance in an instant. The moment his opponent turned, a clawed strike pierced straight through his chest. Yi Weiwen's body convulsed violently, his eyes wide with disbelief. He looked down at the wound, piercing his heart, blood seeping from his lips as he gritted his teeth. "Didn't you absorb the life core of our life church?" "What? What kind of ability is this?" As his question rang out, another tattoo on his back faded into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. Seeing that Yi Weiwen still refused to die, Lin Yuan's resolve hardened. He seized the man's throat with one hand while the other wrenched violently, attempting to tear open his ribcage. Yi Weiwen let out a blood-curdling scream, both hands clamping desperately onto Lin Yuan's arm as if trying to stop the wound from widening. But Lin Yuan sensed something amiss. His struggle wasn't mere defense, it was stalling for time. At that very moment, a sharp gust of wind rushed from behind. On pure instinct, Lin Yuan rolled aside, narrowly evading the strike. He whipped his head around to see the Mother Superior finally making her move. Her upper body remained alluring and graceful, her delicate features carrying a hint of mockery. But beneath her skirt, a revolting truth revealed itself. 8 thick tentacles extended from her lower body, writhing in the air like giant serpents poised to strike. "Secretary Yi, you nearly capsized in a ditch, didn't you?" The Mother Superior's voice was as elegant as ever, a bizarre contrast to her grotesque form. Yi Weiwen let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with impatience. "Meddlesome. Even without you he couldn't have killed me." The Mother Superior said nothing more, her 8 tentacles lashed out, hurtling straight toward Lin Yuan. At the same time, more tattoos on Yi Weiwen's body materialized into monsters, joining their metal-bound comrades and rapidly freeing them from their restraints. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. Once the nanobots left his body, they could only execute simple commands and couldn't last long. Once their energy ran out, they reverted to ordinary metal, soon destroyed by the monsters. The battle erupted into a fever pitch once more. With the Mother Superior and a fresh wave of monsters joining the fray, the pressure on Lin Yuan multiplied. The tentacles struck with terrifying force, each lash gouging a massive crater into the platform. What was even more staggering was that the Mother Superior's attacks followed a discernible pattern. The tentacles' movements faintly echoed a martial art. Arching the back, sinking the hips, locking the waist. Lin Yuan dodged while silently griping. Has she been practicing Tongbei Fist with those tentacles? Even so, Lin Yuan's movements remained swift and precise. After several hair-raising exchanges, wounds burst open across his body, yet they closed just as quickly. The Mother Superior frowned. Not only was this man's body extraordinarily tough, but he also possessed the Life Church's regenerative traits. She muttered under her breath, "An unkillable monster. How troublesome. Is this what others feel when fighting us?" Lin Yuan smiled faintly and replied with calm indifference, "The feeling is mutual." Despite his composed facade, he knew with absolute clarity that the situation was deteriorating rapidly. Under such intense combat, his core energy stability was plummeting. Even worse, the priest-like cleric standing motionless by the platform was his greatest hidden threat. The system's assessment was spot on. Lin Yuan muttered to himself, brows tightly knit. "If it's just one high-ranking priest, I can win too, I can hold my ground, but if all 3 step in at once, Though he still had a trump card in gold and used the life church's priests weren't formidable for their defense but their regeneration. Even that card wouldn't turn the tide. What was he to do? System, is there any other way to enhance my combat power? The system fell silent for a moment, then its voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Yes, you can activate the meltdown mode of the energy core, unleashing immense power for a short duration. But this process is irreversible. Once activated. Lin Yuan let out a bitter laugh. He could guess the rest without hearing it. This was his ultimate desperate measure. He had planned from the very beginning to keep a low profile, to lie low and survive. How had things escalated to this point? Had he lost his head? But even if he could do it all over again, he would probably make the same choice. System. He began, having made his decision, but before he could finish a figure appeared beside him. The newcomer's flames flickered erratically. Half a silver spear was lodged in his chest, another in his abdomen. Crimson blood flowed from the wounds, only to spontaneously combust and temporarily seal the injuries. Taking on 2 high-ranking priests all by yourself, not bad. A new recruit for the snowmelters. The red-haired man seemed utterly unconcerned about his own wounds, casually striking up a conversation with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't answer immediately. From the man's tone he gathered that this so-called snowmelters organization was likely the group of transmigrators Qin Shen had once mentioned. Back then he couldn't understand why Qin Shen, an ordinary man, would risk everything to join them. Now he could somewhat grasp the sentiment. No. Lin Yuan's reply was curt. The red-haired man blinked in surprise, then shook his head. Whatever. It doesn't matter who you are as long as you're not a lackey like Yi Weiwen. Using his body as cover, the red-haired man discreetly pressed 2 luminous flowing stones into Lin Yuan's hand. Take these. I won't be needing them anymore. Listen carefully. I have 1 more burst left in me. I'll hold them off. Use this chance to get out of here. Lin Yuan instinctively glanced at the battlefield nearby. A great number of Inquisitor corpses lay strewn about, white steam rising from them, clearly beyond all help. Of the 4 ordinary priests, 2 were severely wounded on the ground and 2 had been disemboweled. The origin of these 2 life cores was painfully obvious. Also, the red-haired man's gaze flickered as if debating whether to speak. After a moment's hesitation he spoke up. I have a friend in the police department. He might be in danger. If possible, please look out for him. Just leave like this. Lin Yuan clenched the stones in his hand, a bitter smile in his heart. Was he truly willing to go? Logic told him this was the best choice, but his emotions raged in defiance. As he hesitated, another figure appeared on the crumbling platform. His body was formed of white smoke, his forehead beaded with sweat, clearly having expended his strength rushing over. It was Detective Li Bai of the West City Police Department. Li Bai pretended not to know Lin Yuan, casually scanning them before letting his gaze settle on Yi Weiwen. His tone was indifferent. Secretary Yi, long time no see. I trust your plan is proceeding smoothly. Yi Weiwen's voice carried a hint of impatience. Li Bai, what are you doing here? This area is under the Divine Execution Edict. Neither the police nor even the city hall has any authority here. You dare trespass. Do you know I could kill you right now? Li Bai's expression was deferential, but his words were barbed. Secretary Yi, I'm not here representing the police department, but rather. He paused, deliberately flicking his kerosene lighter to relight the cigar that the wind had extinguished on his way over before continuing. But rather representing the Church of all creation. If there was anyone who could counterbalance the Church of Life within the Divine Execution Edict's jurisdiction, it could only be the other 3 of the 4 major churches. Whoever declared the edict, the other 3 churches couldn't revoke it, but they held the power of oversight. This was the system of checks and balances among the 4 major churches. Li Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, as if savoring the sting of the smoke filling his lungs. I have already notified the High Priest. He will be arriving in person shortly. Your carefully laid plans are about to fall apart. Don't you think you should start thinking about how to salvage this? As a force that could rival the Church of Life, the High Priest of the Church of all creation held a status equivalent to the Pontiff of the Church of Life. If he were to appear in person, even Yi Weiwen couldn't resort to underhanded tactics openly. Sure enough, Yi Weiwen's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He suppressed his fury, grinding his teeth. What right does that old man have to interfere in our Church of Life's affairs? Is he looking for a war? Although the 4 major churches were roughly equal in overall strength, there was still a hierarchy in different regions. In Iron City, for instance, the Church of Life had been dominant for decades, with their faith covering 70% of the local population. By convention, the other 3 churches generally wouldn't obstruct their operations here. Unless there was some benefit that had tempted the High Priest.
Li Bai offered a reminder. Secretary Yi, do watch your words. If that got back to the Church of All Creation, it would be a grave disrespect. Yi Weiwen gave Li Bai a long hard look. He knew of course that this detective was a priest of the Church of All Creation. But he never expected the man to have the clout to summon the high priest. He had truly underestimated him. He turned his gaze to the other two. At this point, collecting lifeblood is out of the question. I'll have to make an example of these two. One's a heretic, the other's a snowmelter remnant. Killing them should be enough to appease the pontiff. With this thought, despite his reluctance, Yi Weiwen gritted his teeth and commanded head sister Deacon Fan, hold nothing back. Take down these two heretics. Hearing this, Li Bai quickly spat out his cigar and shouted, Secretary Yi, allow me to lend a hand. His body dissolved into smoke, lunging menacingly towards Lin Yuan. However, he subtly positioned himself in front of Deacon Fan, blocking the man's attack path. Lin Yuan had overheard their conversation and gleaned key information from it. Yi Weiwen's plan has failed. He didn't know how Detective Li had managed it or what price he had paid. But he knew it was time to make his decision. Without further hesitation, Lin Yuan burst into motion, retreating. There was no need to hold back any longer. He conjured a long blade in his right hand, and with his left he drew a single finger along its edge. A radiant golden light blossomed, illuminating the surroundings. Yi Weiwen's eyes narrowed. So it was you who killed Schwerin. You destroyed my property. You won't escape today. As his words fell, the tattooed beast surged forward in a relentless wave, lunging at Lin Yuan. Yet the golden long blade in Lin Yuan's hands danced like the wind. Combined with the devastating cutting power of the oscillating blade, almost every swing felled another beast. He was a god of slaughter. Even the head sister was wary of that domineering cutting power. More than once her tentacles started to reach out, only to retract in hesitation. Lin Yuan glanced at the red-haired man, who seemed to have no intention of leaving, and called out, let's go. I can get us both out of here. But the red-haired man shook his head. This injection burns my very life force. Let it blaze to its fullest right here. A torrent of flames erupted from him once more. He looked back at Lin Yuan, then at the ordinary citizens below, who even amidst the chaos dared not flee. He was reminded of that saying, those who seek to melt an entire mountain of snow alone will only freeze to death within it. But so what? He suddenly laughed aloud. Remember this. My name is Yi Hua. I am the karmic fire that seeks to melt the snow mountain and burn away all filth. A thunderous explosion engulfed the entire platform in a colossal fireball, the searing shockwave surging outward like a tidal wave and hurling Lin Yuan violently through the air. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan swung his blade to stabilize himself, then decisively turned to break through the encirclement. With each cleave of his long saber, the inquisitors blocking his path were bisected. Even with their formidable regenerative abilities, such grievous wounds left them collapsed and incapacitated. Charging out of the plaza, the relentless slashing rapidly drained the stability of his energy core. A system chime echoed, warning, energy core stability critically low. 2 life cores detected. Absorb. Lin Yuan absorbed them without a moment's hesitation. As the twin life cores in his hands dwindled, the trembling energy core within him gradually stabilized and its output intensity continued to surge. Multiple system notifications flooded his mind, but Lin Yuan had no time to pay them any heed. The path from the plaza to the outer perimeter was drenched in his blood. The Church of Life had prepared meticulously. Traps set by the Inquisitors lined the route, bolas snare arrows, and even 2 priests lying in ambush on the outskirts. Of the 2 priests, one was slain and the other gravely wounded, yielding another life core. Lin Yuan absorbed it instantly without a second thought. Had it not been for this core restabilizing his energy core, his escape would have been far from certain. Only when there was no one left did he finally succumb. Even with 3 life cores absorbed, Lin Yuan could hold on no longer and plunged headfirst into a river. This time the shutdown period after exiting combat lasted an extraordinarily long time. Lin Yuan had no idea how long he had been unconscious. When he finally regained awareness, he found himself not at the bottom of the river but in some kind of room. His instincts flared with alarm. He reached out mentally to command his nanobots to form a defensive blade, but immediately abandoned the effort. He had already realized where he was. The room's layout was intimately familiar. It was none other than his own quarters at 27 Peachtree Street. How did I get here? Can you access the system logs from when I was unconscious? The system immediately projected a visual feed into his field of view. The footage showed him initially submerged at the riverbed. As the playback accelerated, the light gradually dimmed, indicating that night had fallen outside. After an indeterminate amount of time, the water surface began to ripple. A slender jade-like hand suddenly appeared, wrapping around his waist and lifting him. His perspective then began to rise toward the surface.
As his head broke the water, a sliver of moonlight met his eyes. Before he could discern the surroundings, he was pulled back under.
It was several seconds before he surfaced again.
Lin Yuan heard a woman's strained grunt.
How can he be so heavy?
The scene shifted, and from an inverted angle he saw a familiar figure, the mysterious woman he had encountered at the casino that night.
However, she now seemed far more like an ordinary person, her movements clumsy and desperate.
Dragging a man of his stature out of the water was difficult enough, but Lin Yuan's unique physique made him weigh far more than any normal man.
The woman tried countless times, even swallowing mouthfuls of water herself.
In the end, she managed to find a coarse hemp rope from somewhere and finally hauled him ashore with great effort. In the footage, after dragging him onto the bank, she unceremoniously dumped him onto a rudimentary wooden handcart.
Judging by the camera angle, Lin Yuan's posture was clearly head down and feet up.
Combined with the jarring jolts of the bumpy ride, he realized with grim clarity that his head had been dragged along the ground the entire way. Lin Yuan reflexively touched the back of his head, still feeling phantom pain.
That woman is definitely doing this out of spite.
Along the way, Lin Yuan saw numerous patrol officers likely searching for him. Every passerby seemed to be subjected to checks, yet they alone were not stopped. Clearly the woman's mysterious perception-altering ability remained active, though her physical prowess was no different from an ordinary person's. The rest of the journey was straightforward, passing without issue until they arrived at 27 Peachtree Street. This time the mysterious woman had learned her lesson. Instead of carrying him herself, she manipulated the vacant-eyed Lu Dawei and two other male tenants to carry him up to the third floor. Before leaving, she lingered by his bedside for a moment, seemingly concluding that he wouldn't wake anytime soon, and left an envelope on the nightstand.
Though her intentions remained unclear, Lin Yuan chose not to dwell on it.
At the very least, he could be certain that she wasn't part of the Church of Life, but was enough to ease his wariness.
Thinking of the church brought a throbbing headache. Facing such a monolithic entity, he didn't know what he could do.
Yet doing nothing would gnaw at his conscience. Especially the death of Yihua, which had kindled a small flame of resolve in his heart.
No more overthinking. I'll do what I can with what I have.
Right now the most I can do is stir up some trouble for them from the shadows.
Best to lie low and grow stronger.
Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the bedside. A gray envelope lay there, its edges adorned with delicate blue patterns.
Its style was almost anachronistically vintage, reminiscent of the kind European gentleman favored in old films.
He didn't need to guess, this was certainly no love letter. He reached for the envelope and opened it, revealing two items: a piece of paper and a document.
Lin Yuan unfolded the paper first. It bore a single line: "You might find this useful."
It was very much in keeping with that woman's style. Then he opened the document. As his eyes scanned its contents, he froze in astonishment.
It was an official appointment letter from the police department.
Transfer order from the Southern Province Provincial Assembly to maintain order and ensure the safety of the people. It is hereby resolved to appoint the clergy member Lin Yuan to the Special Affairs Investigation Division of the Iron City West District Police Department, serving as the leader of the 3rd Investigation Unit tasked with investigating anomalous incidents and assisting in stability maintenance. You are required to report to the Iron City Police Department within 3 months of receiving this order. During your tenure you must adhere to doctrine, perform your duties impartially, and regularly report your progress to your superiors. Southern Province Provincial Assembly, New Calendar Year 157, October 17.
Assembly seal, Lin Yuan. This seems a bit too hasty.
Having been in this world for some time, Lin Yuan had developed a basic understanding of its workings.
The entire continent was nominally a single unified nation, yet its administrative structure was remarkably decentralized.
Beyond the capital's direct jurisdiction, the kingdom was divided into 7 provinces.
Each province possessed its own comprehensive government institutions and independent governance.
The provincial assembly mentioned in this document was precisely the supreme authority of the southern province where Lin Yuan resided. Take the southern province for instance. Though he didn't know its exact territorial extent, based on last year's annual governance report, the southern province boasted over 30 million taxpayers. Factoring in the elderly, children, and tax-exempt clergy members, the actual population certainly exceeded 60 million. So here was the question: would the governing body of such a vast region personally appoint a staff member to a local city police department? The whole matter reeked of absurdity.
However, upon further reflection, Lin Yuan found it easier to accept.
Given that mysterious woman's abilities, this document almost certainly contained some form of cognitive interference.
He simply couldn't perceive it because he was immune to such influence.
But what was her purpose in doing this? As he pondered, Lin Yuan recalled the words Yihua had spoken when handing him the 2 life cores. I have a friend in the police department.
He's in grave danger now. If possible, help him.
Lin Yuan frowned and murmured, could she be the friend Yihua mentioned? Then he shook his head, dismissing the speculation.
That seems unlikely.
Someone with such uncanny abilities wouldn't need anyone's help. Or perhaps she was a member of the so-called snowmelt organization seeking to use him to find Yihua's friend. The more he speculated, the more outlandish it became. Lin Yuan's mind churned through countless possibilities only to reject them all. As for the police department position, he ultimately decided to give it a try. Not for any other reason but at least to repay his debt to Yihua. Without the 2 life cores Yihua had given him, he could never have escaped successfully. He owed Yihua this much. If he could lend a hand, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. At the very least, it would ease his own conscience. System: any changes to the energy core? This breakout had absorbed 3 life cores. Although each was smaller than the first one obtained from Qinshan, their sheer number should have yielded a considerable improvement. Ding system notification: the primary energy core has been reinforced. In standard state, all physical attributes are increased by 50. Lin Yuan had already sensed this. Not only was his physical constitution noticeably enhanced, but the world before his eyes was also much clearer. The system continued: the primary energy core is now more stable. Combat mode can provide a higher energy output and its duration has been greatly extended. Furthermore, the system has determined that the current world poses a high risk to the host. The primary technology database is now unlocked. The host may utilize its knowledge to craft items. These notifications had actually been sent to him yesterday during his escape, but the situation was far too dire then. The high-ranking priests on the platform could have pursued him at any moment, leaving no time to read them. Lin Yuan HM. System: are you hiding things from me? Why didn't you tell me about the technology database earlier? To this the system replied: the creation of most technological items requires support from the energy core. Unlocking the database earlier would have been meaningless to the host and would have only increased energy consumption. The primary technology the system referred to was not merely 21st century civilization. The knowledge contained within it was already capable of preliminary interstellar colonization. Even with the database now open, most of the technological items within were beyond Lin Yuan's reach. Unlocking it any earlier would indeed have been pointless. After absorbing this knowledge, Lin Yuan understood the system's reasoning. He could only smile wryly and say, well, I still need to upgrade the energy core first. But some of the simpler things, I can give them a try now. With one heretic self-destructing and another fleeing, the blockade that had lasted nearly 10 days was finally lifted completely. The Church of Life had suffered significant losses in this incident. Not to mention the heavy casualties among the Inquisitors, even 3 priests had been killed. Furthermore, for allowing Lin Yuan the blasphemer to escape, the person in charge Yi Weiwen was severely punished by the Patriarch. He was not only demoted to acting Chief Inquisitor but was also sentenced to suffer in the penance court. An Inquisitor locked up in his own penance court. Tisk, how ironic. By the small river, Li Bai stood on the embankment, one arm and his neck wrapped in thick plaster casts, looking utterly disheveled. While listening to his subordinate's report on the latest intelligence, he casually remarked, well, at least that lunatic won't be causing trouble for a while. The authority of fire not only suppressed the Church of Life but was equally effective against Li Bai. When Yi was self-destructed, everyone on the high platform suffered considerable injuries. That was also why no one had pursued Lin Yuan at the time. However, the recovery abilities of the Church of Life members were truly monstrous. They could fully heal after resting for a mere 10 or so minutes. Li Bai, in contrast, had it rough. His injuries would take at least half a month to heal properly. The agent beside him, seemingly ignoring Li Bai's complaints, flipped through the files and continued his report. The Church of Life has, in conjunction with the police department, officially issued a critical level wanted notice for the escaped blasphemer, codename the Golden Thief. Furthermore, the Church of Life has placed a bounty of 5 million kingdom coins on his head. Li Bai let out a derisive snort, knowing full well that this moniker was most likely Yi Weiwen's doing. On one hand, it was clearly a lingering grudge over Lin Yuan taking his treasure. On the other, it was a way to stoke the greed of bounty hunters with such a tempting name. That was gold after all. Who wouldn't want it? Li Bai said. Continue. The agent nodded and flipped to the next page. The string of disappearances in Iron City is escalating. Just this morning, 3 more families filed reports and initial investigations confirmed they are special incidents. Now that the situation here is resolved, the City Hall has assigned the case to you, requesting you to personally investigate and solve it as soon as possible. Li Bai took a drag from his cigar, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. Not a single moment of rest. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 heads equipped with diving night lamps suddenly popped up from the water. The bright beams shone directly onto his face, causing him to squint instinctively, nearly blinding him. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop shining that light. You're going to blind me. Hearing this, the 2 divers quickly adjusted their aim and one of them swiftly reported, Sir, we found clear traces of disturbed mud and some fragments of clothing underwater. It's confirmed that the blasphemer hid beneath the surface for a period of time. However, we found marks of rope friction on the retaining wall stones, leading us to speculate he might have been rescued. Li Bai's expression remained impassive, but inwardly he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Given the number of inquisitors, he had been genuinely worried that the golden thief might be too injured to get far. After all, they had fought side by side, and he felt a sincere sense of joy that the other man had managed to escape. Leave Iron City as soon as possible, he thought to himself with a silent sigh. Otherwise, once that lunatic Yi Weiwen gets out, he's bound to come looking for you again. Li Bai waved his hand. In that case, let's call it a day. Everyone's been working hard. Notify the team to get some proper rest and report back on time tomorrow. As soon as he spoke, two piercing beams of light hit his face once more. Li Bai squinted, looking annoyed. What is it now? The diver complains sullenly, Chief. It's already 4 in the morning. Over the following days, Lin Yuan delved into the technologies of the basic science tier, sifting through them with a discerning eye. There were many intriguing prospects, yet few could be brought to life. Either the energy core couldn't meet the power requirements, or the necessary materials were simply unavailable. Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh. It seems I have no choice but to go against the church after all. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Good nephew, come out and eat. From that day on, the two fell back into their old rhythm of playful banter. The woman still had a knack for needling him with her choice of address. Wang Shuan never pried into Lin Yuan's true identity, and he offered no further explanation, as if nothing had ever happened. His research had consumed him so utterly that he hadn't stepped outside for days. Assuming he was still nursing an injury, Wang Shuan dutifully brought his meals up to his room every day, treating him like a genuine invalid. She told the neighbors he was unwell, and he didn't bother to correct her. It was a convenient excuse that explained his seclusion without raising suspicion. Lin Yuan scrambled out of bed, taking the offered meal. I'm fully recovered now, he explained between bites. You don't need to keep bringing me food. Wang Shuan shot him a faint glare of annoyance. If you're so well, why not come downstairs to eat? Why should I keep waiting on you? Lin Yuan just offered a sheepish grin. He had been cooped up long enough, it was time to get out. After they had exchanged a few more jokes, Wang Shuan's expression grew serious. Since you're better, what are your plans? Are you leaving Iron City? The Church of Life has put a 5 million bounty on the Golden Thief. Every bounty hunter in the city is frantic, all searching for him. Lin Yuan waved a dismissive hand, feigning nonchalance. Why would I leave? I'm here to assume my post. I've delayed long enough, it's time to report for duty. As he spoke, he handed his appointment letter to Wang Shuan, subtly observing her reaction. His suspicions about the mysterious woman tampering with the document or possessing mind-altering abilities were after all mere conjecture. Showing the letter to Wang Shuan was a way to test its validity. Being caught at the police station for forgery would be a disastrous turn of events. Wang Shuan took the document and after a glance suddenly clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Ah! My dear nephew, you're the new lead investigator. Why didn't you say so earlier? This is a moment of great pride for our family. No one will dare bully me now. With that, she clattered down the stairs in her high heels, shouting as she went. Everyone come see. My nephew is the new lead investigator. Auntie Zhang, please prepare a feast. I'm treating everyone tonight. Lin Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed his concerns were unfounded. That mysterious woman's methods were indeed effective. By noon, thanks to Wang Shuan's enthusiastic promotion, the news had spread throughout the entire alley. She proudly brandished the appointment letter at every opportunity, and Lin Yuan never even had a chance to take it back. She simply said, you still have a month before you need to report. What's the rush? Left with no other option, Lin Yuan turned his attention to another important matter. In this world where gods exist, there are naturally all sorts of bizarre and terrifying events. From the descent of an evil god to the birth of a deformed infant, all are classified as divine descent incidents. The Special Events Investigation Unit he was assigned to was the very department responsible for handling these cases, and its danger level was self-evident. This was why all positions at the rank of team leader and above within the unit were required to be held by clergy members. So where did the government's clergy come from? The vast majority were trained by the churches on the government's behalf. It was precisely because of the divine descent incidents that the churches held such an exalted position. Lin Yuan's current identity was also that of a clergy member, as clearly stated on his appointment letter. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with the abilities of clergy from various churches and select a suitable false identity. Otherwise, if someone casually asked, which church do you belong to? He would be caught completely off guard. Lin Yuan went to a small bookstore on the main street, where he learned that the books he sought were classified as special collections available only at the municipal library.
Furthermore, these books were not accessible to the general public, only individuals with special credentials were allowed into the relevant sections. Unfazed Lin Yuan hailed a rickshaw and headed straight for the municipal library. Once inside a restroom stall, he activated his nanobots. Minutes later, the mirror reflected a rugged, bearded, middle-aged man's face. "Sir, this is the restricted area for special and theological texts. You'll need the appropriate credentials to enter." As he approached the designated section, a guard stopped him. Prepared for this, Lin Yuan casually produced an ID card from his pocket and handed it over. The guard examined it, seeing a police emblem on the front and on the back clearly printed Special Events Investigation Unit Deputy Director Li Bai. Achoo! Out investigating a case, Detective Li Bai let out a violent sneeze. His subordinate immediately asked with concern, "Sir, are you feeling unwell?" Li Bai waved his hand. "It's nothing. Someone must be thinking of me. Let's continue the investigation. On to the next location." The ID in Lin Yuan's hand was of course a forgery temporarily created by his nanobots. His ability to mimic Li Bai's ID so precisely was thanks to that night at the casino when Li Bai had slapped his credentials down on the table, giving Lin Yuan a perfect view. After checking the ID, the guard returned it with both hands and said respectfully, "Detective Li, please come in." What followed was straightforward. It took Lin Yuan 10 minutes to locate the section on clergy. He stood before the shelves and began to flip through the volumes. The four great churches are out of the question, too common, too easily exposed. He skipped past those sections and in the blink of an eye he had already gone through 3/4 of the book. The primordial mother goddess whose domains are divination, blessings, and bestowing children. That just doesn't fit at all. Completely useless. The Night Raven Church with powers akin to a vampire's. Their regenerative abilities could explain some things, but they're useless during the day and even weakened by sunlight. No, that's a definite no. He continued flipping until he reached the final pages of the book, where his gaze finally settled on a passage and his eyes lit up. The god of machines whose domain is mechanical creation. You're it. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. The Church of the Machine God was the most popular and secularized church besides the four great churches. Its mechanical creations spanned multiple fields. Beyond industrial equipment, the steam puppets Lin Yuan had seen earlier were one of this church's masterpieces. He chose this church for his disguise for two reasons. First, to distinguish this identity from his golden thief persona and avoid suspicion from overlapping abilities. Second, this role was a perfect fit for his item crafting skills. With the vast technological knowledge in the system's database, Lin Yuan could adopt an entirely different combat philosophy, fighting with technology rather than brute force. For instance, that freak who claims his superpower is being rich but insists on wearing a skin-tight black suit to show off at night, or that playboy who enjoys throwing lavish parties in his high-tech armor. No time like the present. After leaving the library, Lin Yuan made a special trip to the abandoned steel mill on the western outskirts. When he was sure no one was around, Lin Yuan directed his nanobots to give the entire mill a thorough cleansing, extracting every trace of rare metals contained within. These rare metals were more than enough to significantly enhance his physical constitution, but Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. His current body was more than adequate. He could always reinforce it through combat and repairs. His priority was to craft the items he had been researching over the past few days. This would make his identity as a Machine Church clergy member all the more convincing when he reported to the police station. Countless nanobots surged like a tide, rapidly enveloping the collected metal ingots. The ingots were swiftly dissolved and consumed, then under extremely precise control built up layer by layer in a manner akin to 3D printing, gradually forming a complex black cube with an intricate internal structure. The manufacturing process placed an immense strain on the energy core. Lin Yuan was forced to activate combat mode and only managed to complete the creation just as the time limit was about to expire. By the time he returned to his residence, he was carrying a black briefcase in his hand. By the time Lin Yuan returned home, night had fully fallen. After attending the dinner organized by Wang Shuwen, his appointment letter was finally returned to its rightful owner. At the dinner table, the way everyone looked at Lin Yuan had changed. Previously he was merely the landlady's nephew. Although they were polite, their warmth was restrained. Now, however, things were different. Lin Yuan had transformed into the detective team leader of the police department. Not only the tenants in the building but even the neighbors next door were eager to curry favor with the young officer. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The tenants living in Wang Shuwen's house were mostly kind-hearted people. He could genuinely feel their goodwill. Lin Yuan did not put on airs. He responded with a smile to anyone who struck up a conversation. Team leader Lin, we're all neighbors. We hope you'll look out for us in the future. Of course, of course. Team leader Lin, I have a younger sister who's quite charming. How about I introduce you tomorrow? No need, I'm still young. Let such things happen naturally. The dinner concluded on a pleasant note. Early the next morning Lin Yuan prepared to report for duty at the police department.
As he opened the door to leave he found Wang Shuwen already standing there blocking his path.
Lin Yuan took a step back, his mouth twitching. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're planning to show off my appointment letter again. Wang Shuwen shot him a disdainful glare. Is that how you see me?
Take off your clothes. Lin Yuan immediately retreated another step, clutching his collar, and asked warily, Woman, have you finally revealed your true nature and plan to have your way with me? Wang Shuwen smiled softly, clasping her hands behind her back as she advanced towards him step by step. After entering the room she casually used her long elegant leg to push the door shut, locking it with a crisp click. Over 10 minutes later Lin Yuan stood before the mirror, having been completely refurbished by Wang Shuwen. His hair was neatly combed, revealing a handsome face, and the well-tailored premium suit he wore made him look incredibly spirited, as if he had been reborn. While helping him adjust his collar, Wang Shuwen couldn't help but sigh, what a clothes horse.
My good nephew is so handsome. Go report for duty looking like this and I guarantee the whole police department won't be able to take their eyes off you. Go on, go on.
As he stepped out the main door, the rickshaw Wang Shuwen had arranged was already waiting. Lin Yuan was certain that if the alley hadn't been too narrow for a car he would have been riding to his new post in an automobile today.
Wang Shuwen added, I've put some pocket money in your coat pocket.
Remember, you're a team leader now, you can't be too stingy when handling affairs. Otherwise the people under you won't respect you.
Feeling a mix of helplessness and warmth, Lin Yuan handed the rickshaw puller 5 yuan as a tip, covering the waiting time.
Then with a wave of his hand he declared, let's go.
Off to Iron City for my new post. 20 minutes later the rickshaw stopped in front of the Western District Police Department.
The moment he stepped through the main entrance Lin Yuan immediately felt countless gazes fixed upon him.
Hello sir. How can I help you? A female receptionist's eyes lit up as she approached and took the initiative to greet him. Not only was he handsome, but he also carried a unique air of carefree elegance in his every move. Coupled with his impeccably tailored suit, he was clearly no ordinary person. Hello, I'm a new staff member transferred from the provincial capital here to complete my onboarding.
Lin Yuan smiled slightly, pulling an envelope from his inner pocket and handing it over. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by this situation.
Opening the envelope she found Lin Yuan's official appointment document.
After carefully comparing the photo with the person before her and confirming his identity, her smile became even more respectful as she escorted Lin Yuan into the reception room. Team leader Lin, please wait a moment.
I need to verify this document first. If everything checks out, someone from the Internal Affairs Division will come shortly to guide you through the onboarding process.
Lin Yuan nodded without saying much.
He knew the rules of this world.
Due to certain special reasons the major city circles were extremely far apart, making the transmission of government decrees highly inconvenient. Consequently the verification procedures for various documents were extremely strict. Any slight oversight could lead to major problems.
Fortunately that mysterious woman's methods were indeed extraordinary, as the police found nothing amiss.
After waiting for less than half an hour, a staff member from the Internal Affairs Department hurried over and led Lin Yuan away. The subsequent procedures were somewhat tedious, with one form after another, and it wasn't until the afternoon that everything was finally completed.
Team leader Lin, all the paperwork with Internal Affairs is in order.
Your credentials should be delivered in about 2 days. The staff member looked at Lin Yuan, a hint of fawning in his tone.
According to protocol I should now take you to meet your superior, Inspector Li. However, Inspector Li is currently out on a case and not in the office.
Perhaps I could first give you a tour of the department's environment and its various divisions.
That works.
Lin Yuan nodded in agreement.
The organizational structure of the Iron City Police Department was not overly complex, comprising 5 precincts: east, south, west, north and central.
Each precinct housed several divisional-level departments with distinct functions.
On paper all departments were considered equal in rank.
However, those truly in the know were aware that the Special Events Investigation Division held absolute priority, capable of requisitioning the cooperation of personnel of the same rank from other departments. To emphasize its unique status, personnel in the Special Investigation Division were not addressed by standard titles but had their own exclusive nomenclature. From bottom to top, these ranks were Agent, Team Leader, Inspector and the Chief Inspector, established at police headquarters. Besides the Special Investigation Division, another notable department was the Armed Police Division. As this continent had only a single nation and no need for warfare, a conventional standing army had never been established. The armed police, commonly known as the Steel Helmets, fulfilled many military roles. They were numerous in number and equipped with an array of light and heavy firepower. Their silver-plated bullets in particular played a crucial role in many deity descent incidents. Consequently, they frequently collaborated with the Special Investigation Division on missions. Detectively, I'll leave him in your hands and take my leave now, the young woman from the Internal Affairs Department said briefly to Li Bai, handing him a document. Before departing, she stole a flirtatious glance at Lin Yuan. Out of politeness, he raised a hand in farewell. Li Bai looked Lin Yuan up and down, his expression subtly complicated. He glanced at the document, cleared his throat and said, Lin Yuan, is it? The file says you're a cleric of the Machine Church, but you should know that this is a frontline department. His words carried a hint of probing, even a trace of skepticism. Priests and clerics of the Machine Church typically undergo a degree of mechanical modification. Those inclined toward combat often possess massive mechanical bodies. Though Lin Yuan's physique was more imposing than the average person's, he didn't appear to have undergone mechanical reconstruction. He looked more like a cleric specialized in manufacturing or support roles, hardly suited for direct combat. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, my variant is quite unique. You can rest assured about my combat capabilities. The so-called variant referred to the mutation triggered when a deity's authority descends upon an individual. Even within the same church, different priests and clerics each possess their own distinctive traits. Occasionally there are even bizarre cases that defy identification by the very authorities they wield. Take for instance the Life Church priests Lin Yuan had encountered, each possessed disgustingly memorable tactics. Li Bai's eyes flickered with curiosity at this and he raised an eyebrow. Would you mind demonstrating? Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze calm as still water. He lifted the briefcase he had been carrying, brought it to his chest and pulled it apart with both hands. Click. A crisp mechanical sound rang out as a seam split open in the center of the case, metal plates folding rapidly, intricate precision mechanisms whirring into motion. Every panel of the case separated and expanded, flowing like a mechanical torrent, smooth and precise. The charcoal black steel plates clung to Lin Yuan's body like living creatures layering over him. Click. 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 Armor slid down from his shoulders, locking into place with precision. The exoskeleton on his legs extended downward, conforming to every contour of muscle. A faint hum could be heard, the telltale sign of the power system activating. Within a mere 3 seconds, Lin Yuan's entire body was encased in matte black combat armor. With a final click of the last panel locking into place, his face vanished completely behind the cold visor. Whoa! The special investigation agents around him were all stunned. The rookie agent, who often shadowed Li Bai, even gasped, stars gleaming in his eyes. Damn, that's badass. This is the true romance of men. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the reactions around him, merely raising his arms to acclimate himself. He explained, this is my ability, a special suit of armor that only my divine breath can drive. This exoskeleton was no mere showpiece, it possessed genuine power and defensive capabilities. Aside from requiring Lin Yuan to don it personally due to the lack of an independent power source, it had virtually no flaws. Even an ordinary person wearing it could approach the strength of a typical priest or cleric, and Lin Yuan's combat prowess would be elevated significantly as well. Of course, the armor had its drawbacks. Being purely mechanical, it severely hampered agility for Lin Yuan in his combat mode, making it more of a liability than an asset. Unlike the others, Li Bai was not intimidated. This world also had steam-powered exoskeletons, and to him that rugged steel and steam structure was the true symbol of strength and far more aligned with his aesthetic. Li Bai gestured with a jerk of his chin toward one of the agents, old Huang, spar with him. A burly man nearly 2 meters tall with a crew cut stepped forward with a booming laugh. I'm Huang Saijian, leader of Squad 2. A pleasure. Lin Yuan nodded and said calmly, en garde. The moment the words left his mouth, Huang Saijian's muscles bulged violently, his skin hardening into solid rock. He transformed into a living earthen colossus, his aura erupting like a torrential flood. He stomped the ground, cracking the floor beneath him, and the next instant he hurtled toward Lin Yuan like a boulder. Huang Saijian, like Li Bai, was a cleric of the Church of All Things. According to the Church of All Things doctrine, everything in the world is formed through the combination and separation of 4 fundamental elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. Thus the authorities granted by the God of all things are generally based on these 4 forces. Li Bai's smoke was likely a combination of wind and fire, while Huang Saijian possessed a pure earth-type ability. Lin Yuan also wanted to test the might of this exoskeleton armor. He restrained his own power to the level of an ordinary person and raised his arms to meet the charge. Bang! A thunderous impact exploded through the room. Lin Yuan's elbows and knees dropped simultaneously as the floor beneath him was gouged into 2 deep furrows by the impact. The motorized structure emitted a low whine, straining to withstand the opposing force. Lin Yuan had intended to execute a hip toss and fling his opponent away, but he found Huang Saijian rooted to the ground like a tree, utterly immovable. This was the power of earth, rooted to the ground, steadfast as a mountain. Li Bai watched from the sidelines, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had known old Huang for years and was well aware of his terrifying strength, a charge that could level buildings. Yet now it was halted by that seemingly fragile mechanical exoskeleton. A flicker of recognition stirred within him. Not so fast.
Huang Saijian's low voice rumbled from within the earthen mass. In the next moment, two thick earthen arms extended outward, rapidly encircling Lin Yuan in an attempt to trap him completely. Lin Yuan had no intention of matching the man's brute strength. He crouched nimbly, kicked off with both legs and sprang away. Landing on one hand, he executed a clean backflip, easily escaping the attack range. Huang Kaijian moved to pursue, but then heard Lin Yuan utter a few words with cold detachment. "You've lost." A face riddled with cracks emerged from the earthen mass, its voice full of confusion. "What do you mean?" Lin Yuan pointed to the gift he had left on his opponent's body before escaping. 3 iron discs with blinking red lights were firmly attached to Huang Saijian's chest in a triangular formation. Seeing the man still perplexed, Lin Yuan drew another disc from his waist and casually tossed it out the window. The moment the disc flew out of the building, Lin Yuan pressed the detonation switch. Boom! A deafening explosion with blinding light erupted in midair, rattling the entire building. Even though the bomb was far from the structure, 2 window panes were shattered by the shockwave. The entire floor fell into dead silence. Everyone stood frozen, mouths agape. Minutes later, colleagues from other departments rushed into the Special Investigation Division's office area, asking urgently what happened. Li Bai wore a broad smile and waved them off dismissively. Nothing. Just getting acquainted with our new colleague." At this moment there was not a trace of his earlier discontent. Turning around, he slung an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder and declared boldly before everyone, "From this moment on, Lin Yuan is the team leader of Unit 3 and my sworn brother Li Bai. Anyone who disagrees can come and see me." Li Bai was inwardly elated, feeling he had stumbled upon a treasure. The ability to craft such formidable explosives spoke volumes about his capabilities. More importantly, these could be equipped for other colleagues in the division, greatly enhancing the Special Investigation Division's overall combat effectiveness. "Brother Lin, are you free at the moment? If it's convenient, how about we have a chat in my office?" Lin Yuan naturally had no reason to refuse, as this was precisely one of the purposes of showcasing his abilities. In this world, firearms and explosives were effective not only against ordinary humans but also against priests, holy officials, and even certain aberrant creatures born from divine descent incidents. Especially when silver was mixed into the explosives or the bullets, the effect was remarkably potent. The suitcase bomb Qin Shen had crafted back then was exactly this kind of device. One could say that if the masked one hadn't shown up that day at the bank robbery, any ordinary priest would have found it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. Qin Shen, an ordinary engineering PhD, could achieve all this. And Lin Yuan, he possessed an entire complete technological tree. Crafting more powerful explosives was child's play for him. The only issue was the source of materials. Although Lin Yuan could extract small amounts of the required materials from the scrap mountains at the waste steel plant, this method was far too inefficient. Ideally, he would be able to procure raw materials directly. He couldn't be certain about other places, but the Metropolitan Police Department surely had channels to obtain these things. Entering the office, Li Bai personally brewed a cup of coffee for Lin Yuan and sidled up to him with a grin. "Brother Lin, I was too loud earlier. My fault, I apologize." Lin Yuan showed no outward reaction, but inwardly he couldn't help but scoff. This guy's mood swings faster than flipping a book. Despite that stern upright look, he's full of sly tricks. Having already witnessed Li Bai's other side at the casino, he wasn't particularly surprised. Lin Yuan took the coffee and said softly, "Inspector Li was just looking out for his men's safety." "I understand. Good brother. Truly loyal." Li Bai's smile grew even more radiant. He then dropped all pretense and cut straight to the chase. "Brother Lin, how's the yield on those explosives looking?" "I don't suppose you could." Lin Yuan deliberately furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat troubled. "The yield isn't exactly high." Hearing this, the smile on Li Bai's face instantly crumbled. But a second later he heard Lin Yuan add, "However, if it's just for equipping our brothers in the division, that's no problem. It's just the materials." Li Bai immediately interjected, "Don't worry, brother. Our division may not have much else, but we have weapon materials to spare. I'll file the requisition for you." As a frontline department dealing with divine descent incidents, the Special Investigation Division always had its equipment prioritized. Behind them stood the full support of the entire Metropolitan Police Department and even the City Hall. For instance, each steel helmet officer was only issued 3 silver-plated bullets, and every single use required a written report detailing its purpose, location, and witnesses. Afterward, if circumstances permitted, the bullet casing had to be recovered. In comparison, every detective in their Special Investigation Division carried 3 full magazines of silver-plated bullets as standard ammunition, enough to make those steel helmet officers green with envy. Lin Yuan began to state his conditions. "I need a fully enclosed room to serve as my workshop." Li Bai nodded. "Don't worry, pick any room in the entire police department and it's yours. I'll also need a large quantity of materials, including silver, high-strength steel, and other basic supplies." Li Bai agreed readily once more. Just make a list and I'll have the logistics team prepare everything for you. Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Such a swift agreement suggested the police department was truly desperate for weapons. This further corroborated his theory about the stagnation, even regression of technological development in this world, the suppression by the church. The purpose of course was to consolidate divine authority and diminish technology's threat to its status. He decided to probe a little further. I'll also need to craft some suitable tools. I might require some gold. Li Bai habitually nodded. Don't worry, Then he caught himself and looked somewhat troubled. Brother Lin, gold isn't exactly easy to come by. But Lin Yuan added nonchalantly, I can also make other little gadgets and their effectiveness is no less impressive than my special explosives. Hearing this, Li Bai's gaze flickered, clearly weighing the options. After a moment he gritted his teeth and said fine. I'll petition the higher-ups. Even if I have to use every ounce of my influence, I'll get you some gold, brother. But I should warn you up front, the quantity might not be guaranteed. Judging from the expression on his face, this was already his limit and Lin Yuan knew when to stop pushing. Getting any gold was a bonus he could understand if it fell through. So he nodded slightly. That's fine. As long as you can get some. Great, then it's settled. Come to the police department tomorrow and I'll have everything prepared for you. To his credit, Li Bai was indeed highly efficient. The next morning when Lin Yuan arrived at the West District Police Department, the workshop and storage room were already prepared for him. There were several independent garages in the back courtyard that had been converted. One half had been opened up into a spacious fabrication room equipped with workbenches, manual lathes and other tools. The other half served as a storage room for materials. Additionally, Li Bai had thoughtfully arranged a squad of steel helmet officers to stand guard in shifts, ensuring security. By the afternoon, the vast quantity of materials Lin Yuan required began arriving, including 20 silver ingots and a safe with multiple locks. After moving all the materials inside, Lin Yuan closed the storage room door and stood alone before the mountain of supplies, a satisfied smile of a successful plan spreading across his face. He picked up a silver ingot and examined it closely. This was his first time personally handling this special metal. Indeed, silver possessed an extremely strong insulating effect against divine breath. The moment divine breath touched the silver ingot, it dissipated instantly. However, silver couldn't be directly crafted into weapons. It was a soft metal, even softer than the silver from his past life. Even an ordinary person could easily bend a silver bar. It needed to be mixed with other metals and forged into a silver alloy before it could be used. But doing so would significantly reduce its insulating properties. Balancing hardness and insulation was a difficult challenge. Furthermore, through testing, Lin Yuan confirmed that silver had little effect on him. Unlike other priests or holy officials, what flowed within Lin Yuan wasn't divine breath but a unique energy supplied by his energy core. Moreover, he didn't release this energy externally, instead it powered the nanobots inside his body. Therefore, even if a silver-infused weapon struck him, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Of course, he also couldn't convert silver into nanobots as the material was simply too soft. In other words, these silver ingots could only be used to craft various weapons and equipment for him but couldn't be utilized directly. After finishing his examination of the silver, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the safe. As he swung open the door, a dazzling golden radiance flooded the entire room. Within lay half a gold ingot. The ingot was modest in size, no larger than a finger joint, half the size of the one he had acquired from Schwerin previously. Lin Yuan picked it up to examine it for a moment, then absorbed it into his body. It's a small amount, but again is still better than nothing. He had no idea how much effort Li Bai had expended to procure this gold. He had not only leveraged his connections but had personally petitioned the police headquarters, even prompting senior officials to intervene. The headquarters had taken the matter seriously upon hearing of it, which was how he managed to secure the half ingot. The intricate details of these dealings are a long story best left untold for now. Having received the payment, one must deliver the service, he murmured with a faint smile. Let us begin. Lin Yuan had long been dissatisfied with the standard issue equipment of the police department and intended to give it a comprehensive upgrade. First on the agenda was the primary weapon, the department's standard issue revolver. Li Bai had proudly claimed that these revolvers were specially crafted by the Southern Province General Police Department, boasting firepower far surpassing any other firearm on the market. But in Lin Yuan's eyes, this only highlighted how inferior the world's firearm craftsmanship was, at best on par with the First World War era, falling short even of the Second. Poor combustion chamber sealing, no rifling in the barrel, not even iron sights, relying entirely on feel to shoot. Could this thing even hit a man beyond 30 meters? Staring at the revolver he had disassembled into parts, Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. The only commendable aspect was the quality of the barrel material. High metal strength allowed for a generous powder charge. But it was not without its drawbacks. The recoil was astonishing. Only the elite agents of the Special Investigation Department could handle it, an ordinary person could hardly bear it. Since you all favor large calibers. Lin Yuan extended a hand and nanobots surged from his fingertips, devouring the disassembled parts and fusing them with additional materials, reforming into a strikingly modern work of art. The pistol was entirely silver with a long straight barrel, rigid yet fluid body lines, a wide trigger guard and a grip that fit the hand perfectly, adorned with intricate textures like mysterious runes. Gas-operated. 50 AE caliber semi-automatic pistol, designated the Desert Eagle. Honestly, the Desert Eagle's status in his past life had been rather awkward. The firearm was heavy and unwieldy with punishing recoil. Its power was undeniable, perhaps too much so, wasting damage on human targets. It had even been relegated to the category of hunting pistols. But in this world it was perfectly suited. Paired with full-power silver alloy bullet rounds, it could take down the Inquisition soldiers of the Church of Life with a single shot, no questions asked. As for why he didn't use a rifle, that came down to the operational environment. The Special Investigation Department typically operated in urban or indoor settings. Combined with the fact that they often faced monsters that could fly and burrow, agility and portability became the primary considerations. A large caliber pistol was absolutely more practical than a rifle. With firearms handled next came protective gear. Lin Yuan prepared modern full-coverage special operations suits for his colleagues, featuring Kevlar fiber as the main material for slash resistance, paired with ceramic plates to withstand gunfire or explosive damage. Additionally, there were optional tactical headlamps, night vision goggles, tactical knives and a series of other accessories, ensuring every special investigation agent was armed to the teeth. Finally, there were the heavy-hitting weapons used to deal with particularly troublesome enemies, the multi-purpose iron disc sticky bombs he had used before. The base of this weapon was coated with a high-efficiency biological adhesive that once applied was nearly impossible to tear off. It also had multiple detonation modes, usable as a landmine-timed explosive or grenade. That evening, after a long day of investigating, Li Bai returned to the police headquarters only to find the entire Special Investigation Department bustling with people. The third squad on duty had inexplicably become the center of attention, with agents from other squads gathered around, craning their necks to see what was happening. "What's going on here?" Li Bai walked over, tapping an agent on the shoulder, puzzled. "Isn't the third squad on night duty today? Why are you all crowding around here?" The agent didn't turn around, his tone filled with envy. "The new leader of the third squad is distributing equipment to them. TSK. I'm so envious. I want a set too. Equipment." Li Bai realized that Lin Yuan must have delivered on his promises. He then assumed a leadership demeanor and barked, "Everyone disperse. What kind of spectacle is this, all crammed together?" Hearing the familiar voice, the gathered onlookers turned around and saluted Inspector. As the crowd parted, Li Bai finally saw clearly. Under the envious gaze of everyone, the third squad's agents, clad in brand new black combat suits, struck various stylish poses like a final screen in an FPS game, completely transformed. This is our third squad." Li Bai was dumbfounded. Old Huang, the leader of the second squad, had already lost his composure. He rushed over and grabbed Li Bai's arm, urgently saying, "Boss, you have to get this equipment for my second squad too." At that moment, Lin Yuan stepped forward with a smile, introducing, "Inspector, these pieces of equipment were specially designed by me based on the needs of the Special Investigation Department. Let me introduce them to you first. This armor is made of Kevlar fiber. Additionally, I prepared a tactical manual for urban special operations that you can have the other squad study as well." Li Bai nodded while listening to Lin Yuan's introduction, his eyes filled with amazement. After Lin Yuan finished, Li Bai unabashedly borrowed a silver Desert Eagle from a third squad agent, running his fingers over the gun's engravings, and asked, "Is this gun really as powerful as you claim?" Lin Yuan smiled and spread his hands. "Let's find out at the shooting range." Soon a large crowd followed, making their way to the police department's shooting range. Li Bai took the pistol, twirled it in his hand with practiced ease, his smooth, skilled movements clearly marking him as a seasoned gunman. He looked down to inspect the new gun's design, and Lin Yuan pointed to the 2-point iron sights, explaining, "Align the rear notch with the front post, then align both with the target. Try the accuracy." Bang! A resounding gunshot pierced the night sky. The wooden target 50 meters away exploded, its center red circle shattered to pieces. What's more, the bullet's momentum didn't stop there, it blasted a fist-sized hole in the solid concrete wall behind the target. Good gun. Huge power, low recoil and excellent accuracy. Li Bai was thrilled, as if he had discovered a treasure, unable to resist taking another admiring look at the gun. Lin Yuan's attention remained fixed on the faces of the Special Investigation Department agents present. The reason he made such a spectacle of changing his equipment was to lure out the friend Yihua had mentioned. If the other party was also a transmigrator, they would surely recognize his identity upon seeing these items. When the time was right, they might even approach him on their own initiative. "Sergeant, this gun is mine." The agent from Group 3 whose beloved sidearm had been taken wore a look of grievance. After hesitating for quite a while he finally mustered the courage to remind him in a low voice. Yours. Levi shot him a glare, casually slapping the man's helmet as he lectured him earnestly. Look at you, such a lack of ambition. Your team leader Lin has said this equipment will be issued to the entire West City Special Investigation Department. How could your Group 3 possibly be left out? As his words trailed off he had already holstered the silver pistol at his waist with practiced ease as if it were only natural. Subsequently he continued testing the other equipment Lin Yuan had modified. The defensive capabilities of the special combat suit drew the first waves of astonishment. It was impervious to slashes and cuts from blades and could even withstand gunfire. Only the ceramic insert plate showed weakness against repeated shots to the same spot, yet this was far superior to the bulky steel bulletproof vests of old. With night vision goggles, tactical lights, detachable red dot sights and other accessories unveiled one by one, the agents crowded around the equipment in awe, exclaiming repeatedly, "This is a miracle." Seeing the excited gleam in everyone's eyes, Levi couldn't help but break into a grin that crinkled his entire face. He stepped forward and waved his hand. All right, that's enough. Dismissed. We still have work tomorrow. Brother Lin, come with me. The two walked to a secluded corner near the shooting range where Levi lowered his voice and asked, about how many sets can you produce in a day? Lin Yuan deliberated for a moment. These pieces of equipment relied on relatively simple mechanical structures and all the materials were readily available, so he could certainly manufacture them in bulk. However, he couldn't possibly admit to that or he'd be treated like a slave laborer and never get anything else done. Besides, he still needed to search for people and find ways to increase his strength. He definitely couldn't become a mere logistics provider. So he spoke up, I can produce about 10 sets a day. Levi looked somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, yet he still patted Lin Yuan approvingly on the shoulder. That works too. In a month we can equip the entire Special Investigation Department. But you need to take care of yourself, don't overwork yourself to the point of collapse. Rest when you need to, don't push too hard. According to the establishment of the West City Special Investigation Department, the Bureau was divided into 5 groups, each fully staffed with 20 members. Levi personally oversaw Group 1 and the leaders of the other groups were all divine practitioners. That totaled 100 people. At his current pace, full re-equipment could be completed in just over half a month. After his speech, Levi lowered his voice and added, prioritize equipping my Group 1 first. Remember not to tell anyone else, this was my instruction. With that he cleared his throat and raised his voice, rest assured, Brother Lin. I'll take a sample set to report our achievements to the higher-ups. If there's anything you want, just say the word and I'll fight to get it for you. Lin Yuan mentally calculated his options. Currently there were 3 paths for him to enhance his strength. The first was absorbing fate cores to upgrade his energy core. However, fate cores were ultimately the property of the church. As a divine practitioner, requesting them would appear highly suspicious, so that was out of the question. If he wanted fate cores, he'd have to acquire them himself. The second method was gold. During the last breakout, its sharpness and toughness had far exceeded his expectations. It was incredibly effective. The problem was that gold was too precious. Levi had gone through great lengths just to obtain a small amount. He could try again, but he couldn't pin his hopes on it. The last method was to see if this world had any other special metals. Currently his primary energy core lacked the ability for matter conversion. If there were other high-strength special alloys available, both Lin Yuan's body and his exoskeleton armor could receive significant enhancements. This request seemed feasible. As a transmigrator, he had no connections and would find it difficult to gather rare metals, but entrusting the task to a government force should be a piece of cake. With this in mind, Lin Yuan spoke up, most of my strength comes from my special combat armor. To further enhance it, I need a large quantity of high-quality special metals. Of course, if you could also get your hands on some more gold, that would be even better. Levi pondered for a moment, then nodded, I can try. Don't worry, if it's at all possible, I'll definitely get it for you. To be honest with you, your equipment, especially this gun, do you know what it signifies? As he spoke, Levi drew the desert eagle from his waist, once more twirling it with a flamboyant flourish. Lin Yuan picked up the thread. It means ordinary people can also deal with special creatures, even fight against priests. It means that perhaps one day the government can completely break free from the church's constraints. His tone was calm and indifferent, as if he were casually discussing the weather, completely unconcerned that he had just voiced a truth that almost no one in this world dared to speak aloud. Levi's hand movements paused slightly before returning to normal, though the twirling of the gun became a little faster, as if to conceal something. He murmured, you really dare to say that? You're an outsider, aren't you? People here, myself included, no longer dare to harbor such hopes. I know you telling me this is a sign of trust, but you must never mention such things again. You can know a person's face but not their heart. If anyone ever learns you hold such thoughts, the entire world will turn against you. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, neither denying nor confirming. He certainly couldn't voice his true thoughts to Li by stop pretending. I've known exactly what kind of person you are all along. In the days that followed, every morning Lin Yuan would retreat into his workshop upon arriving at the police headquarters. Half an hour later he would emerge with several sets of equipment in hand. He spent the rest of his time familiarizing himself with the agents of Group 3 or conversing with the leaders of the other groups. Thanks to the new equipment he crafted, Lin Yuan quickly became well acquainted with the entire Special Investigation Department. Li Bai, on the other hand, despite being a deputy director, was rarely seen during the day. No one knew what case he was investigating, but he always appeared bustling with work. "Captain, when are we going to get a mission?" a young agent from Group 3 asked with a look of longing. "It's been days since we got the new equipment. All we've done is target practice. I really want to see how it performs in real combat." The speaker was a newcomer fresh out of the police academy, having arrived only 2 days before Lin Yuan. No sooner had he spoken than the veteran agent mentoring him delivered a sharp knock to his head. "Pa. Who in their right mind is eager to go throw their life away? Our department either gets no cases at all or major ones. We rarely get this kind of peace, so count your blessings, kid." The Special Investigation Department had two ways of receiving cases. One was when ordinary citizens reported anomalies to the police and patrol officers judged whether the department's intervention was necessary. If deemed necessary, the case would be assigned to a specific group for investigation. The vast majority of reports, however, turned out to be false alarms. The other method was through the department's routine patrols, which also had a low probability of encountering special incidents. In hindsight, this was only natural. If God dissension events occurred daily, human cities would have long since been reduced to rubble. Lin Yuan was also intensely curious about the God dissension events, but it was clear Li Bai was intentionally looking out for him. The cases assigned to Group 3 were all ones that sounded so absurd they were unlikely to be genuine. Take for instance a case assigned to Unit 3 yesterday. An elderly woman reported that every night she heard a rhythmic creaking sound from the apartment above, akin to a wooden bed swaying, and it would persist throughout the entire night, which was highly unusual. Lin Yuan dispatched his agents to investigate. Upon their return they reported that the upstairs neighbor was indeed rocking a bed, but it was a crib. The child had a habit of sleeping during the day, leaving them restless and fussy at night, often requiring lengthy soothing. Over time the father had even perfected the skill of rocking the crib with his foot while dozing off himself. What kind of nonsense is this? Lin Yuan casually tossed the report onto his desk. Finding himself with nothing to do, he gestured to his men. "Come on, let's hit the streets for patrol." At 17, Kai Street, within an old dilapidated house, a young couple sat under the dim light, their gazes fixed on their sleeping infant. Yet their faces bore no trace of parental joy or fulfillment, only deep-seated worry. The wife clutched her husband's arm, her nails nearly digging into his skin, her voice laced with hesitation and fear. "Are we sure? This is all right." The husband lowered his head, speaking as if to himself yet also trying to reassure his wife. "I don't want to lie either. But if we tell those agents the truth, they will definitely take our child away. I can never allow that to happen. We've already lost one child, I cannot bear to lose another." His voice grew firmer as if to instill confidence in his wife and justify their actions to himself. "Trust me, everything will be fine. Once the child grows up, these strange occurrences will come to an end." It had started about a month prior, with their second child showing signs of abnormality. At first the baby refused to sleep at night, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling as if something was there. Initially they thought nothing of it, assuming the child simply wasn't sleepy. At his wit's end, the father tried covering the baby's eyes with his hand, hoping to coax it to sleep. Surprisingly, it worked. The child soon closed its eyes and fell asleep. Several days passed like this until one night the wife got up to use the bathroom, still so groggy she nearly stumbled into the doorframe. As she reached the bedroom doorway, a sudden chill crept up her spine, halting her steps. What was that? She murmured, frowning, a fleeting sense of wrongness passing through her mind. The feeling vanished as quickly as it came, leaving her to attribute it to the dim lighting and sheer exhaustion. However, as she continued towards the bathroom, the unease washed over her once more. This time she suddenly realized what was wrong. She rushed back to the bedroom, pushed open the door, and saw the infant lying in the crib in a bizarre posture. Its eyes, clear and dark, were wide open, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Its tiny hands were raised limply in the air as if awaiting a response from someone. The wife's heart began to race. The gesture was all too familiar. It was the exact way the child signaled wanting to be held whenever it saw an adult. But there was no one else in the room. Who then was the baby reaching out to? Her heart pounding, she frantically woke her husband. The husband was utterly bewildered. Without overthinking, he immediately scooped the baby into his arms. After just 2 gentle sways, the little one closed its eyes and drifted off to sleep. "See? It's probably just sleepwalking. Don't be so paranoid," the husband reassured his wife. Let's observe for another couple of days. If anything seems wrong, we'll go to the hospital. However, the child's abnormality didn't dissipate with their reassurances. Over the following nights, the couple took turns keeping vigil, trying to determine if the child was truly sleepwalking or if something far more sinister was at play. They discovered that every midnight the infant would suddenly open its eyes and raise its hands in that same waiting to be held gesture, remaining motionless for long periods. On the third and fourth nights the same thing happened. Call the police. Call the police. The wife couldn't bear it any longer, not out of fear for themselves but out of sheer worry that something was terribly wrong with their baby. But the husband stopped her. Are you crazy? We lost our first child and we were so lucky to have this one. If you call the police and they take the baby away, what do we do then? The woman hesitated, but her husband's next words completely shattered any thought of calling the authorities. Don't forget what the doctor said. You can't have any more children. They dared not alert the police, and for the same reason they couldn't turn to the church. Those cold-hearted clergy would never understand or tolerate such heresy. Left with no other choice, the husband went to consult an elder in their family. He carefully concealed the truth, merely mentioning that the child refused to sleep at night with its eyes open, and asked if there were any folk remedies to calm it down. The old man's brow furrowed slightly as if sensing something amiss, but he didn't pry. He simply said in a low voice, some children are born with spiritual sensitivity. Before they are tainted by the mundane world, they can see things that we cannot. These entities themselves may not be malicious, but some things are simply not meant to be seen. If this continues... The old man looked at him meaningfully. Even if the body survives, the soul will eventually shatter. The elder advised, you must ensure the child sleeps. Don't let it stare at those things for too long. Get through these few years. Once the child grows older and becomes more worldly, these abnormalities will naturally fade away. Upon returning home, the husband relayed everything to his wife. Their only solution was to keep the child's eyes closed and asleep, never allowing that wide-eyed state to occur again. They racked their brains and then it hit them. On that first night they noticed the anomaly. The husband had held the baby and rocked it a couple of times, and the child had quickly fallen asleep. Perhaps if they kept rocking it continuously, the child wouldn't wake up. From that day forward, the small crib in the night became a ceaseless motion. Whether it was the husband or the wife, one of them would always be by the crib, using a foot or hand to push the frame, maintaining that subtle rhythmic sway. Unit 3's 20 agents were divided into 5 squads, rotating between 2 squads on patrol, 2 squads training and on standby at the police headquarters, and 1 squad resting. Lin Yuan led from the front, followed by 8 agents of the Special Investigation Department clad in black tactical gear. With their uniform attire and piercing gazes, even the dogs they passed tucked their tails between their legs. There was no cliché scene of street thugs foolishly picking a fight. Those people were well informed. Even if they didn't recognize the uniform, the guns at their hips were a clear warning of trouble. As they marched, Lin Yuan abruptly stopped. Chen Laolio, walking directly behind him, collided with his back, nearly breaking his nose. Lin Yuan was tall, standing nearly 1.9 meters with a back as solid as a wall. The unexpected impact left Chen Laolio's nose stinging so much that tears welled up in his eyes. Damn! Captain, is your body made of iron? That's rock solid. He rubbed his nose and wiped his tears, then curiously followed Lin Yuan's gaze. Ahead, a young peddler carrying a shoulder pole came into view. Hanging from each end of the pole was a large grayish-black ceramic jar. On one was written snow fungus and lotus seed, and on the other wolfberry and cistanche. The peddler was likely a roaming vendor selling sweet soup, his forehead beaded with fine sweat, having trudged through the streets for who knows how long. Chen Laolio mused to himself, could the team leader be thirsty? He was a seasoned veteran of the police department with a masterful ability to read people. With a quick turn of thought, he immediately knew what to do. Hey buddy, how much for your sweet soup? Chen Laolio stepped forward, blocking the peddler's path. Seeing an inspector blocking his way, the peddler hastily wiped his sweat and spoke cautiously, Sir, I'm just a small merchant. The implication being there was no profit to be had here. Chen Laolio curled his lip. What do you take us for? Who cares about your pocket change? Just buying a bowl of sweet soup, don't worry, we won't eat you. Hearing this, the peddler finally relaxed and spoke more fluently, Sir, I have snow fungus with lotus seed and wolfberry with cistanche. What flavor would you like? Chen Laolio raised an eyebrow, inwardly mocking wolfberry and cistanche as sweet soup. Who would drink that? The peddler seemed to read his doubt and quickly explained with a smile, Sir, I like to experiment. They say wolfberry and cistanche are good for kidney health, so I thought someone might like it and tried making it. The result? Don't laugh at me, sir, but I haven't sold a single bowl all morning. Without waiting for Chen Laolio to speak, he set down his pole, turned, and ladled out a full bowl of steaming snow fungus and lotus seed soup. The deep autumn street was chilly. Looking at the steaming sweet soup before him, Chen Laolio felt thirsty himself. He took another bowl and walked briskly back toward the team. As for paying, not to mention special investigation agents, even a patrolman buying something on the street, it's considered a courtesy if they don't demand a tribute. Would you dare accept payment? Having spent these days with his new superior, Chenlaolu knew that although the man was young, he was no fool. He understood the ways of the world, so there was no need to put on a show for him. Team leader, have a bowl of sweet soup to warm up. The rest of you go get your own, I only have 2 hands. With that, Chenlaolu smiled and offered a bowl. But Lin Yuan didn't take it. Instead, he looked up at Chenlaolu and asked calmly, "Do you see any problems?" Chenlaolu was taken aback. Problems? What problems? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Would anyone make sweet soup out of wolfberry and sistanch? Chenlaolu quickly repeated the peddler's explanation and added, probably just some ignorant bumpkin trying to cash in on the aphrodisiac trend. Lin Yuan shook his head, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since he said not a single bowl of the wolfberry and sistanch soup was sold, why isn't it strange that he keeps that jar in front? And the better-selling snow fungus and lotus seed is in the back, requiring him to set down his pole and turn around every time he makes a sale. Isn't that troublesome? Hearing this, Chenlaolu immediately became alert, cursing himself for his carelessness. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder and led the team toward the peddler. Lin Yuan stopped and said coldly, "Give me a bowl of the wolfberry and sistanch soup. I want to taste what it's like." The peddler's expression changed drastically, his voice stammering, "Sir, this soup doesn't taste good. I'm afraid it might spoil your appetite. How about this, let me treat you to coffee at the cafe up ahead. I'm just a small merchant barely making any money." As he spoke, the peddler rummaged through his pockets, pulling out a crumpled handful of small change, holding it up high with a pitiful expression. The plainly dressed peddler and the sharply dressed team leader, this scene easily sparked conversation among passers-by. "Oh my, that young officer is quite handsome, but why is he so aggressive? Exactly, why bother? If it were a shop, that'd be one thing, they're established businesses. But picking on a simple peddler." These gossiping women thought they were far enough away that Lin Yuan couldn't hear. But in reality he heard every word of their discussions. He stared coldly at the peddler, his voice low and hard. "Didn't you hear me? Wolfberry and sistanch. 1 bowl." The peddler's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Under the gaze of the group of inspectors, he tremblingly opened the lid of the other ceramic jar. Inside was indeed a full jar of black sweet soup with a few red wolfberries floating on the surface. It did look exactly as he said, not a single bowl sold. The inspectors exchanged glances, beginning to doubt Lin Yuan's judgment. Lin Yuan, however, showed no intention of explaining, merely watching the peddler calmly. After the peddler ladled a bowl of soup, but before he could hand it over, Lin Yuan spoke, "Drink it. Consider it my treat." The peddler's hand trembled slightly, a flash of struggle crossing his face. Finally, gritting his teeth, he gulped down the sweet soup in 2 big swallows. His brow instantly furrowed, his face showing obvious pain as if it was hard to swallow. "Continue another bowl," Lin Yuan said coldly. The peddler's eye twitched, but he dared not refuse. He could only follow Lin Yuan's orders and ladle another bowl. He forced himself to swallow it, shivering uncontrollably. Bowl after bowl, until he hadn't finished the 5th bowl, he finally couldn't hold on anymore. With a he sprayed the sweet soup from his mouth and collapsed limply to his knees. Sir, I really can't drink anymore." The surrounding inspectors and passers-by finally noticed something unusual. It was a full jar of sweet soup, yet after only 4 or 5 bowls they could vaguely see the bottom of the jar. Seeing this, Chenlaolu immediately shouted excitedly, "There's a false bottom. Brothers, seize him." 2 young inspectors immediately stepped forward, flanking the peddler and blocking off any escape route. The peddler's face turned ashen. Seeing his scheme exposed, he dared not make a move. These men were all armed with guns. Even if he ran fast, could he outrun a bullet? He swallowed hard, then suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, slapping himself repeatedly and crying out, "Spare me, sir. I was wrong, I was blinded by greed. Please show mercy." Lin Yuan ignored his pleas. He walked to the edge of the ceramic jar, felt around the rim for a moment and then lifted the false bottom inside. As everyone held their breath, the secret in the bottom of the jar was exposed, a 2-year-old child curled up in the cramped space, sleeping soundly. The scene erupted in shock. So this peddler was actually a human trafficker, using the sweet soup business as a cover to roam the streets looking for targets. When he spotted a child alone, he would use the pretense of free sweet soup, using a bowl coated with sleeping drugs to knock the target out. Relying on this guise and the specially made mother-child jar, this trafficker had committed dozens of crimes without ever being discovered. Even if someone noticed their child was missing, the adults chasing after them would only pass by him without suspicion. Today had also been going smoothly. The trafficker had already put 2 or 3 blocks between himself and the crime scene when he unexpectedly ran into Lin Yuan. Chen Laolu was dumbfounded. Team leader, that's amazing. How did you know the jar was suspicious?
As Lin Yuan lifted the child from inside, he explained the jar in the back was only a quarter full, but the one in front was completely full. Never mind whether he could lift it. Even if he was born with superhuman strength, with such a weight difference between the two ends, how could he keep his balance carrying the pole?
The inspectors and passers-by finally understood.
Someone shouted bravo and started clapping, and soon applause swept through the street like a tide. Naturally, Lin Yuan no longer needed to concern himself with the aftermath. Patrol officers soon arrived at the scene. They split into two groups, one to return the child home based on the trafficker's confession, the other to escort the trafficker back to the police headquarters. Lin Yuan was about to lead his men away when the trafficker suddenly struggled violently, shouting, "I'm not the mastermind.
I was deceived by someone else. I want to confess. I want to earn merit."
Lin Yuan glanced back and, driven by sheer curiosity, personally led his team, marching the trafficker toward the lair he had revealed. Perhaps realizing escape was futile, the low-level trafficker proved highly cooperative along the way, divulging considerable information about his so-called boss. According to him, his boss was an old man of 60 or 70. He didn't know the man's real name, only referring to him by the alias Old Swindler. The nickname arose because the Old Swindler was perpetually cryptic and superstitious, having established a host of peculiar rules. For instance, he would relocate every 6 months and recruit a new partner. Once the time was up, he would vanish, severing all contact with his previous accomplice, and so the cycle repeated endlessly. This low-level trafficker had worked with him for 5 months. If the Old Swindler's pattern held true, the man would slip away silently by month's end. Lin Yuan found nothing particularly strange about these habits. At most, they reflected an excess of caution. Still, considering the old man's line of work, no degree of care seemed unwarranted. Chen Laolu, however, was visibly puzzled and couldn't help asking, "Since you've essentially mastered all these snatching skills, why not strike out on your own? Why stick with an old man who can barely move?" The low-level trafficker let out an awkward chuckle. "I'd love to, but for one thing, I can't get my hands on such potent knockout drugs. For another, the old man holds a tight grip on the sales channels. Even if I went solo without buyers, I'd just be staring at my own hands, wouldn't I?"
He wasn't lying.
Children varied greatly in weight, and even a slight miscalculation in dosage could spell disaster. Too much could kill the child outright, too little and the kid would wake up mid-transit. This specially formulated sedative was precisely one of the Old Swindler's key methods for controlling his partners. Guided by the trafficker, Lin Yuan and his team traversed most of the western district, finally arriving at a patchwork of single-story dwellings on the city's fringe just as the sun dipped below the horizon. The buildings here were chaotic and haphazard, with no orderly streets to speak of. Houses rose at odd angles like illegal constructions, brick and tile structures, corrugated iron shacks, and even crude shelters cobbled together from wooden planks.
Lin Yuan's gaze swept over these dilapidated structures, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. Noticing his expression, Chen Laolu volunteered an explanation. "Captain, you're new to these parts, so you wouldn't know. Strictly speaking, this area isn't part of Iron City proper, or rather it's outside the city's planning zone.
It's a neighborhood that formed organically as people who couldn't afford housing in the city clustered together on the outskirts. So there's no municipal management here, no taxes, and even patrol officers rarely venture in.
It's a lawless zone, utter chaos within." Lin Yuan understood immediately. It was nothing more than a slum.
He had assumed the residents of old alleys like Peachtree Street were already at society's bottom rung, but he hadn't imagined some people lived even worse. As they pressed deeper with the trafficker in tow, the narrow pathways forced their formation to stretch into a long single-file line. At every dwelling they passed, someone would crack open a door, eyeing this sudden procession of Special Investigation Division agents with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. The agents of Squad 3 were on high alert, each keeping a hand resting on their holster, bracing for any sudden ambush.
Chen Laolu hesitated for a moment before quietly suggesting, "Captain, this place is too treacherous.
Perhaps we should wait for the riot squad to arrive before making our move."
Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "The Old Swindler is overly cautious. If this trafficker fails to return on time, the old man will almost certainly flee. Keep moving." With that, Lin Yuan opened his briefcase and swiftly donned his exoskeleton armor, ready to reveal his true strength if a fight broke out. Finally, after half an hour of venturing deep into the slum, they halted before a decrepit wooden shack. The trafficker pointed at the wooden door beside them, indicating, "It's in here."
Lin Yuan raised his hand to knock, but before he could, a hoarse voice called out from within, "Guests arriving late at night, no need for formalities.
Come on in."
Chen Laolu raised an eyebrow at the voice and muttered under his breath, "Damn, could this Old Swindler actually have some real tricks?" Lin Yuan, however, ignored him and pushed the wooden door open directly.
The interior was dimly lit with a single oil lamp barely illuminating a square table at the center. The walls seemed coated in some light-absorbing material, pitch black and faintly ominous.
Behind the table sat an old man draped in a black cloak, head slightly bowed, face obscured, only a snowy white beard visible, marking him as the Old Swindler.
With a flick of Lin Yuan's intent, the helmet of his exoskeleton armor retracted, swiftly collapsing into a metal collar flush with his neck within 2 seconds. He scanned the room without a trace of hesitation, then sat down across from the old man with an air of unbridled authority. "Knowing we were coming and still not running, what's the matter looking down on the police department?" Lin Yuan cut straight to the chase. The old man raised his head slightly, revealing a pair of murky eyes laced with a cold gleam, and replied evasively, "This exquisite mechanical structure. Is it the handiwork of the Mechanist Church?" Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, his tone icy. "Are we acquainted?" "This is police business. Answer the question directly." The old man let out a low raspy chuckle. "Young man, you lack manners. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a tone?" As his words faded, the room's lighting shifted to an eerie purple and the previously dark walls began to glow. Shadowy silhouettes writhed like specters, crawling up from the corners to blanket all 4 walls of the room. The agents of Squad 3 felt their hair stand on end. They raised their guns in unison, aiming at the ominous shadows poised to open fire at any moment. Lin Yuan, however, remained utterly unfazed by his surroundings, fixing his gaze on the old man. "Enough theatrics. Tell me, who are you?" The old man clearly hadn't anticipated Lin Yuan's composure. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. But he quickly regained his calm and slowly uttered a few words. "Have you ever heard of the name Golden Thief?" A bead of sweat slid down the back of the old charlatan's neck, dampening his color. Outwardly he appeared as calm as a placid lake, yet inwardly he was in a state of utter panic. Just minutes earlier his partner's prolonged absence had signaled that something was amiss. As he was about to slip away, he spied through the cracks in the wooden planks several silhouettes halting at the doorway. "This is bad." The old fraud knew trouble was brewing, inwardly kicking himself for not reacting sooner. But now he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Given his age and the severity of his crimes, once captured he would likely never see the light of day again. Surrendering without a fight was out of the question, but fleeing. At his age, who could he possibly outrun? He had to gamble. If he won, he might just scare them off. And if he lost? Could it really get any worse? "Are you the gold thief?" Lin Yuan looked at the old charlatan before him, his expression subtle, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The old fraud meanwhile was putting on a brave front, his hand under the table secretly fumbling for a switch on a remote control. As the hidden fan beneath the floor tiles whirred to life, a chilling wind swirled up, instantly casting an eerie atmosphere over the room. "Young man," the old charlatan said in a deep solemn voice, "it takes some nerve to remain so composed upon hearing my name. I have a soft spot for talent, so I'll spare your lives today. Be gone with you now." Lin Yuan remained perfectly still, a playful smirk at the corner of his mouth, watching the other's performance with keen interest. A blower and ultraviolet lamp. Such parlor tricks to try and intimidate people. He was curious to see what other tricks this old fraud had up his sleeve. If it were just ordinary patrol officers, they might very well have been fooled by this act. But if even a single priest or divine official were present, they'd spot the flaw in an instant. There was no fluctuation of divine energy. In reality, cases like this were typically handled by regular patrol officers. The old charlatan could never have guessed that a team leader from the Special Investigation Division would be bored enough to meddle. Adding to his misfortune, due to health issues, he hadn't been out recently and didn't recognize their new uniforms. Had he known he was facing a divine official, why would he have bothered putting on this act? It was just embarrassing. Sensing the atmosphere growing a bit stale, Lin Yuan cleared his throat and spoke up ahem. "I heard the gold thief was a young, handsome and dashing fellow. You don't quite fit that description, do you?" The old charlatan's voice began to tremble, whether from anger or the guilt of being exposed was unclear. "What? You're not going to force me to take action, are you?" The moment he finished speaking, the wooden wall panel behind him suddenly burst apart as 2 dark objects shot straight toward the pair in the center of the room. Lin Yuan's smile stiffened, his eyes narrowing to slits. The flying shadows were actually emanating fluctuations of divine energy. "Get down," he barked. The old charlatan was quick to react, rolling on the ground with a speed that defied his age. The 2 dark objects grazed past his scalp, hurtling straight for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had already drawn his Desert Eagle, firing off several rounds at the shadows. Bang! 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 The agents of Team 3 also opened fire, bullets ricocheting off the dark objects with showers of sparks. Looking closer, they were 2 massive circular axes trailing long iron chains behind them, the other ends disappearing into the shattered hole in the wall. "The target is behind the wall," Lin Yuan commanded swiftly. "Fire into the breach." The agents of Team 3 laid down a barrage and bullet holes quickly riddled the wall panel. Lin Yuan pondered tonight's operation was a spur-of-the-moment decision no one could have known in advance. "So they're not here for me. Are they after the old man? Ha! Where did the old man go?" Scanning the room, he suddenly noticed that the old charlatan had slipped towards the back door amidst the chaos. As Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon him, the old charlatan jumped with fright and pressed the last button on his remote control. In an instant, gray smoke billowed from the cracks in the four corners of the room. Driven by the blower, it quickly obscured everyone's vision. A pungent odor filled the air. The members of Team 3 quickly donned their gas masks and simultaneously flipped down the thermal imaging scopes mounted on their helmets. In that brief moment of distraction, the old man had already bolted out the back door. Lin Yuan vaulted through the broken wall, cursing as he gave chase. "Old man, don't run that way. Can't you see they're after you?" The old charlatan skidded to a halt, staring at the masked figure less than 10 meters away. The figure's gaze was sinister, radiating murderous intent. Beads of sweat rolled down the old charlatan's forehead. "As sir. Rest assured I won't say a word." With that, he turned and fled. The black-clad figure was clearly injured. Despite his attempts to dodge the shots fired through the wall by Team 3 had left several gaping bullet wounds on his body. While these wounds weren't fatal, the silver-jacketed bullets lodged within hindered the flow of his divine energy, preventing him from immediately giving chase. Undeterred, he swung his chains, hurling the two flying axes toward the old charlatan. Lin Yuan wasn't about to let that happen. He leaped into the air, producing two small bombs from his belt and hurling them. Boom! The bombs detonated midair, the fireball engulfing the axes and blasting them backward. The black-clad figure retracted his weapons while bullets were slowly forced out of his taut wounds, accompanied by dripping blood. As the last piece of shrapnel clattered to the ground, he let out a cold snort and gave chase. Lin Yuan was equally resolute, darting forward to block his path. The moment they closed in, a dagger sprang from the leg compartment of Lin Yuan's mechanical exoskeleton. He caught it in a reverse grip and with a flash of cold steel thrust it straight for the figure's heart. "You're courting death," the black-clad figure roared, his eyes filled with contempt. In his view, this man's combat style was clearly suited for mid to long range, not close-quarters brawling. Such recklessness was suicide. Even a silver alloy dagger like this, unassuming as it was, couldn't inflict significant damage on him. So instead of dodging, he actively welcomed the dagger with his chest while simultaneously bringing his massive axe down in a vertical arc aimed at Lin Yuan's neck, trading a wound for a life. And so Lin Yuan's dagger plunged deep into the black-clad figure's chest. What caught the figure completely off guard was the dagger's transformation the moment it pierced his flesh. The dagger's outer layer of specialized steel fell away as soon as it broke the skin, revealing a gleaming silver core that sank into his body. It was a pure silver core. Lin Yuan thought smugly, "You old country bumpkin, ever seen a discarding sabot armor-piercing round?" This dagger mimicked the design of a modern tank's armor-piercing fin-stabilized discarding sabot round. The outer steel casing had a special detachment structure designed to shed within a second of impact, allowing it to breach armor and external defenses while delivering the truly lethal core deep inside. As the core embedded itself, Lin Yuan twisted the handle with force. The frangible structure at the base snapped, leaving the entire silver core lodged firmly in the figure's chest. Moreover, the pure silver core was covered in barbs, ensuring it couldn't be easily pulled out. The instant Lin Yuan completed his strike, the black-clad man's massive axe was already upon him. Sensing the movement behind him and unwilling to reveal his true strength, Lin Yuan could only raise his arms to withstand the blow. With a piercing screech of grinding metal, the exoskeleton armor was slashed open, leaving two deep gashes. The immense force of the impact sent Lin Yuan hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall beside him. "Captain! Captain, are you all right?" The agents of Squad 3 finally caught up. Seeing Lin Yuan wounded, they drew their guns and opened fire to provide cover. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly, "I know you mean well, but if you'd shown yourselves 10 seconds later, I'd have already taken this black-clad man down." Yet aloud he said, "I'm fine. Don't spare the bullets, he's not dead yet." The black-clad man lay on the ground, writhing in agony. He clutched his chest with one hand while the other delved into the wound, desperately trying to extract the blade core. But the effect of the pure silver blade core far exceeded his expectations. It had not only severed vital organs but also suppressed the flow of divine breath within him, completely crippling his abilities. Given the time to extract the blade core, he could have been as vigorous as ever. However, that would require a stable environment and an excellent surgeon. Silver's suppression of divine breath could shift from quantity to quality. Earlier, the black-clad man had managed to force out the bullet because the silver content was insufficient, allowing divine breath to barely circulate. But now an entire block of silver rested within him. Divine breath would be absorbed before it even drew near. Coupled with the barbed structure, extraction was impossible without external force. The devastating power of the Desert Eagle combined with the stagnation of his divine breath ensured the black-clad man was thoroughly dead before Squad 3 emptied their magazines. Li Bai, who had arrived at some point, watched the scene unfold, his eyes twitching involuntarily. If he had been in the black-clad man's place, he doubted his fate would have been any different. Stabbed by such a large piece of pure silver, he probably couldn't even transform into smoke. Li Bai ahem ceasefire. He's dead.
Lin Yuan turned around deliberately feigning surprise and said, Inspector.
What are you doing here?
Li Bai walked toward the black-clad man explaining he's the suspect in a series of murders our team has been tracking.
After days of investigation we finally pinpointed his residence. We set up a net today to arrest him but he managed to escape and ended up here.
Li Bai glanced at the half-broken dagger in Lin Yuan's hand, unable to resist remarking that armor-piercing dagger of yours is impressive.
Make me 2 of those tomorrow.
Lin Yuan chuckled, no problem.
The police department's footing the bill anyway, so it's not coming out of my pocket. Li Bai crouched down staring at the black-clad man's face. Let me see what this fellow really is.
He reached out, grabbed the cloth covering the man's face and gave it a gentle tug. Unexpectedly the cloth was connected to a transparent thread pulling from the man's mouth.
Lin Yuan's ears twitched and he immediately shouted, watch out. Boom.
A sudden explosion erupted, the black-clad man's head bursting into a mist of blood, splattering blood and flesh in all directions. Li Bai's figure instantly dissolved into a cloud of smoke, narrowly evading the explosion, but the half-cigar clamped between his lips was reduced to ashes.
The smoke coalesced back into human form.
Li Bai patted his chest, his brows twitching wildly. After the explosion subsided, besides Li Bai, Chen Laolio, who was closest to the killer, fared the worst. Although his special combat suit had absorbed most of the shockwave, the flying blood and flesh mercilessly splattered all over him, leaving him looking utterly disheveled.
Tui, damn it. I'm filing for workers' comp. I probably won't be able to eat for days.
Chen Laolio spat out unknown debris in disgust, glaring at Li Bai with a look of utter grievance. The agents of Squad 3 sighed in relief, seeing he could still joke, but Li Bai's expression grew darker.
Careless. He muttered, his brows furrowing deeper.
Why would a fugitive plant a booby trap in his own mouth?
Was it to spite the police department before dying? That seemed overly elaborate and utterly inexplicable.
The only possibility was that this was not an isolated case but the work of a gang. There must be accomplices behind the black-clad man. Perhaps he was merely an insignificant underling. And the bomb in his mouth was meant to destroy his face once he lost the ability to resist severing the police department's leads. Lin Yuan had also discerned some clues. He stepped forward, patting Li Bai on the shoulder and consoled, come on, at least we've gained something, haven't we? Li Bai shook his head with a bitter smile. Do you know how much effort we put into tracking him?
Now that the lead is severed we have to start all over again.
Lin Yuan curled his lips into a meaningful smile. Who said the lead is severed?
Don't forget why we came here in the first place.
Not long after the explosion, the reinforcements brought by Li Bai along with the police Lin Yuan had requested before entering the slums arrived at the scene one after another. Lin Yuan briefly explained the human trafficking case to Li Bai, mentioning the old charlatan who had slipped away amidst the chaos. Immediately a large group of police officers set off in pursuit. Unfortunately, due to the complex terrain, the chances of capturing him were slim. To search for possible clues, some officers remained at the scene surrounding the old charlatan's shabby hut for a thorough search.
Li Bai ordered in a deep voice, everyone guard the perimeter. Don't come in and get in the way.
Several officers who had just put on gloves left the wooden hut, leaving only him and Lin Yuan inside. The two of them silently rummaged through the pile of junk for clues, neither speaking for a while. After a long pause, Li Bai finally broke the silence, casually asking, what do you make of this? His tone was casual but his gaze was fixed on Lin Yuan.
Lin Yuan pried up a floor tile, discovering the hidden blower beneath.
Fiddling with it idly, he heard Li Bai's question and replied flatly, there's a mole.
In the police department.
Li Bai raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? We're all brothers here.
Don't make wild accusations without evidence.
Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush, rolling his eyes at him. Inspector Li cut the act.
You sent everyone away just so you could talk to me about this alone, didn't you?
Li Bai fell silent for a moment, pursing his lips, then finally spoke. Tell me your theory. First let's discuss the relationship between the man in black and the old swindler, Lin Yuan said while searching through the items. One is a serial killer whose true identity is a priest or cleric, the other is an old man who traffics people. On the surface the two have nothing to do with each other.
But in reality,
they likely have dealings in business.
Li Bai raised an eyebrow.
You mean the children the old swindler kidnapped were ultimately sold to the man in black?
Most likely, Lin Yuan nodded.
Knowing how this world of yours works, dark underground forces kidnapping children for sinister rituals fits all too perfectly. If that's the case, then there are only two possibilities for the man in black showing up here.
Lin Yuan paused, continuing his analysis. First, today just happens to be their transaction day.
The man in black came to pick up the goods, discovered the old swindler had been caught and decided to silence him to avoid being implicated.
But that scenario doesn't hold up. Lin Yuan shook his head.
There's no trace of trafficked children here.
Even if the old swindler had hidden them elsewhere, the man in black couldn't have taken them away while being pursued. So that leaves only the second possibility: someone inside the police headquarters tipped them off. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he continued. Someone learned of my operation, worried that the old swindler's capture would unravel more leads, and sent the man in black to kill him and silence everything. Li Bai was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Actually, I've had my suspicions about that too. To catch the serial killer, I've set up numerous traps, but every time they inexplicably failed. Either unexpected incidents occurred or he sensed something was off. Not a single attempt succeeded. After much deliberation, I could only reach one conclusion: the police headquarters has been infiltrated. So for tonight's operation, I only brought my own squad and a few brothers I trust implicitly. Sure enough, there were no surprises this time. The man in black walked right into our trap without a clue. He sighed with some regret. Unfortunately, the net wasn't tied tight enough. He still managed to escape. Lin Yuan suddenly interrupted him. Wait, are you saying everyone you brought tonight is beyond reproach? I can vouch for them. Li Bai's tone was firm. They're brothers who've been with me for years. As an extra precaution, I randomly split everyone into pairs during the operation, ensuring no one had the chance to contact the killer or tip anyone off alone. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. No, that doesn't add up. If there's no mole among your men to tip off the man in black, how did he know about tonight's operation? Don't forget, my being here tonight was pure coincidence. There's no way someone could have predicted everything before I even arrived and preemptively ordered the man in black to kill in silence. He pondered for a moment, then asked about the direction the man in black had fled, confirming that he had deliberately headed toward the slums. So the truth is... Lin Yuan abruptly stopped his search and spoke up. I have some conjectures that I need to verify back at the police headquarters. Li Bai was taken aback. We haven't finished searching the scene yet and you're leaving just like that. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. That old swindler is extremely cautious. It's unlikely he left any valuable clues among his personal belongings. I'll leave this place to you. Upon returning to the police headquarters, Lin Yuan immediately pulled up the crime reports received by the Special Investigations Division over the past few days. He flipped through the files rapidly until he stopped at a particular page. If the order to kill in silence was given before my operation, then there must be a lead among the cases received these past few days that could implicate the old swindler. He stared at the case file in his hands, his gaze gradually sharpening. It was a seemingly innocuous case record, its title clearly reading Infant Cradle Case. At No. 17, Kai Bei Street. The deep night street was originally deserted. However, the arrival of two police cars shattered the silence of the scene. In the car, a newly recruited officer was filled with remorse. I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just assumed the person making the report was being paranoid. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder, his tone unhurried. Don't blame yourself. Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, we can't be sure if this family really has issues. Come on, let's go up and take a look first. The group ascended the stairs and soon arrived at the door of the target residence. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yuan rapped on the door. Police headquarters conducting an investigation. Is anyone home? From inside there came the sound of a table leg scraping against the floor, but no one came to the door, nor was there any verbal response. Chen Lalio, standing nearby, signaled with his eyes, force our way in. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod and took a step back. Chen Lalio exchanged a glance with another new detective, then they stood shoulder to shoulder at the door, silently coordinating a hand signal. 3, 2, 1. Bang! The door burst open on impact. 8 detectives entered in a tactical CQB formation, with Lin Yuan bringing up the rear. He casually fanned away the dust kicked up by the falling door and stepped into the living room. In the living room, a woman in her nightgown was trembling violently, brandishing a kitchen knife. Stay back. Get away from me, don't come any closer. Chen Laolu tried to approach, speaking in a soothing tone. Madam, please don't be alarmed. We're just here on a report to understand the situ. Before he could finish, the kitchen knife was pointed directly at the tip of his nose. Chen Laolu immediately halted, raising his hands, his voice even softer. Relax, we mean no harm. We're truly just here to understand the situation. The woman, however, lost control of her emotions, her voice trembling and shrill. Understand what? Weren't you here just 2 days ago? My husband has already explained it clearly enough. It's just that the child doesn't sleep well and needs looking after. Why do you keep hounding us? We finally got our child after so long. No one is going to take him away from us. No one. Lin Yuan stepped forward, slowly opening a thin registry in his hand, and asked calmly, Ms. Feng Lixia, is that you? His gaze swept across the pages as he read aloud in a low voice. West City Huasheng Hospital patient medical records, patient Feng Lixia. On the morning of January 15, new calendar 157, which is early this year, an initial examination in the gynecology clinic confirmed pregnancy. The following day's checkup confirmed she was 8.5 weeks pregnant. He paused, flipped through several pages, skipping over the irrelevant prenatal checkup records, and continued reading. On July 21, she was admitted to the hospital due to a car accident. After 2 hours of emergency treatment, her life was out of danger. However, the fetus was unfortunately miscarried. The patient also fell into a coma due to intracranial hemorrhage. Fenglisha's face grew increasingly pale and the hand holding the kitchen knife trembled slightly. Unmoved, Lin Yuan continued reading. On August 1, after waking up, the patient exhibited abnormal emotions, snatched a baby from a nurse's arms and confronted the orderlies for 3 hours. After a psychiatric evaluation, she was diagnosed with postpartum depression and severe delusional disorder. On September 10, her emotions gradually stabilized and her husband Su Ming signed the discharge papers. After finishing the medical records, Lin Yuan closed the registry, fixing his sharp gaze on Fenglisha, his tone turning icy. "You were discharged in September, barely 3 months ago." "Ms. Fenglisha, I'll ask you just one thing, where did you get this child?" The cleaver clattered to the floor, its clang piercing the air. Fenglisha collapsed to her knees, clutching her head and wailing in anguish. "I didn't know. I didn't know." She struck her temples with both hands, her voice turning shrill. "My husband told me the child was born healthy. That was my child. It truly was my child." Lin Yuan crouched down, gripping her shoulders firmly, forcing her to meet his gaze. His voice was cold. October 6, Fanghua Street. A newborn barely a month old was snatched by a trafficker. "Do you know what became of that mother?" Fenglisha shook her head, trembling, her eyes wild with panic and tears streaming down. "Please. Stop. No more." Lin Yuan pressed on her husband, and his family blamed her for negligence. They beat and berated her for over 10 days. In the end, consumed by the agony of losing her child and the depths of her own guilt, she leapt from the building and took her own life. "Are you truly telling me you know nothing? Do you feel not even a shred of remorse?" Fenglisha seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the floor, her sobs the only sound echoing through the living room. The ambulance siren faded into the distance. The three-man team had scoured the apartment but found no trace of Fenglisha's husband or child. According to Fenglisha, the child's insomnia had grown increasingly severe. Tonight her husband Su Ming had taken the child to their ancestral home, ostensibly to introduce the baby to the elders. She also provided the address of the Su family's ancestral residence. Chen Lolio, noticing Lin Yuan's silence, asked tentatively, "Captain, should we head over now?" Lin Yuan didn't answer. He stood in the master bedroom, pushing aside the crib, and looked up at the ceiling with a piercing cold stare. "Not yet. Let's check upstairs first." Upstairs, Chen Laolu forced the door open the same way. The moment they stepped inside, a thick putrid stench assaulted their senses. Unprepared, Chen Lalio's eyes watered from the stench. He coughed and grumbled, "Damn, a pigsty would smell better than this. How did no one notice anything wrong?" Lin Yuan pointed to the windows and the cracks around the door, explaining the gaps are sealed with wax, creating an airtight space. Unless a burglar broke in, no one would ever discover it. They entered the room directly above the master bedroom below. As the door swung open, the stench intensified. The room was filled with the rotting carcasses of animal infants. Blood and fluid leaking from the corpses flowed along carved grooves toward the center of the room, forming an intricate pattern. The very heart of that pattern was directly beneath the crib's location downstairs. Lin Yuan observed for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh. So the one with the deepest obsession was never the wife but the husband. To the west of the city lies a peculiar district known as the Old Su Family Street. 8 out of 10 residents here bear the surname Su. Though it is now a rundown area of aging, dilapidated bungalows, this was once the foundation of a superclan. The Su family enjoyed a century of glory before calamity struck the main branch 20 years ago, forcing the clan to disband. Even so, the Su descendants in this area maintain a powerful cohesion. Deeply influenced by old customs, they rarely involve the police in neighborhood disputes, preferring to seek arbitration from the clan elders at the ancestral hall. Among these elders, the most revered is the sole surviving bloodline of the main branch, the 5th-ranked 5th elder. It is not because the main branch holds any prominent status now. The tragedy of years past nearly wiped out the entire main family, leaving its influence all but extinct. The 5th elder's veneration stems entirely from his venerable age and lofty virtue. Over the years, whenever a Su family member faced hardship, he would offer his aid, accumulating immense prestige. Once an elder from the clan asked him, "The main branch fell long ago. What have you been using all these years to support the clansmen?" The 5th elder only smiled and gave no answer. It was later learned that when the main family was in peril, they entrusted him with a few antique paintings and calligraphy works for safekeeping.
He intended to keep them as mementos, but unable to bear the suffering of his kin, he gradually sold them off to provide relief. After all these years, not a single treasure remained in his possession. Upon learning this, the clan's elders were filled with admiration, secretly regarding the fifth elder as the symbol of the main branch and looking up to him as their leader. At this moment, in an old house beside the Sioux ancestral hall, a large rat poked its head out searching for food. Suddenly its ears twitched as if sensing danger in the air, and it scurried back into a crack in the wall. Moments later, a gap was pushed open in a corner window and a pair of murky, cautious eyes peered inside. After confirming it was safe, the figure laboriously climbed into the room. The intruder had white hair and a wispy goatee, clad in a filthy black robe stained with the grime of the sewers. His movements were sluggish. Climbing through the window took several minutes. After landing, he rubbed his lower back and muttered, "Ouch, this old body just isn't what it used to be. I'm getting old, so old." This man was none other than the old charlatan who had fled the slums. The old charlatan was genuinely planning to retire this time. The reason was simple: both the authorities and the underworld were hunting for him, and there was nowhere left for him to hide. He fished the loose change from his pocket and counted it, less than 500 yuan. He then pulled a tin biscuit box from under the bed, dumped out the cash inside, and tallied it up. The total came to just over 1,000. Looking at the meager sum, the old charlatan forced a bitter smile. "Looks like even if someone begged me for help now, I couldn't spare a single coin." As he wallowed in melancholy, a frantic knock came at the door. "Fifth elder. Fifth elder, are you home? My child is dying, please help." The old charlatan, no, the fifth elder, swiftly stuffed his robe back under the bed, straightened his clothes, and went to open the door. Outside stood a haggard young man clutching a cloth bundle tightly to his chest. Seeing the fifth elder, he pleaded desperately, "Fifth elder, the child is having problems again. For 2 days now he won't close his eyes no matter what, and his breathing is getting weaker. You have to help me. My child is still inside him." The fifth elder sighed at the sight, stepping aside to let him in. "It's late. Come inside first." The door clicked shut and silence returned to the night. 2 months ago the elder encountered this young man at his doorstep. He recognized him as Su Ming, a lad known for his honesty and good nature since childhood. Su Ming had gone on to attend university and secured a decent job. As his workplace was far from the old Su family street, he had moved out, yet he never failed to visit his elders during festivals, bearing gifts. The Su Ming of old was cheerful and sunny, smiling at everyone he met. Now he passed by the elder's door without even lifting his head. The elder saw at once that the young man had fallen upon hard times and went over to inquire. Upon learning of Su Ming's plight, the elder hesitated. To avoid exposure, he had always kept his two identities, old shaman and the elder, strictly separate, never allowing anyone to perceive the connection between them. But seeing Su Ming's profound despair, his heart ultimately softened. This child seems at the end of his rope. He is after all of the Su bloodline. I cannot stand idly by. In the end, the elder resorted to the methods of his old shaman persona and brought back a child for Su Ming. His intention was to use this child to help Su Ming's family recover. Yet Su Ming refused to accept it. "I only want my own child, my own child." Seeing Su Ming reduced to skin and bones, the elder, with no other choice, told a white light, "I have a way to summon your child's departed soul into this one." To convince Su Ming, the elder produced an old book. This is an ancient tome left behind when the main family fell. It records many rituals and spells. Follow what's written here and you will surely call your child back. In truth, it was no relic of the main family at all. It was merely a trinket the elder had bought from a street stall to lend credibility to his old shaman identity. Su Ming believed him. He took the child and the book home and found the relevant summoning ritual within its pages. Using the blood of a young beast as a guide, arranged the formation above the head. After 49 days the soul may be summoned back. Whether it was luck or misfortune, the junk the elder picked up from the stall was no mere ornament, it was a genuine ancient text that truly recorded mystical arts. The ritual site Su Ming arranged upstairs was a soul summoning formation. It could call upon spirits that had not yet dispersed, but the crucial condition was that the soul of the summoned being must still exist. However, what Su Ming attempted to summon was an unborn fetus whose soul had never even coalesced. So what exactly answered the call? Upon discovering the clue about the old shaman, Lin Yuan immediately phoned Li Bai, who in turn issued orders to those on duty at the police headquarters. As they were both far away, the first to arrive at the scene was Huang Xijian, the leader of Team 2, who had been on night duty at the station. Have the helmeted officers assist in surrounding the entire old Su family estate. The rest of you follow me inside. Suspecting possible internal leaks, old Huang wasted no time and led his team directly towards the ancestral hall. However, the moment they stepped within roughly 500 meters of the ancestral hall, a strange ripple suddenly spread through the air. Space itself seemed to turn into a sheet of transparent water. With a gentle shimmer, Team 2 vanished from the sight of the others without a trace.
The helmeted officers setting up defenses behind them turned pale with alarm. It's a divine descent. Notify Inspector Lee immediately and report to headquarters. A divine descent event with a 1-kilometer radius is happening here. A divine descent event typically refers not to a single phenomenon but to an extremely complex and dangerous process. Once a divine descent occurs, the rules of the material world are disrupted within an area centered on a key person or object, forming an independent special world. This place is known as the divine descent zone. Its range can vary greatly. It might be as small as a single room or a building, but the largest recorded instances are said to encompass an entire city. Over several centuries, humanity has gleaned some basic understanding of these zones. Generally, the larger the zone, the more dangerous it is and the more severe the consequences of the completed descent. A divine descent zone spanning a full kilometer is already considered extremely troublesome. Blood-red moonlight splashed across the land like spilled paint, coating the dimly lit streets in an eerie scarlet. Damn it! The moment he stepped into the zone, old Huang felt a wave of ominous energy wash over him. Looking up, the cold white moonlight had been devoured, replaced by a full blood-red moon hanging high in the sky. We're in serious trouble, old Huang muttered to himself. Turning to survey his surroundings, he found that of the 16-man team that had followed him, and only 3 remained by his side. The others had vanished without a trace. They had clearly been scattered by some kind of rule. He attempted to lead the 3 out, but the path back seemed endless. No matter how far they walked, looking back revealed they hadn't moved an inch. Log it, old Huang commanded. One of the investigators swiftly produced a notepad. Documenting and recording the rules of a divine descent zone was the duty of every explorer. If they could send the information out, so much the better. If not even in depth, their findings would provide vital intel for those who came after. Old Huang continued. Sioux Residence, Old Street, Divine Descent Zone Exploration Progress Log. Rule 1: It scatters the positions of those who enter simultaneously. Rule 2: It cannot be exited through conventional means. While summarizing, old Huang was also pondering his next move. He told the remaining 3, take shelter in the nearby buildings. If you see any of our team members pass by, gather them up immediately. I'll go find the others. Under normal circumstances, the best course of action upon accidentally entering a large-scale divine descent zone was to find a safe spot and hold position awaiting rescue. But old Huang couldn't simply abandon his comrades. He was confident that as a divine practitioner he could at least protect himself. He planned to scout ahead alone, first to find his scattered teammates and second to gather information for the teams that would follow. Leader, be careful. The 3 teammates said little else. They were brothers who had faced life and death with old Huang, understanding his character and knowing that blindly following would only make them a liability. All they could do now was obey orders, ensure their own safety and ease their leader's worries. After parting ways with old Huang, the 3 found a sturdy 2-story house by the roadside. The first floor was checked thoroughly. There was no sign of any people or bodies. Only a profound silence, as if every resident had simply evaporated into thin air. The most senior among them, temporarily appointed as the squad leader, remained vigilant and quickly assigned tasks. Ergo, you stay downstairs and watch the outside. Su Wu, you're with me upstairs. We need to secure the rooms first. Su Wu nodded. The 2 ascended the stairs with their weapons drawn, the squad leader taking point and Su Wu covering him. There were only 3 rooms upstairs and they checked them one by one. The first room they opened showed clear signs of human habitation, the bedclothes in disarray as if the occupants had just left. But it was empty, just as eerily silent as downstairs. The second room was the same. The 2 exchanged glances. Although they had found nothing, the feeling of unease in their hearts only grew stronger. Just as they were about to back out of the second room, footsteps echoed from the corridor. Thud, 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 a steady heavy rhythm drawing closer to their position. They tensed, instantly raising their guns and aiming at the door in readiness. However, after several tense minutes the footsteps ceased. The hallway fell into a profound silence and nothing appeared. Ergu, is that you? The squad leader called out tentatively. His only answer was a silence as deep as death. The 2 cautiously returned to the corridor, finding it empty, devoid of any anomaly. The captain called out again towards the floor below. Ergu, can you hear me? Any sign of trouble? Still there was no response. Suwu swallowed hard, his voice trembling with tension. Captain. Could Ergu be? At such a close distance it was impossible for the other man not to hear them. There could only be one explanation: something had happened to Ergu. The captain swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. Suwu behind him asked with a shaky voice, Captain. What should we do? Head back to the first floor. The latter gritted his teeth and said, no, we stay. If something really happened to Ergu, it only means the first floor is even more dangerous than the second right now. The room they were in had no windows. To observe the outside situation they had to enter the last bedroom at the end of the corridor. Staying here would render them as blind as bats, unable to perceive any changes in their surroundings. If danger approached, they wouldn't even have the chance to escape by jumping out a window. After a moment's deliberation, the captain decided we can't just wait for death. Come on, let's head to the last bedroom. Carefully opening the door, the captain braced himself for any sudden event, but to his surprise nothing happened at all. This room was no different from the others. It bore clear signs of habitation, yet not a single soul was in sight. It's safe. Come help me tear down this bed board to block. Before he could finish his sentence, the captain suddenly stopped. His pupils constricted, his body stiffened, and an icy cold sensation suddenly crept up his neck. He tried to speak but found that the air he expelled only produced a gurgling, bubbling sound. Captain. Your neck. Suwu's eyes widened in sheer terror as he watched a line of blood slice open across the captain's neck. Blood sprayed out under the pumping force of his heart, splattering across the entire wall. The captain's body stiffened for a moment, then crashed to the ground lifeless. Captain. Suwu screamed, but his voice was filled with trembling despair. He hadn't seen anything at all yet. He had watched the captain die in an instant. This unknown enemy was far more lethal than any known fear. In a state of utter panic, Suwu only wanted to flee. He stumbled back to the second room, quickly shut and locked the door, leaning against it, panting heavily. But the moment he turned around, that icy sensation struck again. He instinctively clutched his neck, but it was already too late. An invisible blade pierced through his throat, blood spraying out and staining his uniform crimson. Suwu's body convulsed, his eyes glaring desperately at the empty air before him as if trying to see what deadly thing had claimed his life. His consciousness began to fade, his vision plunging into utter darkness. In his final moments, his only thought was, what kind of monster was this? Old Huang walked alone down the silent street, his step seemingly casual, yet he always kept his arm no more than 30 centimeters from his holster, ensuring he could draw his gun at a moment's notice in case of an emergency. His gaze swept across the houses on either side of the street, and he keenly sensed the anomaly. There was not a single trace of a living person. Although this area was a district of single-story houses, it had a permanent population of over 1,000. How could there be no one in sight? Even if they had been killed by the monsters in the descent zone, there should be corpses, right? Just as he was warily looking around, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears, quickly crossing behind him. Old Huang moved like lightning, drawing his gun and spinning around in an instant, his muzzle aimed steadily at the source of the sound. Who's there? The light of the red moon bathed the street, more vivid than when he had first entered, yet it also carried a sinister, bloody hue. The street was completely empty, with no one in sight. Old Huang frowned, just about to holster his gun when the whistling sound of a blade cutting through the air reached his ears. He dodged backward, avoiding the fatal strike to his neck, but then he abruptly stopped his retreat, allowing a wound to be slashed across his chest. If it's an invisible enemy, then as long as I get my blood on them, their invisibility will be broken. However, the blood that splattered out didn't hit any target, it all fell to the ground. Impossible. He muttered. Before he could finish his words, the sound of something cutting through the air came again. This time he had no time to dodge. He could only turn his arm into earth, using the mud to block the fatal strike, while his other hand swiftly pulled the trigger, firing towards the general direction of the attacker. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots, all bullets missing their mark, embedding deep holes in the surrounding walls. Old Huang's earthified arm also seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade, with dirt scattering all over the ground. Refusing to believe it, Old Huang reached out his hand to probe forward, but suddenly felt a sound from his lower back, and the searing pain of a blade piercing his flesh shot through his entire body. There's more than one, and these things are evolving. Old Huang's pupils constricted. He realized the enemy was not only invisible, but now they made no sound even when approaching. A chill ran down his spine. He twisted his waist and swung his elbow, trying to throw off the enemy. But it was utterly futile. The opponent's blade was completely unaffected, and under the continuous stabbing his lower back was a bloody mess. Almost at the same time, stinging pains came from his thigh, lower abdomen and arm. Alarmed, Old Huang quickly turned his entire body into earth. There are so many. When did they get so close to me? Old Huang's ability did not grant him immunity to damage before he fully elementized. In other words, he was now riddled with wounds. Once he deactivated his elemental state, he would likely immediately collapse from his severe injuries. But maintaining the sand form had a huge drawback: it made his movements extremely slow. Only his hands remained relatively agile, which was why he hadn't turned his whole body into earth from the start. The attacks around him continued. To avoid consuming his divine energy too quickly, Old Huang could only curl his body as much as possible. But the invisible being showed no intention of letting him go, surrounding the earth block and stabbing at it incessantly. Damn it! I can only hope the inspector and the others get here fast. Meanwhile, by the time Lin Yuan arrived at the scene, Inspector Li Bai had already taken over command.
What's the situation now? Lin Yuan asked. Li Bai with a cigarette in his mouth gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Weren't you eager to witness a descent event? Well, it's happening and it's not a small one. Old Huang and his second squad arrived first. Unaware of the situation, they charged straight into the descent zone and not one of them has come out yet. There's likely a rule restricting exit. I wonder what the situation is like inside now. Lin Yuan frowned deeply. Why haven't we sent reinforcements in? Li Bai exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze heavy. According to protocol, descent zones exceeding 1,000 meters in diameter are off limits to regular agents until fully reconnoitered. The situation inside is too unpredictable. Sending more people in could do more harm than good. He paused, turning to Lin Yuan. I'm waiting. Waiting for all squad leaders to arrive so we can enter together. This decision effectively meant abandoning the second team that had already lost contact, but conserving strength demanded it. It was his duty as the Western District Inspector. As they spoke, the other two squad leaders finally arrived, out of breath. Sorry for the delay. Let's get started. For divine practitioners, this was the full might the entire Western city could muster. None flinched, none complained. Li Bai gathered them together and said in a low voice, let me brief you on the exploration rules. Primary objective: prevent the descent from completing. Secondary objective: mitigate the damage of the descent. Tertiary objective: preserve ourselves. And survive. They all nodded. Li Bai raised his wrist to check the time. Synchronize clocks. It's 3:20 a.m. Check your gear. We move out in 5 minutes. Upon entering the descent zone, Lin Yuan was mentally prepared. When he noticed that his three companions had vanished, he felt not a shred of surprise. Operating alone isn't so bad. At least I don't have to hide my strength and I can act without hesitation when trouble arises. He surveyed his surroundings, finding no living soul within a 100-meter radius. No breathing, no heartbeat, no heat signatures. He pressed forward, scanning relentlessly. Finally his persistence paid off. He sensed 3 heat sources faint and slowly dissipating. Lin Yuan rushed over and found the 3 bodies in a 2-story building. 1 on the ground floor, 2 on the second. All had their throats slit cleanly by a blade, a single fatal strike. There were no signs of struggle. Lin Yuan pondered, either they were ambushed by someone they knew or... He swept his gaze across the room, murmuring, the enemy is some kind of invisible creature. Just as he was about to rise, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Without turning, Lin Yuan raised his gun and fired several shots in rapid succession toward the sound. Bang! 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 A line of bullet holes appeared in the wooden wall, each shot precisely hitting the footsteps' location. Yet there was no sound of a bullet striking its target. Invisible and untouchable. Lin Yuan frowned, his fingers still on the trigger. But the next moment a sharp sound of something cutting through the air reached his ears. Lin Yuan drew the dagger strapped to his calf, but instead of blocking, he struck directly at where the opponent's torso should be, based on the reach of a human arm. Clang! Sparks flew from the armor plating on Lin Yuan's neck, but the defense held. His own dagger swing met only empty air. Neither side had gained an advantage. Lin Yuan considered continuing the fight in the room, but a cascade of footsteps climbing the stairs made him abandon the idea. Too many of them. A head-on fight is unwise. I need to figure out what these things are first. With that thought, Lin Yuan smashed through the glass window and leaped out. He landed with a graceful roll, but as he looked up he immediately sensed something was wrong. Was the moon this bright when we first came in? System, pull up the logs. Ding. System, noticed 3 minutes ago moonlight intensity was 1.7 lumens per square meter. It is currently 2.3 lumens per square meter. Host's analysis is correct. Moonlight intensity is increasing. At that very moment footsteps crept up from behind once more. Lin Yuan swung his dagger. This time he had deliberately shed the outer metal casing, exposing the pure silver core. It sliced through the air, yet still met no resistance. The next second a metallic clang echoed from his chest. Lin Yuan cursed under his breath. Troublesome. Let's try projecting energy outward and see if I can hit them. Lin Yuan could indeed project his energy externally, much like the divine priests controlled their divine breath. It was just an inefficient method of attack, so he had never used it before. This time, for the sake of testing, he willed his energy to condense around his fist. A flash of pure white light flickered and vanished. The punch also missed. What's going on? Could they truly lack physical form? But then how are they hitting me? At the same time, Lin Yuan was startled to realize that the footsteps and the whistling of blades had completely vanished. He had lost all perception of the enemy.
The only proof of their existence was the continuous shower of sparks dancing on his exoskeleton armor. The enemy's attacks were still ongoing. Lin Yuan's mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Cognitive interference. Impossible. That wouldn't work on me. A special ability of divine breath. But the pure silver core had no reaction either. Or can they shift between the physical and the ethereal? But I could hear them before. Now I can't sense them at all. What's going on? Suddenly a bold hypothesis formed in Lin Yuan's mind. Perhaps we're not in the same world. Or rather, not entirely on the same material plane. The reason they can hurt me while I can't touch them is because there's a spatial barrier between our two realms. Like a one-way mirror. Only one-way interaction is possible. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, calmly processing this thought. He recalled the moment just now. The instant his energy left his body, he had vaguely noticed the surrounding light dim for a fraction of a second. And in that same instant his perception of the enemy had vanished completely. Could it be? Lin Yuan's guess was correct. The descent zone was connecting with another world. The space here was like slow-moving quicksand. The longer you stayed, the deeper you sank, and the closer you drew to that other realm. But there was a prerequisite: you had to seal yourself, preventing any interaction with the material world. Once your divine breath or energy interacted with the outside, it would be like grabbing a rope that violently yanks you back from the quicksand. If one didn't grasp this key connection, whether priest or practitioner, they would likely be worn down to death. And the moonlight above served as the perfect progress indicator. The brighter it grew, the closer one was to that other world. So what Lin Yuan needed to do now was to stall for time, severing all internal-external connections, allowing himself to sink deep enough to finally touch his opponents. And so Lin Yuan stopped trying to counterattack, instead relying on agile dodges and nimble footwork to keep his enemies at bay. His exoskeleton armor was now riddled with scratches and dents from the passage of time, but it proved his hypothesis was spot on. After a few minutes, Lin Yuan heard the familiar footsteps and the sound of blades slicing through air once more. Just as I thought. Hearing is the first sense to return. Next, a faint scent of blood crept into his nostrils. Then gradually he began to see blurred, wavering shadows. They undulated like ripples on water, growing more solid with each passing moment. Lin Yuan attempted to strike back, but still couldn't reach them. Easy now. No rush. Just take it slow. At last Lin Yuan finally discerned what had been attacking him. They were people, all of them people. A dense throng encircled him, their movements frantic and disordered, as if terrified that Lin Yuan might truly descend into their world. They brandished cleavers and axes, launching frenzied assaults upon him. Judging by their attire, these individuals were likely the original inhabitants who had vanished from this region. Yet every face was shrouded by a distortion resembling the static of an old television set, obscuring any expression, leaving it impossible to discern whether they were even still human. Amidst his agile dodging and weaving, Lin Yuan suddenly collided with something. The other party froze for an instant before being sent staggering backward by his formidable force, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, flexed his wrist, and spoke coolly. You've been chasing me down with those blades for quite a while now. You must have had your fill of fun. Now it's my turn. He drew the pistol from his waist and began picking them off one by one. Bang! 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 Gunfire echoed through the air. This time it was no futile effort. Each shot precisely shattered a person's lower leg. One by one they fell, and Lin Yuan could hear heart-wrenching wails and desperate pleas. Curious. Their speech is muted into static, yet I can hear their anguished screams with perfect clarity. What in the world has happened to these people? Even knowing these individuals might retain some human rationality, Lin Yuan showed no mercy. He was no saint. He understood precisely when to save a life and when to take one. Once the divine descent was complete, the consequences would be beyond anyone's reckoning. In comparison, the lives of those within the descent zone held no weight whatsoever. Lin Yuan fired shot after shot, reloading the moment a magazine ran dry. His movements were swift and composed, his gaze fixed dead ahead, betraying not a flicker of hesitation. After countless magazines, the crowd before him finally crumbled. The first one, unable to bear the terror gripping his heart, turned and fled. Then came a second, a third. By the time Lin Yuan racked the slide once more, not a single person remained standing before him. He surveyed those sprawled on the ground. Some had already fainted from blood loss, while others tore at their own garments to fashion crude bandages, crawling desperately into the distance. Lin Yuan selected the most energetic one and seized the man's calf. Devil! You're a devil! The captured man, on the verge of mental collapse, screamed and sobbed, Please let me go. I didn't want this. It forced us to do it. Yet to Lin Yuan's ears the words were nothing but meaningless static. Lin Yuan spoke as well. Can you hear me? If you can write on my palm. He waited but received no response. It seems they can't hear me either. Perhaps the me they see is like the them I see, vital information obscured by static. Then, disregarding the man's willingness, Lin Yuan grabbed his hand and repeatedly traced on his palm. Right. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan extended his own palm before the man. It took a long while for the other to comprehend, and he began to trace shakily on Lin Yuan's hand, yet Lin Yuan felt nothing at all. Just as I thought. Any medium capable of conveying information is blocked. Lin Yuan sighed, released his grip and let the man flee. Only then did he have the chance to survey his surroundings and observe the changes in the environment. Within a mere dozen or so minutes, the surrounding buildings seemed to have weathered 1,000 years of erosion. They were dry yet decayed, the walls within reach crumbled into dust at the lightest touch, collapsing with a resounding boom. He raised his head to the sky and found the moon had transformed entirely. It now resembled a star radiating a blinding crimson light. Yet this radiance carried no warmth whatsoever. Instead, it exuded a bone-chilling, piercing cold. Lin Yuan cautiously attempted to re-establish his connection to the ambient energy, only to discover that this world was utterly devoid of divine aura. Could it be that the world of the gods has no divine aura? That works in my favor. After all, as long as matter existed, his energy core could perpetually supply him with power. However, this was hardly the time for such reflections. Lin Yuan quickly shifted his focus to a more pressing matter. The immediate priority was to locate the source of the divine descent incident. This incident was almost certainly orchestrated by Su Ming, the father who could not accept his child's death. His goal presumably was to resurrect his child. Yet, judging by the outcome, the entity summoned by that bizarre ritual was clearly not his child. Otherwise, things would never have spiraled so wildly out of control. Who knows how far it's progressed? I hope we're not too late. With that thought, Lin Yuan relied on his perception and hurried toward the center of this world. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Levi, utilizing his mist form ability, continuously evaded attacks from an unseen enemy. Yet as time wore on, both his stamina and divine aura reserves were nearing their limits. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his collar. What are these things? The situation before him filled Levi with despair. In such a state, he could barely protect himself, let alone stop the divine descent. Damn it, do I really have to rely on them? A descent event of this magnitude was likely beyond the capabilities of a few minor clerics like themselves. It required the church, specifically high-ranking priests, to intervene and handle the situation. As if some deity had heeded his not-so-pious prayer, just as he was on the verge of collapse, a low resonant chanting arose from behind him. The song seemed to descend from the heavens themselves, majestic and solemn, imbued with an inviolable sacredness. Yet it also carried a certain benevolence and compassion, as if gently soothing the anxieties of all living beings. He instinctively turned around, and the sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. The boundary of the descent zone had been torn open. The luminous barrier at the edge undulated violently, attempting to mend the tear, but was held apart by some immense invisible force unable to close. On the other side of the rift, a vast contingent stood in silent, orderly formation. It was the Church of Life. The 5 figures at the forefront wore white robes embroidered with golden runes, their faces adorned with serene smiles. The chanting Levi heard emanated from them. Though he did not recognize these individuals, their very presence and actions proclaimed their identity. The choir, led by the 5 choristers, a large procession marched solemnly into the Godfall zone. The column was comprised of 6 priests and over 100 devotees. The moment they crossed the boundary, the choristers finally gave out. As one of their figures swayed and collapsed, the crack in the boundary vanished without a trace. Levi's gaze returned to the remaining choristers. Their bodies were ravaged beyond endurance, their skin wrinkled and withered like cracked, parched earth, as if they had aged decades in an instant. The one thing that remained unchanged was the eerie smile etched upon their faces. What visions they beheld in their final moments, no one could say. "We meet again, Inspector Lee." The Mother Superior, still clad in her scantily clad upper garments, stood at the forefront of the group, greeting him with a smile. It was clear she led this expedition. Though a sense of reluctance lingered in his heart, Levi still offered a word of caution. "Be careful. Something is amiss here." The Mother Superior's voice was calm, yet her tone was resolute. "Fear not. The glory of the Goddess of Life shall guide our path." She turned and addressed the choristers behind her. "Prepare the ritual." Upon hearing this, the choristers with trembling hands drew vials of potion from their pockets and drank them in one gulp. Then a miraculous sight unfolded. The 5 who had been on the brink of death seemed to regain their vigor as the potion went down their throats. The Mother Superior called out to the stunned Lee, "Inspector Lee, we are heading to the Middle Realm. The aura of the Goddess of Life will linger here after we leave. Stay put and do not wander. They dare not harm you." Levi gritted his teeth. "I'm coming with you." The Mother Superior looked him over and finally shook her head. "Your stamina and divine sense are too depleted. Rest here. Going with us would only mean certain death.
Meanwhile, the 5 choristers had begun to set up the ritual. The 100+ devotees knelt in orderly fashion, hands clasped over their chests, chanting hymns in praise of the goddess in low voices. The singing resonated through the air, gradually transforming into something less than human, a sinister trembling vibration. Levi had not understood the purpose of bringing so many devotees, but the answer revealed itself in the next moment. A grotesque transformation began to manifest at the center of each devotee's chest. Flesh twisted and grew, blooming like succulent plants composed entirely of blood and sinew, rapidly blossoming over their hearts. The tendrils of these fleshy flowers intertwined and latched onto one another, eventually forming a vast nightmarish web of flesh. As the gaps in the web gradually filled in, an inverted dome of flesh completely enclosed the central area. This. Levi opened his mouth, but the words died in his throat.
The Mother Superior sighed. I know what you're thinking. 5 choristers and 110 devout believers. Do you think I want to see them sacrifice themselves? It's all the fault of that golden thief. If he hadn't killed the Veiled One, these people wouldn't have had to come in here. Her voice grew fainter and fainter, and the figures of the Church of Life began to fade, eventually vanishing completely before Levi's eyes. Levi clenched his fists. Still too weak. Still too weak. In the middle realm, Lin Yuan had intended to head straight for Su Ming's location. But as he set off, he sensed a fluctuation of divine sense in a certain direction. Is that Levi and the others? With a thought, Lin Yuan changed his course and sped towards the source of the fluctuation. However, upon arriving at the scene, he realized that it wasn't the Special Investigation Department but the Church of Life. Lin Yuan initially intended to slip away quietly. He knew they were here for the same purpose as he was, but being around those people always gave him an uneasy feeling. But as soon as he moved, the Mother Superior keenly sensed his presence, barking out, "Who's there?" The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Keep calm, don't get angry, can't attack them. Lin Yuan sighed, conducting a brief internal negotiation with himself, then revealed himself. I am Lin Yuan, team leader of the 3rd unit of the Special Investigation Department under the Police Department. I'm here to stop the God's descent. As he spoke, Lin Yuan deactivated his helmet, revealing his face. The Mother Superior's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Yuan's appearance. She greeted him with a beaming smile. A mere mortal managed to enter this place all by himself. The police department isn't entirely useless after all. Come to Big Sister. Big Sister will protect you. Lin Yuan had already recognized this Mother Superior and had a rather deep impression of her. Despite her alluring and scantily clad upper half, he found it hard to ignore the secret hidden beneath that skirt. Hold on. As far as she knows, I shouldn't recognize her. Can't let any cracks show. Isn't she just an octopus girl? Upper body human, lower body fish, just think of her as a mermaid, right? What? An octopus isn't a mermaid. In my past life, even a black-skinned actress could play a mermaid. This level is totally acceptable. After mentally comforting himself, Lin Yuan walked towards her. Earlier, due to the angle, he had only seen the standing priests. As he drew closer, he noticed the lifeless bodies of the devotees on the ground. Lin Yuan roughly guessed this was the price they paid to enter this place, but his footsteps still paused almost imperceptibly. The Mother Superior seemed highly perceptive. Although the movement was very slight, she noticed it. She spoke up. I know some people hold prejudice against the Church of Life, but I tell you, these sacrifices are necessary. This descent event is unusual. There might genuinely be a god on the other side. We must come to the middle realm to prevent the situation from worsening. So the Church of Life only sent one high-ranking priest like you? Lin Yuan's expression turned somewhat strange. Seeing this, the Mother Superior immediately became defensive. Hey. What's with that look? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm a high-ranking priest. My strength is absolutely not a problem. Don't underestimate me. Lin Yuan quickly coughed twice and brushed it off. Cough. I didn't say anything. The Mother Superior. Just as the two were at a standoff, an elderly priest beside them stepped in to break the awkward silence, speaking in a low voice. Team leader Lin, an existence like that cannot easily answer the call of mortals. At most, one of its avatars or servants found it amusing and responded slightly. Moreover, without a grand ritual, even they cannot manifest easily. At best, they can only project a fraction of their power. Before he could finish, the Mother Superior shot him a fierce glare. The elderly priest immediately caught on and quickly added, "Of course, our Mother Superior's strength is also exceptionally formidable. Rest assured." Only then did the Mother Superior nod in satisfaction. You can come with us. I'll show you the power of a true priest. And so Lin Yuan inexplicably joined the ranks of the Church of Life, and the group advanced towards the central point.
This was the first time he had been this close to the priests of the church. In the past they would almost always start fighting on sight. When had he ever had a chance to observe them up close like this? Lin Yuan couldn't help but secretly study the priests. Without activating their abilities they seemed no different from ordinary people. They had body heat they breathed and occasionally they even bantered with each other. This feeling is truly strange. Just half a month ago we were at each other's throats and now for some reason we're on the same side. Perhaps it was because they belonged to different departments, but these nuns and monks including the Mother Superior were not as repulsive as one might have imagined. Could it be that someone like Yi Wei-wen is the anomaly? Shaking his head, Lin Yuan discarded the strange thought. Temporary cooperation was one thing, but understanding them? Impossible. Along the way, despite no attacks, everyone remained on high alert. Soon they arrived at the core zone of the divine descent. Turning a corner, Lin Yuan finally understood why the path had been unimpeded. Before him over 1,000 people densely packed the entire street. All the Su clan members within the entire divine descent zone had gathered here. Though numerous, they cowered before the few priests of the Church of Life. This fear seemed etched into their very bones from birth. Even though they had pledged allegiance to another being, they still dared not lay a hand on the priests. Eldoret. It's the priests, what do we do? An old man stepped out from the crowd and fell to his knees with a thud before the Mother Superior. Priest, please do not advance any further. If you go on in anger, that great one, we will all perish. Seeing this, the others also knelt, kowtowing frantically and begging incessantly. The Mother Superior could not hear their voices, but she could see their actions. Her steps did not falter in the slightest as she walked straight toward the crowd, speaking coldly, "Whoever defies the goddess's oracle, be they who they may, is my enemy." Watching the priests draw closer, a young man finally reached his limit, rising to his feet and roaring, "It's useless. They can't hear us at all, and even if they could, they wouldn't care about our lives. These lofty priests, they have never cared about us. Let's fight them." His roar seemed to ignite the crowd's emotions. Yes, fight. We are no longer followers of the goddess of life. Why should we kneel to them? With the power granted by that great one, what is there to fear from mere priests? Perhaps despair granted them courage, or perhaps prolonged oppression finally sparked rebellion. One by one figures rose, gripping their blades tightly, their shouts converging into a thunderous tide. This time Lin Yuan and the Mother Superior finally heard their voices. Countless fragments of sound wove together into a single voice, devoid of gender and emotion, lackeys of the "this is not your territory. Get out." The Mother Superior clenched her fists, surging divine energy boiling and churning around her. Rage nearly drove her to madness to dare utter the goddess's name, death. Lin Yuan quietly retreated 2 steps. "I think I just heard something remarkable." The people across the street, like ignited dry tinder, brandished their weapons and charged, surging toward Lin Yuan's group like a tidal wave. Countless tentacles shot out from beneath the Mother Superior's long skirt. From above it looked as if a colossal deadly flower had suddenly bloomed. Each tentacle that lashed out pierced through several chests, granting them a swift release. Was the goddess's final mercy. But strangely, the weapons of the fallen would vanish instantly, while a nearby companion would surge in strength, their blade growing ever sharper. Even with the blood rage enhancement, the Mother Superior could not hold back the surging tide alone. The nuns and monks joined the fray, all consumed by bloodlust. Lin Yuan hung back, firing his gun, perfectly content to coast while the Church of Life bore the brunt. However, when a bullet was deflected by a blade, he finally sensed something amiss. At first he thought it was a fluke, but subsequent shots aimed at the same person yielded identical results. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the shifts on the battlefield. Though the number of Su clan members was dwindling, the speed and strength of those remaining were evolving toward the superhuman. "Try not to kill them," Lin Yuan quickly called out. "Just incapacitate them. These people are bizarre. When one dies, those around them grow stronger." Though furious, the Mother Superior was not foolish. Her tentacles were already covered in wounds of varying depths. His warning brought her immediate clarity. Subsequently, the priests began aiming for non-lethal areas. Unfortunately, it was futile. A man whose legs were shredded had just collapsed when his companion drove a blade straight into his heart. "Forgive me, I need your strength," the latter bellowed, his movements quickening once more. Those around followed suit, turning their weapons on their incapacitated comrades. "Damn, you're even denying the enemy farm. You all think you're playing Dota." Soon the tide turned. Lin Yuan's group was forced to fight and retreat, the priests accumulating more wounds by the minute. Worse, Lin Yuan noticed some priests showing signs of exhaustion. After all, this interstice offered no ambient divine energy to replenish them, and their stamina was rapidly depleting. Among the priests present, only the Mother Superior remained steadfast, holding the front line alone and bearing the brunt of the pressure, while the other 5 could barely provide cover. Lin Yuan assessed the enemy's numbers and knew it was time to act.
With the Church of Life members present, he couldn't exactly unleash his true capabilities. Still, even relying solely on this suit of battle armor finishing things off was more than manageable. He kicked off the wall, leaping over the priest's head, seemingly unconcerned with the heavily empowered Sioux clan members before him. The Mother Superior was momentarily stunned, then realization dawned, of course. This boy is from the Mechanist Church. Most of his strength comes from his mechanical creations. Even suppressed, he can still utilize most of his power. Another fortuitous misunderstanding which saved Lin Yuan the trouble of explaining. With fewer than 100 foes remaining, Lin Yuan midair drew out all his explosives and hurled them in one go. Some tried to catch the sticky discs and throw them back, only to find them adhered firmly to their hands. Quick! Cut off my hand. A companion raised his blade, but it was too late. Boom! All the sticky bombs detonated nearly simultaneously, the shockwaves stacking and leveling the entire street. The violent explosion made it difficult for even the priests of the Church of Life to remain standing, let alone the members of the Sioux family at the epicenter. Their formation had been relatively clustered. When the bomb detonated, countless silver-plated steel pellets scattered in all directions. Even with their enhanced physical attributes, they could not withstand the onslaught. In an instant, flesh and blood splattered and cries of agony filled the air. The Sioux family's numbers were directly halved. More importantly, the survivors were all severely wounded, each missing limbs or suffering grievous injuries. Even with their augmented strength, they were utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Lin Yuan leisurely strolled forward, retrieving his primary weapon from his back, a lever-action shotgun resembling the Winchester M1887, the same model Schwarzenegger used. He calmly executed finishing shots on those who could still rise. Bang! Clack! Bang! Clack! The silver bullets mercilessly reaped the lives of the dying. His objective was clear: first the lightly wounded, then the heavily injured. This strategy ensured that even if the last survivor gathered the combined strength of the entire Sioux family, they would have no means to resist. Some attempted to stand, others hurled their weapons, but none could pose a threat to Lin Yuan. As the final enemy fell, Lin Yuan's ammunition ran out simultaneously. Yet at that very moment, at the end of the street, a hunched figure with white hair slowly emerged from a dilapidated hut. The head sister immediately stepped forward, shielding Lin Yuan, her face etched with vigilance, embodying the role of a dutiful frontline warrior. Lin Yuan, however, showed no sign of tension. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he called out, "Old swindler, we meet again." The newcomer was none other than Su Wu. Gazing upon the bodies strewn across the ground, his expression revealed exhaustion and sorrow, the lines on his aged face seeming to deepen. Perhaps this was his karmic retribution. He had spent his entire life committing heinous acts, all for the sake of giving the Sioux family's descendants a better life. Yet in the end it had led to the demise of them all. Su Peng. Su Mingyu. Su Yanqing. Su Yao. Su Wu knelt, crawling laboriously, his rough aged hands closing the eyes of each fallen clan member. These were his family's youth, their eyes seemingly staring at him, accusing him of their ruin. Once upon a time he was merely the worthless fifth young master of the Sioux family, the rottenwood in his father's eyes, the waste of the clan, a prodigal son who knew only how to idle his days away. But he didn't care. The Sioux family was full of talent. His father was the family's pillar, his brothers were all outstanding. The family's burdens had never been his to bear. He admired his father's strategic brilliance in steering the family through storms, and he envied his brothers' exceptional abilities to carve out their own paths. Until that day when his father summoned the entire Sioux family but deliberately sent him away. "Here are 5 million kingdom notes. Take them and leave Iron City. I'm serious this time. Remember, don't come back until you've made something of yourself. Even if you end up begging on the streets, you are not to claim you are a member of the Sioux family. I see you cannot afford such shame." Su Wu readily agreed, secretly delighted, thinking the old man was being unusually generous. With this money he could live a life of luxury for a while. But when the money ran out and he returned to Iron City with his usual shameless demeanor, he found the Sioux family estate deserted. The entire family had vanished overnight. From that moment he became the last remnant of the Sioux family. He shed his prodigal ways, vowing to restore the family's glory. He sold the mansion, scrambled for funds, established companies, opened factories, led trade caravans, sparing no effort. Yet reality repeatedly showed him that he was ultimately inferior to his father and his brothers. He lacked the capability. "It's my incompetence. It's I who have doomed you all." Su Wu wailed to the heavens, his eyes bloodshot. "Father, why did you have to leave behind a useless waste like me?" He only wished to fulfill the duty of the family head, to provide shelter for all the Sioux family members, to keep the family from fracturing. His hoarse roar still echoed when Su Wu suddenly leaped, moving with incredible speed, lunging straight at Lin Yuan. "Why didn't you come sooner? Why didn't you stop this before it happened? Watch out."
The head sister cried out in alarm, her 4 tentacles slicing through the air in an instant. With a sweep, a parry, a deflect and a block, she skillfully neutralized Su Wu's assault. Just as Su Wu closed in 2 of her tentacles, which had been coiled and ready, shot out, simultaneously executing a double palm strike aimed squarely at his temples with formidable force. This technique carried hidden inner force from martial arts. Had it connected, even an iron ball would have been flattened into a disc. However, Su Wu now possessed the combined power of the entire Su family. Though his movements were crude, he could counter skill with brute force. A dagger materialized in his hand, slashing towards one of the tentacles. A flash of cold light and one of the head sister's tentacles was severed, the cut as smooth as a mirror, a testament to its sharpness. Ah! She cried out in pain but gritted her teeth, channeling a massive surge of divine energy into her other tentacle. The tentacle thickened, noticeably enveloped in a crimson glow, its might multiplied. Su Wu had no time to redirect his dagger, so he could only raise his arm to block. The ferocious blow instantly twisted and deformed his arm and half his shoulder. However, this buffer absorbed much of the impact, so when the limb struck his head, the force was greatly diminished. Bang! Su Wu's body flew sideways like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into the rubble and kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet he soon rose again from the debris. He shook his dazed head, his arm hanging limp, and gritting his teeth he charged at the head sister once more. But his peripheral vision caught sight of the other weakened priests. His gaze turned icy and he changed direction. You slaughtered my kin, so I'll make you taste the agony of losing your loved ones. The head sister's heart sank as she understood Su Wu's intent. She struggled to give chase despite her weakened body, but after that burst of power she was momentarily spent and couldn't catch up. Watching Su Wu close in on the priests, a profound sense of despair welled up within her. Just then a figure flashed past her. Lin Yuan surged past with astonishing speed, his calm voice cutting through. If I can restrain him, can you unleash that attack one more time? The head sister was momentarily stunned by his words, then gritted her teeth. I can muster one more burst, but that's my last reserve of power. If it misses, do you realize the consequences? Lin Yuan didn't answer. The motors in his exoskeleton armor began to emit a piercing whine and faint wisps of black smoke rose from the joints. His speed surged once more as he veered, slamming directly into Su Wu's injured side. Taken off guard by the sudden impact, Su Wu was momentarily stunned. Instinctively he swung the dagger in his other hand, thrusting it straight at Lin Yuan's abdomen. The hard black armor was pierced like paper by the razor-sharp dagger. Yet when Su Wu withdrew the blade, he found it devoid of any blood. What's going on? Su Wu struggled to break free, but Lin Yuan's strength was surprisingly formidable, leaving him unable to move any part of his body except the hand gripping the blade. Enraged, Su Wu slashed repeatedly, plunging the dagger into Lin Yuan's body, one strike even piercing clean through his throat. Yet Lin Yuan seemed impervious to pain, still holding him in an unyielding lock with no intention of letting go. Su Wu was baffled, but the Mother Superior watching from the side saw everything clearly. The moment Lin Yuan embraced Su Wu, the back of the exoskeleton armor suddenly detached. Lin Yuan had already vaulted out from within, and what Su Wu now gripped was nothing but a powerless broken husk of armor. Now! Lin Yuan called out in reminder. Seizing the opportunity, the Mother Superior channeled the last wisp of her divine breath into her tentacle. A flash of crimson light streaked through the air as her tentacle shot forth like a blade aimed directly at Su Wu's heart. Simultaneously Su Wu roared and tore the ruined exoskeleton apart, hurling it away, but it was too late. The Mother Superior's tentacle pierced his heart with unerring precision. Su Wu glanced down at his chest, where blood gushed forth and his life force rapidly ebbed. He staggered back a step and the dagger slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. This time the dagger did not vanish as before. The entire Su clan was utterly annihilated. Having someone watch makes one fight with hesitation truly exhausting. Lin Yuan had actually considered using the old charlatan's hand to eliminate all the priests of the Church of Life. However, he didn't know how to halt the divine descent, and if the Church's unique rituals were needed, he would be completely at a loss. Moreover, there were certainly other members of the Church of Life outside. If he were the sole survivor to walk away, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to them. Given their typical modus operandi, they might well detain him outright and haul him before the tribunal for rigorous interrogation. If that happened, even Levi probably couldn't protect him. It was better to use the Mother Superior's testimony to solidify his identity as a priest of the Mechanist Church. This way no one would ever associate him with the Golden Thief again. I'll leave a good impression for now and stab them in the back later. Nice coordination, Lin Yuan said while stretching his limbs. As if it had taken considerable effort. The Mother Superior panted heavily and shot him a disdainful glare. Lin Yuan spread his hands. I'm a priest of the Mechanist Church, this is how I fight. You can't seriously expect me to brawl with him hand to hand, can you? The Mother Superior pointed at the dagger on the ground and reminded him that blade is imbued with the power of authority, a natural theological artifact.
Be sure to take it with you before you leave. Lin Yuan didn't refuse. He reached down and picked the dagger up from the ground. However, out of politeness he still asked, "Don't you want it?" The Mother Superior snorted with disdain. Priests of the Church of Life never deign to rely on external aids. After a brief pause, sensing her words might sound off, she added, "Except for that freaky Wei Wen." Lin Yuan pondered this and found it true. The priests of the Church of Life he had encountered all fought primarily with their bodies. Lin Yuan intended to probe the Mother Superior for more information, but she suddenly interjected, "Stop dawdling. Go destroy the descent ritual now. This is after all the Middle Realm. Stay too long and you risk being drawn in." He was momentarily stunned. Drawn in? Is it what I think it means? The Mother Superior cast him a glance. Considering he had helped her, she patiently explained, "Yes, exactly what you're thinking, being drawn into his world." With that she pointed at the crimson moon in the sky. The red celestial body was now glaringly radiant and faint ghostly silhouettes had begun to materialize around it. But don't worry too much. That kind of place isn't something people like us can just enter casually unless— Stop right there. Just as the Mother Superior was about to elaborate, Lin Yuan cut her off brusquely. A deeply ominous premonition washed over him. According to Murphy's Law and his experience reading web novels, once such words are spoken barring unforeseen circumstances, the unforeseen is bound to happen. The Mother Superior looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. "I thought you were bold, showing no fear of us earlier. Turns out you're not so tough after all." "Fine, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say more." Lin Yuan pursed his lips and remained silent. In the end, he never inquired further about the matter. They quickly located the site of the descent ritual, the very room where Su Wu had vanished. Inside lay the corpse of a man and an infant floating in midair. The man was Su Ming. He must have sacrificed himself to complete the final step of the ritual. To go to such lengths, was it deep obsession, or was he beguiled by whatever lurks on the other side? Humans of this world are truly fragile. The Mother Superior wasted no words. A tentacle shot out and swiftly claimed its life. The moment the infant dissipated, a deep emotionless voice echoed from the void. "Interesting." Before the words faded, the surrounding space shattered like glass. Lin Yuan instantly felt a sensation of weightlessness, as if his entire being was plummeting into an endless abyss. In that fleeting moment of descent, a sudden intuition seized him and he looked up at the night sky. The vast dark expanse was rapidly receding while the crimson moon grew ever more distinct. The instant his gaze met it, Lin Yuan's pupils violently contracted. That moon. It blinked. It was an eye. Lin Yuan's pupils dilated, his heart clenching sharply. It was the system's simulated physiological response to immense psychological pressure. So this is the god of this world. Lin Yuan had yet to learn what it meant that one must not gaze upon a deity. Had it been anyone else, even the Mother Superior beside him, they would have either burst apart or been driven mad. In the Mother Superior's eyes, Lin Yuan, who had been perfectly fine a second ago, was suddenly drenched in sweat upon returning to the real world, as if he had been pulled from water. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Yuan waved a hand dismissively. "It's nothing. My body's been a bit weak lately, just night sweats." The Mother Superior looked him up and down, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. "So your constitution is lacking. I was going to ask if you'd like to grab a drink, but what a letdown." Lin Yuan. "I'm truly grateful you spared me." Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain himself. As he turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of something clutched in the head sister's hand. Lin Yuan recalled that it had appeared in her hand the very moment space shattered. It was a crystalline object strikingly similar to a life core, yet upon closer inspection subtle differences emerged. A life core was crystal clear and translucent, but this crystal contained a layer of white impurities within, resembling a murky piece of jade. The head sister noticed Lin Yuan's gaze and explained, "This is called a divine descent crystal. Well, it's classified information, so I can't tell you the details. Just understand that it's extremely important to the church." With that she opened her palm to show him. There were 3 crystals in total. Lin Yuan stared at them, sensing a familiar aura emanating from their surfaces. He quickly deduced that these crystals might be connected to the creation of priests. A thought sparked within him and he probed, "Would it be possible for me to take a closer look at one?" The head sister hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "Fine, I'll give you one. Consider us even. But remember, this must remain confidential." The elderly monk beside her opened his mouth as if to protest, but ultimately remained silent. This gesture left Lin Yuan utterly bewildered. Being this generous. Could this be a trap? Seeing her about to retract the offer, Lin Yuan quickly reached out and accepted the crystal, smiling, "Thank you for your kindness, head sister. A pleasure doing business with you."
Regardless of her motives, this object held immense value to him. Perhaps through it he could unravel the secrets of the church. Soon personnel from the Church of Life and the police department who had been waiting outside arrived at the scene. The head sister immediately resumed her lofty, dignified demeanor in public. The church members gathered and departed directly while the police began securing the area and searching for the other officers who had entered the divine descent zone. Lin Yuan found an empty police car and sat inside, closing his eyes to rest. But in truth he was communicating with the system in his mind. Ding, system notification analysis complete. This crystal shares 50 similarity with a life core. It is presumed to be a precursor composite material. It can be absorbed to enhance your primary energy core. Do you wish to absorb it? After a moment's deliberation, Lin Yuan temporarily declined the option. The system had already uploaded all information about this object into his mind. Like the life core, it was a high-grade energy entity that could be used to perfect his nascent primary energy core. However, its purity was far inferior to that of a life core. Absorbing it would yield negligible benefits. It would be far more practical to forge it into equipment or use it as a power source for his exoskeleton armor. Not only would it significantly boost the armor's performance, but I also wouldn't need to supply extra energy during combat. Perfect timing, since the portable Type 1 exoskeleton is destroyed, I'll just build a new one. But one crystal was still too few. If he could acquire a few more, building a Gundam by hand wouldn't be out of the question. As he was conceptualizing the new armor's design, Levi arrived at the scene supported by several investigators. He looked the same as always, a cigar clenched between his teeth, but his expression was grim. Seeing his state, Lin Yuan asked, "How did it go? Were the casualties heavy?" Levi shook his head, his voice hoarse. "Old Huang is badly injured, he'll need time to recover. His entire second squad. None of them survived. The leader of the fourth squad who went in with us also perished. The fifth squad leader's mental state is shattered, he's decided to leave the department and return to his church to become a clergyman. A single mission had wiped out an entire squad of the Western City Police Department. Of the 5 priests, 1 was dead, 1 injured, and 1 had resigned, leaving only the 2 of them." Lin Yuan fell silent, unsure how to console Li Bai. He could only offer a pat on the shoulder. Li Bai took a deep drag from his cigar, his eyes growing more resolute amidst the swirling smoke. After a moment, Li Bai continued, "This isn't over. How could an ordinary man like Su Ming possibly orchestrate a divine descent ritual? I refuse to believe there isn't someone pulling the strings behind this." Lin Yuan frowned. "You suspect? It's connected to the organization behind the black-clad men from your case." Li Bai replied, "I don't know why they're doing this, but their ambitions must be vast. The higher-ups must have caught wind of something, which is why they're taking this so seriously." He looked at Lin Yuan with a serious tone. "I have a favor to ask of you. The losses suffered by the Western City Police Department sent shockwaves through the headquarters. Apart from Inspector Li Bai, of the 4 priests under his command, Huang Kaijian and Lin Yuan were severely injured and undergoing treatment. 1 had been killed in action and another had resigned. To stabilize the situation in the Western District headquarters, dispatched 3 priests as reinforcements until the leaders of the 2nd and 3rd squads recovered and new priests were assigned by the church." Meanwhile, in a cafe diagonally opposite the Western City Police Department, Li Bai sat across from a disguised Lin Yuan, his expression peculiar. "Your disguise skills are quite impressive." Li Bai had unearthed a major lead regarding the organization of the black-clad men. Before the Divine Descent incident last night, other black-clad figures had struck again. Like the previous serial murders, the crime scene was left with only a pool of blood while the victim had vanished without a trace. However, this time a witness saw the black-clad man fleeing the scene. More importantly, after the black-clad man left, another figure climbed onto the roof beams and escaped. Based on the traces at the scene, this person was likely a thief. He had been in the middle of a burglary when the occupants returned, forcing him to hide in a wardrobe. If that were the case, this thief might have witnessed the entire crime. Finding him could potentially reveal what those black-clad men were truly doing. This was good news, but due to the existence of a mole, they couldn't handle it openly. They had no choice but to keep the information under wraps and investigate in secret. After deliberation, they decided Lin Yuan would use his injuries as an excuse to step away from official duties and cooperate with Li Bai in covert operations. 1 visible, 1 hidden, supporting each other. Lin Yuan agreed for 2 reasons. First, Li Bai had helped him numerous times before. Second, as a condition for his help, Li Bai promised to help him find Yi Hua's friend after the mission was accomplished. Through his probing over this period, Lin Yuan was almost certain that the person was not in the Western City Police Department. But his reach didn't extend to other precincts. To find someone, he needed a trustworthy insider, and Li Bai was undoubtedly the best choice. Seeing Li Bai reach out as if to pull at his skin, Lin Yuan quickly deflected his hand. "So you're saying that person got away?" Li Bai shook his head.
This guy has some skills, but all exits from the city are guarded. He can't leave Iron City. Besides, if the police department truly has their people, the Black-clad organization should already know about this. They're probably hunting him down to silence him right now. Both our sides are looking for him. It's remarkable he's managed to stay hidden this long. There's no way he can keep moving around openly. Lin Yuan nodded, then extended his hand. Did you bring what I asked for? They call me by Feiyu, though on the streets most know me as Master Fei. I can't recall when I first arrived here, perhaps at the age of 5 or maybe 7 or 8. When I woke up one day, the mother who had cherished me so dearly was gone, and all that remained of my past was a single wooden pendant. An old vagrant found me claiming I had promising bone structure and asked if I'd be willing to learn his trade. Back then refusing meant starving to death. I had no choice. From that day on, the old man subjected me to relentless torment, stake jumping across plum blossom stakes, balance beams and high-altitude leaps. A single misstep meant a lashing that left my skin raw. At first I didn't understand, but as time passed and the old man could barely even catch a glimpse of me, I finally grasped the depth of his intentions. As I grew older and more mature, I once asked him why he taught me only to run, never to fight. The old man smiled, and his answer remains etched in my memory to this day. Those who relish conflict rarely survive in this world. All you need is to be faster than the rest. In the years that followed, I mastered the arts of disguise, deception and counter-surveillance until the old man finally reached the end of his life. I gave him a proper burial and erected a tombstone in his honor. Armed with the skills he had imparted, I roamed every corner of Iron City, gradually carving out a name for myself. I assumed my life would continue in this manner, but during one particular job I inadvertently witnessed something I was never meant to see. Though my mastery of breath control honed since childhood kept me from being discovered on the spot, I knew the city was no longer safe. I had to leave, lest I face mortal danger. I purchased a train ticket to Bisui City, but upon arriving at the station I keenly sensed several suspicious figures lurking within the crowd. My instincts told me they were after me. The train station was out of the question, and long-distance buses were likely under scrutiny as well. I wasn't certain my disguises could fool the security checks, but to be safe I decided to take another route. This was the final lesson the old man taught me: always have an escape plan prepared no matter the circumstances. At the western suburbs bus terminal there existed a bus route leading out of the city. This route was reportedly established during the heyday of Iron City's public transportation. When the city's transit system was later reorganized, it survived by sheer administrative oversight. Moreover, since the line had only 2 unremarkable stops along the way, few people even knew of its existence. It wasn't even registered with the police department. Bai Feiyu's destination lay along this route, an abandoned port absent from every map, Shanjin Harbor. There he planned to transfer to a fishing vessel and sail to Bisui City. After a series of transfers, Bai Feiyu finally boarded the bus. True to its forgotten status, only 3 passengers, including himself, sat aboard as the engine rumbled to life. Through conversation, Bai Feiyu quickly learned the identities of his fellow travelers. One was a villager from a small hamlet along the route returning from a supply run in the city. The other was a freelance journalist surnamed Lin. Bai Feiyu couldn't help but steal glances at the journalist, sensing an air of mystery about him. The man's loose robes concealed his build, but his spectacles lent him an air of refined erudition. Cradled in his arms was a peculiar black cat. Typically black cats or dogs, due to natural oil secretions, have fur that reflects light to some degree. But this cat was different. Its black was utterly absolute, its fur possessing a matte texture that made it appear more like an exquisitely crafted artifact than a living creature. As if sensing Bai Feiyu's gaze, the black cat slowly lifted its head and let out a soft meow. The journalist, noticing this, offered a greeting. Xiao Hei seems to like you. Would you care to pet her? Before Bai Feiyu could respond, the cat was already deposited into his arms. The moment it settled against him, he felt an unexpected heaviness. Though he'd never owned a cat, surely no ordinary feline weighed this much. The journey stretched on, monotonous and tedious, and as time passed, Bai Feiyu gradually lowered his guard, gently stroking the cat's fur along its natural grain. The black cat was remarkably docile, curling up in his lap with a soft purr. Someone struck up a conversation, and soon the 3 passengers were chatting amongst themselves. The villager spoke up. You're heading to Shanjin Harbor. What for? Let me tell you, that place is cursed. Shanjin Harbor was once a renowned port town, famed for a singular reason: an unexplored shallow gold deposit hidden beneath its waters. After every great storm, the sea at night would shimmer with flecks of golden light, gold dust carried by the waves onto the shallows. As the saying goes, those living near mountains live off the mountains, those living near water live off the water. With such a source of wealth, the locals naturally made their living from it. Since the gold appeared only after major storms, the residents of Shanjin Harbor even began worshipping the sea god, holding ceremonies every few days to pray for winds and waves that would bring them fortune. But their prosperity was short-lived. Word of the gold deposit soon reached Iron City, and upon hearing the news, countless fortune seekers swarmed to the harbor. Some dove into the sea to pan for gold while the greedier ones attempted to trace the ocean currents to locate the source. Shanjin Harbor flourished for a time, but soon reaped the bitter consequences. Then over a decade ago, whether someone actually found the deposit and severed it or humanity's greed incurred the sea god's wrath. After one great storm, the golden shimmer vanished from the sea forever. Shanjin Harbor fell into rapid decline and its inhabitants were reduced to eking out a meager existence through fishing alone. Hearing this, Bai Feiyu grew curious. Isn't this just an ordinary town tale? What's so strange about it? The villager shook his head, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You don't understand. During the gold rush, Shanjin Harbor drew crowds beyond counting. But here's the eerie part: from the town's decline to this very day, not a single person has ever left. The villager wasn't lying. The simplest way back to Iron City from Shanjin Harbor was of course the very bus they were riding. Yet as a stop along the route, the villagers had never once seen a soul from Shanjin town aboard this bus. Everyone in our village can vouch for this, it's absolutely true. A chill ran down Bai Feiyu's spine. He had learned of this route only through fragments of conversation overheard while boasting in a tavern. Never once had he heard such a tale. Just as Bai Feiyu was beginning to reconsider his plan, the journalist Lin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. No. Someone did leave Shanjin town. And that someone is among us right now. The atmosphere was tense and Bai Feiyu was poised to bolt out the window at any moment. But unexpectedly, reporter Lin shifted the conversation, addressing the driver at the front who was half driving, half eavesdropping. You'd agree, right, driver? Even if the bus had no other passengers, at least you drivers are still making the trip back and forth to Shanjin Harbor. The driver chuckled. Ha, caught me eavesdropping. It's not as mysterious as you make it sound. I've been driving this route for nearly 10 years almost daily and I've never encountered anything strange. It's just a somewhat isolated fishing village. As if to reinforce his point, he added, and it's not completely devoid of visitors. For instance, the Church of Life sends a pastor there to preach at the end of every month. They just don't take my old bus, so the villagers along the route aren't aware of it. Bai Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If the Church of Life had regular contact, Shanjin town probably wasn't dangerous, otherwise it would have been dealt with long ago. Suddenly a bold conjecture struck Bai Feiyu. What if the gold mine in Shanjin town isn't depleted, but the locals deliberately sealed off the news to prevent others from sharing the wealth? Maybe they've been secretly mining and shipping the gold out by sea to other cities all these years, all under the guise of secrecy. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and it piqued the intense interest of a professional thief. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. I didn't expect an unexpected gain on this escape route. Tonight I'll see what secrets the Shanjin Harbor really holds. After half a day's journey, the bus finally reached the transit village. The villager got off here, glancing back at the two as if wanting to say something, but ultimately hesitated and remained silent. Reporter Lin pondered for a moment, then also stood up. I'll stay in the village for the night, document its state, and see if I can capture some footage. With that he turned to leave. Bai Feiyu quickly reminded him, Reporter Lin, your cat. Reporter Lin smiled back, my little black cat is quite precious. I'm afraid it won't adapt to the village. Could you do me a favor and look after it for the night? I'll come find you in Shanjin Harbor tomorrow. Bai Feiyu watched his retreating figure, feeling a growing sense of unease about the man. Reporter Lin waved his hand dismissively without turning back. Don't worry, I'll pay you for your trouble. Oh, one more thing. Little Black is quite mischievous. Please make sure to keep it with you at all times so it doesn't get lost. Bai Feiyu frowned, puzzled by the man's intentions. However, considering the man hadn't made a move against him the entire trip, he didn't seem to be from the police department. Shaking his head, Bai Feiyu picked up the black cat and asked its face, Are you mischievous? I think you're very well behaved. By the time the bus pulled into the central square of Shanjin Harbor, the evening sun was already hanging low on the horizon. Bai Feiyu stepped off the bus, stretching lazily while discreetly surveying his surroundings. Just as the villager had said, this harbor town was full of houses, but they were all dilapidated and looked like they hadn't been maintained in a long time. The townsfolk passing by were also dressed in rags, looking gaunt and haggard, their gait strangely awkward. They hardly seemed prosperous. Of course, it was possible they were deliberately putting on a show of poverty for outsiders like him. Just then the driver tapped the door and called out, Well, young man, I'll be off now. If you want to leave, just come back to the square at this time and find me. I usually head back around this hour. With that he started the engine. Bai Feiyu nodded in agreement and watched him drive away. Walking down the central street of the harbor, he noticed that most of the shops along the way had their doors and windows tightly shut. The few that were open seemed eerily quiet. He had a nagging feeling that someone was watching him from the windows above, but every time he looked up he saw only empty frames. Bai Feiyu grew increasingly suspicious. He decided to find a place to stay first and then plan his next move. He finally found an inn and walked in. On the wall he saw several large characters and read them aloud: the Gold Diggers. 2. What a name. The receptionist, looking listless, glanced at him and explained it's the Gold Diggers' home. The dot above the character fell off. Bai Feiyu was speechless. Why didn't you stick it back on? It looks so ominous, anyone normal would turn right around and leave. The receptionist retorted, we barely get any guests anyway, so what does it matter? Speechless, Bai Feiyu didn't even know how to counter that. But then, as if a thought struck him, he asked, so does that mean you do get a few guests each month? The receptionist cast a lazy glance at him and snorted, throughout the year we occasionally get adventurers like you. They usually stay for just one night and then leave. My main support comes from the Church of Life. At the end of each month a pastor comes to preach and stays here for a couple of days with a few acolytes. Bai Feiyu's heart stirred, so the driver was telling the truth. The Church of Life does come here regularly. With that thought he felt considerably more at ease. I'll take a room, please. Also, I'd like to ask, where do the local fishermen usually gather? Like a tavern or something? The receptionist gave him a sidelong glance and said flatly, fishermen. They used to gather at the Sea Rhyme Tavern by the docks. But don't get your hopes up. Like the rest of this town, it's pretty dead there now. Seeing his confusion, the receptionist added, the fish catch here isn't plentiful. It's hard enough to scrape by, so there aren't many left who can afford the habit of drinking. Bai Feiyu nodded, mentally noting this. He took the key and headed towards his room, pondering how he might persuade those fishermen to give him a ride out of this place. Pushing open the door, he found the room sparsely furnished. The bedding was washed to a pale white and covered with a thin layer of dust, as if it hadn't been used in a long time. He didn't mind. In his tougher days, sleeping on the streets was the norm. Having a roof over his head was more than enough. Weary from the journey, Bai Feiyu wanted to wash his face, but when he turned on the tap he noticed the water seemed to contain a faint trace of greenish viscous slime. He let the water run for several minutes, but it didn't improve. Helpless, he went downstairs to ask the receptionist about it, only to be told the town's water has always been like this. You'll get used to it. It's just a high mineral content. As if to prove his point, he picked up a nearby cup and downed the water containing the green slime. We all drink this here and no one's ever had a problem. In the brief moment the receptionist opened her mouth to drink, Bai Feiyu noticed her teeth. They were not only an unnatural shade of yellow-green but also crooked and unevenly spaced. A wave of nausea washed over Bai Feiyu and he no longer wanted to touch the water. Glancing at the time and seeing it was still early, he decided to head to the Haiyun Tavern to fill his stomach. The signboard in front of the Haiyun Tavern was weathered and peeling, exuding an air of bygone days. Pushing the door open, he found the interior dimly lit with a few worn wooden tables scattered in the corners, occupied by only a solitary fisherman nursing his drink. Bai Feiyu ordered a glass of beer and 2 portions of food at the counter, one of which was a grilled fish for the little black creature nestled in his arms. He then carried the tray over and sat down across from the fisherman. Old brother, is this place always this quiet? Bai Feiyu attempted to break the silence, but the fisherman merely glanced at him before burying his head in his drink again, showing no intention of responding. Feeling a bit awkward, Bai Feiyu wiped his nose and raised his beer for a sip, only to discover that it too contained the same green viscous substance. He lost his appetite for the meal as well, knowing full well that it must have been cooked with the same contaminated water. He glanced at the little black cat crouched at his feet. The grilled fish placed before it was left untouched, not even sniffed, as the cat simply pushed it away with its paw. The fisherman finally spoke up at the sight. This cat is rather clever, knowing what to eat and what not to. He stopped mid-sentence and resumed drinking his wine. The words were spoken without intent, but Bai Feiyu took them to heart. Seeing that the other man remained uncommunicative, he decided after some deliberation to get straight to the point. My name is Bai Feiyu. I'd like to take your boat to Bishui City. The fisherman set down his glass and gave Bai Feiyu a thorough once-over, as if assessing his sincerity and capability. Bai Feiyu knew he was bound to be overcharged for this trip, but he was willing to pay a premium to escape the clutches of Iron City quickly. Name your price. As long as it's reasonable, I won't haggle. Contrary to his expectations, the fisherman simply shook his head. We can discuss the price, but there are waves tomorrow. It's not safe to sail far in the next couple of days. If you still want to go after the wind dies down the day after tomorrow, come find me again. With that he stood up and staggered out of the tavern. Just before leaving, the fisherman turned back and added, oh, and the wind gets strong here at night. Make sure your doors and windows are locked and don't go out. With a head full of questions, Bai Feiyu returned to his room at the inn. Lying in bed, Bai Feiyu tossed and turned, the fisherman's warning echoing in his ears. Muttering like a madman, what a strange place. In the dead of night the wind howled outside the window. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Feiyu quietly opened his eyes. He got up, put on his coat and tiptoed to the window, peering through a crack. Under the moonlight the street was deserted with only a few withered leaves swirling in the wind. Since I'm already here it would be a shame not to investigate. Glancing at the still sleeping little black cat he pushed open the window and leaped onto the roof of the adjacent building. His movements were light and swift as he flitted across the rooftops as agile as a civet cat without making a single sound. This is the feeling. A smile tugged at Bai Feiyu's lips. This was a skill he prided himself on, his very means of survival in this world. During his daytime wanderings he had already scouted the area. Most of the town was in a state of disrepair, but there was one place that stood out as distinctly different. It was a pure white building at the edge of town perched on a cliff overlooking the sea. During the day the structure was unremarkable, but at night its pristine white walls gleamed under the moonlight like a seashell, radiating an air of profound mystery. Bai Feiyu approached the building and couldn't resist reaching out to touch the wall. The surface was cool and smooth, truly resembling a seashell. What was even more astonishing was that the wall had no seams whatsoever, as if the entire surface was a single monolithic piece. Bai Feiyu circled the entire building but found no windows. The only feature was a tightly shut door of the same pristine white adorned with intricate carvings of totems. He pushed against the door but it didn't budge. It was then he noticed that the seam of the door was also covered with the same white skin, seemingly fused seamlessly with the rest of the wall. Seeing no one around, Bai Feiyu reluctantly pulled a pry bar from his pocket and attempted to wedge it into the door seam. However, the wall material was exceptionally hard and the pry bar couldn't make the slightest dent. He sighed, ready to give up, when he suddenly heard a cat's meow meow. Startled, Bai Feiyu turned around to find the little black cat had somehow followed him. "Shoo! Didn't I close the window when I left? How did you get out?" The little black cat ignored him, merely twitching its mouth. In its mouth it held a dagger. Bai Feiyu seemed to understand its intention and said helplessly, "It's no use. I already tried. This stuff is incredibly tough, I can't pry it open." But the little black cat's gaze was resolute, as if to say, "Try again." All right, I'll give it another shot." Bai Feiyu took the dagger, immediately noting its considerable weight and the cold gleam of its blade. It was clearly no ordinary weapon. He let out a soft exclamation of surprise. "What a fine blade. Where did you get this from?" The little black cat merely snorted, as if to say, "Are you really talking to a cat?" Bai Feiyu repositioned himself and slashed at the door seam. This time the blade cut in with ease, slicing through the white material as if it were tofu. His heart leaped with joy as he pried along the cut and the great door finally began to creak open. A gust of cold, briny wind rushed out to meet him. Bai Feiyu exchanged a glance with the little black cat and cautiously stepped inside. The interior was arranged like a chapel, with neat rows of long benches on either side and a towering altar at the far end. However, the moonlight streaming in from the open door was limited, illuminating only the area near the entrance, leaving the deity enshrined at the altar shrouded in darkness. On either side of the altar spiral staircases descended into the depths, and it seemed the damp, salty sea breeze was emanating from those passages. "It seems this place leads down to the coast. They sealed the front door but left this open. They must be hiding a secret here." Setting aside the question of where the passage led for now, Bai Feiyu decided to investigate the altar first. As he drew closer, he saw a wooden box enshrined at the very front of the altar. Peeling back a corner of the lid, a dazzling golden light burst forth, revealing an exquisite gold bangle nestled inside. Holy crap! There really is gold. Bai Feiyu's heart raced. Overwhelmed with excitement, he snatched up the bracelet, completely forgetting the old vagrant's warning, "Never let success go to your head. Vigilance is the key to survival." As the weight of the box shifted, a mechanism was triggered and the church doors began to close. Startled, Bai Feiyu hastily slipped the bracelet onto his arm and dashed towards the entrance. He had to get out before the doors sealed shut. Bai Feiyu raised his hand and a thin rope shot out, wrapping around a roof beam. With a powerful yank, his body leaped nimbly, covering more than half the distance in an instant. But it was too late, the doors were already closing. Spotting Xiaohei guarding the entrance, Bai Feiyu in his desperation hurled his dagger towards the cat, hoping it would understand his intent. Catch! Xiaohei leaped with feline agility, snatching the dagger precisely in mid-air. Planting its paws on the back of the last pew, it rebounded with explosive force, shooting towards the doors like an arrow from a string. The tip and spine of the dagger wedged horizontally into the narrowing gap between the doors with a dull, resounding thud. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The sound of the jammed mechanism echoed, but its force was immense. The dagger's tip gouged into the door's wood and the blade began to tilt inch by agonizing inch. Just as the dagger was about to be blasted away, Bai Feiyu summoned every ounce of strength for a desperate leap. Twisting his body at an impossible angle in midair, he executed a sliding dive, passing through the shrinking gap with barely a hair's breadth to spare. The moment his trailing hair cleared the threshold, the doors slammed shut with a thunderous boom. Bai Feiyu crashed heavily to the ground, his heart pounding like a war drum. Go! Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Feiyu snatched up the fallen dagger, scooped up Xiao Hei with his other arm and fled back down the path they had come, his steps a blur of desperate speed. Back in his room, Bai Feiyu quickly barred the door and windows. Ignoring his sweat-soaked clothes, he buried his head in the blanket, carefully rolled up his sleeve and revealed the golden bracelet. The golden light appeared once more and Bai Feiyu finally laughed out loud. It's not an illusion, it's real gold. Fortune favors the bold this time, I've truly struck it rich. Pulling his sleeve back down, Bai Feiyu scrambled off the bed and scooped up Xiao Hei. He hadn't forgotten that without the cat he wouldn't have had this opportunity and might not even be alive. Xiao Hei, old pal, I owe you one for this. He leaned in for a kiss but was ruthlessly repelled by a swift paw to the face. Well, it was probably a male cat. He got up and glanced out the window. The night outside seemed even darker now, the moonlight completely swallowed by ominous clouds. Distant lightning flickered over the sea, a portent of an approaching storm. Yet there was no unusual commotion on the streets. No villagers shouting messages to one another, no one conducting door-to-door searches. The entire town was eerily silent, as if nothing had ever happened. The church doors are always shut tight, so probably few people go in and out. Maybe no one will even notice anything's wrong. Once this storm passes, I can make my getaway. What he didn't know was that at the very moment the church doors had slammed shut, the drape at the end of the altar had silently slipped away. A golden crown instantly illuminated the entire church, resting upon a twisted and unsettling statue. The statue was carved from some unknown dark green reef stone, its surface etched with cracks from ages of erosion and the faint traces of blurred runes. It was both humanoid and yet like some unknown deep-sea creature. Its face was grotesque and ferocious, with tentacles extending from its jaw seeming to rise silently. Its eyes stared intently at the sealed doors before it, as if it had perceived everything that had transpired. Like a haughty king, it seemed to await someone walking towards a fate that was already sealed. The next morning, Bai Feiyu opened his weary eyes. The sky outside the window was a dull gray and rain had begun to fall, filling the air with a damp chill. Bai Feiyu got up and checked the simple alarms he had set on the door and windows. Finding them all intact, he felt a wave of relief. He took some dried rations from his pack and ate a simple meal. He broke off a small piece and offered it to Xiao Hei, but the cat showed no interest whatsoever in eating. How strange, doesn't this fat cat ever need to eat? He opened the window, cupped his hands to catch some rainwater and took a sip. The chill was refreshingly invigorating. He caught 2 more handfuls to wash his face, feeling instantly refreshed. A strange sensation on his arm reminded him of the golden bracelet he had acquired last night. Just as he moved to inspect it, a knock came at the door. Knock knock knock. Guess the wind has picked up today. According to our custom, the townsfolk will hold a prayer ceremony together. Would you like to come and observe? Bai Feiyu's heart tightened. Damn, if they're praying they'll probably go to the church, right? Won't the theft of the bracelet be exposed? And no need. I'm feeling a bit unwell, I'll have to decline. Bai Feiyu ignored the sudden enthusiasm from the innkeeper and refused flatly. Knock knock knock. The knocking came again, the front desk's voice tinged with persistence. The ceremony is very important, it would be a shame to miss it. Are you sure you don't want to go? Bai Feiyu took a deep breath and steadied his nerves. Thank you, but I really am not in a position to go out. There was a moment of silence outside the door, followed by a soft sigh. Very well, but there is one thing I must ask of you. During the ceremony, the entire town will be gathered together. To prevent any thefts that might lead to misunderstandings, I need to lock your door from the outside to ensure you don't leave. Would that be acceptable? Bai Feiyu sneered inwardly. As if a flimsy lock on this door could hold him, let alone the fact there was a window. Fine, lock the door if you must. It doesn't bother me. And so the sound of chains rattling came from outside the door, followed by the sound of footsteps retreating. Once the sound had completely faded, Bai Feiyu walked to the door and gently pushed it open. It barely budged before catching against a series of heavy chains wrapped around the outside. He brought the chains with him before he even came up. Did he calculate that I wouldn't go? Bai Feiyu moved back to the window and looked out. Figures in raincoats had appeared on the street seemingly out of nowhere. Their movements were agonizingly slow as they shuffled hunched over towards the white church. And as time passed, the figures didn't thin out. Instead, they grew denser until they nearly filled the entire street. Bai Feiyu cursed under his breath. Damn it. I walked around town for ages yesterday and barely saw a soul. Now look at them all crawling out of the woodwork. Do these people just stay cooped up inside all the time? In a daze he recalled what the villager on the bus had told him yesterday. You don't know, during the gold rush Shimmerport was packed with people. But the weird thing is, from the time Shimmerport fell into ruin until now, not a single person has ever left. A wave of foreboding washed over him. Moreover, if the theft of the bracelet were ever discovered, he as an outsider would immediately become the prime suspect. No, I can't stay here any longer. Bai Feiyu got up and began to pack his belongings. He was determined to leave right now, even if it meant heading back to Iron City. He could not remain in this place. After what felt like an eternity, the street outside finally fell silent. Bai Feiyu wasted no time opening the window and slipping out with a lightness that made not a sound. He secured Xiao He to his chest with a bedsheet and braved the rain, heading straight for the docks. In this small town, if there was one person who seemed normal, it was the old fisherman who had kindly warned him yesterday. Though uncertain if the man would help, he resolved to try. After all, the bus back to Iron City wouldn't arrive until dusk, and who knew when the townsfolk off at their rituals would discover the missing bracelet. By then it would be far too late. Bai Feiyu trudged through the muddy streets, his steps unsteady, rain blurring his vision. For some reason, the overwhelming stench of seafood in the air made it hard to breathe, as if he were wading through a fish market. Clamping a hand over his nose and mouth, he pressed on until he finally reached the docks. The small tavern named Sea Rhine was already shuttered, not a soul in sight. Only dozens of dilapidated fishing boats remained moored along the pier. Bai Feiyu spotted his target immediately for one simple reason: a faint warm light glowed from the porthole of a single boat, a beacon of hope in the darkness. Drawing closer, he saw the old fisherman from the previous night sitting in the cabin and drinking. "Old brother, open up. It's me, the one from yesterday evening." The fisherman invited him inside, handing him a towel to dry off. Then with a puzzled look he asked, "Didn't I tell you to wait for the waves to calm before coming to see me? Why are you here now?" Bai Feiyu's face was tense. He opened his mouth several times but hesitated, as if burdened by a secret he couldn't easily share. Finally summoning his courage, he spoke, "To be honest with you, I got into trouble with some powerful people in Iron City. That's why I came to Shimmergold Port, hoping to take a boat to Azure Water City. I thought this route was hidden enough, but just now while wandering through the village I saw the people who are after me. Please, you have to help me. If they catch me, I'm dead." He frantically patted his pockets. "I have money, I really do. If you can get me out to sea right now, I'll give you 5,000. No, 10,000. Take it all. I'll give you everything I own just to get away safely." This was the first lesson the old vagrant had taught him about the art of acting. A well-timed lie could easily dissolve a multitude of problems. As for the money, once he sold the golden bracelet on his wrist, would money even be an issue? The thought made his arm itch, and he scratched it lightly through his sleeve. The old fisherman, oblivious to his gesture, was transfixed by the sight of so much money. After a moment of deliberation he nodded. "All right, for that kind of money I'll take the job. But let's get one thing straight, sailing through these waves is risky. If something goes wrong, don't come blaming me." Overjoyed, Bai Feiyu nodded eagerly in agreement. "Thank you, I'm counting on you." Soon the fisherman fired up the diesel engine. The propeller churned, pushing the boat slowly away from the dock as rain hammered against the hull with a dull rhythmic thud. The vessel glided into the surging sea like a naive little fish swimming straight into the gaping maw of a leviathan. As the town silhouette dissolved into the rainy mist, Bai Feiyu let out a slow, relieved breath, his mind already drifting to visions of a splendid future. "Once I sell this bracelet, I'll buy a grand mansion in Azure Water City and hire 10. No, 20 beautiful maids. Then I'll live a life of decadent luxury, feasting and carousing every night, saying goodbye to my old days forever." Lost in his reverie, he noticed the old fisherman at the helm seemed to be in high spirits too. Unlike his taciturn mood last night, he began to share tales of the sea, stories he had heard or lived through himself. The stories were either breathtakingly thrilling or bizarrely strange, leaving Bai Feiyu utterly captivated. "You know, it's a shame you don't go to the city to tell these stories." The old fisherman chuckled, took a swig from his bottle and handed it over. He then started another tale unprompted. "Do you know how Shimmergold Port got its name?" Feeling it would be rude to refuse after the man had already drunk from it, Bai Feiyu accepted the bottle. He inspected the clear glass, noting it didn't contain that strange green slime. Still cautious, he didn't drink. Instead, he pressed his thumb over the opening, tilted the bottle up in a mock sip and nodded. "I heard a bit about it on my way here yesterday." "Why? Is the real story different from the rumors?" The old fisherman said, "Of course. The tales outsiders hear are just what we've chosen to spread. Over 20 years ago, Shimmergold Port was nothing but a nameless fishing village, living a prosperous yet peaceful life off its bountiful catches. Then one day, after a violent storm, a strange-looking man washed up on the beach. He was severely injured and barely clinging to life, but his hand was clenched tightly around a handful of golden sand that emitted a faint radiant glow. The villagers, acting out of kindness, saved him, unaware that this single act would irrevocably alter their destinies. The man called himself Arthur, a captain from a distant land who had followed a treasure map to this place in search of ultimate wealth. The glowing sand in his hand was the very treasure he had been seeking. Unfortunately, right after he located the gold deposit, a storm wrecked his ship and he was the sole survivor. Grateful for the villagers' life-saving aid, he decided to share the gold with them, but on one condition: they had to help him salvage the gold from the sea. At first the villagers were skeptical of Arthur's claims. After all, they had never even seen such a shiny, unusual mineral before.
It wasn't until Arthur refined a single gold bead no bigger than a grain of rice from the sand and sent someone to sell it in the city that they believed him. Arthur's prophecy came true. Once you understand the value of gold, you will become as mad as I am. Arthur became a captain once more. He led the villagers out to sea, and after 3 months of searching guided by his vague memories, they found the fabled gold mine. The discovery of the gold mine filled the villagers with immense excitement, but Arthur remained calm and level-headed. On his advice to avoid attracting unwanted attention, they decided against selling the gold immediately. Instead, they would mine as much as possible first, and only when they had amassed a significant amount would they sell it in cities far from these waters. And so the mining proceeded in an orderly fashion. The villagers continued to fish as a cover while they extracted the gold. Everyone was thrilled, dreaming of the wonderful life that lay ahead. However, as time went by, a strange thing began to happen quietly and unnoticed. The fish in these waters had gradually grown aberrant. Their bodies swelled to monstrous proportions, their temperaments turned savage, and even bizarre species never before seen began to appear. They were still edible, though barely palatable, so the fishermen paid it little mind. But before long their bodies began to change. Some were stricken with an insatiable thirst, others struggled for breath, and a few even began secreting a viscous green slime from their mouths. Panic gripped the village until a newcomer declared this was divine retribution from the sea god, punishment for their greed. Arthur, sensing something profoundly wrong, finally resolved to cease their work. They loaded all the gold onto the ships, preparing to abandon the village entirely and flee this accursed stretch of ocean. But on the eve of their departure, an unprecedented tempest ravaged the village. Rain fell like needles, gale-force winds whipped up colossal waves, and fishing boats were shattered one after another in the furious sea. More horrifying still, the rain itself wrought a terrifying transformation upon their skin. Webbing grew between the fishermen's fingers, scales covered their bodies, and gills began to open in close upon their faces. Children's legs fused into fins, and strange bubbling sounds escaped their throats. The entire village was engulfed in agonized moans as every soul was twisted into a half-human, half-fish monstrosity. Only when the sunlight returned did the villagers regain their human forms. Some tried to convince themselves it had all been a dream, but the ruined docks and the searing memories told them otherwise. This was no illusion. In that moment they all understood, the sea god would not let them leave. Baifeyu quietly swallowed, noticing that Captain Arthur's facial bone structure did indeed seem different from an ordinary man's. It was only because of the man's thick beard and ever-present fisherman's cap that this had gone unnoticed before. Damn it! When I boarded this ship, I thought my masterful acting had fooled him. Turns out this old fox was matching me in a battle of performances all alone. Baifeyu had already sensed something amiss with the fisherman. His hand crept toward the dagger strapped to his lower back, muscles coiled in wary vigilance, ready to strike back at the first sign of aggression. Captain Arthur seemed to notice his movement, but merely offered a faint smile, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Don't you want to hear the rest of the story? Baifeyu sneered coldly. Is there any point? Let's cut to the chase. What's your real purpose in luring me onto this ship? Arthur held the wheel, gaze fixed ahead. Didn't I already tell you? The seas are rough out there now. If some accident were to befall you, don't blame me. Baifeyu's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation he chose to strike first, drawing his dagger and lunging at the captain's back. But after just 2 steps a wave of weakness flooded his entire body and he collapsed onto the deck with a heavy thud. I'd been had. When? I never drank his wine. Through his daze, Baifeyu spotted the towel hanging on the cabin wall, the one the captain had handed him to dry off when he first came aboard. Son of a bitch, I let my guard down. This bastard had everything planned from the start, he was just waiting for me to step on board. Captain Arthur remained perfectly calm, not even turning his head. Don't be so hasty. Let me finish my story. The day after the storm, the village fell into a heavy silence. As dread hung over everyone, the village elder suddenly announced that he had received a divine oracle from the sea god in his dreams. The sea god warned them no one was permitted to leave these waters. Any who attempted to flee would be forever transformed into half-human, half-fish monsters. Some refused to believe it and tried to escape. But the moment they stepped beyond the village's boundaries, they transformed exactly as they had on that rainy night. The sea god also revealed the path to redemption. They must forge a golden statue of him at the bottom of the sea. Only when the effigy was completed would he lift the curse and permit the villagers to leave. The villagers had no choice but to accept this demand, terrified and despairing. The elder, as the sole conduit to the sea god's will, was elevated to the position of high priest and placed in charge of the statue's construction. Though Captain Arthur harbored deep doubts, the tide of circumstance forced his temporary compliance. He led the villagers on repeated dives to the ocean floor, delivering the mined gold to an abyssal underwater cavern where, guided by the priest, they slowly shaped the golden effigy. During this time, with a shortage of hands and a desperate need to accelerate the work, the priest conceived a mad scheme: lure outsiders here with promises of gold, then use the villagers' secreted saliva to assimilate them.
That was the origin of the tale circulating in the outside world.
As the statue's main body neared completion, Captain Arthur's fear grew ever deeper. With his years of experience sailing the seas, he had come to recognize the visage they were carving.
That very night Arthur woke from a nightmare. He dreamed he was swallowed by the endless darkness of the deep sea, powerless to resist.
In that hopeless void a colossal fish swam into his dream.
Its massive body was larger than an island, scales gleaming with a faint blue luminescence in the abyssal depths. Its eyes held ancient wisdom, yet also a trace of fury.
There are countless gods in the sea, but unfortunately the one you encountered is a fraud. The great fish's voice echoed through Arthur's mind, solemn and unhurried. That so-called god is nothing but an ancient lord trapped at the bottom of the sea. He cursed you only to use you. Once the golden statue is complete, you will never return to land. You will remain forever in the deep as monsters, serving as his slaves for eternity.
Arthur's heart jolted. What should I do? I can help you.
But my body is far too vast to approach the shore.
Bring the priest to the open sea and I will await you there. Baifeyu couldn't hold back any longer and burst out cursing. Then go find that priest. Why the hell did you grab me? I'm a transmigrator. I'm what you people call an outsider. What does any of this have to do with me?
Arthur walked over, roughly rolled up his sleeve and pointed at the gleaming golden bracelet.
What is this? Baifeyu froze, looking down at the bracelet with some embarrassment. Well, I just took a little something of yours. I'll give it back, all right.
But then he heard Arthur say coldly, 15 years ago the priest died of old age. Before his death he left one decree: whoever in this village can wear this bracelet shall be his successor. In truth, before his death the priest had forged 3 golden artifacts. The first was a crown symbolizing the sea god's acceptance of the villagers' prayers.
The second was the bracelet used to verify the priest's true identity.
The third was more mysterious. Arthur had never seen it, but he knew its purpose. Wearing that artifact when leaving the village would prevent transformation, allowing villagers to venture out and continue luring other greedy souls back. But when the priest died and the village fell into brief chaos, a woman fled the village with her son and daughter, carrying that final golden artifact with her. From that moment on, no one from the village could leave.
Naturally, they could no longer deceive outsiders either. In shimmering gold harbor fell into complete isolation.
Upon hearing Arthur's words, Baifeyu's expression shifted drastically. The bracelet on his wrist suddenly burned like a branding iron, searing his skin as if it would burn straight through.
A chill ran down his spine.
He couldn't shake the feeling that Arthur was spouting nonsense. After all, he was merely a transmigrator. How could he possibly be the successor to a priest?
It's just a cheap bracelet. I slipped it on without any trouble.
Before he could finish, Arthur cut him off coldly. Anyone else who puts on this bracelet would be dehydrated within moments.
And besides, haven't you noticed it's already fused into your flesh? Can you even take it off now?
Baifeyu looked down and only then realized the severity of the situation. The bracelet's edge was indeed seamlessly bonded with his skin, leaving virtually no trace of a gap. A jolt of alarm shot through him. Summoning strength he didn't know he had, he struggled to move, attempting to wrench the bracelet off, only to be met with a searing pain. The bracelet seemed to have become one with his flesh and blood, refusing to budge. Arthur sneered, "This is the hand of fate. Whether you accept it or not, there's no escaping it. If those fools had captured you first, I wouldn't have had a chance. But you and your foolishness delivered yourself right to my doorstep, so don't blame me for what happens next."
As they spoke, the vessel continued its voyage, finally entering the waters of the deep sea. A low resonant whale song echoed from the churning depths ahead, as if echoing Arthur's words.
Arthur, his expression wild with frenzy, seized Baifeyu by the collar and dragged him out of the cabin. Baifeyu tried to struggle, but his limbs were weak and the deck beneath him was treacherously slick. He couldn't even keep his footing, let alone resist, and could only be hauled along helplessly.
The whale song grew deafening.
The sea churned violently and icy rain mixed with spray drenched them to the bone. Yet neither had any mind for such discomfort. Arthur hoisted Baifeyu over the ship's railing with one brawny arm while the other hand gripped a blade, pressing its edge against Baifeyu's heart.
Arthur roared into the gale and towering waves, "Unknown deity! I have brought the one you desire. I trust you will honor your promise and release us."
The whale song abruptly ceased. Then from the abyssal depths an immense shadow, so vast its boundaries were indiscernible, began to ascend. A smile began to spread across Arthur's face. But at that very moment Xiao He, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly lunged.
Mid-air its body flowed like quicksilver, morphing into a black panther that sank its fangs into Arthur's neck.
Blood sprayed forth, staining the deck and the sea crimson.
Yet Arthur smiled.
If completing this task meant his end, what was there to fear in death?
Since I brought this calamity, let me leave with it as well.
As consciousness faded, Arthur's body pitched over the railing, dragging Baifeyu along with him toward the churning sea. Just as Bai Feiyu was about to plunge into the water, the Black Panther extended a razor-sharp claw, hooking firmly onto the back of his collar and hauling him safely back onto the deck. The panther reverted to its form as a black cat and jerked its head toward the ship's wheel. Bai Feiyu understood immediately. Though drenched to the bone, the icy rain had restored a measure of his strength. He crawled laboriously to the wheel, seized it with both hands and spun it hard, wrenching the helm fully to one side. The vessel shuddered violently, groaning with creaking timbers as it struggled against the onslaught of waves. At last it managed to complete its turn and set a course toward the safety of distant waters. Waves battered the deck with deafening fury. The whale song resounded once more, seemingly roaring in anger at someone's escape. Suddenly a colossal wave surged upward, looming over the ship. Faster! 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 Bai Feiyu growled in desperation, his heart ablaze with anxiety. As the vessel was swallowed by the wave's shadow at the very instant the water was poised to consume them, the fishing boat finally surged into the inner sea. The towering wave behind it collapsed, instantly dissolving into countless fine bubbles that merged back into the surface. Behind them monstrous waves raged on. Yet the inner sea, a mere line away, lay placid and calm, a stark boundary as if dividing two separate worlds. Bai Feiyu collapsed on the deck, gasping for air. We're saved. So his power can't reach the inner sea. Never. Never again will I set foot on a boat. He turned to look at Xiao He. He could be certain now, this was no ordinary cat. Recalling how the mysterious reporter Lin had urged him before parting to keep Xiao He by his side at all times, it was clear that person's identity was equally far from simple. For now at least the creature had been protecting him all along, so it likely wasn't malevolent. Though many questions churned in his mind, he could only wait until their next meeting to seek answers. The ship finally charted a course toward land. Though Bai Feiyu was no navigator, relying on pure instinct, he managed to guide the vessel in roughly the right direction. However, just as the outline of distant land came into view, the ship's engine gave a few violent coughs and then sputtered into silence. Bai Feiyu scrambled about, inspecting and tinkering, but found nothing amiss. We're doomed, Xiao He. Do you have any ideas? I can't swim. Bai Feiyu stared in despair at the distant shore, panic surging in his chest. He could feel the current dragging him toward the deep sea. No, I can't go out there. If I do, I'm dead. Suddenly Bai Feiyu remembered something he discovered earlier while rummaging through the cabin for tools. His eyes lit up. I've got it. He hurried back below deck, frantically searching for something. After a long while he emerged back onto the deck, dragging a human figure behind him. It was an old-fashioned fully enclosed diving suit, its body constructed from riveted metal pipes of varying sizes with thick black rubber at the joints. Its surface was covered in rust. Along with it he hauled up 2 oxygen tanks. This must have been the diving equipment Captain Arthur used when he was mining for gold. It looked abandoned for years, yet strangely the pressure gauge on the oxygen tank read normal, its needle resting steadily in the green zone. What Bai Feiyu didn't know was that had the great fish not appeared, Arthur would have personally taken him into the deep sea. As for why there was only one suit, well, who do you think it was meant for? As he checked the suit's seals he murmured to himself, this is the only hope I've got. After donning the diving suit and helmet, Bai Feiyu turned to Xiao He one last time. Stay on the boat and wait for me. I'll find your master and bring him back for you. Meow meow was his only reply. Bai Feiyu was certain Xiao He understood him, but since he couldn't speak cat he could only take it as consent. Then donning the heavy metal helmet he turned and plunged backward into the sea. The seawater was bitingly cold and the oxygen tank in his diving suit emitted a faint hiss. Bai Feiyu's breathing grew rapid, each exhale leaving a misty fog on the glass viewport. Struggling to steady his breath, his vision gradually cleared and the underwater scenery before him sharpened into focus. He spotted sandy rocks and schools of darting fish, which brought a flicker of relief to his heart. He trudged forward with heavy, cumbersome steps, heading toward the shore. To be honest, the smell inside the diving suit was unpleasant, a stale odor of mildew and rust lingered in the air. Yet at this moment Bai Feiyu had no time to dwell on such trivialities. Every stride was a grueling ordeal, the weight of the suit pressing down on him like a 1,000-pound burden. However, the difficulty of diving far exceeded his expectations. Before he had gone far he was thoroughly disoriented. The surrounding darkness closed in like an invisible giant hand clutching tightly at his throat. The thumping of his heartbeat echoed within the helmet, a stark reminder time was running out. He forced himself to calm down, recalling the direction he had aimed for before submerging. Yet the seabed bore no resemblance to the land above and not a single familiar landmark was in sight. Left with no choice he pressed on by instinct. He had no idea whether he was moving in a straight line or merely circling in place. As his breathing grew increasingly labored, Bai Feiyu realized the oxygen tank was completely depleted. In the pitch-black darkness a wave of despair washed over Bai Feiyu. He vaguely saw flashes of past scenes flickering before his eyes, long-forgotten memories slowly resurfacing from the depths of time. His mother's gentle smile appeared before him, pointing at a picture book as she said, "This is called a high-speed train, a train that can run incredibly fast. This is an airplane, it can carry many people flying through the sky. This is a Ferris wheel, my favorite place when I was a little girl." Sometime earlier the so-called reporter Lin Yuan had followed a fellow villager from the same carriage and stayed the night in the villager's home. His original plan was to trail by Feiyu, hoping to use him as bait to lure out members of the Black-clad organization. But no such figures appeared. Instead he stumbled upon an unexpected prize, the town of Shanjin Harbor. When he got off the vehicle yesterday, Lin Yuan noticed the evasive look in the villager's eyes, sensing that the man was holding something back. After some thought he left Xiaohei with Bai Feiyu and decided to follow the villager to uncover the truth. Xiaohei was the first mechanical lifeform he had created using that descended god crystal. Though called a lifeform, it lacked independent thought, functioning more like a basic intelligent robot driven by core directives. The main body of Xiaohei was constructed from secondary nanobots split off from the high-strength special alloy steel Lin Yuan had acquired from Li Bai. Unlike Lin Yuan's main body, these secondary nanobots lacked the ability to self-replicate, mitigating the risk of losing control due to program errors. Nevertheless, armed with the dagger Lin Yuan had given it, Xiaohei was more than capable of dealing with ordinary priests and clergy. By now Lin Yuan had already overheard the entire conversation between Captain Arthur and Bai Feiyu, through Xiaohei piecing together a rough understanding of Shanjin Harbor's past. After issuing a command to Xiaohei to protect Bai Feiyu as best as possible, Lin Yuan finally shifted his focus back to the present. "So this is the household of the informant you mentioned?" "Why yes," the villager stammered nervously, then explained, "The old lady in this house was originally from the small fishing village, the predecessor of Shanjin Harbor, and married into our village. If anyone in our village knows Shanjin Harbor best, it's her." Lin Yuan nodded, reached into his pocket and pulled out a 100 denomination kingdom banknote, handing it to the villager. It was the agreed upon price. The villager took the banknote, a glint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. He then knocked on the door and called out, "Granny Zhu, are you home?" "It's Shunzi. I've brought a reporter friend from the city who wants to learn about Shanjin Harbor. He'd like to interview you." Thanks to Shunzi's introduction, Lin Yuan soon met Granny Zhu. Her skin was loose and deeply wrinkled with a dark tan that hinted at years of prolonged exposure to strong sunlight in her youth. "Granny Zhu, how old are you now?" Lin Yuan played his role convincingly. Following standard journalistic protocol, he pulled out a notebook and began jotting down notes as he asked questions. Granny Zhu squinted her eyes and spoke slowly, "I've just passed 60, but my mind is still sharp. Since you're a friend of Shunzi, feel free to ask whatever you like as long as you're willing to believe what I say." Through their conversation, Lin Yuan confirmed the authenticity of Captain Arthur's story from Granny Zhu. He then continued, "So after the small fishing village transformed into Shanjin Harbor, no one ever left again?" Granny Zhu sighed. "That's not entirely true. Before Arthur arrived at the small fishing village, a disheveled young woman heavily pregnant and carrying considerable wealth had come to settle there. Back then Granny Zhu was a widow in the village, having lost her first husband to a shipwreck. It was that very woman who encouraged her to find the courage to remarry and move to this village. That's why 15 years ago, when that same woman dragged her wounded body here with a boy and a girl in tow, Granny Zhu took all three of them in. At the time, 2 bloody harpoons were lodged in the woman's abdomen, and it was clear she didn't have long to live. On her deathbed, she entrusted Granny Zhu with sending the 2 children as far away as possible and insisted they must never be separated. After the woman passed away, Granny Zhu honored her promise and sent the children to what she considered the farthest place, Iron City. Lin Yuan asked curiously, "How did you arrange for them?" Granny Zhu sighed again. "I didn't know anyone in the city, so I took them to the gates of the Church of Life's convent at dawn. I hid in the distance and watched the nuns take them in." After saying this, Granny Zhu seemed to recall something. She went back inside and brought out a very old worn sketchbook. "This is what that woman left behind back then. See if it's of any use to you." Lin Yuan took it and began flipping through the pages. The first page had a hand-drawn train. The second a hand-drawn airplane. The third a hand-drawn Ferris wheel. A bold conjecture formed in Lin Yuan's mind: perhaps the nuns at the convent had for some reason taken in the older girl and trained her to become a nun herself. As for the little boy, he might have been abandoned and eventually ended up on the streets. Perhaps Bai Feiyu was not the transmigrator. It was his mother who was. The chaotic memories of his early childhood had fostered the illusion that he had once lived in that world of picture books. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, "So then Kid, your return to Shanjin Harbor, was it coincidence or destiny?" Under the extreme lack of oxygen, Bai Feiyu's vision gradually blurred and his mind grew drowsy, on the verge of losing consciousness at any moment. He relied on his formidable willpower to hold on, mechanically maintaining his pace. Just as he was about to give up, Bai Feiyu felt the terrain beneath his feet gradually rise. He forced his eyes open with all his might and finally saw the familiar outline of a beach bathed in the setting sun on the slope ahead. Is this land?
I've returned to land.
His will to survive erupted instantly. With his last ounce of strength he struggled to crawl up using the push of the waves to slowly climb onto the shore. Just before losing consciousness he managed to tear off his helmet. The moist sea breeze rushed to meet his face and an uncontrollable surge of joy burst forth, causing him to laugh out loud. Although his mind was still foggy, Bai Feiyu knew this was not the time to rest. If he fell asleep and the rising tide swept him away he would be done for. In a daze he heard distant shouts from someone and it seemed there was a stone staircase ahead.
Someone.
Thank goodness. He staggered upward and with the sea breeze he gradually detected a strong smell of seafood and the clamor of voices.
Is anyone there?
Help! Help! Bai Feiyu shouted with all his remaining strength. He felt as if he was traversing a long tunnel, the light around him dimming until it shone brightly once more. When Bai Feiyu's eyes adjusted to the light again he found himself in a pristine white chapel with no windows. The pews were filled with followers draped in raincoats. Several faces looked particularly familiar, including the receptionist from the Tomb of the Gold Diggers. Looking towards the open door he saw it was equally crowded outside with no end in sight.
Why? Does this place feel so familiar?
As Bai Feiyu looked around, a follower took his hand and led him from the end of the stone steps to the altar. The follower then quietly retreated, leaving Bai Feiyu standing alone at the center.
We welcome the return of the High Priest.
The voice was as loud as a bell, filled with endless reverence and fervor.
We welcome the return of the High Priest.
All the followers echoed in unison, the sound buzzing loudly in Bai Feiyu's ears. A smile spread across Bai Feiyu's face as he heard the call of the great deity. Yes, he finally understood none of this was a coincidence but the design of fate.
I have returned.
Meow! Suddenly a piercing cat cry shattered his consciousness, which was about to sink. The latter immediately clutched his head and knelt on the ground, his hands tightly covering his ears to block the unknown interference from entering his mind. Screw this ritual, I'm no one's priest.
I am just myself.
Bai Feiyu's thoughts briefly cleared and he saw the little black cat gracefully padding along the roof beam. What the heck? How did it follow me here? Don't tell me it trailed me all the way through the deep sea. However, the thought vanished as quickly as it came, for 4 followers had already firmly restrained him and secured him to some object behind him. One of the followers stepped forward with a smile, his face full of piety. High Priest, you have been away for too long. We know you are lost, but fear not. His gaze slowly moved upward, fixing on the statue behind Bai Feiyu, his expression gradually turning fanatical. The great deity has issued a divine decree. By offering you as a sacrifice, we 4 shall inherit your power. Rest assured, we will take over and complete the construction of the golden body beneath the sea. At that moment a clap of thunder resounded and torrential rain poured down once more. Bai Feiyu watched as countless followers shed their raincoats, bathing in the rain, their bodies contorting into half-human half-fish monstrosities. A strong stench of fish mixed with filth quickly spread. Gurgle. The mutated followers could no longer speak, emitting only the resonance of water flowing through gills and the hissing of bursting bubbles. Led by 4 burly fishmen, all the followers knelt in unison before Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu knew that this time they were not kneeling to him but to the unknown deity behind him. Bai Feiyu struggled with all his might but was bound by thick chains, unable to move. Suddenly a massive surge of divine energy erupted from within him and the wooden pendant that had not been removed for 15 years floated into the air. Its wooden casing slowly cracked and peeled away, revealing its true form. This was the last of the 3 golden artifacts crafted by the old priest before his death. It was designed to suppress the divine anomaly within the wearer, allowing them to walk among the outside world and deceive more followers. However, under the influence of the deity statue it had temporarily lost its power. Ah! Bai Feiyu felt something draining from his body. He was in immense pain, his body growing weaker while that power spread towards the 4 followers. He finally understood why the old vagrant had chosen him as his successor. It was because he possessed an innate power within him. He was a natural-born priest. Even though most of his power was suppressed by the pendant, his physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary men. However, since the true owner of this power was right behind him, he couldn't control a single ounce of it even without the pendant's suppression. As the power ebbed away, Bai Feiyu's body gradually withered. The pain that soaked into every cell of his body made him want to scream, but only a faint hoarse rasp could escape his throat. Just then a loud crash came from the top of the chapel. Large chunks of stone fell and the church began to collapse in flames. Through the smoke and dust a figure darted swiftly. It was Lin Yuan. He extended his hand and nanobots began to extend, quickly reaching the golden crown on the statue. The moment he touched the crown, Lin Yuan felt a gaze filled with anger fixed upon him, as if it intended to do something to him. Lin Yuan let out a scoff and said to the statue, "Great deity, you just rest well at the bottom of the sea." Toodles. As his words faded, he reached out and snatched the crown from the statue's head.
Damn it! Someone has stolen the divine crown. Seize him, don't let him escape. One of the 4 fishman priests barked the order and the others sprang into action immediately. Despite the church's structure collapsing around them, they desperately tried to block Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan landed gracefully. To be absolutely certain, he tossed out 2 more bombs, completely destroying the statue. Amidst the flames, countless fishmen heard his voice. You all seem to have gotten the wrong idea. I didn't come here planning to run. As the golden crown dissolved and was absorbed into him, Lin Yuan waved his hands and twin blades forged from pure gold materialized in his grasp. With a flash of golden light, the surging fishmen were severed cleanly, their heads parting from their bodies. Yet the tide of foes did not falter. They surged forward relentlessly like an ocean wave, determined to drown the thief who had stolen their golden crown. Meanwhile, 4 fishmen who were midway through their ascension ritual gathered together. The ritual is incomplete. We must slay and devour that kid. Only then will the priest's power fully merge into our flesh. With that, the 4 of them lunged in unison at the immobilized Bai Feiyu. However, Xiao He, who had been lying in wait, sprang forth first, leaping towards Bai Feiyu and undergoing another transformation midair. This time he did not morph into a leopard. Instead, he dissolved into pure nanofluid, enveloping Bai Feiyu the instant he made contact, forming a sleek black skin-tight combat suit. For resounding clanks echoed as chains snapped. Bai Feiyu felt his body moving on its own beyond his control. A powerful fishman swung a fist towards him. Bai Feiyu instinctively wanted to duck, but his body lunged forward instead. He drew the dagger at his waist, his arm moving with preternatural speed, and severed the creature's arm in a single clean stroke. Green viscera splattered, hissing and corroding upon contact with the ground. A flicker of shock crossed Bai Feiyu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by the thrill of battle. He soon adapted to Xiao He's rhythm, throwing himself fully into the fray. Nearby Lin Yuan observed it all, astonished at how quickly the young man had acclimated to the fight. However, the energy core within Xiao He, a super mini budget edition crafted from divine realm crystals, couldn't sustain this for long. Lin Yuan immediately charged into the fray. One of the fishman priests spat a glob of corrosive mucus, but Lin Yuan sidestepped with a swift motion, cleaving the creature in 2 with his golden blade in the same fluid movement. Ding! High-level energy body detected. Lin Yuan was taken aback. This thing has a life core inside. Could it be that even the priests of a sealed god are this inferior? He was unaware that his very appearance had interrupted the ritual. These 4 fishman priests had only absorbed half of the transferred power, the rest remained trapped within Bai Feiyu, which was why they were so weak. Lin Yuan ripped open the creature's chest and sure enough found a minuscule life core nestled beside its heart. He didn't disdain its size, absorbing it immediately. He dispatched 2 of the remaining 3 priests in the same manner. The last one, who seemed to be a leader, had his limbs severed for the time being. Lin Yuan had questions for him and intended to keep him alive. Seeing their priests all subdued, the remaining fishmen finally grasped the dire situation. They froze, caught in a dilemma, neither daring to attack nor flee, trapped in indecision. Lin Yuan let out a sigh. I know becoming these monsters wasn't your choice. Those of you seeking release stay. The rest of you return to the sea and live your lives. Without their priests to guide them, these half-human half-fish aberrations were helpless. They could no longer even hear the voice of their so-called sea god. They were doomed to become a hidden subspecies of humanity, eking out an existence in the depths. Half of the fishmen turned without hesitation and fled towards the ocean. They had grown accustomed to their Piscean form, some had even spawned offspring, clearly intending to continue their existence. The other half, however, refused to accept their fate. The only thing that had kept them going was the faint hope of becoming human again. For them, living in such a form was worse than death itself. Lin Yuan could not save these beings, so the only mercy he could offer was a swift end. He didn't stop until the only ones left standing were himself, Bai Feiyu, and the fishman priest he had deliberately spared. Surveying the carnage, Lin Yuan was surprised to find his heart felt nothing. Perhaps having witnessed so much, he had simply grown numb. Lin Yuan crouched beside the captive priest, his voice cold and detached. I ask, you answer. Agreed. The fishman gritted his teeth. Death is death. What difference does it make? A tough nut to crack, as expected. It was no wonder he held a position of leadership among these creatures. I know you didn't truly worship that so-called sea god. Tell me what I want to know, and I promise you this: one day I will go and raze that octopus-faced fiend's home to the ground. I will avenge you. The fishman's expression flickered, but he quickly scoffed. You. He feigned disdain, yet a glimmer of doubt appeared in his eyes. Lin Yuan met his dead fish-like gaze, his voice resolute. I'm a man of my word. When I promise something, I see it through. After a long silence, the fishman priest, for reasons he couldn't explain, found himself believing this man. His confidence was so absolute, so unwavering, that the promise sounded like a trivial matter. And Lin Yuan wasn't lying.
According to information he'd gleaned from Captain Arthur, there was a golden statue already taking shape resting in a trench nearby. That was an immense amount of gold. How could he possibly let it slip away? It was only his current lack of power that stayed his hand, fearing the sealed octopus face had more tricks up its sleeve. Otherwise he would have already dived into the sea to find it. The fishman sighed, his voice low and heavy. Ask your questions. I'm listening. Lin Yuan began first. Was Bai Feiyu's return here orchestrated by you? Overhearing this, Bai Feiyu was deeply moved, nearly tearing up. The boss really does look out for me. But in truth, Lin Yuan was suspicious. The Black Cloak organization had been conspicuously absent for so long. He wondered if they had made a pact with these fishmen to use them to eliminate Bai Feiyu. The fishman shook his head. It had nothing to do with us. Perhaps it was a coincidence. Or perhaps it was his doing. Lin Yuan pondered this. He couldn't rule it out. Bai Feiyu's return to Shimmergold Harbor was too fortuitous. Lin Yuan continued his questioning. Second. The priests from the Church of Life visit once a month. What do they come here for? At this the fishman gnashed his teeth in fury. When they first came, we thought we were saved. The Church of Life is one of the 4 great churches of the kingdom. Their doctrine speaks of saving all beings. We thought they would have a way to cure us. But that group. They're nothing but a bunch of liars and bastards. That priest didn't give a damn about our lives. He even threatened us, demanding we gather a certain amount of fishman mucus every month. He said if we didn't, he would bring the Inquisition to slaughter everyone in Shimmergold Harbor. Lin Yuan frowned, murmuring to himself. What would the Church of Life want with your mucus? Are they trying to mass-produce fishmen? Or using it as some kind of theological component? He couldn't figure it out for now, but at least this supply line was severed. These fishmen wouldn't risk coming ashore again. The Church of Life could hardly chase them into the depths of the sea, could they? The thought of causing the Church of Life such inconvenience brought a smile to Lin Yuan's face. One last question. Where is the trench where you were forging your golden idol? After asking his final question, Lin Yuan unhesitatingly dispatched the fishman priest. Though their conversation had been candid, Lin Yuan could not afford to let it live. After a night's rest in Shanjin Harbor, Lin Yuan set the entire town ablaze at dawn the next morning. As the firelight flickered across the sky, 2 silhouettes quietly embarked on the road back to Iron City. Along the way, Bai Feiyu fawned over Lin Yuan. Boss thirsty? There's a stream over there, want me to fetch some water? Boss hungry? Want me to pick some wild fruit? Possibly due to half of his power being stripped away, the golden bracelet on Bai Feiyu's wrist had slipped off, and it ultimately met its end as energy absorbed by Lin Yuan. The number of golden nanobots within Lin Yuan's body had surged several-fold, clustering together to form a mass the size of a fist. As for Bai Feiyu's golden pendant, Lin Yuan left it to him, even coating it with a layer of metal casing to disguise it. Bai Feiyu's current state was peculiar. He should have been stripped of his divine power by the octopus-faced sea god, yet the ritual had not been fully completed. Whenever he removed the pendant, the intensity of his divine aura would surge wildly. In terms of sheer presence, he was at least on par with high-ranking priests like Yi Weiwen or the Mother Superior. However, Bai Feiyu was utterly unable to harness this power. Hard milky white scales appeared on his skin and his physical attributes improved, yet no other significant supernatural manifestations occurred. Lin Yuan suspected this was what they called stealing a deity's power, possessing divine aura without the corresponding authority, what the locals called a god usurper. Ignoring the others' chatter, Lin Yuan communicated with the system in his mind. System, I've absorbed 4 more life cores this time. Can the energy core in my body be upgraded now? Ding. System notification. Based on current progress, collecting 5 to 7 more life cores will allow the energy core to be upgraded to its initial level. Indeed, in the system's assessment, Lin Yuan's current energy core was merely a budget version, not even reaching the initial level with most functions locked. Lin Yuan eagerly anticipated the true formation of the energy core, expecting a qualitative leap. He directly asked the system, which readily answered his question. First, the initial energy core could facilitate the interconversion of atoms between different materials through complex quantum fluctuations and energy exchange. In other words, he could transform different materials into one another. From then on, sand, soil and any substance in the world would be at his disposal, no more shortages of basic materials. Of course, special materials like gold were temporarily beyond his reach, as it was still only the initial energy core. Second, the initial energy core could carve out a stable special subspace. This space could not store external matter, but it could envelop parts of his own body. For instance, his computational core surplus nanobots and the energy core itself could be stored there. This would allow Lin Yuan to fully nanobotify his body, eliminating any vital points or weaknesses. Even if his entire body were destroyed, as long as a single nanobot survived, he could achieve rebirth.
Finally, the energy output power would be enhanced. After the upgrade, even in his normal state, all his attributes would closely approach his current combat mode. This had always been his dream, but compared to the former two improvements, this one seemed less significant. After hearing all this, Lin Yuan was brimming with motivation, eager to slay a few priests right away to gather the life cores needed for the upgrade. Even his gaze towards Bai Feiyu had changed, making Bai Feiyu feel uneasy, as if some terrifying entity was watching him, causing him to glance around suspiciously. "Boss, is it really safe for us to return to Iron City like this?" Lin Yuan suppressed the strange thoughts in his mind and explained, "Don't worry. Before coming here, I already sent someone to notify the police department in Iron City. They should be arriving about now." As his words trailed off, a convoy of police vehicles appeared on the road ahead and Lin Yuan waved to them. Bai Feiyu, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, showed obvious shock in his eyes. "Boss, you're not with the police department, are you?" Lin Yuan nodded. "What's wrong? Any problem?" Bai Feiyu broke into a cold sweat. "There's a huge problem. Do you know why I fled Iron City?" At that moment, the police convoy came to a halt about 30 meters in front of them. Dozens of steel-helmeted officers were swiftly getting out, forming a tight defensive line. Lin Yuan noticed something amiss. According to protocol, those coming from this direction should be from the West City Police Department. But these men were not wearing the equipment he had changed into. Moreover, each of them was filled with vigilance and hostility, not at all like they were there to welcome them. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "What exactly did you see that night?" Bai Feiyu, hiding behind Lin Yuan, stammered, I saw the acting chief inspector of the police department eating a human heart raw." Acting chief inspector. The chief inspector was the head of the entire Iron City Special Investigation Division. Although nominally under the police commissioner, the commissioner only handled administrative duties. The chief inspector held the real power. In other words, if the acting chief inspector was truly as Bai Feiyu described, then the mole Li Bai was searching for within the police department was actually his own superior. Just as Bai Feiyu finished speaking, a man in an inspector's uniform stepped forward. "Inspector Lin, Inspector Li Bai of the West City Police Department has been identified as a suspect in a series of murders and is now in custody. The West City Special Investigation Division under his command is also suspected of involvement, so all implicated personnel are suspended from duty. The East City Special Investigation Division is hereby authorized to take you into custody and conduct a review." After speaking, he showed Lin Yuan a document to prove his legitimacy. "My name is Ma Yi, leader of Group 4 of the East City Special Investigation Division. I now order you to disarm and submit to investigation." Lin Yuan glanced at the document, and the signature on it was precisely Ma Changlong, the East City Inspector and Acting Chief Inspector. Lin Yuan naturally did not believe the claim that Li Bai was the murderer. No wonder the Black-clad organization didn't hunt down Bai Feiyu. They intended to deal with Li Bai directly. Realizing the key point, Lin Yuan spread his hands towards Ma Yi and said, "Do I look like I'm carrying a weapon?" "Go ahead, I accept your arrest." Bai Feiyu, hiding behind him, anxiously tugged at Lin Yuan's clothes. "Boss, you're confused. These people are clearly with Ma Changlong. How can you just surrender?" Ma Yi cast a contemptuous glance over Lin Yuan, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He had reviewed the files before arriving and knew Lin Yuan was a cleric of the Machine Church. However, a cleric of the Machine Church without his equipment was virtually no stronger than an ordinary man. After confirming Lin Yuan carried no gear, Ma Yi stated coldly, "Lin Yuan, team leader of the 3rd Investigation Unit of the East City Police Department, is charged with resisting arrest. Execute him on sight." The moment the words left his mouth, gunfire erupted. These men had never intended to take Lin Yuan back alive. Their lengthy preamble was merely a ploy to suppress any potential resistance. Lin Yuan scoffed inwardly. If these men were merely ignorant civilians, they would never have opened fire so recklessly. In other words, since they dared to so blatantly silence him, none of them could be innocent. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. A murderous intent surged within Lin Yuan. He raised his arm, which instantly transformed into a barrier, deflecting all the silver-plated bullets. Simultaneously, Xiao He, who had been lurking in the grass, transformed into a black leopard and lunged into the fray, tearing through the crowd. "What the hell is that thing? Damn it, silver bullets are useless. Scatter." Ma Yi quickly realized the situation was spiraling out of control. The intel was wrong, he thought grimly. This Lin Yuan is far more formidable than we anticipated. Without hesitation, he abandoned his men and bolted for the car. But the turn exposed his back. How could Lin Yuan pass up such a golden opportunity? With a flash of movement, a glint of golden light streaked from Lin Yuan's fingertip as he materialized before Ma Yi. A thin line of blood appeared on Ma Yi's throat. His eyes bulged, a gurgling sound escaping his lips, but no words would ever come. Lin Yuan coldly commanded, "Xiao He, kill them all. Leave no one alive." Xiao He let out a low growl and pounced on the remaining officer's claws, flashing his blood sprayed through the air. With the coordinated gunfire neutralized, even Bai Feiyu removed his pendant and charged into the fray, relying on his formidable physique to join the chaotic melee. His monstrous physicality combined with years of honed striking techniques made him a force to be reckoned with. Though he couldn't utilize his divine energy, his raw physical prowess alone placed him on par with warriors like Schwerin. As the last enemy fell, Lin Yuan surveyed the scene, ensuring no survivors remained. He then walked to a nearby vehicle, chose one at random and slid into the driver's seat. Gesturing to Bai Feiyu, he said, "Get in. We're returning to Iron City to see what the hell is going on." Bai Feiyu didn't hesitate, hopping into the passenger seat and turning to Lin Yuan. "Boss, are you really serious about going back to Iron City? This is practically declaring war on the entire police department. How about we head to Bishui City instead? I've got some connections there." It was evident that Bai Feiyu was still uneasy about Lin Yuan's decision. Lin Yuan merely offered a faint smile, seemingly unbothered by Bai Feiyu's concerns. A mere acting chief inspector was hardly a threat in his eyes. If the man had stayed hidden within the police department, he might have been difficult to track down. But by boldly stepping into the open, he was simply signing his own death warrant. Besides, Lin Yuan was determined to rescue Li Bo. As the saying goes, it's easier to prove a negative than a positive. Proving someone innocent of a crime is a monumental task. Since Li Bo was already in custody, it meant his enemies had fabricated sufficient evidence against him, making exoneration nearly impossible through conventional means. Lin Yuan understood this all too well. To clear Li Bo's name, he couldn't focus on Li Bo himself, he had to expose Ma Changlong's crimes instead. Later that evening, Lin Yuan abandoned the car in a secluded grove on the city's outskirts. He and Bai Feiyu then proceeded on foot into Iron City, heading towards the slums where they had once captured the old charlatan. Realizing he couldn't change Lin Yuan's mind, Bai Feiyu began to contribute ideas. The West City Police Department is in chaos. The entire underground of the Western District must be buzzing with rumors. We may not be strong in a straight fight, but when it comes to gathering intel, we're second to none, even compared to the police. Let me take you somewhere we might just get the details of what happened. As he spoke, they arrived at the entrance of a seedy underground bar in the slums. Establishments like this operated on a friend brings a friend basis, with covert entry protocols that made it impossible for strangers to get in. So Bai Feiyu made no attempt to disguise himself and simply greeted the hulking bouncer at the door. "Big guy, Uncle Fei's here to spend some money. Got any fresh new girls in tonight?" The burly bouncer ignored Bai Feiyu's question, his gaze fixed on Lin Yuan. "Uncle Fei, who's this?" Bai Feiyu clapped Lin Yuan on the shoulder and said nonchalantly, "He's my new." He had been about to say lackey, but catching the look in Lin Yuan's eyes, he quickly corrected himself. "Newly sworn big brother." A flicker of surprise crossed the bouncer's face, but he eventually shifted his massive door-like frame aside, revealing the passage behind him. As they descended, people continuously greeted Bai Feiyu. "Well, if it isn't Uncle Fei. Long time no see. Where have you been scraping by? Let us brothers get in on some of that action. Uncle Fei. Didn't we hear you pissed off the wrong people and had to skip town? What brings you back?" Bai Feiyu navigated the crowd with practiced ease, chatting amiably with everyone around him. Throughout it all, Lin Yuan remained silent behind Bai Feiyu, yet the unmistakable scent of an outsider radiating from him drew curious and wary glances. "Xiao Bai, who's this handsome young man behind you? Aren't you going to introduce him to your sister here?" The speaker was an extremely flamboyant middle-aged woman. She eyed Lin Yuan with an ambiguous appraising gaze, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips. Bai Feiyu turned, and upon seeing the woman's expression, his demeanor immediately became respectful. "Sister Li, you look more beautiful every time I see you. Allow me to introduce you." He then made the introductions. "This is Sister Li, the owner of this bar. She's a very influential figure in Iron City's underworld and has always looked out for me." In truth, Bai Feiyu was being modest. His past success in Iron City was largely thanks to Sister Li's patronage. In return, Bai Feiyu would sell all his stolen goods to her at a discount, functioning as a sort of protection fee. To a certain extent, Sister Li was Bai Feiyu's patron in Iron City, his de facto boss. He harbored genuine gratitude towards her. Bai Feiyu continued, "And this is Lin Yuan, my newly sworn big brother." A trace of surprise flickered in Sister Li's eyes. The bouncer at the door had already informed her of this development. She hadn't expected Bai Feiyu to pledge allegiance to an outsider, and such a young-looking one at that. Sister Li gave Lin Yuan a slow appraising look, a slight smirk playing on her lips. "Oh, my Uncle Fei's taste in patrons is becoming quite discerning." There was no dramatic ritual of severance. With the change in address, she acknowledged Bai Feiyu's new allegiance. From this point forward, they were even, their paths diverging completely. Li Jia raised 2 glasses of wine, offering one to Bai Feiyu and clinking her own against his. Fei Yi, you've helped me earn a considerable sum in the past.
This drink is both a token of my gratitude and our parting cup. From now on, if you come to me for business, it'll have to be by the book. Bai Feiyu felt a bit sheepish, muttering, of course, as he downed his drink in one gulp. After both had finished their drinks, Li Jie handed a glass to Lin Yuan. Boss Lin, I entrust this young man to your care from now on. She gestured for a toast, but Lin Yuan merely regarded her with an enigmatic smile, his hand holding the glass remaining perfectly still. The atmosphere grew awkward. With one being the former boss and the other the newly acknowledged big brother, Bai Feiyu found himself caught in the middle, feeling rather unsettled. Seeing this, Li Jie's smile faltered for a moment before she let out a light chuckle.
Is Boss Lin refusing to show me face?
Lin Yuan smiled faintly, his gaze profound.
You flatter me, Li Jie.
But it seems this establishment isn't particularly welcoming to us today, is it? Bai Feiyu froze at those words. He knew Lin Yuan wouldn't speak without reason, yet he still found it hard to believe.
Brother Lin, what do you mean by that?
Closing his eyes, Lin Yuan sensed the surroundings and spoke calmly. The two bartenders behind the counter have their hands on guns hidden beneath the counter. In the private rooms, the 2nd and 4th on the left, the 7th and 9th on the right, there are quite a few gunmen concealed. They're likely just waiting for the signal of a breaking glass.
Am I right, Li Jie?
Li Jie's eyes narrowed slightly as she asked in a low voice, just who are you? Her words were almost an admission.
Bai Feiyu's face instantly turned ashen.
Lin Yuan opened his eyes, but instead of answering he posed a question of his own. Why do this? These people were already in place long before we came down here. In other words, regardless of whether Bai Feiyu switched allegiances, you intended to take him down all along, didn't you? Li Jie's gaze wavered. She spoke with difficulty. Do you think it's something to be proud of, turning against your own people?
I had no choice.
During this period, Acting Chief Inspector Ma Chanlong had taken down Western District Inspector Li Bo and was at the height of his power. In the entire underworld, who would dare to offend him? He had personally issued the order for Li Jie to hand over Bai Feiyu. If Bai Feiyu never returned, Li Jie, with her years of reputation in the underworld, might just weather this storm, perhaps at the cost of some blood money. But once Bai Feiyu came back, the situation changed drastically.
If she didn't apprehend him, Ma Chanlong would never let it go, and her entire establishment, even her own safety, would be under threat.
Li Jie sighed.
In the end, Xiao Bai shouldn't have come back.
With that, she lightly tapped her glass. At the signal, the concealed gunmen surged forward, encircling the two in a semicircle. Lin Yuan glanced at the silent Bai Feiyu beside him and spoke calmly.
How to deal with them, you decide.
After all, Bai Feiyu was just a youth of 17 or 18. No matter how slick or streetwise he pretended to be, he couldn't hide the innocence and confusion at his core. Bai Feiyu clenched his jaw, a flicker of struggle in his eyes.
Finally he took a deep breath.
They were once my brothers, scraping by together.
Please, Brother Lin.
Spare their lives. Li Jie's pupils contracted at his words, realizing this Mr. Lin was not to be trifled with. Retreating quickly, she barked out the command, take them down. A hail of bullets erupted. Lin Yuan swiftly shoved Bai Feiyu's head down behind him while grabbing a nearby cutlery stand from the counter. With a flick of his wrist, 3 steak knives flew out, piercing the hands of 3 gunmen. Another flick and 2 forks embedded themselves into the shoulder blades of 2 others. His movements were swift as lightning. In stark contrast, the bullets fired by the gunmen seemed to have no effect on Lin Yuan whatsoever. A wave of terror washed over Li Jie. Stop, she shouted. The gunfire ceased abruptly. Lin Yuan swept his cold gaze over the crowd but made no further move. Bai Feiyu looked at Lin Yuan with profound gratitude, moved that he had held back for his sake. Knowing that continuing the fight was futile, Li Jie gritted her teeth and conceded defeat, waving her hand to signal her men to stand down. The immediate tension eased, but the air remained thick with unease. Taking a deep breath, Li Jie forced a smile. Mr. Lin, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please be magnanimous. Consider this gift as my apology. With that, she extended her hand towards her trusted confidant beside her. The confidant, reluctant, spoke up. Li Jie, this was meant as an apology for Ma Chanlong. If we give it to him, how will we? He was cut off by a cold glare from Li Jie and could only obediently hand over an exquisite wooden box. When the box was opened, it contained a life core. Lin Yuan hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. He didn't stand on ceremony and simply pocketed it. Seeing the life core accepted, Li Jie breathed a small sigh of relief. But then Lin Yuan asked, is this Ma Chanlong collecting life cores? Li Jie nodded. Although life cores were precious, they were useless to ordinary people and even divine duty holders. She was also curious as to why Ma Chanlong was so openly demanding them from the underworld. Lin Yuan was equally puzzled.
If an ordinary person sought power and was willing to risk losing themselves, that he could understand. But Ma Chanlong was a divine duty holder himself. Why would he collect such things? Could it be that he, like Lin Yuan, could absorb life cores? Life cores aren't exactly common items. Now that you've given it to me, how do you plan to explain yourself to Ma Chanlong? Li Jia forced a bitter smile. As long as Xiaobai walks out of here alive today, we're as good as done with Ma Chanlong anyway. Giving this to him wouldn't secure our place either. Rather than let that old bastard have it, it's better you take it. After tonight this bar will be closed for a while. I'll take my men and lay low somewhere. I look forward to you settling your score with him soon, Boss Lin. Li Jia was shrewd. She had already deduced Lin Yuan's identity and guessed his purpose. If Ma Chanlong didn't fall, there would be no place for them left in Iron City. They would be forced to disband, their brothers each left to fend for themselves. At that point, keeping the life core would be like holding a hot potato. If Lin Yuan truly managed to topple Ma Chanlong, then this could be considered her investment in him. Even if she didn't gain much in return, she could at least maintain a foothold in Iron City. It was a win-win calculation either way. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It was no wonder this woman had survived in the underworld for so long. She was meticulous and knew how to weigh the pros and cons. Do you have any information related to Ma Chanlong? Li Jia pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Ma Chanlong has secretly invested in a pharmaceutical company. Lately this company has been acting quite brazenly, frequently recruiting drug trial volunteers from the underworld. No one knows where those trial subjects end up, but one thing is certain, almost none of them ever return. Lin Yuan frowned deeply. A pharmaceutical company. At least it was a lead. Fine, we'll be taking our leave then. You should make your preparations as well. With that he departed the slums swiftly with Bai Feiyu. A trusted subordinate nearby leaned in and whispered to Sister Li, "Sis, can you really trust this kid surnamed Lin? Can he really stand a chance against Ma Chanlong?" Sister Li turned and tapped his head. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Spread the word, those willing to share our fate may come along, those who aren't won't be forced. Let them scatter as they please." To most of those present, Lin Yuan was merely a capable young divine practitioner. Compared to Ma Chanlong, who held the same title but wielded far greater authority, the outcome of a clash between them seemed obvious at a glance. But Sister Li's sources ran deeper. Lin Yuan's abilities reminded her of someone, the one who had inflicted devastating losses on the Church of Life not long ago, the Golden Thief. Within the Iron City Police headquarters, deep in the underground maximum security prison. Under the dim light, a man in heavy leather boots strode slowly past rust-covered iron bars, his figure cloaked in shadow, each step echoing with a weighty, ominous resonance. The prisoners behind the bars lowered their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. The man halted before a cell at the farthest end, his eyes as piercing as a hawk's, glaring coldly at the inmate within. It was a disheveled, middle-aged man. Both arms were encased in metal cylinders crisscrossed with dense steel rods, some forged of iron, others of pure silver. Each rod had been driven straight through the bones of his arms, rendering him utterly immobile. Even so, a defiant light blazed in his eyes. A half-smoked cigar soaked in blood hung from his lips, not a hint of surrender in his bearing. The newcomer seemed to take offense at such arrogance. With a cold snort, a barely visible crimson thread shot from his fingertip, knocking the cigar stub away before retracting into his body in an instant. Li Bai let out a muffled grunt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he raised his head with a sneer. "Ma Chanlong, look at yourself now. As a divine practitioner of the Church of Radiance, you wield the arts of the Church of Life instead of the divine word. Let me guess. It's not that you disdain the divine word, but that you can no longer wield it at all, can you? The Church of Radiance, one of the four great churches, revered the Lord of Light, its authority rooted in faith and sacred truth. If he truly despised the man, a single word could have turned the cigar in his mouth into a dead rat, no need for such crude physical intervention." Seeing Ma Chanlong fall silent, a flicker of smugness crossed Li Bai's eyes as he pressed on with his taunts. "Let me guess again. Though you look to be in your 40s or 50s, I've checked the police archives. Your service record alone spans over 70 years. Your true age must be at least 90. You've always been meticulous about your health, avoiding any unnecessary exertion. But time is merciless, the Church of Radiance's divine word can no longer prolong your years. So you've thrown in your lot with the Church of Life, hoping their vibrant vitality might stave off decay, perhaps even restore your youth." As if struck on a raw nerve, Ma Chanlong finally spoke, his voice dry and aged. "Li Bai, you're clever, no doubt. But what of it? I made my move first. The evidence of your murders of innocent citizens is ironclad. Holding out without confessing, don't tell me you're still hoping someone will come to your rescue." This time it was Li Bai's turn to fall silent. Racking his mind, he could think of only one person who might save him through official channels, but that person's appearance seemed highly unlikely. That man was the true chief inspector of the police headquarters, immensely powerful yet far too headstrong in his ways.
Not only did the city hall's upper echelons resent him but even the churches held him in low regard. Half a year ago the chief inspector had gone to the provincial capital to report on his work and had not returned since, not even a whisper of news. Many speculated that his conduct had roused the ire of the provincial council leading to his secret house arrest or reassignment. That was precisely why the city hall had promoted Ma Chanlong, that old fox of the police force, to fill the chief inspector's vacancy under the guise of an acting appointment. Ma Chanlong's expression turned smug. Don't count on the chief inspector. Besides him, who else could possibly come for you? That divine practitioner of the Mechanist Church you secretly sent out. His name was Lin Yuan, if I recall. Oh, and I forgot to mention, that fool has no idea you're imprisoned. He actually volunteered his whereabouts to the police department on his own. I've already sent men to eliminate him at the root. He won't be making it back to Iron City. At this, Li Bai's emotions surged and he lurched forward only to be reminded of the steel rods piercing his arm bones. Pain drove cold sweat to drench his back. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, don't celebrate too soon. You're getting too chummy with the Church of Life. Mind you don't get devoured without ever knowing what hit you. But to Ma Chanlong such words were merely the desperate flailing of a dying man. He paid them no heed. Your public execution is in 3 days. Rather than fret over me, you'd best think about whether you have any last words. With that he turned and strode away with an air of nonchalance. The moment he stepped out of the dungeon, Ma Chanlong erupted into violent coughing. An officer nearby rushed to support him but Ma Chanlong waved him off. Time to feed again. Why so soon? At that moment his mind was nearly consumed by a bloodthirsty craving. If anyone got too close he feared he might lose control over that ravenous hunger. It wasn't that he cared about the officers' lives, but feeding in public would bring him no end of trouble. I'm going out for some air. Don't follow me. With that Ma Chanlong left police headquarters directly. What he failed to notice was a black cat perched on a nearby beam, having witnessed it all, now silently trailing after him. Brother Lin, what do we do now? On the slum streets, Bai Feiyu scurried along behind Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then turned and said, honestly, your verbal testimony doesn't carry much weight anymore. You don't have to keep following me. Bai Feiyu stopped, lowering his head, a trace of dejection in his posture. But he quickly caught up again and declared with conviction, no, Brother Lin, I want to follow you. Forget talk of repaying favors. My gut tells me that if I stick with you I can become someone I never thought I could be. Bai Feiyu's words brought Lin Yuan to a halt. Become someone I never thought I could be. Lin Yuan had always believed he didn't know what he truly wanted. From killing the masked one to the street lockdown to the divine slaughter edict of the divine church and now the police headquarters affair, Lin Yuan felt as though an unbroken chain of accidents had been pushing him forward. But now looking back he realized he had been doing one singular thing all along. When had this thought first taken root? Was it when he saw lives trampled like grass? Or was it his own identity as a human being? Perhaps it was the defiance of ordinary people like Qin Xinli Bai and Yihua that had infected him. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath, turned to face Bai Feiyu, and a light unlike anything before shone in his eyes. All right then. I've got a task for you. At dawn a truck emblazoned with the words Minxing Pharmaceuticals slowly rolled into the narrow lanes of the slums, coming to a halt in an open area. A throng of homeless people, having caught wind of the arrival, immediately swarmed forward. The truck's rear door creaked open and 4 staff members in white lab coats jumped out, distributing the food they had brought. In the passenger seat, Zhao Goxing propped his feet on the dashboard, his head resting against the window, gazing at the crowd like a haughty nobleman observing slaves begging for scraps. He was the leader of this small team responsible for distributing the first phase of the revival serum and scouting for suitable trial volunteers for the company. Easy now, there's plenty for everyone. According to company protocol, the team was supposed to distribute food first to build basic trust and goodwill. However, Zhao Goxing considered this a completely unnecessary step. As long as the pay was sufficient, countless homeless wretches from the slums would eagerly volunteer to be guinea pigs. Soon those who had merely come for a free meal drifted away and the crowd thinned by more than half. Next came the initial phase of drug distribution. Many disabled vagrants, whether due to industrial accidents or human-inflicted harm, queued up under the watchful eyes of the 4 white-coated medical staff to receive their injections. 2 staff members handled the records while the other 2 deftly operated the syringes. Niu Chuanqing 3rd injection session. Each injection has resulted in 2 to 3 inches of regrowth in the amputated limb. No adverse reactions. Niu Chunsheng was once a factory worker at a machinery plant, but a careless mistake had resulted in his arm being torn off and mangled by the machinery. Though the factory's compensation had barely saved his life, it had cost him his ability to work, forcing him to beg for survival. Now this serum had rekindled a flicker of hope. At the stump of his arm 3 distinct layers of new growth were visible, clear signs of recent regeneration. At this rate, with just 3 or 4 more injections his arm might completely recover.
Unfortunately, the free trial only covered 3 doses. To continue treatment, one either had to pay exorbitant prices or become a trial volunteer and be admitted to the laboratory for observation. The choice required almost no deliberation. Thank you. Thank you. Can I be a trial volunteer? I don't need any money, I just want to repay your kindness. The doctor in charge of registration, however, responded with utter indifference as if this were a common occurrence. Without even lifting his head, he slid a document forward and said flatly, "Take a look. If there are no issues, press your fingerprints here. Here. And here. Then you can come with us." And so, under the envious gazes of countless disabled vagrants, Nyo, chunching his hands trembling, pressed his bright red fingerprints onto the document. In total, 6 volunteers were selected. Zhao Gosheng, who had been lounging in the vehicle, finally revealed a satisfied smile. He then announced to the crowd below, "The company also needs 6 healthy ordinary trial participants, 2 elderly, 2 adults and 2 children. The compensation is 10000 kingdom coins, but priority will be given to the lowest bidder. State your price." A stir ran through the crowd as hands shot up, each person vying for this rare opportunity. "I'll do it for just 7000. Pick me, pick me. Get lost. I'll do it for 5000. I'll do it for 3000. Just for a decent meal." Watching these desperate souls selling themselves so cheaply, the smile on Zhao Gosheng's face grew even more smug. The company wouldn't have minded the expense, of course. This brilliant idea was entirely his own. He reasoned that the company would never waste such exorbitant sums on recruiting volunteers. Why let these people benefit from the full amount? It was far better to pocket the difference himself and splurge at a high-end club in the Midtown district. "I don't want any money." "Neither do I." Lin Yuan looked in surprise at the frail, skinny little boy beside him. He himself had feared losing the opportunity because his motives were less than pure. What could this kid possibly be after by volunteering for free? The little brat puffed out his chest and tilted his nose at Lin Yuan, looking rather pleased with himself. Lin Yuan wasn't bothered. The rules were clear: 2 people from each age group, old, middle and young. This kid wasn't in his category, so he posed no threat. He simply gave the boy a longer look, silently memorizing his face. Zhao Gosheng, however, paid them no mind. Today was a bountiful haul. In the past, even the most desperate would bid no lower than 3000 kingdom coins. But today, 2 had offered to work for nothing. It was like manna from heaven. "All right. You 2 look healthy enough. Stand over here." Soon the volunteers were assembled. Zhao Gosheng, satisfied, directed everyone onto the truck, his mind already calculating how to spend the money he had skimmed off the top. As the truck lurched away, Zhao Gosheng, without a shred of discretion, began dividing the spoils. "Good work, brothers. We saved a lot today, so everyone gets an extra 100. He then handed out a cut of the money to everyone, including the driver. Most looked on without a word, but the little boy, covering his mouth in shock, exclaimed, You all pocketed the rest of the money." Zhao Gosheng shot him a cold glare and warned, "Kid, I'd advise you to mind your own business, or I won't hesitate to make your ride here very unpleasant." The boy cowered at the threat, and only after a long moment did he dare to ask, "Where are we going? Is it the same place as the previous batches of volunteers?" Zhao Gosheng glanced at the handcuffs linking the volunteers together. Even if he told them the truth, they were in no position to resist. So he spoke, "Well, seeing as you saved me a good chunk of change, I'll be straight with you. I don't actually know where the lab is either. Every time we just deliver you volunteers to a warehouse. Company policy says we're not allowed to linger there. We have to leave immediately. So I don't know who comes to pick you up or if you'll all be sent to the same place." The boy's face fell at this revelation. Seeing his expression, Lin Yuan could roughly guess what he was scheming. It was probably that a relative or friend was also among the volunteers, and he was hoping to use this chance to find them. Zhao Gosheng had guessed as much as well and sneered, "I don't know where they all go, but I can tell you one thing, not a single person I've dropped off at that warehouse has ever been seen again. Even if you find who you're looking for, so what? Think you can get out?" Panic rippled through the crowd at his words, and they began to clamor. What do you mean by that?" "I quit. Here's your money back, let me off the truck." Zhao Gosheng ignored the volunteers who had lost their ability to resist, turned his head to glance at his watch, and then instructed his 4 subordinates, "It's about time, make your move." Several doctors swiftly moved into action, expertly injecting sedatives into the volunteers. Bound and helpless, the volunteers soon collapsed limply to the ground, their consciousness gradually fading. One of them complained, "Boss, why bother talking to these pigs? We could have just made up an excuse and drugged them right." Zhao Gosheng chuckled, "Isn't the ride just too boring? Gotta find some amusement to pass the time." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, silently recording the vehicle's route while observing the scene inside. At this moment the 4 people still standing in the back of the truck had already shed their white coats, revealing the street thug attire underneath. This job is way too easy. Hauling a truckload of pigs pays more than a whole month of our usual work. Exactly another 2 months of this and we'll have enough saved for the rest of our lives. Zhao Guoxing glanced back and teased, alright, we're almost there, stay sharp. This Minqing Pharma is really sinister. Who knows what they want these pigs for? I shouldn't need to remind you of the rules, right? A thug from the back replied impatiently, yeah we know. No talking, quickly move the pigs into the warehouse and within 15 minutes no matter what happens we must leave. The truck drove on until it reached a warehouse on the outskirts. The 4 thugs quickly got out, opened the back of the truck and began hauling out the unconscious volunteers. During this process they would switch each volunteer's binding to a reverse tie and also fit them with a gag and a hood. Lin Yuan was the last one. As a thug tried to pry open his mouth, Lin Yuan suddenly sprang into action, swiftly subduing all 6 people including the driver before anyone could react. From their earlier conversation, Lin Yuan had learned that their delivery method involved never meeting the receivers face to face. This opened up a lot of room for manipulation. Lin Yuan didn't kill them. Instead he swapped them with 6 of the volunteers. You treat people like pigs, do you? Then I'll let you taste what it's like to be butchered like pigs. Afterwards Lin Yuan loaded all the volunteers back onto the truck and called for Xiao He, who had been tailing them, to drive the vehicle away from the scene quickly. Just as the vehicle started, the little boy suddenly struggled to sit up. Uncle, I want to go too. Lin Yuan was startled, then leaned in and asked, are you sure? You know what just happened? What comes next might be beyond my control. I have my own things to do, so I can't guarantee your safety. A flash of determination crossed the boy's eyes. I'm not afraid. Someone will come to save me. Lin Yuan gave him a strange look, sizing him up from head to toe. The kid didn't seem like he had any significant backing, but in the end he didn't refuse. Alright, it's your choice. When Zhao Guoxing woke up he found himself in complete darkness. He tried to move but realized his hands were tied behind his back. He tried to call out, but with something stuffed in his mouth all he could manage were muffled grunts. Panic surged through Zhao Guoxing. Had he himself become a pig? What's going on? Did those bastards turn on me and tie me up? But that shouldn't be. Surely they can tell the difference between a one-time meal and a lifetime of meals. Just as he struggled to his feet, several more vehicles pulled into the warehouse. As doors opened, footsteps approached his location. Zhao Guoxing desperately tried to spit out the gag. He had to explain the situation, or if he was taken away by these people he was done for. The people outside ignored his struggles and chatted amongst themselves, this batch only has 7. Did someone escape? Another person pondered for a moment before replying, forget it, the lab is running low on materials. Let's just take these ones back first. Hearing this, Zhao Guoxing's heart turned cold and he struggled frantically. Immediately a vicious kick slammed into his abdomen, doubling him over like a shrimp. What are you squirming for? Stay still, damn it. The other subordinates of Zhao Guoxing gradually came to realize their predicament and began to struggle, trying to break free and explain. However, all of them were met with a brutal beating. And so after a series of muffled groans and whimpers, all of them lost the strength to resist. They were then grabbed by the scruff of their necks and tossed into another truck. Despair filled Zhao Guoxing's heart. Through the fabric gaps of his hood he vaguely saw that the people picking them up were dressed in black. These men possessed immense strength. Grown adults were like little chicks in their hands. They carried one in each hand and tossed them into the truck bed in no time. Resistance was utterly impossible. Seeing the vehicle start, Zhao Guoxing, frantic with anxiety, struggled to his knees. With his hooded head he began thumping it against the metal floor of the truck, producing loud bang-bang sounds accompanied by desperate whimpers. Please just let me take off the hood and say one thing. This is all a misunderstanding. One of the black-clad men found this amusing and with a sinister grin stomped Zhao Guoxing's head to the ground. Well, a smart one. Already figured out something's wrong. Too bad it's too late. This man seemed to be in a playful mood and taunted, tell you what, I'm not unreasonable. If you can touch my body in your current position I'll let you go. How about that? At this moment Zhao Guoxing's hands were bound behind his back and his head, bowed in a cowdow position, was pinned under the black-clad man's foot. Touching the man's body in this state was practically impossible. Zhao Guoxing's will to survive was indeed strong. Even knowing the man was humiliating him, he refused to let go of this chance. He let out 2 muffled hms of agreement, then gritting his teeth he exerted force with his waist and legs simultaneously, desperately trying to pull his head out from under the man's foot. Unfortunately his attempts were futile, only attracting a burst of laughter. After a few more minutes perhaps his strength was spent and Zhao Guoxing's movements gradually slowed. The black-clad man, seemingly bored, curled his lips into a smirk and pressed down harder with his foot. Amidst Zhao Gosheng's agonizing screams, the steel plate beneath his head began to dent slightly. Keep going, don't stop. I'm not done having fun yet. These men had only recently acquired their power and were eager to show it off. How could they possibly let Zhao Gosheng off the hook so easily? Zhao Gosheng knew that freeing his head from beneath the other's foot was impossible. He could only resort to another method, lifting his bound hands upward in a desperate attempt to reach the man's leg. Yet the range of motion of human joints is inherently limited. Unless one had undergone special training since childhood, it was utterly impossible to raise one's arms to a 90-degree angle in such a posture. Almost there, just 20 centimeters more. Keep going, only 15 centimeters left before I can touch it. Amidst the black-clad man's mocking laughter, Zhao Gosheng endured the searing pain of joints tearing at their limits, his arms finally raised to their utmost extreme. No matter how he strained, he could not move them another inch. The black-clad man sneered, giving up already. Allow me to lend a hand. A chilling premonition struck Zhao Gosheng, but before he could react, the man seized his wrists and wrenched them upward with brutal force. A guttural cry of agony escaped him as veins bulged on his forehead, his legs thrashing wildly against the truck bed. His arms were dislocated, falling limp and powerless against the man's knees. Well, you actually managed to touch me. Too bad it's only my leg. The black-clad man was about to continue his cruel game when a companion stopped him. Enough playing. We're already short on test subjects for today's experiment. If you torture another one to death, we'll have a hard time explaining it to the higher-ups. The man finally relented, turning to address the other volunteers. Did you all hear this stupid pig's screams just now? I'm telling you all, behave yourselves. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will end up like this. With that, he kicked Zhao Gosheng into a corner and dismissed him. The people in the truck bed fell silent, their breathing becoming noticeably quieter. Lin Yuan observed all of this with a cold, detached gaze, mentally passing a death sentence on the so-called Minsheng Pharmaceutical Corporation. The vehicle circled around Iron City before finally driving into a factory in the Eastern Industrial District. This Eastern District was none other than the direct jurisdiction of Acting Chief Inspector Ma Chanlong, which clearly indicated his deep ties to Minsheng Pharmaceutical. During the escort, Lin Yuan followed the others downward, passing through numerous laboratories filled with steam-powered technological equipment until they reached the detention area at the very bottom level. Here, countless observation rooms were enclosed by iron railings, and one could observe the inhabitants from the outside as they walked past. At first, the occupants were merely ordinary vagrants in tattered clothes, but gradually they became early-stage test subjects with ulcerating skin constantly scratching at their wounds. Further along, some had patches of skin sloughing off, revealing raw red muscle beneath with faint crimson threads writhing upon it. Others had limbs that had mutated into bizarre shapes, and some had completely lost their human form. Lin Yuan saw many familiar figures among these people, remnants of the blood gang who had been parasitized by divine whiskers back at the casino, the Judgment Army of the Church of Life, and even the half-fishman from Shimmerport who had left not long ago. What kind of drug are they researching here? Lin Yuan was bewildered, but one thing was certain: what was happening here was definitely connected to the Church of Life. Among those present besides Lin Yuan, Zhao Gosheng was also able to perceive the grim reality of their situation. During the rough handling in the truck, his hood had been torn, revealing several holes through which he could barely observe his surroundings. Throughout the escort, his dislocated, swollen and bloodshot arms throbbed with pain as the black-clad men shoved him along, eliciting cries of agony. When he peered through the gaps in his hood and saw the pitiful state of the volunteers he had personally delivered, his spirit finally broke. A stream of foul-smelling yellow liquid soaked his pants. With a choked sob, Zhao Gosheng halted, attempting to beg for mercy, but the black-clad man behind him offered no chance, kicking him face-first into the pool of unknown liquid on the floor. Filthy beast, stay away from me. Don't you dare rub that on me. The black-clad man glared at him with disgust. Amidst a flurry of blows and anguished cries, Zhao Gosheng was eventually thrown into one of the observation rooms. Lin Yuan was assigned to the cell next door. He shared his room with the young boy while the others were taken deeper into the facility. As soon as the black-clad guards left, Lin Yuan effortlessly snapped the chains binding his hands and then removed the hoods from both himself and the little boy. They sat facing each other. Lin Yuan spoke first. So tell me, what are you really here for? The boy first surveyed their surroundings, then shouted a name into the empty corridor. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, are you there? Big brother has come to save you. However, his only reply was his own echo, followed by a deadening silence. Xiaoyong's heart sank to the depths, a flicker of despair flashing in his eyes. He bit his lip hard, tears welling in his eyes, but he fought to hold them back, refusing to let them fall. Xiaoyong and Xiaoyu were orphans who had grown up in the slums. Though they didn't know who was older, or even if they were truly related by blood, they had always depended on each other, surviving by begging and scavenging through garbage. However, misfortune always finds the afflicted. Perhaps due to years of unsanitary food, Xiaoyu had recently fallen ill. They often joked that they could find anything in the trash, even the pieces to build a home.
But medicine was one thing they could never scavenge. In desperation, Xiaoyong thought of the Church of Life. He had heard that the sisters and brothers of the order took in orphans and raised them from a young age. With a nervous heart, Xiaoyong found the orphanage run by the order. His luck was exceptional that day as the head sister herself was handing out candies to the children. The head sister seemed to have a great fondness for children, asking each one if they faced any difficulties in life. Naturally, she included Xiaoyong in her questions. Xiaoyong told her about his and Xiaoyu's situation. The head sister patted his head, called him a good boy, promised to help, and asked him to bring his sister over. However, when Xiaoyong returned to the slums, Xiaoyu was nowhere to be found. After making inquiries, he learned that Xiaoyu, not wanting to be a burden, had volunteered for a drug trial at Minqing Pharmaceutical. Xiaoyong's tears finally spilled over. He choked out, "I've searched every corner, but I can't find Xiaoyu anywhere. The head sister promised she would help us, so I absolutely cannot give up." Lin Yuan gently patted his head and asked, "You mentioned earlier that someone would come to save you. Did the head sister promise to come personally?" Xiaoyong nodded, then shook his head. "I went back to find the head sister, but she had already left. However, another sister told me that if I faithfully believe in the goddess of life, she will help me whenever I need it." At this, Xiaoyong became filled with confidence. He clenched his fists, a determined light gleaming in his eyes as if he could already see the dawn of hope. "I am now a devout believer. I trust that the goddess of life will hear my prayers, bless me to find Xiaoyu and lead her out of this place." The little boy, being only 4 or 5 years old, could hardly distinguish between words of assistance and words of consolation. Lin Yuan wanted to tell him that this place was surely connected to the Church of Life, but he swallowed his words. Did that octopus woman realize that her casual promise nearly cost an innocent life? In the adjacent room, Zhao Guosheng witnessed everything. The embers of hope reignited in his eyes. He writhed and crawled with great difficulty to the railing separating the two observation cells, whimpering incessantly, hoping the other would lend him aid. This man snapped iron chains with his bare hands. He's a divine officer. If I just stick with him, I might still have a chance to escape. However, Lin Yuan had no intention of acknowledging him, casting only a disdainful glance before averting his gaze. "Damn it. We're all in this hellhole and you still put on airs. If you don't save me, I'll rat you out. Whatever you're here to do, I'll make sure you fail." Though that was what he thought, the gag in his mouth rendered his threatening words utterly inaudible. Moreover, even if he could speak, given Lin Yuan's temperament, he would certainly pay him no mind. Seeing this, Zhao Guosheng felt his despair deepen. Soon 2 more black-clad figures appeared in the corridor. Lin Yuan had already replaced the hoods over his own and the boy's head, so they aroused no suspicion. It was Zhao Guosheng who had decided to throw caution to the wind that drew the attention of the black-clad men. MMPH. Zhao Guosheng thought, "I want to report him. I want to expose him. That man in isolation has a problem. He's got issues." Unfortunately, the black-clad men did not grasp his meaning. Instead, his erratic behavior singled him out as a new test subject. Him. His arms dislocated and he's still bouncing around. Let's take him out for the trial first before he offs himself in here. MMPH. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guosheng was scared half to death, struggling to retreat into the corner of the observation room. However, the 2 black-clad men without a word grabbed him by his arms and forcibly dragged him out of the room. The searing pain made Zhao Guosheng's cries echo down the corridor, yet no one paid him any heed. Everyone here was too preoccupied with their own survival to spare a thought for another's life or death. Experiment 288. Subject is a 30-year-old male. Despite a dislocated arm, he displays abnormal agitation suspected of psychological distress under high pressure. In the secret underground laboratory of Minqing Pharmaceutical, several researchers observed Zhao Guosheng, whose limbs were suspended in the air through a one-way glass. Their gazes were cold and devoid of sympathy, meticulously recording every struggle and scream of the subject. Zhao Guosheng's hood and clothes had been stripped away, leaving only the gag secured at the back of his head to prevent him from biting his tongue in extreme agony. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. His body twisted feebly in the air, each movement sending jolts of pain through his dislocated joints. His mental activity is quite high. Let's use the latest No. 5 revival potion and see if he can endure it. At the command of the eldest scholar, an assistant swiftly fetched a vial and skillfully injected the No. 5 drug into Zhao Guosheng's vein. This potion was exorbitantly expensive, containing components of the life core that Ma Changlong had collected from the underworld, along with various other theological materials. The liquid exhibited a bizarre state of red and green that refused to blend. Upon closer inspection, a seed resembling a red dandelion drifted within its cilia, undulating slowly like a jellyfish. Zhao Guosheng watched in despair as the liquid flowed into his body. His frame began to convulse violently, his eyes rolling back. The seed of the divine tendril took root within him, while the fishman's mucus frantically rewrote his DNA. Combined with the slow drip of nutrients into his limbs, his body underwent a violent transformation. Zhao Guoxing's skin grew translucent, his veins visible like a spider's web. The nascent divine tendril sought to climb and replace his nerves but was suppressed by the stubborn resistance of his DNA. The agony was beyond description. Zhao Guoxing bit clean through the gag and wailed in torment, "It hurts so much. Kill me. Please just kill me." The door to the observation room opened and a young unfamiliar researcher in a white coat and mask walked in. The newcomer was of course Lin Yuan. Under normal circumstances he would have drawn attention, but at this moment no one noticed him as all eyes were captivated by the spectacle before them. One of the observers, struggling to contain his excitement, dutifully reported the readings divine energy fluctuations detected in the subject. Intensity is infinitely close to that of an ordinary priest. Furthermore, the subject's body remains under its original consciousness, unaffected by the unknown dimension. Upon hearing this, the old man rose excitedly. Success. The divine tendril and the fishman's DNA factors have achieved balance. This is the future of humanity. The hope for artificial divine officers. The palpable excitement stemmed from their awareness of the implications of their work. Even if the world misunderstood them, even if they faced scorn and curses, they remained convinced that this was the necessary path to a new era. Standing aside, Lin Yuan caught only fragments of the conversation, which only deepened his confusion. From his intelligence gathered in Shanjin port, the only known channel for fishman mucus to leak was the Church of Life. So where did the mucus here come from? Furthermore, divine tendril was also a possession of the Church of Life, used as seeds to cultivate their tribunal army. Would they really let such a thing proliferate so freely? While Lin Yuan was lost in thought, the elder in the observation room had regained his composure, issuing a new command into the microphone. Subject is temporarily designated 05-17. Commence combat capability testing. By now Zhao Guoxing's body had begun to adapt amidst the pain. His flab and paunch had vanished, replaced by a set of bulging translucent muscles. Additionally, his body had proportionally expanded to a height of 2.5 meters. He struggled to break free, but the chains binding his limbs, made of an unknown material, had expanded along with his body and remained unyieldingly strong. Seeing a researcher approach with a chainsaw, Zhao Guoxing instinctively recoiled in fear, shouting, "Wait! I'm not a volunteer, I." By this point Zhao Guoxing's voice had completely transformed, becoming deep and magnetic, but the experimenters paid no heed to his words, raising the chainsaw and hacking at his arm without hesitation. The roar of the chainsaw was accompanied by a spray of blood and flesh, and Zhao Guoxing let out another heart-wrenching scream, cutting off whatever he had been about to say. Although the transparent muscle fiber tissue appeared fragile, it was in fact exceptionally tough, proving difficult even for the silver alloy saw teeth to cut through. What was even more astonishing was that Zhao Guoxing's body perfectly inherited the formidable regenerative abilities of the Church of Life and fishman DNA. When the chainsaw reached his bone, the cutting speed actually reached a balance with the rate of his recovery. The bone would split open only to instantly heal, creating a grotesque cycle that inflicted immense agony upon Zhao Guoxing. The observer in the observation room, however, paid no attention to his reaction. Instead, he calmly observed, recorded and reported the parameters. Physical strength has reached 20 to 30 times that of an ordinary person. The recovery rate of test subject 05-17 far exceeds expectations and is currently impossible to quantify. I recommend adjusting the test protocol immediately. Lin Yuan, hidden among the crowd, felt his eyelid twitch involuntarily. For some reason he suddenly felt a pang of guilt toward Zhao Guoxing. Death is but a wound the size of a bowl, yet what Zhao Guoxing was enduring now was endless torment, truly too cruel. Lin Yuan couldn't bear to watch so. He squinted his eyes to look, because he was equally curious about the limits of this so-called artificial priest. The moment the chainsaw stopped, Zhao Guoxing's voice rang out again, "Stop please, I can't take it anymore, I beg you, ah." Before he could finish his sentence, an immense voltage surged through the iron chains binding his limbs. A powerful current instantly coursed through his body, leaving irregular carbonized lightning patterns both on his skin and within his body. These patterns continuously tried to spread across his body, only to be repaired by his powerful regenerative abilities in an alternating cycle. Even the thick metal wires were heated red-hot by the immense currents, sizzling and crackling. The old man in the observation room was flushed with excitement. This regenerative ability is astonishing. It's as if he was born for slaughter. However, his joy was short-lived. The experimenter monitoring the data suddenly cried out in alarm, "Something's wrong. Test subject 05-17's brain activity is plummeting rapidly. Suspected brain death." Hearing this, the old man's expression immediately fell. He slumped back into his chair, clutching his head in anguish, muttering, "Why? Why is this?" These Turkey scientists were still stuck at the stage of deducing principles from experimental results. They had no idea that whether it was a priest or a cleric, the authority they received from the god was actually a kind of permission. Those who possess divine aura without permission will face one of two outcomes, one like Bai Feiyu having the power but being unable to use it, the other like Zhao Guoxing bypassing the permission through other means and forcibly using the power. As a result, the divine aura backlashes against its host, ultimately causing them to lose their sanity and transform into a monster. On the other side of the laboratory, Zhao Guoxing's body convulsed under the electric current. Finally, driven by the extreme pain, the divine aura within him erupted. With a few crisp snaps, the iron chains restraining him shattered instantly. Despite breaking free from his physical restraints, Zhao Guoxing's face showed no joy, only boundless resentment. Why won't you let me finish? Why won't you just listen to me? I told you I'm not a volunteer. I'm from the escort convoy. Zhao Guoxing's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse, filled with utter despair and fury. His roars echoed through the laboratory, repeating these words endlessly. The current Zhao Guoxing, or rather test subject 05-17, had his sanity completely annihilated by the extreme agony, leaving behind only a husk driven by venomous resentment. The old man's voice crackled through the speakers in the corner of the laboratory. Experiment failed. Initiate recovery protocol. The moment the words fell, countless spears of silver alloy shot out from the surrounding walls, impaling test subject 05-17 like a pincushion, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, a flood of security personnel in black uniforms rushed in from the doors on both sides. They had all been enhanced with the basic Type 02 revival agent, granting them combat capabilities on par with the Church of Life's Inquisition. Working in coordination, these men quickly subdued the wildly struggling test subject 05-17 and fitted him with an even more robust restraint device. Afterwards, they also inserted needles into him. The bodily fluids of test subject 05-17 flowed out through the tubes, and the laboratory would refine the precious life core components within them for the next experiment. Inside the observation room, the old man frowned and questioned the security chief beside him. If what the test subject said is true, then it's highly likely that someone with malicious intent has infiltrated this new batch of volunteers. How did you fail to notice such a major security breach? Investigate immediately. Upon hearing this, the latter immediately lowered his head and left. Lin Yuan, standing at the back of the crowd, rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward. It seems I'll be discovered soon enough. But that's alright, I've already learned most of what I need to know. Combining the information Lin Yuan had obtained from the laboratory's database with his observations here, he could roughly deduce the ultimate goal of Minsheng Pharmaceuticals' experiments was to create artificial clerics. To this end, they had developed the Revival series of agents based on the Church of Life and Fishman mucus, and even incorporating the life cores Ma Changlong had collected in the underworld. Type 01 used in trace amounts could achieve the regeneration of severed limbs and increase muscle activity. This served as the front for their experiments and also their source of funding. Type 02 allowed them to mass-produce those black-clad guards whose combat prowess was on par with the Inquisition. Type 05 was the true core of the project, with a certain probability of granting the test subject a body equivalent to that of a priest or cleric. However, at the current stage, the sanity of all test subjects would inevitably be extinguished by various factors, ultimately reducing them to walking corpses. Lin Yuan had to admit it was a bold endeavor. But if his suspicions were correct, the Church of Life was certainly aware of all this. In fact, they might even be one of the primary backers, supplying the laboratory with a vast amount of materials. Lin Yuan mused inwardly, what is the Church of Life trying to achieve with this? Profit. Or perhaps they know it's a futile effort and simply don't care. While Lin Yuan was still lost in thought, the door to the observation room was suddenly slammed open. Over a dozen security personnel in black rushed in, and the security chief who had left earlier reported to the old man, director, we've tracked the intruder. He should be hiding right here among the crowd behind you. The director paused, taken aback, then slowly turned and spoke, who is it? Step forward on your own. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and stepped out from the crowd, calmly facing the encircling security personnel as he said nonchalantly, no need to be tense. You are already surrounded by me. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and I'll consider it a voluntary surrender. The director snorted coldly, this joke of yours isn't funny in the slightest. Tell me, who are you? And what is your purpose for infiltrating this place? Lin Yuan pulled out his police badge from his pocket. Lin Yuan, team leader of the 3rd Investigation Unit of the West City Police Department, specializing in handling special incidents. I am currently investigating Acting Chief Inspector Ma Changlong on suspicion of organizing illegal human experiments. Your cooperation is required. The director scrutinized the badge in Lin Yuan's hand. Just a low-ranking officer. You saw the experiment earlier. Do you have any idea what it signifies? Given your commendable courage, I'll offer you a chance. Join us and help us reshape this ailing world. As the director spoke, he subtly gestured behind his back. His intent wasn't to genuinely recruit Lin Yuan, but to distract him, allowing the others to quietly slip out of the room. Most of the people in this observation room were crucial experiment participants.
If a firefight broke out, every death in the ensuing chaos would be a significant loss to them.
Lin Yuan noticed the subtle movement but chose not to expose it, merely replying calmly, I have no interest in your methods.
What makes us human is our adherence to our own principles. If we are bound by nothing, how are we any different from beasts?
Besides, you can't possibly be naive enough to think the church is completely oblivious to what transpires here, can you?
Don't be foolish.
They haven't just turned a blind eye, they've been quietly supporting you from the shadows. Whether it's the divine tendrils or the fishman mucus, it was likely all provided by the Church of Life.
The director's expression darkened considerably upon hearing this. What are you implying? If the church truly knew about this underground laboratory, even if they didn't eradicate it, they would never support it.
His words trailed off as a sudden chilling realization dawned on him. Taking the cue, Lin Yuan connected the dots in his mind and voiced the director's unspoken thought, unless your research direction was flawed from the very beginning, or perhaps
the results are actually beneficial to the Church of Life.
Impossible. The director's face turned ashen, unable to accept the challenge to his life's work.
He retorted hysterically, our research will fundamentally shake the church's authority.
They would never support us. Those experimental materials were procured by Inspector Ma through immense effort. How could they possibly be supplied by the church? Consumed by rage, the director turned to the security personnel nearby and shouted, shoot him dead on the spot.
Gunshots rang out, stone chips flew.
Screams and the sound of tearing flesh echoed in succession.
After about a minute, the room's door opened again.
A youth covered in bloodstains walked out. The core members of the entire laboratory had been slaughtered by Lin Yuan. Whatever schemes the Church of Life was plotting, he was determined to thwart them. The several black-clad security guards waiting outside raised their weapons to fire, but a few flashes of golden light later they were decapitated. The researchers in white coats standing further back turned and fled in panic.
Quick! Sound the alarm.
Lin Yuan followed unhurriedly behind them, dispatching the security personnel who converged along the way. If possible, he intended to leave none of them alive to prevent the research findings from leaking out.
No. He's a monster. We need a high priest-level combatant to handle him.
Release subject 06-12. A researcher's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred. All the researchers here were united by a shared vision, willing to sacrifice everything for their common dream. Yet just as they were on the verge of a breakthrough, this man had destroyed everything, reducing their years of painstaking work to ashes in an instant. With a hoarse cry, the researcher slammed the control panel button.
A low guttural roar echoed from deep within the laboratory.
The iron door slowly creaked open and subject 06-12, a monster that had undergone a special mutation after being injected with the resurgence agent, shambled out. Her head retained its original human form, but her colossal body nearly filled the entire corridor. Numerous thick tentacles extended from her distorted form, each one as flexible and powerful as a giant python. Every living thing she passed was ensnared by her tentacles and devoured, including the researcher who had released her.
So hungry. I'm so hungry.
A childish female voice echoed from deep within the monster's abdomen, laced with endless craving and anguish.
Her tentacles flailed wildly as if seeking more food. She quickly locked onto Lin Yuan, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Big brother, let me eat your body, okay?
With that, she lunged forward, accelerating towards Lin Yuan. He casually stroked the ventilation pipe beside him, and a sharp metal spear coalesced in his hand. Then with a sharp whistle he hurled the spear with tremendous force. Lin Yuan had aimed for the monster's head, but at the moment of impact the head retracted into the body, only to emerge from a different spot. The whistling spear pierced through her body, tearing out a mass of flesh as it flew out the other side and embedded itself deep into the wall, its tail end vibrating with a low hum.
Big brother, you're hurting me. The monster shrieked and accelerated again.
Lin Yuan ran his hands over the ventilation duct, once more conjuring a spear in each hand. As he was about to throw them, a voice from behind halted him.
Please don't hurt her. She's my sister.
Lin Yuan turned to see the young boy who had entered with him, having taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes.
Xiao Yu, how did you become like this? Did they hurt you? It must have been so painful. Don't be afraid, your brother is here.
I'll protect you.
The monster froze upon seeing the boy. She tilted her head slightly as if contemplating, but her pupils were void of any focus. Brother, I'm so hungry and it hurts so much. Hearing this, the boy's scalding tears could no longer be held back, streaming down his face.
Food was scarce in the garbage dumps, especially for two growing children. Before Xiao Yu's consciousness faded, the most unforgettable emotions were the chronic hunger that had haunted her and the agonizing torment of the transformation process. Xiao Yu slowly approached the boy, a smile gradually spreading across her face. Her tentacles rose slightly and she murmured, brother, I really
really want to eat you. Countless tentacles surged toward the young boy. Lin Yuan let out a sigh. It seemed there was no such cliché as a loved one's awakening to save the day. A spear in his hand shot straight toward the monster's head, but just as before, the creature's head retracted swiftly into its body. Yet before it could emerge elsewhere, in the fleeting moment of less than a second when vision and hearing were lost, Lin Yuan detected the trajectory of the hidden head through his perspective vision. He drove another spear deep into its body, impaling the concealed head completely. No. Why? Why are you doing this? Don't hurt her. The goddess of life will turn her back. The young boy pounded frantically against Lin Yuan's leg, but Lin Yuan paid him no heed. The spear transformed into a spiked ball and burst within the monster's body, utterly extinguishing its last vestige of vitality. Lin Yuan turned, grabbing the boy by the scruff of his neck and lifting him to eye level, his voice harsh. Don't be foolish. This thing was created by the Church of Life. You're old enough to distinguish right from wrong, aren't you? The boy was stunned, hanging motionless in the air as if his soul had fled. Indeed, the marks of the Church of Life's authority were so unmistakable that even a child could easily recognize them. Lin Yuan sighed and casually tossed the boy aside. Xiao Hei appeared from nowhere, leaping through the air to catch the boy securely in its jaws. Take him away from here. That was all Lin Yuan said, and the black cat carried the boy out of the area. A great fire engulfed the entire underground laboratory. Lin Yuan sat on the rooftop not far from the ground exit, silently waiting. The flames cast a cold, stern light on his face as he gazed into the distance, his heart devoid of much joy or sorrow. Lin Yuan felt something was amiss with himself. At some point his methods had grown increasingly ruthless and his empathy for ordinary people had waned. Lin Yuan consulted the system, which replied, "This is the side effect of growing power. When those around you gradually become like ants, easily crushed at a whim, and they cease to be the same species in a sense. Indifference to life naturally follows. This change is not about compassion or kindness, it occurs naturally as the disparity in status widens. Emperors and capitalists in human society undergo similar transformations." Lin Yuan understood. In a Xianxia world this would be called an inner demon, wouldn't it? He shook his head and asked, "System, is there any way to adjust this state?" Ding, system notification. The system has backed up the host's thought modules for each stage. Would you like to reset to a previous version? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, I'll keep things as they are. This is fine. Maintain the current mental state and overwrite it periodically, just don't let it get worse. The system said, understood. A periodic overwrite is scheduled every 24 hours. When Ma Changlong arrived at the scene, the entire underground laboratory had been reduced to ashes. Only faint black smoke still drifted from the entrance door and ventilation shafts. Who are you? Ma Changlong looked at Lin Yuan, who sat on the rooftop opposite, legs swinging casually. A flicker of anger passed through his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Lin Yuan, leader of the 3rd Investigation Unit of the Special Investigation Division, West City Police Department. I am investigating the serial murders in Iron City as well as the illegal human experimentation case. Chief Ma, I now have sufficient evidence to suspect you are the mastermind behind both cases. I am formally placing you under arrest. Would you kindly cooperate and come with me? As he spoke, Lin Yuan flung several photographs. Ma Changlong raised his hand to catch them. The first few depicted a figure in a black robe devouring a human heart. The rest were interior shots of a laboratory bearing the Minsheng Pharmaceutical logo, each photo clearly documenting the tragic transformations of the volunteers. Ma Changlong casually tore the photos to shreds, seemingly unconcerned. You think these can convict me? Don't forget I am the chief inspector. Lin Yuan added, acting. Ma Changlong's forehead veins bulged at the remark. A team leader he'd never even heard of had not only ruined his plans but dared to speak to him in such a tone. His own power had reached the level of a high priest. Though he rarely fought these days to maintain his body, he could confidently say that aside from the chief inspector who had left for the provincial assembly and never returned, no one in the entire Iron City Police Department could rival him. Ma Changlong sneered, his eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. Who do you think you are? Talking to me like that? Do you know I could crush you as easily as stepping on an ant? I admit I did all of this, but so what? Do you really have the power to arrest me? The moment Ma Changlong finished speaking, a barrage of camera flashes erupted from all around, accompanied by the sound of shutters clicking. These were reporters from the major newspapers in Iron City. They certainly wouldn't have come willingly, but Bai Feiyu's enthusiasm had persuaded each and every one of them to attend. This had been Lin Yuan's plan from the very beginning. To save Li Bai, he had to bring down Ma Changlong. But with the entire police department under his command, even with evidence in hand, how could he secure a conviction? The answer was to leverage the media.
Lin Yuan deliberately sat so high up to ensure their conversation was loud enough for the hidden reporters nearby to hear clearly. Lin Yuan pulled a pen from his pocket and tapped it lightly on the miniature recorder in his hand. The voices of their conversation played back with perfect clarity.
Ma Chanlong was consumed with rage, a fierce murderous aura emanating from his body. You little brat. You dare to toy with me. None of you will leave here alive today. Bang. Bang. Bang.
The reporters, sensing the danger, tried to flee, but would Ma Chanlong really have come alone? His most trusted men had already secretly surrounded the area.
Bai Feiyu quickly gathered the dozen or so reporters, shielding them as they ran into the warehouse beneath Lin Yuan's feet.
A few officers attempted to pursue, but from within the warehouse emerged numerous agents of the West City Special Investigation Division clad in Kevlar tactical gear. Among them were the agents from Lin Yuan's 3rd Unit, the leader of the 2nd Unit Old Huang, and other trusted veterans recommended by him. Nearly 100 in total. They had turned the warehouse into an armed stronghold. During his escort to the laboratory, Lin Yuan had used Xiao He to summon these people all to serve as witnesses. If the reporters alone had given Ma Chanlong a chance to silence them, now his men's indiscriminate attempt to kill witnesses had made the situation impossible to explain away. The distinctive roar of a desert eagle echoed, and Ma Chanlong's men fell one by one.
Ma Chanlong, you didn't really think you could control the entire police department with an iron fist, did you?
Li Bai was a leader of remarkable charisma, handling cases personally and treating every subordinate like a brother. Nearly everyone in the Special Investigations Division of the West City Police Department held him in high regard. Thus, ever since Li Bai's imprisonment, these men had been nursing a burning rage.
Today, with a chance to finally vent, they unleashed their firepower with reckless abandon.
Lin Yuan's words darkened Ma Chanlong's expression further. He clenched his fists, knowing he had to act, for a forced assault on the warehouse would cost his men dearly.
Brat, die. Ma Chanlong roared, charging straight at Lin Yuan. This kid is just a priest of the machine church. Once I get him close, I can crush him in an instant.
However, Lin Yuan did not dodge. Xiao He, who had returned to his side, enveloped him in nano armor. Meeting Ma Chanlong's attack head-on, he drove his foot into the man's chest.
Ma Chanlong's body was slammed into the ground by Lin Yuan.
With a thunderous boom, the reinforced concrete floor within a dozen meters around them collapsed inward.
Ma Chanlong coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible.
How could a mere machine church priest possess such overwhelming power? His body was not only fortified by the Light Church's true word, but also implanted with a priest-grade divine tendril. It was as if he wielded the combined strength of two churches. Even if he was at a disadvantage from below, he shouldn't be so utterly helpless, pinned down and ground into the dirt. Lin Yuan ignored him. A layer of golden light enveloped his fist as he slammed it into Ma Chanlong's face, sending 2 of his front teeth flying. The police department had given Lin Yuan 2 half-length gold bars, so a slight display of power in public wasn't a concern.
Acting Chief Inspector. So you're Ma Chanlong. Stabbing people in the back. And now you're a lapdog for the Church of Life. With each word, Lin Yuan landed another heavy punch on Ma Chanlong's face, venting his fury. Using changing the world as an excuse. Gathering all these people. Working them to the bone for your experiments. When in reality, you're just doing the dirty work for the Church of Life. Doesn't your conscience ache? Shut up. Get off me. Ma Chanlong finally erupted, unleashing a surge of powerful divine energy that threw Lin Yuan off him. This was a technique of the Light Church, the true word art, capable of bending reality to one's will to a certain degree. Ma Chanlong was severely injured. In his desperation, he used the true word art, but this caused a conflict between the Light Church's power within him and the divine tendril sustaining his body, shattering his control over his hunger. He scrambled back a few steps, extending a slender divine tendril from his hand to snatch one of his dying loyal officers from the ground. Unfazed by the horrified stares around him, he drove his hand into the man's chest, tore out his heart, and began to devour it ravenously. Ma Chanlong's face was now covered in blood, impossible to tell which was from Lin Yuan's beating and which was from his grisly meal. This was the price of forcibly assimilating the power of 2 churches into one body. It required special lubricants to mediate between the 2 conflicting authorities. As mentioned, the power of the true word art could influence reality to a degree, and this influence also affected Ma Chanlong himself, helping to extend his life. In fact, Ma Chanlong's true age far exceeded Li Bai's imagination. He had lived for a full 150 years, all thanks to the true word art maintaining his body. But this ability had its limits. His cells had reached their division capacity. If he continued to prolong his life this way, his genes would inevitably collapse. Yet Ma Chanlong refused to die. He wouldn't accept his fate. Half a year ago, he finally sought out the Church of Life, hoping to use their boundless vitality to escape his predicament. His contact was Yi Weiwen, who agreed to his request and implanted a priest-grade divine tendril into his body to help sustain him externally.
The only side effect was needing a human heart as a lubricant from time to time, a trivial price he thought. But to gain something one must always pay an equivalent cost. Yi Weiwen's condition was simple: he was to establish the Minshang Pharmaceutical Laboratory and the Church of Life would provide the necessary materials. Ma Chanlong readily agreed. Though he couldn't fathom Yi Weiwen's schemes, he was at the end of his rope and had no other choice. You don't understand anything. What they want to do is impossible. No one can defy the will of the gods, no one. What I'm doing is giving them hope. Letting them live in a world full of hope, isn't that a good thing? Lin Yuan had completely lost the desire to converse with this madman. Live too long and the mind rots. With that he surged with power and attacked again. Meanwhile Ma Changlong's other 3 loyal squad leaders along with a black-robed priest he had privately recruited were locked in battle with Old Huang and Bai Feiyu. Despite the powerful divine energy within Bai Feiyu, he couldn't utilize it. His primary means of attack were his physical strength and the divine tendril dagger Lin Yuan had given him. Fighting 2 against 4, a shift in fortune was inevitable as time dragged on. With this in mind, Lin Yuan activated his long-unused combat mode. Compared to his first fight against the masked one, he had now absorbed nearly 10 more life cores. The energy core within him was nearing perfection and the energy he unleashed was far more torrential. Ma Chanlong was essentially being beaten one-sidedly, unable to turn the tide even with the combined power of both churches. Kneel. Ma Chanlong took another blow to the gut but gritted his teeth and used the true word art. Lin Yuan felt a force enter his body attempting to affect him, but it passed through as if it couldn't find its target. Lin Yuan sneered, "Your god has no authority over me." He struck out again, dislocating Ma Chanlong's jaw. Ma Chanlong staggered back, his body rapidly healing with his divine energy. But his divine tendril was now as thin as a silk thread and its restorative power was starting to lag behind the damage he was taking. Why? Why doesn't the true word art work on you? Has the Lord of Light truly forsaken me? Ma Chanlong was becoming delirious, believing that his acceptance of the divine tendril had angered the Lord of Light. He failed to notice that the true word art was effective when used on the environment or himself. It was only when directed at Lin Yuan that it failed completely. It's over. Sensing that the divine breath within Ma Chanlong had nearly dissipated and his divine whiskers had withered, losing their vitality, Lin Yuan directly smashed his head with a single punch. In truth, given Lin Yuan's current strength, he had far simpler methods to end the battle. However, with so many eyes watching him, he had no choice but to dispatch his opponent in such a brutal, straightforward manner. After all, exaggerated strength could be attributed to his battle armor, but if he were to control nanobots to transform, it would bear too much resemblance to the Golden Thief persona. Shortly after this battle concluded, Lin Yuan immediately joined the fray on the other side where Old Huang and Bai Feiyu were engaged. Seeing their leader dead, Ma Changlong's subordinates lost all will to fight and turned to flee. Yet how could they possibly outrun Lin Yuan? As 2 squad leaders who had exposed their backs met their end, the remaining squad leader and the black-clad man chose to surrender outright. Under Lin Yuan's watchful gaze, Old Huang fitted them with specially made silver bone-piercing restraints and took them into custody. With their confessions, further evidence was added to Ma Changlong's list of crimes. This essentially guaranteed the exoneration of Li Bai. Meanwhile, the reporters who had been initially reluctant now witnessed not only Ma Changlong's death but also the complete collapse of his forces. Realizing that the police department was likely on the verge of a major upheaval, they swarmed around, showering praise and assuring that they would report the night's events truthfully. Captain Lin is truly accomplished at such a young age. Not only did you defeat the veteran divine practitioner Ma Chanlong, but you also uncovered his grand conspiracy, restoring integrity to the police department. Your future is bound to be limitless. Indeed, indeed. The tale of Captain Lin's wisdom and courage in cleansing the department will certainly be reported faithfully. After dealing with the reporters, Lin Yuan gestured for Old Huang to follow him as they headed towards the police headquarters. He wondered if Ma Chanlong still had remnants at headquarters. Fearing they might resort to desperate measures, Lin Yuan worried they could target Li Bai. Only a few officers and the reporters were left at the scene. The former handled the cleanup while the latter seized the opportunity to take more photos for their reports. Reporter Su, what headline are you planning for this story? A newcomer asked the most veteran reporter present. The latter was frantically snapping pictures of Lin Yuan leading his men into the distant darkness. Only when Lin Yuan's figure had completely vanished did he lower his camera with satisfaction and turn around. The knight who walked into darkness knew Captain Lin Yuan single-handedly topples the entire police department. How does that sound? Another reporter frowned. Isn't that a bit too much? Won't the city hall put pressure on us? Reporter Su shook his head. No, no. After tonight, the police department is bound to change. If I'm not mistaken, Captain Lin will be propped up as a hero by the city hall to restore the department's reputation. If I were you, I'd heavily publicize his heroic deeds.
The market response will be fantastic.
The other reporters suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Reporter A. Reporter Sue, how about this headline? Turning the tide, newcomer captain of the police department exposes chief inspector's major conspiracy.
Reporter B. I've got one too shocking. A young officer brought down the chief inspector. Reporter C. Your ideas aren't good enough. Check out mine.
Meanwhile, when Lin Yuan arrived at the police headquarters with dozens of heavily armed special investigation agents, the people there had no idea what had transpired. The guard at the gate, seeing the menacing approach of the group, sternly blocked their path. Having recognized Old Huang as the leader of the 2nd Western Investigation Squad, he assumed he was in charge and addressed him harshly. Stop right there.
What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to start a rebellion? The entire Western Special Investigation Department is suspended. Trespassing into headquarters, Chief Inspector Ma won't let you off the hook. Get lost. Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. And you are?
A mere guard daring to speak to a divine practitioner squad leader in such a manner. Lin Yuan found it hard to believe the man had no backing.
My name is Ma Dang.
I used to be Chief Inspector Ma's personal driver, the guard declared, puffing out his chest proudly in response to Lin Yuan's question. The position of headquarters gate guard, was it important? It was a grassroots post. But it wasn't insignificant either, as the person in this role could record every visitor to headquarters and gather valuable intelligence. This was precisely why Ma Chanlong had replaced the person in this position with one of his own men. This guard Ma Dang was completely oblivious to his own foolishness. He was even smugly congratulating himself on successfully intimidating these would-be intruders, fantasizing about the rewards Chief Inspector Ma would bestow upon him. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, snapping the man's head to the side. Lin Yuan stated calmly, Ma Chanlong's heinous crimes have been punished.
Are there any remnants who dare to step forward? Tie him up.
Anyone who disobeys will face the same treatment.
Resistors will be shot on sight. Ma Dang was completely dazed, his head spinning. But more shocking than the physical pain was the mental blow. Chief Inspector Ma. Executed. Dead. How is that possible?
Lin Yuan paid him no further attention, striding purposefully towards the headquarters dungeon. Old Huang, following behind, cast a complex glance at Lin Yuan. Remembering how he had sparred with him when Lin Yuan first joined the police department, Old Huang's face burned with embarrassment. How much time had passed since then? Had it not been for him, not only would they have been doomed, but the entire Taichung police department would have fallen into who knows what state. The mere thought of that possibility sent chills down his spine, while simultaneously deepening his admiration for Lin Yuan's strength and methods.
He made a beeline for the dungeon.
To prevent anyone from harming Li Bai, upon receiving word, Lin Yuan barged in with brute force, knocking out anyone he encountered without explanation. So when he appeared before Li Bai, the latter simply shook his head with a wry smile.
You shouldn't have come to rescue me.
Breaking me out of jail will only solidify my guilt.
Leave. I will fight to the very end. If Ma Changlong truly dares to execute me publicly, I will expose all his schemes from the execution platform. I won't give him an easy time even in death.
Old Huang, standing behind Lin Yuan, wore a strange expression upon hearing this. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for how to explain.
Lin Yuan chuckled easily, twisting off the lock on the cell door.
As he helped Li Bai extract the silver steel spikes embedded in his body, he teased, "All right, thinking of dying a glorious martyr?"
Not a chance. The police department is in a mess and needs you to clean it up.
I can't handle that kind of work. Old Huang, unable to bear it any longer, recounted the entire series of events to a bewildered Li Bai. In the days that followed, Li Bai had no time even to recover from his injuries, plunging headlong into a workaholic frenzy. First, he took the compiled evidence of crimes committed by the former acting chief detective Ma Changlong to the city hall for a preliminary report. Without pause, he convened internal meetings, meticulously rooting out destabilizing elements within the police department to restore its normal operations as swiftly as possible. There were also matters of power transition, personnel reassignments, and the reopening of investigations into wrongful cases from Ma Changlong's tenure, a long list of issues demanding his attention. Lin Yuan had assumed his work was done and planned to go home for a couple of days of well-earned rest. But the very next day, Li Bai sent someone to drag him back, insisting he participate in publicity efforts to restore the police department's image.
Team leader Lin. Look here, put on a fiercer expression. Yes. Just like that, hold it.
Lin Yuan was shuffled about like a puppet through interviews, photoshoots, and promotional events.
I'm done with this. Lao Lu, what's the schedule for this afternoon? Chen Lao Lu immediately sidled up with a grin. Team leader Lin. No, I should say Inspector Lin, no more publicity runs this afternoon.
The city hall has finalized the verdict on Ma Changlong's case.
We're heading there to receive an award, and they'll also announce your new position.
News of Lin Yuan's promotion to inspector had already spread throughout the department. Given his merits and the formidable strength he had displayed, he commanded universal respect. With Ma Changlong's faction toppled and numerous positions left vacant, Lin Yuan's rise was almost a foregone conclusion. The same applied to Li Bai. The work he was currently undertaking had effectively marked him as the heir apparent to the chief inspector's role. Barring any surprises, his official appointment was expected to be announced that very afternoon. As Lin Yuan stepped out of the photography studio, passers-by on the street halted to stare and whisper among themselves. "Is that the renowned Inspector Lin we've heard so much about? He's so young. What does youth matter? The man has skill and looks. He went undercover alone, and when his superior was wrongfully imprisoned, he single-handedly took on the entire police department. Could you do that?" Lin Yuan's exploits had spread far and wide through the efforts of the major newspapers, embellished and exaggerated with each telling. The latest version had him bravely storming the heavily guarded police headquarters alone, capturing the villainous acting chief inspector Ma Changlong in the process. Bai Feiyu, waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward to open the car door for Lin Yuan. The department had assigned him a sedan for publicity purposes. Lin Yuan looked Bai Feiyu up and down, making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. Due to the severe shortage of personnel, Bai Feiyu, in his capacity as a cleric of the Sea God Church, had been exceptionally recruited by Li Bai to serve as a team leader. This was also groundwork for Lin Yuan's upcoming promotion. An inspector certainly needed his own trusted team. Bai Feiyu offered an awkward smile. "Brother Lin, what are you staring at?" Lin Yuan teased. "Nothing, just thinking you look quite decent in that uniform." Bai Feiyu's face flushed and he scratched his head. "Thanks for the compliment, Brother Lin." Lin Yuan got into the car and Chen Laolu nimbly slipped into the driver's seat, starting the engine. The vehicle pulled away slowly, the chatter from the street fading into the distance. Gazing out the window, Lin Yuan's mind churned with chaotic thoughts. Ma Changlong's actions must have had backing from the Church of Life, yet they had remained conspicuously inactive. It was highly suspicious. Regardless, his and Li Bai's promotions were a positive development. With this authority, he could properly arm and equip the police department. If he could elevate the Steel Helmet Police's combat effectiveness to the level of the Tribunal's forces, they would have a stronger hand to play no matter what the Church of Life was plotting. Upon returning to police headquarters, Lin Yuan found the place in disarray. The order they had painstakingly restored over the past couple of days seemed to have collapsed once more. Chen Laolu grabbed a scurrying clerical worker. "What on earth is going on? What's all this commotion?" The man was initially annoyed at being stopped, but upon turning and seeing Lin Yuan, he immediately snapped to attention and saluted. "Greetings, Inspector Lin." Lin Yuan didn't dwell on the title but repeated Chen Laolu's question. The man's eyes darted nervously before he finally spoke. "It's the Chief Inspector. The Chief Inspector has returned." Chen Laolu was puzzled. "Chief Inspector Li is here every day. What's the big deal?" The man shook his head and elaborated, "Not Chief Inspector Li. It's Chief Inspector Fong, who went to the provincial capital to report. He's back. Fong Si, a legendary figure in Iron City. He had appeared out of nowhere 20 years ago, rising from a humble street patrol officer to chief inspector in just 10 years, earning the ungrudging respect of everyone in the department. Neither Ma Changlong, the wily veteran, nor Li Bai, the dedicated workaholic, nor even the city hall itself harbored any grievances against him. The reason was simple: his strength was immense, reportedly formidable enough to contend with the high priest of the Church of Life. Furthermore, Fong Si's methods were notoriously tough. When he investigated a case, he would pursue it to the very end, regardless of who was behind it, even if it had church backing. Fong Si's return was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the police department. However, in the eyes of the rank-and-file officers, this was probably not good news for Li Bai and his associate Lin Yuan. No wonder the clerk had been so hesitant to speak. After all, with Fong Si back, setting aside Lin Yuan's position, Li Bai's promotion was surely off the table. A single police department couldn't possibly have two chief inspectors. Lin Yuan, however, wasn't overly concerned. Neither he nor Li Bai were particularly power-hungry. If Fong Si was truly someone willing to stand up to the church, Lin Yuan would welcome him. After all, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, he had his suspicions about something else. He and Li Bai had discussed Yi Hua's claim about having a friend in the police department. There was actually one person in the entire department who fit the description of potentially in trouble: Fong Si, who had gone to report to the provincial council but hadn't returned for half a year. If this Fong Si turned out to be Yi Hua's friend, the situation would become quite interesting. Lin Yuan quickly made his way to Li Bai's office. Upon opening the door, he found the man with his feet propped up on the desk, leisurely puffing on a cigar, showing no signs of disappointment. Lin Yuan teased, "So relaxed. Not disappointed about missing out on the chief inspector's post?" Li Bai chuckled softly, blowing out a smoke ring. "Honestly, I was never interested in that position from the start.
I only took on these tasks out of necessity. Now that Chief Inspector Fong is back, I can finally lay down the burden. Li Bai glanced at Lin Yuan, a hint of profound meaning in his eyes. You've never met the Chief Inspector. He reminds me a lot of you. I think you'll like him. That afternoon Lin Yuan and Li Bai walked side by side into the city hall, and under the guidance of a staff member they entered the Parliament Hall. The Parliament Hall featured several rows of seats on each side, all facing the center, with the rows ascending from front to back, ensuring that every corner had a clear view of the central podium. The hall was already packed. As the two entered, thunderous applause erupted. Nearly 100 council members were present, each not only a politician but also a figure with their own business ventures and backgrounds. Among them were business magnates, union representatives, and prominent landowners. While they did not entirely represent the common people, the jobs they provided genuinely sustained nearly half of Iron City's population, making them the true elite of the city. Of course, not all council members were permanent residents. Daily affairs were primarily decided by the 11 elder council members seated on the high platform at the front, with full assemblies only convened for major decisions. Standing at the side of the high platform was a middle-aged man dressed in a pristine gentleman's suit, his appearance immaculately kept. His gaze was remarkably calm, as if the surrounding bustle had nothing to do with him. He merely offered a slight nod upon meeting Lin Yuan's eyes before looking away. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. This must be Fong Si. Indeed, Li Bai soon whispered in his ear, "That man over there is Chief Inspector Fong." As the applause gradually subsided, Li Bai cleared his throat, stepped onto the central podium, and delivered a brief concluding statement regarding the Ma Chanlong incident. In summary, under the leadership of our valiant Captain Lin, the police department successfully thwarted Ma Chanlong's series of conspiracies. Another wave of applause erupted. Everyone cast curious or appreciative glances toward Lin Yuan. Without putting on airs, Lin Yuan offered a slight bow in each of the 4 directions as a gesture of courtesy. Yet his eyes were equally calm, devoid of the joy of being praised or any trace of fear or nervousness. Almost instinctively, everyone's gaze began to shift between Lin Yuan and Fong Si. A council member whispered to a friend beside him, "Have you noticed? This kid gives off exactly the same vibe as Chief Inspector Fong." "I'm not blind. Haven't you seen everyone else reacting the same way? These two are worlds apart in age and appearance, but they both possess an indescribable aura." Another council member, overhearing their conversation, chimed in, "It's like arrogance mixed with detachment. Though these emotions seem contradictory, they both project this sense of being utterly disconnected from everything in the world." The first one nodded vigorously. "Exactly, that's the feeling." Lin Yuan noticed the peculiar stares from the crowd and looked toward Fong Si, who simply offered a faint smile in his direction. Li Bai leaned in and whispered, "Si. I told you two were alike." "Are we?" Lin Yuan shrugged it off, not sharing the sentiment. Next, a representative from the Elder Council took the stage, lauding the work of both Li Bai and Lin Yuan, and announced the final personnel decisions ratified by a parliamentary vote. Lin Yuan was officially appointed as the detective for the Western District of the Iron City Police Department. Li Bai, with his seniority and superior capabilities, was promoted to Deputy Chief Inspector and transferred to the Eastern District to clean up the mess left by Ma Chanlong. Finally, the official return of Fong Si was announced. He would resume his position as the Chief Inspector of the Iron City Police Department. As the session adjourned, the elder council members descended from the high platform, dropping their formal airs to shake hands and exchange pleasantries with Lin Yuan, the newly appointed inspector, in a warm and lively atmosphere. Lin Yuan had now effectively entered Iron City's core circle of power. Cultivating a good relationship with him was for them a strategic expansion of their own resources. These were seasoned veterans who had navigated the peaks of power for decades. Regardless of their personal feelings toward the newcomer Lin Yuan, they all knew how to put on a proper show. Even Lin Yuan found it difficult to discern their true attitudes from their physical reactions alone. Lin Yuan, however, paid it little mind. He had no interest in playing political games with these people. If they ever tried their tricks on him, he wouldn't hesitate to use his own methods to make them see the light. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, Li Bai finally introduced Lin Yuan to Fong Si. Fong Si extended his hand with a smile, a hint of approval in his eyes. "Inspector Lin, let's work side by side from now on." Lin Yuan opened his mouth, tempted to ask if he knew Yihua, but ultimately held back. If Fong Si was indeed the person he was looking for, his return now meant everything was fine. If he was, asking would be pointless and might expose his own secrets. Their conversation didn't last long. Soon Chief Inspector Fong excused himself, citing his recent return and a mountain of pending affairs. Lin Yuan stared at Fong Si's retreating figure, lost in thought. Seeing this, Li Bai offered an explanation. "Don't take it to heart. It's not personal. Chief Inspector Fong is like that, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. You'll see in time." Lin Yuan shook his head. It wasn't that. He felt a familiar aura from the man. Let's set that aside. Any new leads on the Ma Chanlong case? At this, Li Bai's expression immediately turned serious. In the case report Lin Yuan had submitted, the underground laboratory was barely mentioned, deliberately leaving the Church of Life out of the picture. The reason was simple: if he included the facts, how would the council react? Hold the Church of Life accountable. They wouldn't dare. Admit it and move on. That would be hard to explain to the public. So Lin Yuan had deliberately kept it quiet for everyone's sake. However, he hadn't kept the secret from Li Bai, as he was counting on him to help find clues. Li Bai was silent for a moment before speaking. We've interrogated the two priests under Ma Chanlong, but we got nothing useful from them. They were just hired muscle bound to Ma Chanlong by self-interest. They knew very little about his operations. But then Li Bai's tone shifted abruptly. However, we're not entirely without leads. Minxing Pharmaceuticals grew to such a massive scale in less than half a year. There's got to be substantial financial backing behind it. Ma Chanlong alone couldn't have propped up something that big. I plan to investigate Minxing Pharmaceuticals' financial connections and business dealings. In that direction. There might be clues about the Church of Life. Li Bai's voice trailed off, fading into barely a whisper. Lin Yuan nodded. Keep this investigation under wraps. Don't hesitate to ask if you need any help. Lin Yuan had already resolved that whatever the Church of Life was plotting behind the scenes, he would not let them succeed. If the investigation reached a dead end where the police department couldn't act, he would handle it his own way. After all, the alias, the Golden Thief, had been dormant for far too long. Leaving the city hall, Lin Yuan headed straight back to the West City Police Department. The moment he stepped through the door, two celebratory poppers burst with a loud bang as his colleagues swarmed around him, their applause thundering. Welcome back, Inspector Lin. Old Shen led the cheer and the others joined in with raucous enthusiasm, their voices nearly deafening. Lin Yuan offered a faint smile and was about to express his gratitude when a strange, unsettling atmosphere suddenly descended upon the entire hall. The faces of everyone around him froze as if time itself had stopped. All eyes turned toward the entrance, expressions tense with inexplicable unease, some even swallowed nervously. Puzzled, Lin Yuan followed their gaze and saw a procession of nuns and monks slowly filing into the hall. The Mother Superior led the group, still wearing her notoriously improper modified nun's habit, making her impossible to miss. However, she seemed to be in a foul mood. Her face was dark and somber, devoid of her usual bewitching allure. As her gaze swept across every person in the room, the very air grew heavy with her presence. She walked slowly until she stood before Lin Yuan, so close they were nearly face to face. Finally she spoke, her voice low and cold, carrying an undeniable authority. Congratulations on your promotion, Inspector Lin. Care for a chat? Lin Yuan nodded, replying calmly, of course, Mother Superior. Let's talk in my office. Moments later he led her to his office. Truth be told, Lin Yuan had never even set foot in this room before, so he had no idea where to find tea or refreshments. They sat in awkward silence, not even a glass of water on the table. Lin Yuan cleared his throat to break the silence. What can I do for you, Mother Superior? She dismissed the nuns and monks accompanying her, then cast a pointed glance at Bai Feiyu standing behind Lin Yuan, making it clear she wanted to speak privately. Lin Yuan found it peculiar. Based on the information he'd gathered in Shimmergold Harbor, these two were very likely siblings. Could they really have no psychic connection at all? Lin Yuan chose not to mention this to her. Though he had a decent impression of the Mother Superior, they were ultimately on opposite sides, and it was better to keep entanglements to a minimum. You should leave too, Lin Yuan said, dismissing Bai Feiyu as well. He then turned back to the Mother Superior. Now can we talk? The Mother Superior took a deep breath, her tone softening slightly. Inspector Lin, I want to know what really happened in the underground laboratory of Minxing Pharmaceuticals in the Eastern District that day. I've read the report you submitted to the council. It doesn't match the intelligence I've gathered. I don't care what you're hiding from them, but I need to know the truth. Lin Yuan frowned, inwardly exasperated. Is this woman genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? Does she really want to burn this bridge? He probed cautiously. You truly don't know what happened there? Or who was supplying them with funding and materials? The Mother Superior frowned, her expression clearly saying, get to the point. If I knew, why would I be asking you? Lin Yuan's expression grew even more bewildered. If the church had kept this from her, or if it was someone's private scheme within the church and she genuinely knew nothing, then where did her so-called intelligence come from? Lin Yuan was absolutely certain that no one had left that laboratory alive that night. Wait. No, that's not right. I did send a little boy away, didn't I? Liar. You liar. She promised to protect my sister as long as I believed in the goddess of life. But in the end she still turned into a monster. That form was clearly the power of the Church of Life. You people killed my sister. Bai Wei remembered that little boy, a brother who harbored prejudice against the goddess of life but ultimately compromised and sought help for his sister's sake. She had hoped this would be a chance to change the boy's impression of the goddess. She had even arranged for the convent to provide treatment for his sister. But today's encounter at the church entrance stirred up painful memories for Bai Wei, memories of her own brother whose fate remained unknown. At the thought of the boy's venomous glare, the Mother Superior's face darkened once more.
Inspector Lin, I've already sent everyone away. No more riddles. What exactly happened in that laboratory?
Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment, then finally recounted everything he had witnessed that day, adding his own speculation at the end. I suspect the Church of Life ordered Ma Changlong to carry this out. Otherwise there's no explaining those raw materials. Before he could finish, a tentacle lashed out from beneath the Mother Superior's skirt, snapping the tea table between them in two and hurtling straight toward Lin Yuan. The strike was wrapped in a formidable aura of divine power, far more ferocious than the blow that had killed Su Wu in the intermediate realm.
This was unambiguously intended to kill.
Caught completely off guard, Lin Yuan had no time to think. In desperation he transformed his arm into a shield woven from golden threads, barely managing to block the savage assault. Yet the sheer momentum sent him flying.
The newly renovated office, never used since its completion, was ravaged as if by a violent storm, left in complete disarray. Damn, I've been exposed, was Lin Yuan's first thought, quickly followed by, should I just silence her?
But the commotion would be impossible to hide. This is the police station, too many eyes and ears. Just as Lin Yuan was weighing his options, the Mother Superior abruptly retracted her tentacle, crossed her arms and sat back down on the sofa as if nothing had happened. The nuns and monks who had rushed in at the noise, along with the police detectives led by Bai Feiyu, all halted at the doorway, their eyes filled with confusion and wariness. The Mother Superior waved a dismissive hand.
What's all the fuss? Inspector Lin and I were just having a little spar.
You all look terrified for nothing. To prove her point, she tossed the ball back to Lin Yuan.
Isn't that right, Inspector Lin? You call that a spar? You went straight for the kill. Any ordinary priest would have been instantly obliterated.
Lin Yuan couldn't fathom what this madwoman was up to, but since she was helping him cover it up, he decided to play along.
The Mother Superior is right. Stop gawking and get back to work.
Soon the crowd dispersed. Bai Feiyu, the last to leave, thoughtfully closed the door behind him for the two of them. Lin Yuan and the Mother Superior exchanged a complicated look. After a long silence she spoke first. So you really are the Golden Thief? Tell me, why haven't you fled after being hunted by the Church of Life?
Instead you infiltrated the police department. What exactly are you after?
Just to smear our church. Lin Yuan didn't answer directly but countered, how did you figure it out? The Mother Superior replied flatly, I guessed.
Lin Yuan.
You would resort to lethal force based on mere speculation. If you've made a mistake killing an inspector in broad daylight, have you considered how you would explain that to the outside world?
What a madwoman. The matron, of course, wasn't acting on mere conjecture.
During their first collaboration, Lin Yuan's composure had already aroused her suspicion. It stood to reason that a clergyman entering the middle realm for the first time wouldn't be so unflappable, so confident throughout. Without some hidden card up his sleeve, he couldn't possibly possess such self-assurance. Furthermore, what corroborated this suspicion was the fact that Lin Yuan had single-handedly killed Ma Changlong. The latter was a seasoned veteran clergyman, a figure whose power bordered on that of a high priest. How could he have fallen so easily to a mere greenhorn? No matter how he explained it, it was hard not to suspect him. Combined with the fact that Lin Yuan had reported for duty at the police station almost immediately after the Golden Thief disappeared, his identity became glaringly obvious. Lin Yuan was puzzled. Since you've already guessed my identity, why didn't you just bring people to arrest me?
The matron frowned.
Where do you get all these questions?
I am the matron of the Church of Life. Do I need to report my intentions to a mere inspector like you? Speak.
What is your scheme in slandering our Church of Life? Lin Yuan stared directly at the matron, making her feel uneasy. Am I stating the truth or not?
Don't you know it in your heart? It was Xiao Yong who came to you, wasn't it?
The Divine Church has so many ways to discern a person's heart.
Could you not tell if he was lying? The matron let out a cold snort.
Who says that similar abilities must belong to someone from the Church of Life?
Your ability could produce a similar effect too.
I suspect you're the one playing tricks, defiling the name of the Goddess of Life. Lin Yuan refused to yield.
Me playing tricks?
For what purpose? To deceive a beggar child who knows nothing as lowly as a weed. If I truly wanted to tarnish your name, why wouldn't I have made a huge spectacle of it? Why would I have taken the initiative to suppress the matter instead?
The matron's eyes flickered. Lin Yuan pressed on relentlessly. You know, you've known from the very beginning that I'm telling the truth.
Deep down you've already planted a seed of doubt about the goddess you worship. You simply wish for me to admit that everything was my meticulous scheme so you can quell your own doubts and continue deceiving yourself. Enough. Shut your mouth. The matron flew into a rage, her tentacles lashing wildly through the air, destroying another sofa as she assumed a combat stance. Her posture screamed, "Say one more word and I'll fight you to the death." Lin Yuan spread his hands. "You're the one who asked. Don't blame me." The matron took several deep breaths, retracting her tentacles beneath her skirt. She ground her teeth. This matter. Someone must be acting under the banner of the Church of Life, operating on their own. You wait. I will investigate everything and prove it to you. With that she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Lin Yuan smiled wryly to himself. This foolish girl is still deceiving herself. If she truly believed that, why would she come to me privately for confirmation instead of bringing people to arrest me? The matron of the Church of Life wielded considerable authority, second only to the patriarch within the organization. Both Deacon Fan and Yi Weiwen were only on par with her. Over the years she couldn't have been completely oblivious to the church's underhanded dealings. More likely she knew exactly what the Church of Life was like but simply refused to face it. Day in and day out preaching the greatness and mercy of the Goddess of Life, that's a classic case of deceiving others for so long that you end up deceiving yourself. Bai Feiyu had just walked into the office when he overheard this. He quickly flung the door open, poked his head out and scanned the corridor, only relaxing once he was sure no one else was around. Brother Lin, next time you say something like that, mind your surroundings. We're still at the police station, you know. Don't you worry about someone reporting you. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at him, choosing not to explain that he could sense all living creatures nearby. After a moment of thought he instructed Bai Feiyu, with the golden pendant on you most people won't be able to detect your divine aura. For the time being drop everything else. Follow our dear matron and see what she's up to. Bai Feiyu's expression grew grim. Boss, you suspect she's planning to harm you. Should we find a chance to take her out? He mimed a throat-slitting gesture. This guy's train of thought is dangerous. That woman might very well be your sister, you know. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. It's not that she's planning to harm me. It's that what she's about to do might make the Church of Life turn against her. Bai Feiyu was even more confused. Then wouldn't it be better to let them tear each other apart? Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead, thought for a moment and finally explained. Forget it, I'll just tell you directly. Back in Shimmergold Harbor I heard some things. That woman might very well be your only remaining kin in this world. Bai Wei's heart was tormented. She had grown up in the church. The nuns and monks who raised her had always told her that the Goddess of Life was a benevolent and great being and that no other deity could rival her love for humanity. Because she had been different since birth, the other children in the convent refused to play with her and even bullied her. So she was far more devout than other children her age. While others rested or played, she would be praying and studying the deeds of the Goddess of Life. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that she was quickly selected for training as a priest. And she proved herself worthy of the honor, standing out among her peers to eventually become the new matron. However, as the years passed by, Wei gradually became aware of the cracks between her faith and reality, noticing behaviors that contradicted the church's doctrine. She refused to believe these were the goddesses, while stubbornly insisting they were merely the private actions of certain individuals. She began to selectively forget certain things to keep her faith pure. Yet as time went on, more and more doubts and anguish accumulated in her heart. Now these doubts and pains had converged and finally erupted. She was desperate to confront the priest who had adopted her all those years ago. Deacon Fan, why are you blocking my way? I want to see the patriarch. Bai Wei gave the man who suddenly appeared before her no courtesy whatsoever. As a deacon he held supervisory and even managerial authority over all matters within the church, great and small. Without the indulgence of the man before her, those shady dealings could never have grown to their current scale. Matron, the patriarch is in prayer. He will see no one today. Bai Wei shot a cold glance at Deacon Fan. I am the head sister, equal in rank to you. You have no authority over me. With it she pushed past him, determined to force her way inside. Deacon Fan swiftly blocked her path, his voice low. It is not I who bars your way but the will of His Holiness the Pontiff. Head sister, I implore you to respect the church's decrees. Bai Wei let out a cold laugh. Don't you dare intimidate me with the Pontiff, Fan. Unless I hear him say with his own lips that he refuses to see me, I will meet him today no matter what. As she spoke, Bai Wei moved to act, and the sisters and brothers who accompanied her stepped forward as well, facing off against the acolytes behind Deacon Fan in a tense standoff. Just as the tension reached its peak, Deacon Fan let out a sudden sigh and stepped aside, clearing the path. Seeing this, Bai Wei lifted her chin with a haughty air and strode towards the prayer chamber. But as she brushed past him, she heard him murmur softly, "Ah.
Miss Bai, since I was already waiting here in advance, do you not understand the pontiff's intentions? Bai Wei's steps faltered for a moment, but she resolutely continued forward. Composing herself, she straightened her posture and knocked respectfully upon the door of the prayer chamber. Your Holiness, Bai Wei requests an audience. After a long silence with no response from within, she took a deep breath and knocked harder. Your Holiness, I have urgent matters to discuss. Please open the door. The air seemed to solidify, the silence growing unsettling. Bai Wei's hands trembled with a mix of fury and anxiety. She could not fathom why the pontiff was avoiding her. Your Holiness, do you intend to remain deaf and blind to the affairs of the church? Bai Wei's voice rose laden with accusation. After a long pause, Deacon Fan slowly approached from behind and spoke. As I said, the pontiff does not wish to see you. Please return. You lie. Unable to contain her anger any longer, Bai Wei flung open the door and stormed into the prayer chamber. Inside, candlelight flickered, but the pontiff was nowhere to be seen. Bai Wei looked around and shouted, Your Holiness, why do you dare not face me? As the leader of the church, you condone such evil deeds. Have you forgotten the tenets of the Church of Life? Her only response was the hollow echo of her own voice. Standing in the center of the prayer chamber, her eyes filled with disappointment and rage. She walked to the altar and swept the scriptures onto the floor with a single motion. Fine. Since you refuse to see me, I will investigate on my own. Whoever is behind this, I will uncover the truth no matter what. Bai Wei ground out the words, each syllable deliberate. She cast one final glance at the empty prayer chamber, then turned and strode away. In her heart she vowed she would not rest until the truth was brought to light. Only after her figure had vanished did the pontiff emerge slowly from behind a white pillar, his face an unreadable mask betraying neither joy nor sorrow. He merely gave a quiet order to Deacon Fan. It is time. Have ye Wei Wen come out? Deacon Fan bowed slightly. Yes, Your Holiness. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan returned home, where Wang Shuan had prepared another banquet. A toast to my dear nephew's promotion. Wang Shuan raised her glass with a bright smile, and the tenants in the building joined in the congratulations. Lin Yuan smiled and raised his glass in response, accepting every toast without refusal until he had drunk an entire table of people under it. As the banquet wound down, Lin Yuan helped Wang Shuan back to her room, gently laying her on the bed. It was his first time in her room. The decor was less like a lady's boudoir and more like an old gentleman's study filled with bookshelves and antique ornaments. Incense burned constantly to ward off dampness and pests, filling the bedroom with the scent of pinewood. Lin Yuan recalled Wang Shuan mentioning that her family had once been a prominent clan but had fallen on hard times, leaving only this old mansion. The books and antiques in the room were likely heirlooms passed down through the generations. Lin Yuan was curious to browse them, hoping to learn more about the history of this world. But seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he didn't want to disturb her. In the end, he quietly slipped out of the room. As the door clicked shut, a pair of eyes opened silently in the darkness, followed by a faint sigh. This fool. A woman deliberately feigning drunkenness, having a man carry her to her room. What could be more obvious? Could it be that my constant teasing with the aunt title has given him the wrong idea? Wang Shuan pondered the question, but the alcohol soon got the better of her and she drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, back in his own room, Lin Yuan opened his palm to reveal 2 jade stones. They were his reward from the city hall, 2 divine descent crystals. Having resolved such a major incident, a reward from the city hall was expected. Finding little else of use, he had requested these items on a whim, and surprisingly they had granted him 2. It was said that after every divine descent event these crystals would appear at the site. By handing them over to the church, one could obtain a corresponding number of clergy positions. It wasn't hard to guess that these crystals were the source of power for high priests and clergy. But why did high priests possess a life core while clergy did not? If it were a matter of strength, Ma Chanlong had been close to a high priest in combat ability. Lin Yuan had meticulously examined his corpse and found no trace of a life core. Almost at the moment of his death, his divine aura had vanished without a trace, and there was no life core-like substance within his body either. Perhaps it's not that clergy lack life cores, but that their cores are not within their own bodies but held by the church. He shook his head. Dwelling on this was pointless, for now the priority was to enhance his own strength. The best way was undoubtedly to upgrade his internal energy core. So this time Lin Yuan did not keep the 2 divine descent crystals but directly absorbed them, fusing them into his energy core. Ding system notification: current primary energy core integrity at 80. Estimated 3 to 4 more life cores required to complete energy core reassembly. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Soon. Once the energy core reassembly is complete, my power will undergo a qualitative leap. Then no matter what the Church of Life is plotting, I will be ready. After all, Bai Wei was the head sister. If she truly set her mind to investigating the Church's darker secrets, finding clues wouldn't be difficult. Found it, head sister. This record shows that Pastor Zhang of the Fuchu Church outside the West City regularly travels to preach every month. Based on the timing and distance, his destination should be shimmering gold port. A certain brother handed a ledger to Bai Wei from amidst a pile of documents. Bai Wei's mind raced. If the Murloc slime truly originated from the church, then Pastor Zhang was likely involved. She immediately led her team to the Fuchu Church in the Western District. However, upon their arrival they were informed that Pastor Zhang had already been transferred to another city along with his closest acolytes. What a coincidence! The moment she found a lead, the man was transferred. It was clear that someone behind the scenes had caught wind of her investigation and taken countermeasures. Bai Wei's expression turned grim. A name had already surfaced in her mind as a prime suspect. Several days slipped by. Through Bai Wei's relentless efforts, she finally uncovered a clandestine connection between the Church of Life and Minxing Pharmaceuticals. A church-funded company was ostensibly responsible for regularly delivering supplies to the church's sanatoriums and orphanages. However, amidst their shipping manifests, one destination stood out, not a church property but a location near Minxing Pharmaceuticals' laboratory. The shipment was labeled as foodstuffs, yet its origin wasn't a church-approved food supplier but a mysterious company called Holy Light Trading. Previously her leads had repeatedly hit dead ends. Bai Wei knew that the church harbored many corrupted clergy, likely even within her own order. So this time she remained silent. As night fell, she and a few trusted nuns and brothers discreetly made their way to the outskirts of the Holy Light Trading warehouse. Under the cover of darkness, the warehouse entrance was heavily guarded. Bai Wei signaled for everyone to hide. "Stay out here. Don't let anyone leave. I'm going in first to take a look." With that, she moved silently, evading the guards with practiced ease, and slipped into the warehouse. It was dim inside, filled with stacks of wooden crates. Bai Wei cautiously pried open one crate only to find it empty. The indentations at the bottom suggested it had recently held something, but the contents had already been shipped out. Weaving through the neatly arranged crates, she reached the back of the warehouse and discovered a concealed door. She pushed it open gently, revealing a dim corridor. From the far end came the low murmur of voices. Holding her breath, Bai Wei crept closer, straining to make out the muffled words. "The goods have all been distributed, right?" The voice sounded like a middle-aged man. A younger voice answered him, "Yes, sir. As planned, all the agents have received their share of the serum. The effects of this batch are quite impressive. Many are even asking for more. It's a pity Minxing Pharmaceuticals was shut down, otherwise we could have spread it even further." The middle-aged man replied flatly, "More wouldn't matter anyway. This serum can boost one's potential in the short term, but who's there?" Realizing she had been detected, Bai Wei showed no sign of panic. Instead, she stepped out into the open with an air of casual confidence. It was the confidence that came from her strength and the pride of her position as the Mother Superior. Facing the middle-aged man, she said calmly, "It's me, Mother Superior Bai Wei." There were 5 people in the room. 4 wore the vestments of the Church of Life's servants, while the middle-aged man who had spoken was clad in a pastor's robe. The man's brow furrowed deeply as he asked coldly, "Mother Superior, what are you doing here?" Bai Wei raised an eyebrow, her tone displeased. "That's my question to you, isn't it? Weren't you transferred to another city? Why are you still in Iron City? And in a place like this? Wouldn't you agree, Pastor Zhang?" It was the very Pastor Zhang she had investigated on the first day. She had been suspicious then, as he couldn't have left so quickly. No trace of him had been found at the train or bus stations. Clearly Pastor Zhang had never left at all, or perhaps under her surveillance he hadn't found a chance to flee. Pastor Zhang's eyes shifted nervously as he forced a smile. "Mother Superior Bai Wei, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm merely assisting with some church affairs." Bai Wei let out a cold laugh, her gaze sweeping sharply over the others. "Church affairs? Then what about the Minxing Pharmaceuticals and serum distribution you just mentioned?" Pastor Zhang's face twitched as he stammered, "Those are just ordinary medical supplies meant for aiding the poor." "Still lying." Bai Wei's imposing aura as Mother Superior erupted. Under the Church of Life's strict hierarchical pressure, Pastor Zhang collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud. Seeing this, the surrounding servants also knelt, pressing their foreheads and hands to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Wei stepped forward, slowly extending a tendril to coil around Pastor Zhang's neck. "Tell me who is behind you. I want to know who dares to commit such filthy deeds under the name of the Goddess of Life." Pastor Zhang's face flushed from red to white, then to purple. However, the church's suppression only affected the physical body. If he truly refused to speak, Bai Wei had no way to force him further. At most she could kill him to vent her frustration, but that would sever the thread of her investigation. Fortunately, Pastor Zhang was not a man of true resolve. After enduring for a while, he saw the killing intent flicker in the Mother Superior's eyes and finally managed to choke out a few syllables.
I'll talk. Bai Wei loosened her tendrils slightly, her voice cold. Go on, I'm listening. Pastor Zhang gasped for breath, his eyes darting, and finally began. It started when Ma Changlong came to the church. His body was on the verge of collapse. He recounted the details, but Bai Wei was unsatisfied. I know all this. Tell me something I don't. Pastor Zhang swallowed hard and continued. Ma Changlong had gathered a group of thugs, fools who dared to challenge the god's authority. But their experiments were intriguing. By their logic, they couldn't succeed. However, one of their transitional products proved useful to the church's plans. He was referring to the Type 02 Revival Serum. It could elevate a user's power to match the inquisitorial army, but prolonged use led to dependency, physical deformities, and loss of sanity. Pastor Zhang spoke at a painfully slow pace laden with excessive details and adjectives. It didn't take long for Bai Wei to catch on. Was this man trying to stall for time? Bai Wei sneered inwardly. Her trusted nuns and brothers were outside, all of them clerics, hoping for reinforcements. A pipe dream. Yet Bai Wei didn't call him out. For one, she could extract more information this way. For another, she was curious to see who would come to his rescue. Time ticked by. Pastor Zhang had run out of things to stall with. His rambling finally turned to the church's plan and the mastermind behind it. The one who orchestrated this whole thing is. Before he could finish, footsteps echoed from outside the chamber, accompanied by the sound of something heavy being dragged. A voice calmly interjected, "It was me." Bai Wei turned her head and found Yi Weiwen already standing at the doorway. He had grown considerably thinner compared to 2 months ago, his cheeks sunken and his jawline starkly visible. Yet his eyes burned brighter than before, carrying an unreadable madness. His face and pristine white shirt were stained with copious amounts of fresh blood. Unbothered, he removed his glasses and used the bloodied fabric to wipe away the grime. "Long time no see, head sister. If you wished to see me, why go through such trouble? A simple summons to the tribunal would have sufficed, and I would have hastened to your presence immediately." Yet Bai Wei's attention was utterly diverted. Her gaze was fixed unblinking on something behind Yi Weiwen. There, dragged along the ground, were 5 corpses clad in the vestments of nuns and priests, strung together by a hemp rope wound around their heads. Each chest was torn open as if something had been violently ripped from within. Noticing her stare, Yi Weiwen curled his lips into a cold sneer. "Don't worry, they have simply returned to the goddess's embrace. Aren't you the most devout? Surely you remember Chapter 3, Article 9 of the Doctrine." His smile vanished, replaced by a fervent proclamation. "In the name of the goddess, to enact justice, even in death one's soul shall return, one's flesh shall belong to the church." After reciting, he flashed a provocative grin. By the way, their life cores were immaculately pure. And absolutely delicious. Bai Wei's gaze turned icy. Her hands clenched into fists, nails digging deep into her palms as a blazing fury threatened to consume her. "Yi Weiwen. I will make you pay with your life." Yi Weiwen was a high priest, a rank within the Church of Life that placed him on equal footing with Bai Wei, the head sister. In other words, he held the same effortless dominion over the lives of those nuns and priests as Bai Wei had over Pastor Zhang. Bai Wei had considered the possibility that Yi Weiwen might target her trusted followers, but she never imagined such brutality. They were all devotees of the goddess of life, yet he slaughtered them without mercy. Yi Weiwen chuckled lightly. "Take my life. Can you?" A flicker of mockery danced in his eyes as the tentacles lunging at him all narrowly missed their mark by a hair's breadth. Bai Wei's eyes reddened, her jaw clenched tight. What kind of ability is this? She knew of Yi Weiwen's powers, they were peculiar but never capable of such feats. Yi Weiwen tilted his head to dodge another strike, responding with disdain. "Care to guess?" In the same motion, he reached out, seized a tentacle wrapped in divine breath energy, and with a violent yank tore it asunder. A cry of pain escaped Bai Wei. Her remaining tentacles lashed out, simultaneously weaving into a net intent on piercing Yi Weiwen through 1,000 times over. Yet a familiar scene unfolded. The moment they were about to touch him, they all veered off course as if manipulated by an unseen force, passing him by harmlessly. Yi Weiwen grinned wickedly, taunting her with words while tearing the tentacles apart one by one. He closed the distance between them until he was less than a meter away, then extended a hand as if to grasp her throat. Bai Wei tried to retreat, but in the next instant her body lurched forward involuntarily, offering her neck willingly. "Fine, I'll stop toying with you. To be honest, this isn't some new ability. It's pure unadulterated rank suppression." "Oh, and it seems our dear head sister has never experienced the feeling of being suppressed, have you? Want to know how utterly hopeless your subordinates felt before they died? Let me show you." Yi Weiwen roared with laughter while Bai Wei's eyes reflected endless despair and disbelief. "Impossible. You're lying, it can't be." She refused to believe it. How could the great goddess of life bestow such favor upon this villain standing before her? However, her body's response was undeniable. Something within her began to coalesce uncontrollably as if drawn by an invisible force. As it gathered, the power bestowed by the goddess seemed to peel away bit by bit. Bai Wei gradually regained control of her body but was struck by an unprecedented weakness, making even breathing a laborious task. Her tentacles ceased their regenerative efforts, blood dripping steadily to the floor, forming a chilling pool. Finally, all her power converged at her chest. Bai Wei felt something solidify within her, a crystalline substance emitting a verdant glow, the so-called life core. This object typically only materialized after a priest's death, yet now it was being forcibly manifested by Yi Weiwen through sheer rank suppression. Gazing with infatuation at the light spilling from Bai Wei's chest, Yi Weiwen murmured, "What a beautiful gem. Your power truly astonishes me. Honestly, if we were to truly clash, I'm not certain I could have overpowered you." Bai Wei struggled, her regained hands weakly pounding against Yi Weiwen, but to no avail. So this is the despair they felt before they died. Her gaze looked past Yi Weiwen, landing on the fallen comrades who once preached the doctrine alongside her, punished evil and fought by her side. Each of their eyes was wide open, staring sightlessly into the void. "I'm sorry." Tears traced down Bai Wei's cheeks, falling onto the cold ground. In that moment, something within her died forever. Seeing this, Yi Weiwen's smile faded. A prey without any fighting spirit loses its appeal. "All right, it's time for you to depart." He pressed his 5 fingers together and thrust them brutally into Bai Wei's heart. Bai Wei coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering across Yi Weiwen. He paid it no mind, merely gripping the object and slowly pulling it outward. The green light grew brighter. Just then a voice cried out from behind them, "Sister! Hang on! I'm coming to save you." Yi Weiwen had been aware of Bai Feiyu tailing them all along. However, since he hadn't detected any trace of divine breath from him, he allowed him to linger, planning to deal with him later. Now, seeing the boy leap out and address Bai Wei as sister, he found it rather amusing. "You're her brother." Without turning around, a skinned black bear clawed its way out from within Yi Weiwen's back, lunging ferociously at Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu realized he had acted rashly. He should have waited for Lin Yuan to arrive before revealing himself, given that his opponent was a high priest. But he couldn't bear to watch his only remaining family in this world die before his eyes, even if they hadn't seen each other since they were 5. "Die!" Bai Feiyu tore off his golden pendant. A layer of fine milky white scales rapidly enveloped his skin. Simultaneously, he reached behind his waist and drew out the theological dagger Lin Yuan had given him. The sharp blade swiftly sliced through the bear's palm, but its length was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Bai Feiyu could only watch helplessly as Yi Weiwen fully extracted the life core that represented Bai Wei's very existence and then absorbed it into his own body. This feeling is utterly divine. It's intoxicating every single time. This is the true power of a veiled one. Savoring the surge of divine breath within him, Yi Weiwen couldn't help but narrow his eyes in bliss. Bai Wei's lifeless body was then casually discarded, tossed aside without a second thought. The veiled ones are unique because they can absorb the life cores of their fellow Church of Life priests. This was also why back then that particular veiled one had personally gone to retrieve the life core stored in the safe. That's right, Yi Weiwen has now become the new veiled one. Although his original plan had failed, it didn't matter. With the methods of the Church of Life, there would always be a way to procure enough lifeblood. For instance, they could discover 1 or 2 village-level descent events in the towns and villages under Iron City's jurisdiction. After all, Iron City was vast and there were always places the priests of the police department couldn't cover. Why? You never treated her as one of your own, so why make her the head sister? Bai Feiyu held Bai Wei's body, tears falling onto her cheeks. His voice was choked and hoarse, filled with confusion and rage. Yi Weiwen sneered, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. There are always naive lambs in the church. Without a sheep's head to lead them, wouldn't they cause more trouble? Humans are complex creatures. Any group large enough will inevitably develop various small factions within. Some band together out of self-interest, while others are naive idealists who naturally flock together. The Church of Life was the same. They wanted everyone to be followers of the goddess, but certain idealists could become a source of trouble for them. The church wouldn't allow these people to leave. They would gather them together using their purest faith to carry out work that was good for publicity. If nothing unexpected happened, these people would be gradually expended in more dangerous missions. But if something went wrong, they would be recycled by the church. This both consolidated the church's power and eliminated potential threats. Bai Feiyu gripped his dagger tightly, his eyes burning with rage, and lunged at Yi Weiwen with incredible speed. The latter dodged easily, and with a wave of his hand a massive dog made of flesh lunged out, instantly pinning Bai Feiyu down. Yi Weiwen sneered, "Did you think with your meager strength you could take revenge?" Relying on his powerful physique and the sharp dagger, Bai Feiyu barely managed to break free from the restraints and charged at Yi Weiwen once more.
A trace of disdain flashed in Yi Weiwen's eyes. With such high divine energy density in your body, you only know how to fight with your physical body. What a waste. To him, an opponent like this posed no threat. Yi Weiwen waved his hand contemptuously, and one by one flesh monsters tore themselves from his body. Bai Feiyu was quickly surrounded, and it looked like he was about to be overwhelmed. But just as he was about to give out, something strange happened to Yi Weiwen's body. A feline creature had just poked its head out of his body, but the rest of it seemed stuck, unable to fully emerge. The other monsters emerging from his body also stalled, their half-born bodies writhing and struggling, letting out agonized roars. Yi Weiwen's expression changed drastically, his body twisting in pain, his skin bulging and collapsing as if something was surging wildly inside him. Damn it, I absorbed too many life cores in a short time, my body can't handle it. I need to find a safe place to stabilize. Especially Bai Wei's core, it was of the highest quality, containing far more power than expected. Yi Weiwen, enduring the intense pain, barely managed to stand upright. Kid, you're lucky today. Next time I see you, you won't be so fortunate. With that, Yi Weiwen turned and staggered away. Only when he was far gone did the monsters trapping Bai Feiyu gradually dissipate. He gasped for air, watching Yi Weiwen's retreating figure. He wanted to chase after him, but even if he caught up, what would be the point? Bai Feiyu walked over to Bai Wei's body and picked her up. Tears blurred his vision, and his boundless grief turned into a low roar. He plunged his dagger deep into the ground, vowing, "Sister, I will definitely avenge you." Lin Yuan finally arrived at the scene at that moment and couldn't help but frown at the sight. But he soon noticed something walked up behind Bai Feiyu and said, "Stop howling. She's not dead yet." Hearing this, Bai Feiyu spun around, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Really?" Lin Yuan crouched down, gently pressing his fingers against Bai Wei's neck, and said, "Give her to me." Bai Feiyu without hesitation gently placed Bai Wei in front of Lin Yuan. Then, a little flustered, he asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and said flatly, "No need. First tell me exactly what happened." As Bai Feiyu recounted the events, Lin Yuan roughly understood the situation. His eyes scanned Bai Wei's body like an X-ray. Although her heart was damaged, the half-fishman's physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary humans. In this state, her body still retained a faint spark of life. Lin Yuan extended a hand and covered the hole in Bai Wei's chest. Countless nanobots instantly drilled into her body, repairing the heart and internal wounds at the cellular level. With his newly developed skills, and as the energy core's power supply grew stronger, his mind could command more and more computational space. Naturally, he could achieve finer control over the nanobots. The nanobots inside Bai Wei's body were like tiny workers, constantly carrying and repairing damaged cells, trying to restore her heart's function. But soon Lin Yuan discovered another problem: the repaired cells would continuously break down and collapse on their own. Even the healthy body tissues were showing a similar reaction. Lin Yuan couldn't find the root cause. He examined Bai Wei's genetic chains but found no problems. It was as if these cells had decided to destroy themselves. Lin Yuan was stumped. He could barely keep Bai Wei alive, but he couldn't just keep her on life support forever, could he? Leave a batch of nanobots in her body. But without the energy core's power supply, these nanobots would quickly become inactive. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Lin Yuan. Let's try it. Treat it as a last resort. Lin Yuan suddenly looked at Xiao He, who understood immediately, walked over to him with a meow, then turned into liquid and slipped into Bai Wei's body through the wound. Lin Yuan intended to bestow upon her a life core, one created by Lin Yuan himself. Perhaps even Bai Wei herself couldn't have imagined that the divine descent crystal she gave Lin Yuan would become the key to saving her life. Xiao He was not a true life form, its consciousness was merely an advanced artificial intelligence code. Thus, upon Lin Yuan's command, it merged into Bai Wei's body without hesitation. Unlike Lin Yuan's healing process, the sub-nanobots comprising Xiao He's form disintegrated upon entering Bai Wei, dispersing throughout her body to become part of her very cells. These specialized cells possess their own underlying code, with the prime directive of maintaining Bai Wei's physical well-being. Furthermore, as a portion had integrated into Bai Wei's brain, she was theoretically capable of exerting basic control over these nanobots. The energy source for these nanobots was the divine descent crystal that Lin Yuan had modified into a secondary energy furnace. In a sense, he had essentially granted her a new life core. An artificial divine official. Wasn't that simple? Lin Yuan remarked, observing Bai Wei's vital signs gradually stabilizing. Bai Feiyu, standing nearby, was stunned by the words. "Brother Lin, what do you mean by that?" After a long pause, Bai Wei slowly regained consciousness. However, her subsequent actions astounded the other two present, including Lin Yuan himself. Her gaze was initially filled with confusion as she surveyed her surroundings, but upon seeing Lin Yuan, her eyes gradually cleared. She slowly sat up and then prostrated herself before Lin Yuan in a kneeling salute. "Great deity, your divine official pays homage to you."
Within Xiao Hei's code lay a foundational command, the core and prerequisite for all its functions: unconditionally obey Lin Yuan's orders. Upon merging with Bai Wei, this command unexpectedly transformed into an instinct embedding itself within her psyche. It led her subconscious to perceive Lin Yuan as the supreme being known in the mortal world as a god. This. Bai Feiyu watched in horror. Brother Lin is a god. I must be hallucinating. What? What just happened? Lin Yuan, however, was the first to regain his composure, coughing awkwardly. Ahem, don't call me that. I just used some special methods to save you. Do you still retain your past memories? Bai Wei nodded. Her memories and thinking were unchanged except for the addition of this underlying code, which had simply replaced the life goddess's position in her heart. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, how's your body? Any discomfort? Bai Wei looked down. Her tentacles were rapidly regenerating, though the process differed slightly from before. During the repair, silver-gray nanobots flickered faintly within the wounds. The power you have bestowed is immense, but my body is still weak. It will likely take some time to recover my previous strength. The strength of divine officials naturally increases through the use of their abilities, which also explains the varying sizes of their life cores. The life core Lin Yuan had granted her, the energy furnace, was akin to a seed. As she grew, this seed would sprout and develop. Whether it would become a towering tree or a withering wildflower depended on her own effort and talent. Lin Yuan speculated that the power he had given her must have undergone a peculiar chemical reaction with Bai Wei's nature as a divine official. This change pleased him. For one, it signified Bai Wei's immense potential. For another, her growth would allow him to uncover more secrets of the divine official system. As for any adverse changes or potential threats to himself, Lin Yuan harbored no concerns. The foundational rule ensured that no matter how Bai Wei grew, she remained firmly within his control. While Lin Yuan was lost in thought, Bai Wei tentatively experimented with her newly acquired abilities. She manipulated the tentacles beneath her, slowly weaving and fusing them together. Within dozens of seconds they had transformed into human legs. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be impressed by the sight. Such talent. No wonder she had reached the rank of high divine official by her early 20s. She had already mastered the nanobot's shape-shifting ability. Bai Wei stood up, her legs slightly unsteady but able to support her firmly. She felt a surge of excitement internally. She had always envied ordinary people their legs, and now she could finally experience having them herself. Thank you for the power bestowed, Master. How may I serve you? Lin Yuan felt a bit uneasy at her tone. No need to be so formal with me. There's nothing urgent for you to do right now. As far as the Church of Life is concerned, you should be dead. Lay low for now. Bai Wei nodded slightly, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, seemingly self-reproachful for being unable to be of use. Seeing this, Lin Yuan relented. Of course there is a task for you. Without exposing yourself and ensuring your safety, help me collect life cores. Only then did Bai Wei smile, bowing respectfully. Yes, my master. Lin Yuan didn't dwell too much on the issue of her address. While master still sounded a bit odd, it was far better than deity. The latter was too shocking and could easily cause trouble if overheard by others. He could always find a way to change it later. After cleaning up the scene, Lin Yuan and the others quickly departed. Bai Wei was taken by Bai Feiyu to Sister Li's place. Sister Li was indeed a capable woman. No sooner had Ma Chanlong fallen than she seized the opportunity, using the name of the newly promoted Inspector Lin Yuan to consolidate Ma Chanlong's underground territories. She was now the undisputed leader of the West City's underworld, overshadowing all other factions. Lin Yuan hadn't expected to inadvertently become the patron of a criminal empire. However, upon learning of it, he tacitly approved of her using his name. As a consequence, Sister Li was now marked as his asset, obligated to serve him. Sister Li, this is my sister. Don't get any ideas, she's my biological sister, related by blood. Sister Li sized up Bai Wei, feeling a strange sense of familiarity about the woman's demeanor. Despite appearing as meek as a little white rabbit before Lin Yuan, Bai Wei's aura in front of others was as formidable as it had been when she served as the head sister. Even with her altered appearance, she drew significant attention. Miss Bai, have we met somewhere before? Bai Wei replied coolly, I don't believe so. Or perhaps I don't remember. Sister Li felt a headache coming on. This Miss Bai's demeanor suggested she wouldn't be easy to control, but she also knew she had to treat Lin Yuan's people well. Just as she was formulating a response, Bai Wei, reading her thoughts, spoke proactively. Don't worry. My master has instructed me to follow your arrangements for the time being. Sister Li smiled. With that, this matter becomes much simpler. She turned to Bai Feiyu. Don't worry, Master Fei. Please tell Inspector Lin that I will take excellent care of Miss Bai.
She would arrange a safe hiding place for Bai Wei and teach her how to move unseen within the city. Until then Bai Wei was to remain out of sight to avoid stirring up unnecessary trouble. Aside from the unexpected creation of Bai Wei the artificial priestess from the incident a few days ago, Lin Yuan had gained another windfall. During Bai Wei's battle with Yi Weiwen in her fury she slew the kneeling and helpless Pastor Zhang. Moreover, because Yi Weiwen was in a strange state after the battle, he had not taken Pastor Zhang's life core, leaving it behind at the scene. Naturally this life core ended up in Lin Yuan's hands. 2 or 3 more cores. So close. Lin Yuan sat in his office with his legs crossed, idly flipping through the police department's collection of books, though his mind was far from the pages. Just as he was pondering how to acquire these cores without drawing unwanted attention, a knock came at the door. "Come in." Chen Laolu entered with his arm and a cast, reporting with a grimace, "Inspector Lin, there's been another assault linked to banned drugs. This is the 3rd one today." From Bai Wei's conversation with Pastor Zhang that day, Lin Yuan learned that a large quantity of Type 02 revival agent had been delivered to the church before Minsheng Pharmaceuticals was destroyed. The drugs then flowed into the market through their hands. This was tied to some conspiracy orchestrated by the church. Though Lin Yuan was unsure of their ultimate goal, he relayed the information to Li Bai. He also designated the drug as a controlled substance within his jurisdiction, ordering its immediate seizure upon discovery. However, the drug's potent effects had already stirred a massive uproar across the city's streets. Ma Chanlong's death had unleashed a storm in the underworld, with countless gangs fighting tooth and nail over his vacated territory. They were hardly about to abandon such a useful weapon simply because of a police department decree. Consequently, the city had seen a surge in users of the Type 02 revival agent. Each one was like a ticking time bomb, threatening to explode at any moment and posing a grave danger to public safety. Chen Lalio's injury had occurred while apprehending a suspected user. Even with his new-style tactical suit, he was lucky to have escaped with his life. Hearing this, Lin Yuan set aside his thoughts and turned to another matter he had been preparing for. It's time to upgrade the police department's equipment once more. In his long-unused workshop with the system's assistance, Lin Yuan quickly drafted the blueprints. System: design a set of powered exoskeleton armor. Use electric drive, keep the technology as low as possible, and make sure it can be produced using local industrial systems. As nanomachines consumed the materials, a simple silver-gray semi-covered powered exoskeleton slowly took shape. This time Lin Yuan had learned his lesson. The exoskeleton's power source wasn't divine breath or an energy furnace, but an electric drive system with a battery capable of sustaining 30 minutes of combat. Its design was devoid of any considerations for portability, camouflage, or other functions. The only principles were 2 keywords: simplicity and practicality. The entire exoskeleton consisted of a robust metal support frame and sturdy protective plating. The only complex parts were the joint mechanisms and the circuit integration that controlled its movement. In short, everything that could be simplified was simplified. Wherever low-tier technology sufficed, it was used instead of superior alternatives. The reason for this design was that Lin Yuan needed to mass-produce these suits to equip the entire police department. Such a massive demand was impossible for him to fulfill alone. He required the vast industrial capacity of Iron City. Indeed, Lin Yuan planned to adopt a modern supply chain system of subcontracted components, centralized assembly. He would only manufacture the more complex components himself, such as the circuit assemblies, while outsourcing the simpler mechanical parts to various local factories. These factories would each produce their parts, which would then be shipped to a central assembly plant for final assembly and testing. This approach would not only dramatically increase production efficiency but also provide a plausible explanation for the sudden appearance of this equipment. That afternoon, Lin Yuan, in his capacity as the Western District Inspector, summoned the heads of Iron City's major factories. "Boss Su, what brings you here? Isn't your factory in the business of making industrial cranes?" Boss Su looked at the man who greeted him and responded enthusiastically, "Well, the police department is putting out a tender. I thought I'd come and see what the fuss is about. Boss Hu, I recall you manufacture civilian automobiles, right? Did you get an invitation too?" "Yes, and I even saw Boss Yu over there, the one who makes toasters." "What on earth is the police department planning? They've made such a big deal out of this. Half of the metalworking factories in all of Iron City are here." The police department's main hall had been temporarily converted into a bidding venue. Rows of folding chairs were set up below the stage, and on the stage a massive machine over 2 meters tall sat shrouded under a white cloth. Boss Su and Boss Hu, old acquaintances whose businesses didn't compete, found seats together and began chatting in hushed tones. "Boss Su, that machine doesn't look like the usual work we take on. I bet it's some newfangled contraption." Boss Hu nodded. His civilian cars sold not only in Iron City but also in neighboring cities, and his business acumen gave him a broader perspective. He explained, "I've heard this new Inspector Lin is a cleric of the Machine Church. Don't those Machine Church folks always look down on our rough industrial products? They always preach about hands-on craftsmanship being the only way to grasp the knowledge imparted by the machine god and despise our assembly lines. It's truly bizarre that he's opening this up for public tender. In truth, boss, who had mainly attended out of respect for the inspector title, he hadn't expected to secure any orders. Still, seeing the crowd and the massive cloth-covered machine piqued his curiosity. Boss, who didn't have to wait long. About 15 minutes later, right on time as indicated on the invitation, Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage and pulled away the cloth, revealing the robust exoskeleton armor beneath. Is that a steam puppet from the machine church? Not quite. Don't you see the empty space in the middle shaped like a person? It looks like it's meant to be controlled by someone. But aren't machine church items always handcrafted by the machine priests themselves? Why would they open it up for tender? Murmurs spread through the crowd. Lin Yuan smiled and gave his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I've gathered you here today to collectively address the increasingly severe security challenges facing our Iron City. As you all know, our city has recently suffered multiple disasters: the Life Church's divine slaughter edict, the deity descent incident at the Su family's old estate, and the recent events involving Minqing Pharmaceuticals. After a lengthy speech, Lin Yuan gestured toward the rugged exoskeleton armor behind him, finally getting to the point. This is the Type 01 law enforcement exoskeleton armor, which I personally designed and built. Given the need for mass production, I am hereby opening a public tender. I hope to leverage your industrial assembly lines to achieve efficient large-scale production. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience below. After a long pause, a factory representative timidly raised his hand. Inspector Lin, this masterpiece is evidently extremely complex. Are we truly capable of manufacturing it? His words were tinged with bitterness, yet they were an undeniable truth. Although most industrial products on the market were manufactured by factories like theirs, the technological content of those items was generally not high. True cutting-edge products were mainly handcrafted by the mechanical church, a task certainly beyond the technical level of regular factories. Lin Yuan, however, offered a faint smile. Indeed, 1 or 2 factories alone could never accomplish this. But what if I choose to subcontract? Simply put, I will tender out the production of each individual component. As long as you meet my required technical specifications, you can win the bid. We may not be able to handle the entire assembly, but who doesn't have a specialty or two? Who can't take on the production of a single part? At these words, the eyes of the audience below lit up instantly. As everyone knew, the steam puppets produced by the mechanical church were highly sought after in the market. Not only did municipal governments regularly purchase them, but the business owners themselves also had security needs. Unable to afford divine clergy, they would settle for purchasing steam puppets with their clearly marked prices. Thus the market demand for this product was immense, and the mechanical church's pitiful handcrafting capacity was nowhere near sufficient to meet it. It was easy to imagine the enormous profit margins if this Type 01 exoskeleton could achieve even half or a third of the steam puppet's performance parameters. Immediately following that, Lin Yuan's next statement made them even more excited. I will establish a company to handle the final assembly and sales of this armor. The first step is to equip the entire police department. The second step is to sell it directly to the public market. The future prospects are vast, and I hope everyone will actively bid and create the future together. This time the crowd below truly erupted. However, some more cautious individuals still harbored doubts. Inspector Lin, what are the performance metrics for this exoskeleton armor? With so many manufacturers involved in production, won't its performance be compromised? Lin Yuan explained. Rest assured, everyone. I will establish unified standards to regulate the tolerances between parts. Only those who meet the standards can become our long-term suppliers. With that, Lin Yuan paused. It was time to reveal his true intentions. He raised a hand to signal for silence, then continued. Furthermore, to ensure the quality of every component, each successful bidder will be required to pay a deposit serving as a guarantee for the product's quality. Should any supplied component fail to meet standards, the deposit will be withheld as compensation. Nominally, the deposit system was an effective way to bind suppliers and ensure product quality. But Lin Yuan's true objective was to get something for nothing. By having these suppliers provide parts and fund the construction of his assembly plant, Lin Yuan could acquire a factory without spending a single cent. Given the scale of such a project, it was impossible for the police force to manage the coordination and assembly. So Lin Yuan genuinely planned to start his own company, using the collected deposits and parts to produce exoskeletons on one hand and selling them to the police department on the other. It was a surefire, risk-free profit. Some sharp minds in the audience saw through the scheme, but driven by self-interest, they had no choice but to accept it. The profit margins in this venture were simply too staggering to walk away from. Seeing that the crowd had accepted his proposal, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. As for the combat capability of this exoskeleton, a demonstration will now be conducted.
To ensure fairness, Lin Yuan randomly invited a young factory engineer onto the stage. After spending over 10 minutes giving a brief explanation of the controls, he donned the exoskeleton armor. What followed was a series of tests involving running, jumping and weightlifting. The results were impressive. Although there was a slight lack of flexibility, the sheer strength it displayed had already reached the level of the finest steam puppets on the market. Moreover, unlike steam puppets, the exoskeleton was human-controlled, making it far more intelligent than its counterpart. It could provide early warnings of danger and make more flexible decisions in combat. Each had its own merits. If I could secure a bid for even one or two components, wouldn't I be set for life? After witnessing the demonstration, there was hardly a factory representative present who wasn't tempted. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd, his tone resolute. Everyone, this is a win-win opportunity. I hope you will seize it. The bidding now begins. The first component is the main drive shaft. Its specifications are, and the parameter requirements are. One by one the components were quickly contracted out to the factory representatives present. For some of the simpler parts, factories competed fiercely, driving the prices down dramatically. Even items Lin Yuan had expected to fail, such as the joint transmission mechanisms, were subcontracted, which came as a pleasant surprise to him. He even found two suitable suppliers for the batteries. Although they couldn't be used directly, they could provide the precursor materials. With a little modification on Lin Yuan's part, they could be transformed into basic power cells. In the end, except for the central control unit, all other components were successfully subcontracted without a single failure. It seems the industrial foundation of Iron City is far more robust than I had imagined. Lin Yuan subsequently established an assembly company and with a touch of dark humor named it Lockheed Martin. With an influx of substantial deposits, the factory buildings and the necessary assembly equipment were acquired in just 2 days thanks to the massive financial backing. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan personally trained the first batch of assembly workers, who then went on to teach the assembly techniques to apprentices. 5 days later the parts arrived one after another. On the 6th day the assembly plant officially commenced production. Li Bai also visited the site that day. Standing alongside Lin Yuan in the observation room above the factory floor, he watched the workers toiling below with great enthusiasm. Though his eyes were filled with anticipation, he voiced his concern: is this really reliable? The mechanical church's puppets are meticulously crafted by master artisans. You, on the other hand, are creating a hodgepodge from various sources. What if it can't even stand up in the end? Would that not be a huge embarrassment? Lin Yuan patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, relax. I personally inspected this first batch of components. Both the technical parameters and product specifications meet the standards. There won't be any problems. Li Bai took 2 heavy drags from his cigarette. I certainly hope what you say is true. Let me tell you, I'm under immense pressure over this. Many people on the council are criticizing you, claiming this is a veiled form of bribery. If the exoskeletons we produce fail to meet the standards of the one you built yourself, I'll be in serious trouble too. Li Bai alone couldn't have shouldered such a monumental undertaking. What ultimately convinced the council was the sheer brilliance of Lin Yuan's prototype. If it could truly be mass-produced, it would reshape the entire landscape of Iron City. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. Later that day the first batch of exoskeleton armor successfully completed final assembly, 10 units in total, designated ZA-01 TCJT-0001 through ZA-01 TCJT-0010. The first string was the model number, the second was the abbreviation for Iron City Police Department, and the final 4 digits were the individual machine's serial number. Under the direct supervision of Lin Yuan and Li Bai, each exoskeleton underwent rigorous testing and ultimately all met the acceptance criteria. We've done it. We've actually done it. Brother Lin, you're truly on the verge of changing the world. Li Bai jumped for joy, laughing like a 40-year-old child, even more excited than Lin Yuan himself. He understood all too well what this meant. Although wearing these exoskeletons couldn't match the paladins, they were definitely superior to the Church of the Divine's Inquisition. The Iron City Police Department would gain unprecedented power. Lin Yuan, observing Li Bai's astonishment, remarked, stay calm, this is just the beginning. The Type 01 is merely a transitional product, its performance will be enhanced in the future. Constrained by the era's technological limitations, the Type 01 had numerous issues. For instance, the power cells based on this world's batteries but crudely modified by Lin Yuan could only support the exoskeleton for half an hour. The standby time was too short, requiring vehicle transport for deployment outside of combat. Additionally, the suits were cumbersome and had a series of other problems. Lin Yuan planned to address these issues later by establishing his own factories, gradually phasing out the current suppliers and replacing them with his own technology. Eventually, Lin Yuan intended to build a true mechanical army. The first batch of 10 exoskeletons was quickly delivered to the police department with 6 distributed to other districts and headquarters for evaluation. The remaining 4 were first equipped for the Western District Police Department under Lin Yuan's command. As evening fell on a dimly lit street, a man wrapped in a coat, his wide brim hiding most of his face, made his way down the shadowy path. After glancing around to ensure he wasn't followed, the man slipped into a narrow alley. Reaching the depths of the alley, he knocked lightly on a nearby garbage chute. "Who is it?" A low voice came from within the chute. "It's me, brother Long Ajia. Is there any supply today?" The man in the trench coat Ajia replied. He tilted his head back slightly, revealing the lower half of his face from under the cap. Faint fish scale-like patterns were visible on his skin and copious mucus dripped from his nose. His eyes, hidden in the darkness, glimmered faintly, revealing both longing and anxiety. The man on the other end of the chute sneered. "Ajia, in your condition you still want the goods. You've seen the police department's notice, right? Overdosing on this stuff can kill you." His words seemed like a kind warning, but who once addicted truly cared about life or death? As long as they could get the drug, they would do anything. His real intention was merely to emphasize the drug's scarcity, making it easier to propose his subsequent conditions. True to form, Ajia pleaded urgently, "Brother Lon, I can't hold on any longer. Please give me a little more. I'll do anything you ask." A smile curled at the corner of De Long's mouth on the other side of the chute. This was exactly what he was waiting for. "Ah. All right. Don't say I don't look out for you. Our Viper gang is at war with Ironhead's crew. You help me clear out the Firebird bar on Willow Street and I'll give you 1 unit of the drug." A flicker of hesitation passed through Ajia's eyes. "That's their stronghold. I'm alone." De Long laughed coldly, cutting off his hesitation. "Ajia, you know how hard it is to get this drug right now. If you don't want to do it, then leave. There are plenty of others waiting. Don't waste my time." No. Ajia thought it over, then gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll do it. But you have to give me the drug first. I'm feeling terrible. I'm losing my strength." A response came from the garbage chute deal. With a few clinks, a syringe wrapped in old clothes rolled out. Then there was complete silence from within. When the revival agent first hit the underground world, it was treasured by major criminal organizations, reserved exclusively for their most trusted lieutenants. However, prompted by the police department's warnings, people soon began to discover its drawbacks. The drug not only ravaged the body but also caused severe addiction. Even with long-term use, there was a chance the user would completely transform into a monster. Suddenly, the gangs no longer dared to use it on their trusted men, but they were reluctant to abandon such a valuable resource. So the gang leaders changed their strategy. They began administering the drug to low-level thugs and peripheral members, using its addictive nature to control them, turning them into obedient, disposable tools. With trembling hands, Ajia picked up the syringe and jabbed it into his arm without hesitation. As the liquid was slowly injected into his veins, he let out a low groan, his body shuddering involuntarily. The drug quickly spread through his system. The dark patterns on his skin vanished, the mucus stopped, and the gleam in his eyes turned fanatical and fierce. Without delay, Ajia strode swiftly towards Willow Street. At the entrance of the Firebird bar, 3 black sedans pulled up slowly. 7 or 8 bodyguards in black suits quickly emerged from the front and rear cars, scanning their surroundings vigilantly. Confirming no danger, they bowed slightly towards the middle sedan. The door of the middle car slowly opened and a middle-aged man in a dark blue trench coat stepped out. His expression was stern, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. At that moment, members of the Ironhead gang from inside the bar came out to greet him. A leader followed by a crowd of underlings bowed and said in unison, "Boss Ironhead." Ironhead waved his hand, signaling them to relax. "How's business been lately?" The members looked up and the leader smiled wryly as he approached, replying, "Boss, the gangs have been causing trouble lately. Business at the gambling dens and brothels is terrible, and we can't collect protection fees. Those fence-sitters are probably waiting to see who wins between us and the Viper gang before pledging their allegiance. After all, they weren't fools. If they paid their insurance too early and the Ironhead gang collapsed, wouldn't they have to pay the new gang again?" Ironhead chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, I've made arrangements. The core members of the Viper gang won't survive the night. Have the brothers get ready to move in and take over their territory." The latter's face lit up upon hearing this. "Boss, you mean?" Without a doubt, Ironhead must have arranged for revival agent users to take them out. Ironhead smiled faintly. "You get the idea, no need to say it out loud. We still have to show some respect to the newly appointed Inspector Lin." Taitu exchanged a few words with his trusted subordinates outside the bar before turning to enter, ready to discuss the details of taking over the new territory. They had barely taken 2 steps when a bodyguard behind them shouted at someone, "Halt. We're expecting an important guest here. Don't move or we'll open fire." Taitu turned around and caught sight of a pair of gleaming eyes fixed on him, a telltale sign of a revival serum user. The owner of those eyes was none other than Ajay, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he suddenly accelerated, charging straight toward them. Without hesitation, the bodyguards pulled their triggers and the air erupted with gunfire. "Protect the boss," one of Tayatu's confidants shouted, stepping in front of him. The surrounding underlings snapped into action as well, drawing their weapons and surging forward, eager to prove their worth before their leader. Little did they know their well-intentioned rush would only make things worse. On the otherwise empty street, the bodyguards' gunfire left Ajay with nowhere to hide, but the underlings armed with cold steel blocked their line of sight, instead inadvertently handing Ajay the opening he needed. Seeing this, Taitu cursed inwardly but knew this was no time to scold his men. He swiftly ordered the bodyguards to readjust their fire while retreating step by step. Ajay moved with fluid agility, using the underlings as cover to close in on Taitu rapidly. Even the stray bullets that struck him failed to inflict serious damage. As Ajay drew nearer, Tayatu's heart tightened. He snatched a grenade from a nearby bodyguard's pocket, pulled the pin and shoved it into the arms of his trusted subordinate. "Go hold him off, I'll take care of your family." The subordinate froze in shock but quickly recovered, gritting his teeth and lunging at Ajay. "I'll take you down with me," he roared, clutching the grenade and wrapping his arms around Ajay. A thunderous blast erupted, and amidst the smoke Ajay's figure was hurled through the air by the shockwave. Taitu himself was knocked to the ground and only slowly rose to his feet after a long moment. Wiping the blood from his face, he scanned his surroundings with a cold, piercing gaze, wary of any further attacks, but no other figures appeared. He silently thanked his own decisiveness. Had he hesitated, he might have fallen to a mere nobody injected with the revival serum. "Boss, are you all right?" His second-in-command, wasting no time on grief for his fallen comrade, rushed to support Taitu, his eyes brimming with concern and loyalty. He knew his chance at promotion hinged on this very moment. Taitu waved a hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Go check the attacker's body, make sure he's dead." The subordinate acknowledged the order and with a few men cautiously approached the epicenter of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, a charred, unrecognizable figure on the ground twitched slightly. The second-in-command pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the armed underlings beside him followed suit, firing at the body. Bang! 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 They kept firing until the figure lay completely still. The second-in-command opened the chamber to reload as he glanced back, saying, "Boss, rest assured this one's dead." But before the final word left his lips, a pitch-black hand pierced through his chest, seized his still-throbbing heart and crushed it with a sickening pop. The second-in-command was dead on the spot. In the distance, Tayatu's pupils contracted sharply. "Damn, he's mutating. Run!" But by the time they realized it, it was far too late. As the men scattered in panic, Ajay gave chase with terrifying speed, his hands morphing into claws that swung relentlessly, reaping lives one after another. Some refused to die without a fight, turning back to fire their pistols, yet the bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the monster's body, having no effect whatsoever. Left with no other choice, they rejoined the desperate flight. And so Taitu led a ragtag mob of underlings sprinting down Willow Street. Thanks to the formidable physique he'd honed before rising to power, Taitu stayed at the front of the pack, but he was suffering in silence. Years of indulgence in wine and women had taken their toll. Despite maintaining intense training, his stamina was nowhere near its former peak. All that kept him going now was sheer survival instinct. "I can't die here. I absolutely cannot die here." Yet the footsteps behind him grew fewer and the screams drew ever closer. He knew the monster was closing in. Taitu dared not look back, terrified that he might be the next to fall. Just as despair began to set in, he spotted a glimmer of hope. A patrol squad from the police headquarters appeared up ahead. "Keep going. If I can just reach them, their equipment should at least slow that monster down." In Tayatu's eyes, even the police patrol stood no chance against the rampaging creature behind him. At best, they'd buy him a few more precious seconds. A fully mutated drug user like this could only be subdued by a priest or a holy practitioner. "Help! I'm the head of the Taitu gang. Save me and you'll be handsomely rewarded." But to his surprise, the patrol squad didn't rush to his aid or form a firing line as they normally would. Instead, two officers in investigator uniforms climbed into the rear compartment of a truck shrouded in black cloth while the others worked to pull away the tarp. "What are they doing?" Puzzled Taitu heard one officer, his arm in a cast, shout, "Quick, we've got a fully mutated drug user. Perfect chance to test the Type 01 exoskeleton armor in real combat. Shall we get the camera ready and record all the combat data?" Type 01 exoskeleton. Combat data. Taitu had no idea what they were talking about. Just as he was about to offer a hefty reward, a fierce gust of wind howled toward the back of his head. The last image in Tayatu's mind was the tarp being thrown aside, revealing two post-apocalyptic style mechs, and then his head exploded into a mist of blood. Chen Laolu watched as the last gang member fell, leaving behind a trail of bodies stretching down the street. The monster was now less than 100 meters away.
Losing its target, it paused briefly, then in the next instant charged straight at the police patrol squad.
Chen Laolu urged the two officers donning the armor stop gawking and hurry up. If my arm weren't still healing, this golden opportunity wouldn't even be yours. Everyone else, listen up. Hold your fire and keep your distance, let the exoskeleton take point.
Xiao Wu adjust the lens and make sure you capture every single detail. Just as the monster closed to within 50 meters, the Type 01 exoskeleton Unit 0001 finally sprang into action. Bracing a hand on the roof of the cockpit, the pilot vaulted out with fluid grace and landed solidly on the ground. The truck, however, bore the brunt of it. The roof caved in a large dent, the windshield shattered under the pressure, and the vehicle rocked violently. Chen Laolu immediately turned to the officer beside him and ordered, "Make a note, the transport vehicle needs reinforcement." As the creature drew closer, the exoskeleton armor designated 0001 swiftly adjusted its stance.
Its right arm extended downward and the alloy shield mounted on its back slid along the rail behind its elbow, locking into place over the forearm.
With a definitive click, the shield locked securely, its cold metallic gleam reflecting the harsh glare of the headlights. Unit 0001 took heavy, deliberate strides, charging head-on toward the monster, intent on meeting its onslaught directly. The beast howled and lunged, its claws rending the air and carrying a foul, bloody wind. Unflinching, Unit 0001 thrust its shield forward, absorbing the lethal blow with an unyielding stance.
The impact was deafening.
Deep gouges were carved into the shield, but it held firm. The monster, however, was repelled, stumbling back several steps with a flicker of shock in its eyes.
"Hell yeah, that was awesome."
Requesting permission to use the chainsword, the operator shouted with excitement, oblivious to the blood seeping from the gash on his forehead.
Chen Laolu pressed the intercom. "Approved for test weapon 013.
Mind the limits and fall back if it gets dangerous." The operator swiftly drew the massive sword from behind the armor.
Its cumbersome weight made a one-armed overhead swing impossible, so he swung it in a wide shoulder-level arc from the side.
The specially crafted chainsaw along the blade whirred to life, its dual rows of teeth rotating back and forth, forming a series of interlocking vicious cutting edges that promised devastating destructive power. The greatsword cleaved toward the monster's waist with a piercing whistle. The mindless beast, still fixated on tearing at the shield on Unit 0001's left arm, showed no intention of dodging.
The blade sank deep into the monster's midsection.
The chainsaw spun furiously, spraying flesh and blood. The creature let out a harrowing screech, writhing in agony.
After a mere second's hesitation, the greatsword carved the monster clean in two.
As the corpse hit the ground, Unit 0001 took a swift half-step back and requested over the intercom, requesting use of the shield gun.
Approved.
Unit 0001 extended its left arm, the shield lowering to press the top edge firmly against the monster's severed head.
The next instant, a flash of fire and a thunderous gunshot.
Two arm-thick shell casings ejected from the rear of the shield as the monster's head was obliterated into a fine mist.
The monster was finally dead.
It was only then that Unit 0002 jumped down from its transport, witnessing the scene with chagrin.
0001. Could you maybe go a little easier next time? Leave a little something for me.
The operator of Unit 0001, while inspecting the damage to his equipment, offered an apologetic grin.
Sorry, brother. I'll be more careful next time. Got a bit carried away.
Unit 0002's operator shook his head with a resigned sigh, patting him on the shoulder.
You said it. Next time it's my turn.
Lin Yuan's Type 01 exoskeleton was originally designed to counter the Life Church's Inquisition Corps. However, during practical development, considerations of cost and time led to the final design, a large-scale exoskeleton armor with combat capabilities surpassing the Inquisition Corps. The design philosophy was to drastically enhance individual soldier capabilities, thereby reducing the number of personnel required in the field. In terms of raw combat power, the current Type 01 exoskeleton could take on 3 Inquisition soldiers at once. With a skilled operator, it might even handle 4.
But it had a critical weakness: it was vulnerable to highly intelligent, agile enemies. Against such opponents, the Type 01's reaction speed and bulky frame became a significant liability.
Therefore, Lin Yuan's tactical doctrine involved deploying a squad of 4 Type 01 exoskeletons supported by 20 steel helmet police, forming a balanced defense combined unit to cover each other's weaknesses. The next day, a hastily edited test video reached the hands of the city council members. Seeing the Type 01 armor moving like a god of slaughter on screen, the council members erupted in exclamations of awe and disbelief.
We must procure this equipment in large quantities. I propose an increased order. I second that.
Not just for the police, but we should also equip the council's own security detail. That very afternoon, the city council convened an emergency session and in less than 15 minutes unanimously approved the budget for procurement of Type 01 armor, even increasing the allocated funds. Their only stipulation was to rapidly expand production capacity to ensure swift deployment to all police departments and council security forces.
Brother Lin, you've really hit the jackpot now.
Those council bigwigs basically said, shut up and take my money.
Li Bai burst into Lin Yuan's office, his face beaming with delight. It's fantastic. First time I've seen those old men part with their money so willingly.
Lin Yuan teased lightly, don't smile so white people might think you're getting a kickback.
Li Bai protested, and shouldn't I? I've been running around for you working tirelessly. Surely I deserve some credit.
Lin Yuan saw right through him and chuckled, shaking his head.
Alright. I'll allocate an extra 10 units to your district, how about that?
Li Bai rubbed his hands together.
Brother Lin, I helped you establish a foothold in the West District.
You have no idea how dire the situation is in my East District. Lin Yuan cut him off. The procurement plan calls for an initial delivery of 50 units to each district's police department.
I can spare an additional 20 for you, but that's the absolute limit.
Our production capacity just can't keep up.
Li Bai's eyes lit up. Alright, it's a deal then.
He settled happily into the chair opposite Lin Yuan and lit a cigar. Brother Lin, you have no idea how big this is. Today the municipal government sent a formal document to the provincial capital specifically about your Type 01 exoskeleton armor. I heard they also sent a prototype.
If things go well, you might be receiving orders from the provincial capital before you know it.
Lin Yuan remained nonchalant. We'll deal with the provincial capital later.
It'll take nearly half a year just to fulfill the municipal orders. Let's focus on arming the police force first.
I have a hunch that whatever the Life Church is planning, it's going to be significant.
Li Bai's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Yeah.
I wonder what they hope to achieve by distributing these revival agents everywhere. What possible benefit is there for them in causing so much death and suffering among innocent people? Over in my district we're dealing with incidents of people losing control due to the drugs every single day.
The entire police force is stretched thin. Lin Yuan shook his head. It's the same here. Last night 2 rival gangs sent drugged-up enforcers to attack each other's leaders. Both bosses ended up dead and a third party swooped in to take the spoils.
Lin Yuan guessed that the underworld bosses were probably regretting their use of these agents by now. But there was no turning back. Every faction in the underground was now using the drug. Those who refrained would only be left defenseless and waiting for their doom. As for the Life Church's ultimate plan, Lin Yuan couldn't guess it yet, but that wouldn't stop him from disrupting it. Based on the size of the warehouse where the drugs leaked, the revival agents currently on the streets are less than 1/10 of what they've distributed. In other words, there's a massive stockpile still held by their distributors.
Our top priority is to find these people and destroy their supply. Li Bai nodded in agreement.
To have secretly delivered such a huge quantity of contraband to all the major powers implies a very sophisticated distributor.
I've got some preliminary leads on my end and I'm following up. I'll let you know the moment I have something concrete. Ever since Ma Chanlong's death, Sister Li's Nightingale gang had rapidly expanded under the shadow of Lin Yuan's name.
They had been on the verge of becoming the undisputed underworld power of the Western District, but the emergence of the revival serum had disrupted the chaotic situation.
Sisterly, other gangs are all using this revival serum. Shouldn't we stock up on some just in case?
If a drugged-up thug comes knocking, I'm afraid our brothers won't be able to hold the line. Sister Li had been quietly sipping her wine at the bar. At these words the highball glass in her hand paused mid-sway. She turned her head and cast a glance at the speaker.
Do you still remember who it was that lifted the Nightingale gang out of the slums? The latter replied it. It was Inspector Lin. But he's never actually shown up to help us. Every other gang is using that forbidden drug, so why can't we?
Under Sister Li's piercing gaze the subordinate's voice dwindled to a whisper until he fell completely silent.
Sister Li said sometimes not showing up is the greatest support. Why do you think we've taken over so much territory yet no one dares to cause us trouble? Listen up, I'll say it again. The ban imposed by Inspector Lin is the supreme rule above all else.
Furthermore, the Nightingale gang is not a gang that relies on drugs for courage.
I will not allow our members to touch that stuff, nor do I want anyone to abandon their dignity and principles for the sake of power.
If it truly comes down to it, even if we have to retreat back to the slums, we will not use this drug.
Is that clear?
Yes, Sister Li. The other subordinates answered in unison. Only the one who had raised the objection earlier opened his mouth as if to say something but hesitated and remained silent. Sister Li was a seasoned veteran of the underworld. She knew the temperaments of her inner circle well and could tell at a glance that the man was hiding something from her.
Ayao, have you been doing something behind my back?
Ayao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and answered nervously, Sister Li, I
was only thinking of the gang. Last night while the Ironhead gang and the Viper gang were busy crippling each other, I secretly contacted some of our brothers and we took over their territory. Ever since the revival serum had appeared, Sisterly had ordered all their operations to pull back to restrain their people and avoid getting entangled in the unnecessary conflict. However, Yao's unauthorized actions gave her a headache. "How dare you disobey my orders?" Sister Li's voice was cold and sharp. Yao lowered his head. "I just thought because of Inspector Lin's ban we couldn't openly buy the revival serum. So I figured we could absorb these two gangs. The drugs they had would naturally become ours. At least it would give our brothers a means to protect their lives in a pinch." Upon hearing this, Sister Li slammed the table and stood up. "Are you telling me you've taken possession of all the drugs from both the Iron Head gang and the Viper gang?" Yao, still oblivious to the magnitude of his folly, kept his head down and said, "Yes, Sister Li. Don't worry. This was my personal action. If Inspector Lin comes to blame anyone, you can hand me over to take the fall. Yao will have no complaints." Sister Li cut him off. You're truly foolish. If only it were that simple. Call all the brothers back. Distribute all the guns from the warehouse. Prepare for battle." Yao was utterly bewildered. "This? Sister Li, what do you mean?" Sister Li sighed. "Do you think it was for no reason that I told you all to pull back after the revival serum appeared? The Nightingale gang now occupied nearly half of the western district. Their dominance was conspicuous, and a tall tree catches the wind. They were naturally a prime target for a united assault. The reason other factions hadn't united against them was firstly out of respect for Lin Yuan. Secondly, Sister Li's proactive withdrawal signaled goodwill. She had no intention of taking over the entire western district. I'll be the top dog, but I don't care who's second. Thirdly, and this was a crucial factor, the Nightingale gang had never used the revival serum, nor had they ever publicly claimed to possess it. This was a deliberate show of weakness, signaling that the Nightingale gang posed no threat to those factions that had the drug. But now Yao's actions had destroyed the latter two pillars. Even with Lin Yuan's backing, the Nightingale gang's low-profile strategy was in tatters. They had not only annexed the territories of two gangs but had also exposed their need for the revival serum. This meant other factions would no longer believe in the Nightingale gang's harmless claims and would very likely see them as their primary threat. After hearing Sister Li's explanation, Yao finally grasped the severity of the situation. He sat there stunned, unsure of what to do. Just then a knock echoed from the bar's sealed front door. Inside, the Nightingale gang members, who were in the middle of checking their firearms, all froze and stared nervously at the entrance. Sister Li took a deep breath and instructed, "Relax. If it were them, they wouldn't be so polite. Open the door and see who it is." Fu walked slowly to the door, his hand reaching for the handle. He carefully pulled it open to find a man cloaked in a black robe standing outside. The cloaked man said in a low voice, "I'm here to discuss a deal." "I'm looking for your boss, Sister Li." Sister Li, seated at the bar, called out in a clear voice, "Let him in." Fu nodded and stepped slightly aside, but kept his hand resting on the holster at his waist, highly vigilant. The cloaked man entered the bar, scanned his surroundings, and then walked straight towards Sister Li. His gait was calm and composed, seemingly indifferent to the tense atmosphere around him. Sister Li sized him up and asked, "Daring to come to me for business at a time like this, may I ask who you are?" The cloaked man smiled faintly. "Sister Li, you are quite forgetful. I came to see you a while back, but you refused me then. I thought now might be a good time to talk again. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am a dealer. The product I sell is the revival serum." A series of clicks and clacks from gun bolts being pulled back filled the air. Yet the cloaked man remained unfazed, still smiling at Sister Li. "Sister Li, I'm sure you understand the Nightingale gang's current predicament better than I do. To break this deadlock, you need the product I have. So what do you say?" "Not interested in a deal." Sister Li said nothing, her eyes fixed intently on the cloaked man. The person behind him, who could peddle contraband all over the city right under the noses of the entire police department, was certainly no ordinary figure. And his visit this time was not simply about selling drugs. This act was in essence undermining Lin Yuan's authority. If Sister Li bought the drugs from him, Lin Yuan's ban would become a joke. After all, if the underground force he himself controlled was involved, who else would listen to him? After a moment of deliberation, Sister Li quickly pieced it all together. She then tilted her head back, drained the cocktail in her glass, and said without hesitation, "Fu, see our guest out." The man in black robes froze, his smile stiffening. He rose to his feet in annoyance, his voice sharp with indignation. "Only don't be obstinate and refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. If you refuse my invitation, the entire Nightingale gang will cease to exist by dawn." In response, Sister Li delivered a resounding slap across his face without a moment's hesitation. Caught completely off guard by her decisiveness, the man in black robes failed to dodge and took the full brunt of the blow. Clutching his stinging cheek, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes before he swiftly reined in his emotions.
Very well. You've brought this upon yourself. With that he slunk away under the watchful gazes of the Nightingale gang members.
As the doors clanged shut, Yao collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud, slapping himself repeatedly across the face with both hands.
Sisterly. This is all my fault. I'll go and set things straight with them.
Yao made to rush out, but a Fu standing by the entrance blocked his path. He tried to say more, but Sister Li's voice cut through. Remember this well, often one's stance is not declared through words but through actions.
Going to them now would be nothing but suicide.
Take your weapon and stand at the front when the fighting breaks out.
Prove your loyalty to me through your deeds, understand? Yes. As everyone scrambled to prepare for the impending battle, no one noticed Bai Wei quietly slipping from the back hall into the main lounge.
She approached Sister Li and asked, "Do you need a hand?" After all, she was once a high-ranking priestess, and despite her diminished power, the commotion in the hall had not escaped her keen senses. Only then did Sister Li remember that Bai Wei was still present. Her offer suggested she had some skill, but Sister Li ultimately shook her head. No need.
Let me have someone escort you out first.
It's going to get chaotic here soon. After all, she was Ling Yuan's associate. If she were to be accidentally injured in the fray, it would be difficult to explain to him later. To her surprise, Bai Wei flatly refused her offer.
I'll head back for now. If things go south, I'll come out and assist.
Sister Li tried to persuade her a few more times, but seeing her unwavering resolve, she eventually relented. Meanwhile, in a furious rage, the man in black robes stormed away from Sister Li's bar. After crossing a street, he was met by a massive gathering of gang members in varied attire.
These were all the underground forces of the West City, excluding the Nightingale gang.
The man in black robes glowered at the leaders before snarling, "Slaughter the entire Nightingale gang. One head for 1 unit of revival serum. As for Foam Li, her head is worth 50 units. Bring her to me alive and I'll make it 100.
The gang members roared their assent, invigorated like men possessed, and began rallying their subordinates. Dazzled by the immense bounty, they momentarily forgot their own grievances. The gang swiftly amassed their forces, converging into a formidable tide that surged towards Sister Li's bar.
The streets in the dead of night were crammed with people. The sheer number of them forced the gang members to roughly overturn roadside stalls just to clear a path and quicken their advance. When they finally reached the entrance of Sister Li's bar, the leading gang bosses were taken aback.
The street opposite was eerily empty, not a single Nightingale gang member in sight. What's going on here?
In typical gang conflicts, both sides would amass their forces for a frontal confrontation. But now the bar stood silent and vacant.
Were they planning to surrender? Bosses, what's the plan? One underling ventured to ask.
One of the leaders pondered briefly before gesturing for his men to go in and scout the situation. His top lieutenant immediately charged into the bar with a few men brimming with aggression.
Suddenly, bang! 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 Moments later, gunshots rang out.
The leader's face darkened instantly.
Damn it! That bitch Foam Li doesn't play by the rules.
In the next instant, the lieutenant, stripped naked and shielding his modesty with his hands, was kicked out of the bar and sent tumbling into the street. The other gang members burst into laughter but quickly stifled their amusement as they remembered they were all on the same side now. A Fu's voice echoed from within, "So many guests at this late hour, our establishment is too small to accommodate everyone. If you wish to patronize us, please come right in.
We won't bother with formalities."
With that, the doors slammed shut once more. The humiliated lieutenant, still clutching his modesty, scurried back to the leaders and reported, "Boss, esteemed bosses. That woman Foam Li has her people set up inside the bar just waiting for us to charge in.
Looks like she's planning to turtle up."
One of the leaders let out a disdainful snort.
"Do we need you to tell us that? We're not blind."
Another leader, who looked surprisingly refined, fell into deep thought for a moment before speaking. "I've always heard that Foam Li has ties with the newly appointed Inspector Lin of our West City district. Seems the rumors hold true. If we force our way in, we'll suffer heavy casualties. But if we hesitate, once the police headquarters gets involved at dawn, finding another chance to wipe out the Nightingale gang won't be easy.
What do you all think?"
The leaders huddled for a brief discussion, and in the end they were unwilling to let this golden opportunity slip away. If they could devour the Nightingale gang tonight, they would not only receive the revival serum promised by the man in black robes, but their territories would also double in size. Such a tempting prize was simply too great to pass up.
"Here's the plan. Each gang sends out 3 drugged fighters. With 7 gangs, that's 21 of them, more than enough to crush the Nightingale gang with overwhelming force."
The leaders swiftly issued their orders, and one by one pale-faced drugged fighters were let out, supported by others. These men had been deprived of the drug for too long and had lost all ability to care for themselves. Some even had yellow stains on their trousers, and a foul stench hung over the scene. The drugged fighters swayed unsteadily as they lined up. When they caught sight of the revival serum held up by the others, a desperate longing flickered in their eyes as if they had glimpsed the hope of life itself. They took the vials with trembling hands, barely able to grip them. "Go in and kill everyone inside. Whoever comes out alive gets another vial." Without a word, the drugged fighters injected the serum into their bodies. Instantly their eyes blazed to life, their muscles swelled, and they seemed to be infused with boundless power. No further orders were needed. They lunged at the bar's entrance like ravenous wolves, their iron fists pounding against the door with a deafening roar until the wooden panels shattered into splinters. Sisterly had chosen the location of her lair with great care. The bar was buried deep underground, constructed with a combination of solid stone and reinforced steel for both the surface and subterranean structures. It was entirely fireproof and blast-resistant. To enter the bar, one had to descend a spiral staircase and then traverse a long straight corridor to reach the very end. The moment the drugged fighters stepped into the corridor, 3 heavy machine guns mounted on the bar counter at the far end erupted in a blaze of gunfire. The fighters were instantly engulfed in a web of lead, their agonizing screams filling the air one after another. The bar hall instantly became shrouded in gunsmoke, and the wall across the corridor was riddled with bullet holes with stone chips flying everywhere. "Don't stop, keep firing." Sisterly directed her men to keep shooting, reloading new ammunition belts as soon as they ran out, sparing no expense on bullets. In the end, all 21 drug-addled individuals met their end, collapsing into pools of blood. The furthest any of them managed to get was the middle of the corridor. A gang member tasked with trailing behind to gather information crouched at the turn of the spiral staircase, cautiously peeking out to survey the scene. He nearly got hit by a bullet and quickly ducked back in fright. Only after the gunfire ceased did he scurry back to the ground floor to report the situation below. The bosses exchanged uneasy glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. It's hopeless sending those deeply addicted ones in. A corridor interwoven with such a web of gunfire can't be crossed with just flesh and blood. We need steel plates at the front to pave the way. However, those whose minds had been destroyed by drugs could only comprehend simple commands. Getting them to charge forward holding iron plates was simply impossible. The only option left was to deploy their death warriors. These individuals were the true treasures of the major gangs, each one a devoted follower utterly loyal to their faction. After much deliberation among the bosses, each gang sent forth 3 more death warriors. Each carried the resolve to die, injecting the revival serum directly into their arteries. "Boss, please take care of my elderly mother back home." One death warrior, suppressing the surging power within him, was the first to hoist a thick steel plate welded with handles and charged towards the bar entrance. The others grabbed various metal shields from the ground and followed close behind. Inside the bar, Sister Lee's eyes turned grave upon seeing the steel plates. "Those bastards are really pulling out all the stops. Looks like we're in for a tough battle today." At the end of the corridor, tongues of fire continued to dance wildly. But this time the death warriors advanced step by step behind their steel plates. The bullets clanged loudly against the metal but caused little real damage. Even though the gunners tried their best to fire through the gaps in the plates, they only managed to take down a few of the death warriors. Just as they were about to break through the line, Sister Lee raised her hand. Over a dozen Nightingale gang members hidden behind the door swiftly pulled out grenades and hurled them. About half of them bounced off the steel plates and rolled to the ground, but the other half were accurately thrown through the gaps and landed right among the death warriors. Explosions rang out one after another, with fire and debris flying everywhere. The death warriors were blasted into pieces, wailing in agony. Many dropped their steel plates only to be mowed down by the machine guns on the bar counter, their severed limbs scattering across the floor. Within moments, half of the 20-plus death warriors were wiped out. But by then the remaining half had already closed in on the bar entrance, leaving no chance for another barrage. Sisterly shouted in a low voice, "Open fire at will." The death warriors carrying steel plates finally managed to storm into the main hall. However, what awaited them was a semicircular encirclement of gunfire around the entrance. Under the crossfire, with no blind spots, half of the remaining warriors fell. Only a few, trampling over their comrades' corpses, stubbornly broke through the line and charged into the crowd. Their objective was crystal clear: the 3 heavy machine guns on the bar counter. If they could dismantle those behind could enter unimpeded. By now, as the remaining death warriors had plunged into the crowd, the heavy machine gun teams fell silent. The moment the few warriors rushed up, the gunners and loaders behind the counter abandoned their weapons without hesitation and scattered towards both sides. At the same time, the wooden backdrop wall behind the bar was violently torn open, revealing a figure over 2 meters tall along with the buzzing chainsword in his hands. It was the Type 01 exoskeleton armor produced by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was not a stingy man. Facing the chaotic underground world, he managed to squeeze out a set of armor from his strained production capacity to support Sister Lee. Of course, to avoid unnecessary complications, the armor's appearance had been modified to look more punk and wasteland style, as if it were a homemade contraption from the gangs themselves.
And piloting this Type 01 armor was a Yao who was eager to prove his loyalty through his performance. Due to the sudden turn of events, the two drugged death warriors at the forefront had no time to break and could only grit their teeth and slam headfirst into the sudden apparition of steel. Die. Yao's gaze was resolute as he swung the chainsword horizontally, sending up a spray of blood mist. Ah! The two death warriors in front were instantly cleaved in half at the waist, their bodies collapsing to the ground, staining the floor with blood. Seeing this, the remaining death warriors quickly dispersed and launched attacks from multiple directions simultaneously. Yao wielded a greatsword in one hand and a shield in the other. With his dual-wielding prowess, he swiftly cut down these remaining warriors. However, the Type 01 exoskeleton was not full coverage armor. The joints and seams between plates had no protection to ensure flexibility. One of the death warriors in his dying breath used all his strength to tear open Yao's left flank with his claws, causing his entrails to spill out. Although Yao gritted his teeth against the searing pain and cut down the last death warrior with a backhanded slash, his own injuries made it difficult to continue operating the armor. Seeing this, Sister Lee wanted to have him replaced and treated. But Yao looked towards the corridor where new figures of drug addicts were already stirring. Yao clenched his jaw and offered Sister Lee an apologetic wry smile. Sorry, Sister Lee. I had planned to serve you for the rest of my life, but it seems I'll have to break my promise sooner than I thought. Sister Lee's eyes reddened. Yao, you get down here now. Yao shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. Sister Lee, there's no time. Donning and doffing the Type 01 exoskeleton was a cumbersome process, taking at least 5 minutes. But at this moment the new drug addicts were already closing in. Yao took a deep breath, pulled a syringe from his waist and plunged it into his neck. His pupils dilated slightly and a surge of wild power erupted through his body. It was the revival serum he had obtained from those two annihilated gangs. The serum quickly spread throughout his body. His wounds immediately stopped bleeding and began to heal at a visible rate. Yao swung his chainsword with even greater ferocity than before. Combining biotechnology with mechanical might, Yao was like a war god incarnate. Wherever his blade pointed, none could stand against him. Drug addicts threw themselves at him one after another. Yao discarded his shield and gripped the sword with both hands, each horizontal slash or upward thrust claiming the life of an addict. One addict tried to slip past him through a gap, but Yao caught his leg and ripped him in half with sheer brute force. Many others attempted to trade their lives for a wound. Under the relentless assault, a large crack was torn in the chestplate of Yao's armor and his body suffered multiple heavy blows, yet he did not waver in the slightest. The new wave of addicts fell one by one. No one could cross the corridor he defended. Even a priest would not be able to pass through here. Even those mindless addicts, after leaving behind dozens of corpses, finally halted their advance, a primal fear evident in their eyes. Yao's wild laughter echoed through the corridor. Ha ha ha. Come on, I'm not done having fun yet. His bloodstained chainsword glinted coldly, but no one dared to approach any longer. While the drug-addled attackers hesitated, paralyzed by fear, Yao stole a glance at the indicator lights inside his helmet. 3 of the 5 green lights had turned red, signaling that his power was already below half. Should be able to hold on for another 10 minutes. Yao estimated silently. He had to use the remaining time to eliminate all these drug-fueled foes, for once time ran out and the Type 01 armor shut down, he would have no strength left to hold them back. With that thought, Yao surged forward, taking the fight to the attackers. His chainsword flashed like lightning, blood splattering as the drug-addled assailants fell one by one. The scent of fresh blood reignited the savage fury within the attackers. They ceased their retreat and howled as they charged at Yao like moths diving into a flame, only to be mercilessly reaped by his blade. Yet this suicidal assault took its toll. Yao's armor was increasingly covered in scratches and pieces of it were beginning to fall off. His body was battered and broken, blood seeping from countless wounds, practically fusing him to the exoskeleton. Yao's breathing grew more ragged. His blade rose once more, and with a final desperate swing every last attacker was brought down. Time seemed to freeze and silence finally reclaimed the corridor. Leaning on his sword, Yao looked towards the stairwell, but no trace of life remained. Above ground, Bai Wei, who had escaped through a secret passage, was also wreaking havoc. She knew all too well that unless she eliminated the gang leaders, the drug-addled fighters would never stop coming. All the gang members were fixated on the battle in the underground passage, never expecting a sudden attack from above. So when Bai Wei struck, the unsuspecting gang bosses were clustered together, and in an instant most of them were slain. She had reverted to her tentacle form, her limbs moving with serpentine agility. In a flash she ensnared the last gang leader attempting to flee, squeezing with brutal force. With his death, the remaining gang members lost all will to fight. They dropped their weapons and knelt begging for mercy. Bai Wei's cold gaze swept over the crowd, quickly spotting a figure trying to sneak away. It was the mysterious merchant who had been selling the revival potion. Sister Lee, I'll leave this place to you. Seeing Sister Lee and her men coming up to secure the scene, Bai Wei called out a brief greeting before silently slipping away in pursuit.
She knew Lin Yuan was searching for these people. If she could follow this lead to their lair, she would surely save her master a great deal of trouble. Sister Li, while directing her men to control the scene, watched Bai Wei's retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. She thought about calling her back, but having witnessed Bai Wei's skill, she knew any attempt would be futile. She could only silently pray for Bai Wei's safety. She beckoned a trusted subordinate and ordered, "Send word to Inspector Lin immediately. Tell him that Miss Bai Wei has gone to follow the mysterious merchant." The subordinate acknowledged and left. Sister Li surveyed her surroundings, confirming everything was under control. After tonight, the underground world of the Western District would undergo a massive upheaval and her Nightingale gang would seize total control, becoming the sole power in the area. Chao Ji ran frantically through the pitch-black alleyways. Unable to see the path, he stumbled repeatedly, scraping his knees and palms until they were raw and bleeding. But he dared not stop, terrified that the killing machine behind him might catch up at any moment. The haughty aura and the unique fighting style had revealed her identity to Chao Ji, the missing head sister of the Church of Life. Chao Ji was filled with terror. Damn it! Weren't they saying she was dead? Why is she suddenly here? And mixed up with a bunch of gangsters. Naturally, the Church of Life would never reveal the truth about Bai Wei to outsiders, nor could they publicly admit that their head sister had betrayed the church and been executed. Such a revelation would be a devastating blow to the church's reputation. So the High Council chose to conceal the truth, merely announcing that the head sister and her entire team had gone missing during a mission to purge heretics. Though Chao Ji didn't know the full story, he sensed something was amiss. All he could do was flee for his life, desperate to distance himself from this mess. Fortunately, the woman didn't seem to consider him a threat worth pursuing. After running 2 blocks without any sign of a tail, Chao Ji finally dared to catch his breath. He leaned against a cold wall, shedding his black robe to reveal a deep blue uniform beneath, with the emblem of the police department proudly embroidered on his chest. In hindsight, Lin Yuan and Li Bai should have realized that distributing such a large quantity of revival potion right under the police department's nose without raising any alarms would have been impossible without help from an insider. However, after Ma Changlong's downfall, the purge of the police department had led them to confidently believe there were no more traitors within, so they never made that connection. Chao Ji took a deep breath, straightened his clothes and headed towards a secret safe house. After several detours, he finally arrived at his destination. It was a newspaper office in the central district, connected to a small printing workshop in the back, currently stacked with piles of unpublished newspapers and discarded printing plates. But beneath this thin veneer of legitimacy lay a massive cache of undistributed revival potion concentrate. "Old Chao, you're back. How did it go? Why the long face? Did something go wrong?" Any police department officer present would have instantly recognized these men. They were all officers from police headquarters, many of them high-ranking officials. But they shared another, more secret identity. They were the loyal cronies of Chief Inspector Fong Si. Chao Ji forced a smile and said in a low voice, "Is the Chief Inspector in?" "I have something important to report. There was an incident today, but I've uncovered a crucial lead that I need to share with him." A group leader from the Central District interjected, "The Chief Inspector is expecting an important guest here today. Though he hasn't arrived yet. You can find him in the meeting room." Chao Ji nodded and headed up to the second floor. Unlike the others present, who were all trusted confidants of the Chief Inspector, he was merely an outer circle operative who rarely had direct contact with the top brass. But this mission had been personally assigned to him by the Chief Inspector, who had specifically named him for the task. Chao Ji firmly believed that his diligent performance had caught the Chief Inspector's eye, and this task was a test of his abilities. Even though he hadn't completed the mission, it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, who could have predicted that the head sister would show up and interfere? Chao Ji reasoned that if he laid out the whole story, the Chief Inspector would understand his predicament and provide new instructions. His heart pounding with anxiety, he pushed open the door to the meeting room. The Chief Inspector was seated at the table, looking at him with a genial expression. "Chao Ji, how did things go? Judging by your expression, did you run into some trouble? The Chief Inspector actually remembers my name. This truly is a test from him." Chao Ji's heart raced with excitement, though he masked it with a bitter expression. "Chief Inspector Fong, I apologize for failing the mission. But there were extenuating circumstances." Chao Ji quickly recounted the day's events, including the unexpected intervention of the head nun. He also emphasized his quick thinking in the critical moment, which, although it meant failing his mission, had allowed him to preserve his own life and bring back this vital piece of intelligence. Chief Inspector Fong's expression remained utterly unchanged as he listened. He gave a faint nod and said, "I have a general understanding of what happened. You may go." There was neither reproach nor praise. Chao Ji's heart tightened, yet he mustered his courage to press further. "Chief Inspector Fong, what should I do next? Are there any other tasks?" Chao Ji held firm to his belief that opportunities must be seized for oneself. If he didn't take this gamble today, he feared he would never break into the chief inspector's inner circle. But even if he gambled and lost, the worst outcome would merely be returning to square one. Unexpectedly, Fong Si suddenly lifted his head and cast a glance at him laden with unspoken meaning. "I said you may. Leave now." A chilling sense of foreboding crept into Chao Ji's heart. Suddenly his ankle was seized as if by an unseen hand. He was yanked downward, losing his balance instantly and crashing heavily to the floor. Chao Ji struggled to rise but found his body completely paralyzed. He tried to cry out for help, but his throat felt as if it were filled with lead and no sound could escape. He looked at Chief Inspector Fong in terror, only to see the man's expression remain as impassive as ever, as if everything were under his control. Despair surged within Chao Ji. Could it be that I was overthinking everything? Did the Chief Inspector choose me not because he recognized my efforts, but because he saw me as a disposable rag to be used and cast aside? Soon Chao Ji's figure was swallowed by the shadows in the corner where the light could not reach. This was the authority that Fong Si wielded, the power of darkness granted by the goddess of night. Fong Si murmured to himself, it seems he finally understood at the last moment. Not entirely hopeless after all. A corrupt cop who routinely took bribes, he had silenced several fellow officers who knew his secrets just to curry favor with Ma Changlong. How could Fong Si ever hold someone like that in regard? He was merely being used for what little utility he possessed. Fong Si closed his eyes and focused his senses, quickly detecting a figure lurking in from the rooftop. So they're here. It's time to begin the plan. From the very moment Bai Wei entered, the fray, Lin Yuan had already sensed it. Thus, before Feng Li's people could even locate him, Lin Yuan had already arrived at the scene. After listening to her account, Lin Yuan instructed, "Go ahead and consolidate the underworld. I'll send you 10 more sets of exoskeleton armor and Bai Wei will stay to assist you. If you encounter a problem she can't solve, come directly to me." Sister Li's heart trembled at his words. In a flash of insight she seemed to grasp his intent and nodded firmly, "I understand." Lin Yuan smiled. Dealing with intelligent people was always convenient. A few words were all it took for them to grasp his meaning. In his conflict against the Church of Life he needed to unite every possible ally. The power he held was never too much. With the police department operating openly and Feng Li's Nightingale gang ruling the underworld, their combined efforts would surely achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of their parts. Though his relationship with Feng Li was one of weak subordination, for now in time as their interests became intertwined these people would inevitably become his followers. Having settled matters here, Lin Yuan immediately headed towards Bai Wei's location, which he sensed. Under the cover of night his figure swiftly moved across the rooftops of buildings. He only slowed his pace as he neared Bai Wei. Drawing closer with caution, he quickly noticed something amiss. The entire area was swarming with inquisitors, their white robes glaringly conspicuous in the darkness. Through his senses he located the small building where Bai Wei was, which was at the very heart of the inquisitors' encirclement. Yet an eerie silence hung over it, as if nothing at all was happening. Relying on the innate subtlety of his power, Lin Yuan moved like a ghost, silently gliding across the rooftops towards the small building. Soon Lin Yuan saw the scene inside the courtyard. The people within seemed unaware of the inquisitorial siege, continuing their tasks in an orderly fashion. Some were gathered in small groups chatting, others were busy packaging vials of the revival potion. Furthermore, Lin Yuan spotted some familiar faces among them, including 2 Divine Inspector team leaders from the police department headquarters and a few trusted officers he had seen around Fong Si. Him. Lin Yuan was startled, but it quickly made sense why the police department could never trace the distribution of the revival potion. Given their positions within the police department, they could easily obtain investigation plans or intercept intelligence. No wonder the revival potion could circulate so secretly. But why? Based on what he had heard of Fong Si's deeds, he didn't seem like the type to be involved in such matters. Could Li Bo also be kept in the dark? Is Fong Si actually a member of the Church of Life? But this theory still didn't explain why the inquisitors had the place surrounded. Lin Yuan realized the situation was far more complex than anticipated. He had to blend in first to see what was truly happening inside. Soon an opportunity presented itself. A police officer packaging the potions stretched lazily and walked towards a corner of the courtyard, seemingly intending to relieve himself. Lin Yuan followed him, and when the man's guard was down he vaulted over the wall silently. Just as the officer unbuttoned his pants, Lin Yuan struck. One hand clamped over the man's mouth, the other delivered a gentle press to the back of his neck. The officer went limp instantly, and Lin Yuan quickly dragged him into a concealed spot. A few dozen seconds later, Lin Yuan, having transformed, appeared in the courtyard with a different face. He surveyed his surroundings, casually walked past the others and entered the building. The interior was dimly lit and Lin Yuan could hear low murmuring voices. Though the conversation was happening on the second floor, the sound reached his ears with clarity. He also sensed Bai Wei concealed on the third floor. This distance was enough for him to establish contact. Bai Wei, stay hidden. Do not reveal yourself under any circumstances. On the third floor, Bai Wei heard Ling Yuan's voice in her mind. Suppressing the excitement within her, she replied, "Yes, master." Yi Wei, when led by an officer, traversed the dim corridor and walked straight into the main meeting room on the second floor. The light here was very faint. Feng Si sat alone in a corner, untouched by the lamplight, his hands steepled under his chin. He appeared to be deep in thought, or perhaps lost in a daze. Yi Wei sat down opposite him in a swaggering manner and said with a smile, "Chief Inspector Feng, it's been a long time. I wonder what business you have with me today." Finding the seat not to his liking, Yi Wei nonchalantly propped his legs up on the table. Feng Si ignored this almost provocative behavior and got straight to the point. "The first batch of the agent has been distributed. What comes next? What should my next move be?" Yi Wei let out a sly chuckle. "Chief Inspector Feng, a man of your intellect must have already guessed our plan. Do you truly require me to spell it out?" Feng Si's eyes narrowed, his voice cold. "Stop beating around the bush. My cooperation with you is born of necessity, not allegiance. I have no interest in your plans, nor do I care to speculate. I will simply follow your orders." With that, Feng Si tore open his shirt. His chest was a ruin of decayed flesh, as if gnawed by a potent corrosive agent. The center was completely hollowed out, allowing a clear view of the fabric behind him. His heart, however, presented a bizarre stitched appearance, as though sewn together with crimson threads, lending an air of profound unease. "I trust you will honor your word. Once this is done, you will remove this thing from me." Meanwhile, within the Iron City Police Headquarters, Li Bai, his face dark as a storm cloud, led his men storming towards the Chief Inspector's office. "You can't go in there. This is the Chief Inspector's office." "What? What do you think you're doing?" With Feng Si's loyal subordinates absent from headquarters, the ordinary clerical officers on night duty were powerless to stop Li Bai and his men. Old Huan, with a single powerful Iron Mountain lean, slammed the office door open. Li Bai stepped over the fallen door panel, walked directly to the desk and began coldly rifling through the documents. He had already uncovered clues linking Feng Si to the distribution of the revival potion. Yet Li Bai could not accept that Feng Si had colluded with the Church of Life. After much deliberation, he concluded there was only one possibility: Feng Si had encountered something during his disappearance that had wrought such a profound change in him. Li Bai vaguely recalled that Feng Si had recently submitted a report to the Council's elder senators which might contain clues about his missing period. Unfortunately, that report was classified as top secret beyond Li Bai's clearance. Hence he resorted to this desperate measure, breaking into Feng Si's office in hopes of finding the original document. Soon Li Bai's gaze locked onto a file. It was a folder titled Report on Disappearance Experience, marked with A-level confidential. This level of clearance was reserved solely for the Chief Inspector or the Council's 11 elder senators. Li Bai's hand trembled slightly. At this moment he cared not for protocol, he had to uncover the truth. Tearing open the seal, Li Bai quickly scanned the document's contents. The first few pages were unremarkable, detailing Feng Si's duty report and his boarding of the return train. However, an accident occurred on the return journey. According to the file, Feng Si was attacked by unknown enemies. The foes were formidable, no one on the train survived except Feng Si. Feng Si fought his opponents bitterly for 3 days. After a life-and-death struggle, he finally collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, he managed to hold out until the Church of Life's rescue team arrived. They not only rescued Feng Si but also took him to a secret location for treatment and rehabilitation. Li Bai understood all too well what this implied. It was clear that the Church of Life had attacked the train and after 3 days of attrition had successfully captured Feng Si alive. As for the file's descriptions of 6 months of treatment and eventual recovery, such words were sufficient to convey the ordeal he must have endured. But how could you? Li Bai clutched the report, his emotions a tangled mess. He could not fathom the torment Feng Si had suffered. Logically, he understood that Feng Si might have had no other choice. Yet emotionally he could not accept the betrayal of his former idol. Gather all available personnel and find the chief. Find Feng Si's trail. Li Bai bit his lip, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. We must stop him before he makes an irreparable mistake. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Wei looked at Feng Si, who had bared his heart with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Chief Inspector Feng, you still dare to make demands of me? It seems the 6 months of treatment weren't thorough enough. Yi Wei sneered. However, since you managed to return alive, it means the Archbishop still holds expectations for you. I shall tell you the plan directly. Feng Si, while adjusting his clothes, said, I'm all ears. Yi Wei, we care little about where or to whom that first 10% of the potion is distributed. Our goal is to sow chaos in Iron City and have it broadcast by the news media. The second batch, the remaining 90%, I want you to distributed into the major water sources of Iron City.
Even though Fong Si had vaguely guessed the church's plan, hearing it spoken aloud was still difficult to accept.
You people are truly insane. Do you realize the consequences?
Iron City is the domain of the Church of Life.
Over 70% of its people are your followers.
Yi Weiwen pulled out a nail clipper tending to his overgrown nails and said indifferently, they are but common rabble. It is their honor to sacrifice for the church's grand design.
Lin Yuan, eavesdropping from the first floor, was startled by this.
He recalled the divine slaughter decree that Yi Weiwen had orchestrated to collect lifeblood.
Wasn't what was unfolding now a similar scheme?
Only this time the scale was far greater.
Vast enough to cover the entire city of Iron City. Fong Si had evidently guessed this too. You intend to use a large-scale mutation event as a pretext to sacrifice this entire city.
Yi Weiwen as expected of Chief Inspector Fong, sharp as ever. So everything that had happened before was merely a farce, or rather a smokescreen they had thrown out.
The revival potion Ma Chanlong, these were but decoys to distract attention. The true purpose was to provide a plausible explanation to the outside world for the impending massacre.
It was precisely for this reason that no matter how Li Bai Lin Yuan or the police department struggled, the Church of Life paid them no heed.
Their game was being played on an entirely different level.
The fate of Iron City had long been regarded as a pawn to be manipulated at will.
Fong Si took a deep breath. You think your plan will succeed? Don't forget, Iron City is not solely the domain of the Church of Life. The other churches won't stand idly by. Yi Weiwen gave a contemptuous smile. Other churches? That's not your concern.
The Bishop of the Church of Light will lead his followers out of the city within a fortnight, and the High Priest of the Church of All Things has already reached a secret agreement with us. As for the other minor churches, those with foresight will make the wise decision.
Those without? Well, someone will be sent to guide them.
For this scheme the Church of Life had already made ample preparations. They had paid a considerable price to secure the evacuation of the Church of Light and the cooperation of the Church of All Things.
Consequently, Yi Weiwen could not afford any mistakes in the plan.
Now only one unstable factor remained that could significantly impact their scheme, and that was precisely why Yi Weiwen had chosen to appear here in person.
Well then, Chief Inspector Fong. You've managed to pry out enough information. Tell me, how do you intend to resist us? Fong Si, upon hearing this, did not refute it.
Instead he countered, how did you see through me? Yi Weiwen sneered coldly, your little act might fool others but deceive me.
Absolutely impossible. I've long since investigated your identity.
This sudden appearance of a genius divine practitioner, you're nothing more than a remnant of the Su family.
Am I right, Su Si? Hearing the term Su family remnant, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the deity summoning incident at the Su family's old residence.
After resolving that incident, Lin Yuan had looked into the archives regarding this Su family. Back then the sudden overnight disappearance of the Su family's main branch was because they had worshipped a local evil god not recognized by the church.
Ultimately they succumbed to temptation and the entire family was consumed by darkness during a malevolent ritual.
After that incident, the worship of that evil god within the city was eradicated at its roots and all related materials were thoroughly destroyed. It was at that time that the Church of Life established its absolute control over the faith of Iron City.
Su Si's eyes sharpened.
His deeply hidden identity was exposed, yet his mind remained exceptionally calm.
So I too am a part of your plan. I pretended to be under your control to uncover your scheme.
And you turned it against me, using this opportunity to pin this black mark on me. Su Si's trusted followers, in truth the remnants of that former evil god, were all present at the scene. And here there happened to be a large quantity of revival agents. If this matter were exposed, no matter how it was calculated, it would fall squarely on his head.
Yi Weiwen grinned. Exactly right. Your existence is the most perfect piece of our plan.
Whether Su Si's cooperation with the Church of Life was genuine or feigned, he would die here tonight, becoming the perfect scapegoat for their plan. As Yi Weiwen's words faded, the divine tendrils attached to Su Si's heart suddenly constricted, violently intent on strangling his heart completely. Yet at the same moment Su Si merged into the darkness behind him, leaving only a riddled, perforated heart on the scene. When he reappeared from the shadows, the gaping hole in his chest was slowly being filled by shadow. A cold light flashed in his eyes. There is one critical flaw in your plan. You underestimated me. Su Si was no divine practitioner but a priest of the goddess of night. In Iron City he possessed the absolute power to command the darkness. As his words fell, the entire building was engulfed in darkness. Within the gloom everything around began to fade away, and a massive hand formed of shadows suddenly lunged toward Yi Weiwen. Yi Weiwen's expression changed drastically. Struggling to break free was futile. The shadowy hand locked tightly around his throat. His eyes widened in terror as he felt his life force rapidly ebbing away. From the darkness Su Si's voice was as biting as ice. You thought you controlled everything. How laughable.
Show me any trump cards you have left or you won't get another chance. Simultaneously with the upheaval inside, the Inquisition forces outside detected the anomaly. They quickly surrounded the area, engaging in fierce combat with Su Si's trusted followers within the courtyard. This was a war between life and night. The Inquisition soldiers were tenacious like unyielding tanks, while Su Si's followers were assassins lurking in the dark, gliding through the night in shadows, reaping lives like phantoms. A priest of the goddess of night silently appeared, a dagger formed of shadow in hand, precisely thrusting into the back of a certain Church of Life priest. The struck priest's body suddenly convulsed and burst into a mass of fleshy tumors. From the tumor, countless tentacles surged outward, attempting to entangle the assassin. But the assassin vanished as if into thin air, disappearing without a trace in the darkness. The tentacles grasped at nothing, instead causing considerable chaos among the surrounding Inquisition soldiers. When he reappeared, he slashed the throat of another Church of Life priest with a single stroke. Iron City was the birthplace of the goddess of night. This was their home turf. In contrast, the people of the Church of Life seemed to be stuck in a mire, every step arduous and difficult. In the darkness, Su Si's followers moved with ease, each strike precise and lethal. Though the Inquisition forces were numerous under the cover of night, their numbers were steadily dwindling. Even though these soldiers were fearless of death, it did nothing to change the current situation. Deacon Fan. Save. Save me. In the darkness, Yue Wen shouted with all his remaining strength. The next moment, a figure draped in an Inquisition robe somewhere on the periphery let out a soft sigh. Must I really resort to this? Well, as long as Su Si is dealt with, there will be nothing left in Iron City that can threaten us. The skin on the hand of Deacon Fan draped in the Inquisition robe split open, and something resembling both a branch and a tentacle slowly emerged from beneath the skin. The moment it appeared, a powerful aura descended like a deity's arrival, instantly enveloping the entire Iron City. The surrounding darkness seemed to revere this majestic presence, quietly receding. This was a branch of the divine tree of life, and what it represented was the power of the goddess of life. At Deacon Fan's feet, the roots of the divine tree rapidly spread outward along his legs. The roots moved with the flexibility of tentacles, and wherever they passed, followers of the goddess of night had nowhere to hide, all being bound in place. These people were either stabbed into pincushions by the surrounding Inquisition soldiers or hacked to death by random blades, utterly defenseless. What a familiar scene. The Su family's old mansion had been destroyed in just such a manner back then. A trace of sorrow flashed through Su Si's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by cold ruthlessness. Everything that happened tonight, do you understand now? Su Si appeared beside Lin Yuan at some point. Lin Yuan's gaze was complex as he nodded. When darkness had enveloped the entire building, Lin Yuan had understood Su Si's intention. At first he wanted to step forward and help, but the power of darkness had constantly shrouded him, preventing him from acting. You deliberately lured me here just to use Yi Weiwen's mouth to tell me all this. But couldn't you have just told me directly? Why go through all this trouble? Lin Yuan could tell that the divine tree branch controlled by Deacon Fan was no ordinary object. It was extremely effective against Su Si, and whether the latter could escape tonight was uncertain. The aura emanating from that object was similar to the eye Lin Yuan had once seen in the middle. It was definitely power at the level of a deity. Su Si sighed. It's not just to tell you the truth, but also to sever one of the Church of Life's arms. The power of the divine tree branch originated from the goddess of life. Though its level was high, it was not inexhaustible. Each time it was used, it required a long period to recover. Being able to force the church to use it tonight was for Su Si a victory. Su Si looked at Lin Yuan and said calmly, what comes next? I can only leave it to you. Lin Yuan quickly interrupted, wait, why do you look like you're giving your last words? Are we even that close? Why do you trust me so much? Su Si explained with a smile, it's not that I trust you, but the goddess of night has chosen you. This is the divine oracle she bestowed upon me. As the two conversed, Steward Fan's body had been completely replaced by a colossal tree formed of tentacles. The branches of this living monstrous tree writhed wildly and grew ever larger, its roots alone already covering the entire battlefield and threatening to encroach upon Su Si's domain of darkness. Su Si's gaze sharpened and his words quickened, there's little time left. Is there anything you need me to do for you? Or any questions you have? Lin Yuan took a deep breath, thought quickly, and voiced his confusion. What's the difference between the goddess of night you speak of and the goddess of life? By name they seem to be on equal footing, so why does one feel so overwhelmingly suppressed? Su Si frowned slightly, clearly displeased, but ultimately answered, the goddess of night is dead. This place is both her birthplace and her resting place. Gods can die too. Lin Yuan extracted a crucial piece of information from Su Si's words. So in a sense, are they also a form of life? Then what kind of being could kill a god? Another deity. Are there conflicts between gods? Like those two he encountered at Shanjin Harbor. Questions multiplied in Lin Yuan's mind, but clearly he no longer had the luxury to ask more. He decided to make a pragmatic request: can you kill Yi Weiwen? Su Si shook his head. The goddess of night has already planned his ultimate fate. I cannot kill him now. Lin Yuan asked, then kill Steward Fan. Su Si shook his head again. The divine tree's branch is parasitic within him. I will try, but I may not succeed. Lin Yuan was speechless. After a long pause he tentatively made one final request: can you get me a few life cores? This time Su Si finally nodded. With a flip of his hand, the life cores of the life church priests who had died in the battle appeared in his palm, shimmering with a faint green light. Lin Yuan took them without hesitation. He tried to speak again, but Su Si raised a hand to stop him. There's no time. I'll send you away. After tonight the life church's plans should be delayed, but they will not give up. At most they'll postpone things for half a month. Use your time to prepare. In the next instant Lin Yuan was engulfed by darkness and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile the great tree formed from the divine branch finally made contact with Su Si's domain of darkness. Unlike before, the darkness did not collapse at the first touch. Instead it twisted and writhed like a living thing engaging in a fierce struggle against the great tree. An endless stream of darkness surged up from beneath the earth, not only Su Si's power but also the lingering might of the goddess of night. Gritting his teeth, Su Si's surrounding darkness churned violently. With the last shred of his strength he expanded his domain to envelop the entire divine tree and forcibly dragged the terrifying branch into the abyss of darkness. With a shudder-inducing rumble the divine branch and the darkness intertwined and vanished completely. Along with it disappeared nearly all the Inquisitor's priests and every last vial of revival potion present. As for Su Si, having exerted power far beyond his limits, his body swayed and he collapsed to the ground utterly spent. Success! Despite his dire physical state, Su Si's heart was filled with nothing but elation. What have you done? Yi Weiwen, who had just freed himself, strode forward with a vicious glint in his eyes and grabbed Su Si by the hair. Su Si met Yi Weiwen's gaze fearlessly. As you can see, I dragged your divine branch into the darkness. Su Si's intention was not merely to drain its power but to pull it into the darkness, permanently ensuring it would never see the light of day again. The veins on Yi Weiwen's forehead bulged and he gnashed his teeth. How dare you? How dare you? He had already lost so many inquisitors and priests dealing with Su Si, and now even the divine branch was destroyed. How could he explain this to the pontiff? Infinite rage surged within Yi Weiwen, his fingers nearly digging into Su Si's scalp. You can pull the divine tree in so you can bring it back out, right? Right, you're the priest of the goddess of night, you must have a way. Su Si let out a cold laugh, replying weakly but firmly, what do you think? Yi Weiwen suppressed the urge to kill him for the moment. He waved his hand and the few inquisitors who had been out of the blast radius charged forward like wolves. The Life Church had no shortage of torture methods. He had plenty of ways to make Su Si wish he were dead. Remember your attitude now. Don't come crying for mercy later. Yi Weiwen knew exactly how vital the divine branch was to the Life Church. Not only for its own power but because all the divine tendrils in Iron City originated from it. As long as he had it, they could endlessly produce inquisitors in batches. A sinister light flashed in Yi Weiwen's eyes and he commanded coldly, take him away. As he turned to leave, he suddenly spotted a broken figure. The figure slowly stood up. Half of its body had been consumed by the darkness, but at the last moment it had forcibly separated itself from the divine branch, barely managing to survive. It was Steward Fan, the one who had saved Yi Weiwen's life at the critical moment. Having lost the support of the divine branch, his life force seemed to have been drained away in an instant, leaving him too weak to even restore his body to its full form. Yi Weiwen. Save me. Yi Weiwen's gaze swept over Steward Fan and a sinister thought suddenly rose in his mind. He stared at Steward Fan, a greedy light flickering in his eyes. Now aside from the two of them only the mindless inquisitors remained. So even if he consumed Steward Fan no one would ever know. Recalling the exquisite taste when he devoured Bai Wei's life core in his own helplessness against Su Si at full strength, Yi Weiwen finally made up his mind. He needed to grow stronger, and growing stronger required nourishment. Steward Fan, you look quite pathetic like this. Without the divine branch you seem pretty useless. So your power. I'll take it. With that Yi Weiwen's figure flickered and he closed in instantly. As his fingers touched Steward Fan's chest, the latter felt all the strength in his body surging towards his heart. Yi Weiwen, you. What are you doing? I'm a steward. The pontiff's right hand. You can't. Steward Fan let out desperate screams, but the surrounding inquisitors remained deaf and completely indifferent. Unlike Bai Wei's situation, Steward Fan's body was gravely wounded. The moment his life core formed, his vitality ebbed away like receding tides and he died instantly. Yi Weiwen swiftly devoured the life core, savoring the surging divine energy within him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face.
At that moment a daring thought surfaced in his mind: what if I could devour the patriarch? He quickly banished the notion. He knew the patriarch's strength was unfathomable and such a thought was dangerous. He had to suppress it immediately lest any hint of it slip out in the patriarch's presence, leading to disastrous consequences. Yi Weiwen quickly disposed of the evidence at the scene, ensuring everything appeared as if Steward Fan had perished naturally from his severe injuries, while he, overwhelmed by guilt, tearfully devoured the man's life core. Taking a deep breath, Yi Weiwen turned and commanded the Inquisition army, "Take Steward Fan's remains back to the church." Bound nearby, Susi watched Yi Weiwen's mad actions with a sneer in his heart. All of this is unfolding according to the Night Goddess's plan. When Lin Yuan's vision cleared, he found himself in a pitch-black alley several blocks away. Bai Wei's figure materialized from the darkness. The moment she saw Lin Yuan, she knelt on one knee. "Master, I apologize for troubling you." At the start of the battle, Bai Wei had been swallowed by darkness, unable to perceive anything until now. Assuming Lin Yuan had saved her again, a flicker of guilt passed through Bai Wei's eyes. Lin Yuan gestured for Bai Wei to rise. The colossal tree formed from the divine tree's branch blotted out the sky, its immense presence felt even from several blocks away. Then Lin Yuan witnessed the sacred tree being engulfed by darkness, vanishing completely into the night sky. Frankly, with his current power he could never achieve such a feat. Yet even with Susi's formidable strength he could only sever one of the Life Church's arms in Iron City, not destroy it entirely. There will be a chance. Once the energy furnace is reassembled, the situation can be changed. Clutching the few life cores in his hand, Lin Yuan beckoned to Bai Wei and headed in the opposite direction of the battlefield. "Let's go. We can't participate in this battle, but the next one will be ours." The sacred tree that appeared in the dead of night and the terrifying aura that nearly woke the entire city became the hot topic of discussion among Iron City's residents the next day. Seizing the momentum, the Life Church's faithful quickly spread their fabricated story. Chief Inspector Fong Si of the police department was in truth a surviving remnant of the Su family. He was also a devout follower of the evil god, the Night Goddess. For years Su Si had been secretly plotting a grand conspiracy attempting to resurrect the evil god suppressed by the Life Church and overthrow the order of Iron City. The news caused an uproar in Iron City. The public questioned the police department's credibility. "This is outrageous. First Ma Changlong, now Su Si. How many more traitors are in Iron City's leadership?" Exactly. If not for the Life Church's timely discovery and the steward's sacrifice to protect us, who knows what disaster would have struck. Public distrust towards Iron City's high-ranking officials spread rapidly. A small minority of conspiracy theorists even began to suspect Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan's reputation suffered slightly, it was only among a few, as his role in resolving the Ma Changlong crisis was undeniable. The police department suffered the most. With its credibility damaged, people had already begun demonstrating outside its headquarters. A sedan slowly stopped at the edge of the crowd. Inside, wreathed in smoke, a man sat puffing on a cigar. Li Bai had just returned from the city council, already in a foul mood. Seeing the crowd gathered at the entrance, his frown deepened. Earlier Lin Yuan had told him about the previous night's events. Upon learning of Su Si's capture by the church, Li Bai rushed to the city council, trying to persuade the councillors to pressure the Life Church into releasing Su Si. Unfortunately, the councillors were evasive, unwilling to offend the Life Church. Li Bai even revealed the truth to a few senior councillors, but no one believed him. "Xiao Li, I know you're close with Fong Su Si, but you must distance yourself from him now. Don't let a doomed man ruin your career. And listen to what you're saying. The Life Church wants to sacrifice the entire city. Who would believe that?" The guards at the police department's entrance, seeing Li Bai's car, quickly cleared a path through the crowd, allowing the vehicle to slowly drive in. As Li Bai got out of the car, Lao Huang approached him. "How did it go? What did the council say?" Li Bai sighed, speaking gloomily, just as Lin Yuan predicted. "No one believed me. We'll have to handle this ourselves." Fortunately, Li Bai still held the title of Deputy Chief Inspector and could mobilize the police department. Otherwise he wouldn't know how to deal with the crisis. "By the way, what's with these people outside? When did they gather?" Lao Huang smiled wryly. "They started early this morning. As soon as the news spread, they began to gather." Li Bai's heart skipped a beat. A crowd of this size couldn't have formed so naturally. Someone was clearly fueling the flames, deliberately stirring up public sentiment. The mastermind behind this must have some agenda. Before he could figure it out, a commotion arose in the distance and the crowd spontaneously parted. Li Bai looked up and immediately recognized the license plate Iron 0001. It was the mayor's car, a symbol of the city hall. The city council was the legislative body responsible for decision-making on major affairs and appointments to key positions. The city hall, on the other hand, was the executive body responsible for implementing specific tasks.
Logically, the police department should be under the city hall's jurisdiction. However, due to the department's critical role in this world, it had gradually come to report directly to the city council. The mayor's car. What is he doing here? Soon the mayor stepped out of the car, his expression stern. He walked straight to Li Bai. Deputy Chief Inspector, the police department has been involved in major dereliction of duty recently. The public is very dissatisfied. I must personally look into this. It's my duty. My apologies. The mayor then turned to the citizens gathered at the police department's entrance, raising his hand to signal for silence. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd and his voice was firm. Citizens, please be quiet. I am Mayor Xiongwei. Allow me to say a few words. Among the crowd, some organizers exchanged glances and ceased their incitement. Only then did the mob gradually calm down. Xiongwei took a deep breath and continued, the current situation is complex. I know everyone still has doubts about the police department, so the city hall has decided to intervene and conduct its own investigation. The internal investigation team I am leading will now station at police headquarters to get to the bottom of this and give everyone an answer. A fresh wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd. One organizer seized the moment to shout, Mayor Xiong is a follower of the Church of Life. I trust Mayor Xiong. That's right, we trust the Church of Life. Li Bai's face darkened as he realized they had been outmaneuvered once again. The city hall had been thoroughly infiltrated by the Church of Life. Allowing them to take over the police department would be tantamount to handing them direct control. Cursing inwardly, Li Bai maintained a calm facade. Mayor Xiong, the police department has long been independent of city hall's authority, answering directly to the city council. Your intervention seems inappropriate, does it not? Mayor Xiong gave an awkward smile and explained, public opinion is overwhelming. It's a necessary measure. Besides, this isn't a takeover, just a cursory investigation to save face. Once things settle down, the police department will return to normal. Meanwhile, City Hall security team poured in from the edges of the crowd, clearly having been prepared for this. Mayor Xiong deliberately raised his voice so all could hear. Deputy Chief Inspector, on behalf of City Hall, I order all police officers to immediately disarm and cooperate with the investigation. His proclamation put Li Bai in a difficult position. Surrendering his authority was out of the question. Handing over the city's security to the Church of Life would spell disaster. Yet openly defying the mayor's orders, especially before so many citizens, would also trigger severe consequences. Li Bai took a deep breath, attempting a diplomatic approach. Mayor Xiong, the officers have their duties. Disarming them could lead to chaos. Mayor Xiong smiled slightly. Don't worry about that. I've already contacted the Church of Life. They will fully take over security management during the investigation. It was evident that Mayor Xiong had come prepared with a complete solution for any contingency. Li Bai narrowed his eyes, preparing to forcibly disperse the crowd and confront Mayor Xiong. But at that moment, the rear door of the mayor's car opened from the inside and a figure slowly rose. Slicked back hair, a tailored suit, it was Yi Weiwen, the mayor's secretary and also the chief inquisitor of the Church of Life. Upon seeing him, a flicker of triumph passed through Mayor Xiong's eyes before he humbly stepped back to stand slightly behind and to the side of Yi Weiwen, a complete inversion of their respective ranks. Judging from the reactions of the city hall staff, they seemed accustomed to the scene, showing no surprise. Yi Weiwen looked at Li Bai, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Deputy Chief Inspector, it's been a while. Rest assured, during the internal investigation, City Hall and the Church of Life will ensure the city's order. As he spoke, a large contingent of Inquisition soldiers flooded the scene surrounding Li Bai and his men. Yi Weiwen continued, what? Still not accepting? That's troublesome. Could it be? You have a guilty conscience and are afraid of the investigation. If that's the case, we might have to resort to force. Li Bai gritted his teeth. He knew he was no match for Yi Weiwen, and the officers at headquarters couldn't defeat the Inquisition soldiers present. In that case, we... Just as Li Bai was about to buckle under the pressure, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang out from beyond the crowd. Police business. All civilians clear the area. A deafening metallic clatter erupted as hundreds of exoskeleton suits stomped the ground, followed by a large contingent of steel-helmeted officers wielding modified rifles. Over 1,000 officers from the West City Police Department advanced in battle formation towards police headquarters. The organizers, hidden in the crowd, never having witnessed such a display, were instantly paralyzed with fear. But some quickly recovered and began to agitate. The police are rebelling. Everyone block them. They wouldn't dare shoot. If we stand united, they can't get through. The crowd stirred. Some, sensing danger, slipped away, but half remained, linking arms to form a human wall in an attempt to stop the advancing officers. Without a word, Lin Yuan extended his hand to the side and an officer immediately handed him a bolt-action rifle. Bang! A gunshot rang out and a bloody hole appeared in the forehead of the loudest agitator in the crowd. He tumbled from the top of a car. Silence fell instantly, fear spreading across every face. I'll say it once more. Police business. Anyone who obstructs will be shot on sight.
Lin Yuan's voice was as cold as ice, piercing the commotion. The remaining people finally gave in to fear, shoving each other as they scrambled to the sides, terrified of being next. Within 2 minutes the previously congested street was clear.
Lin Yuan's force passed through unhindered, heading straight for police headquarters.
The citizens didn't scatter far, lingering in the distance to watch and murmur amongst themselves.
This was Yi Weiwen's first time seeing Lin Yuan.
He chuckled. So you're the much-talked-about Inspector Lin Yuan.
Quite impressive. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't give Yi Weiwen any face. Today a direct confrontation was inevitable. Likewise, though I'm far from matching the renowned Inquisition army.
Yi Weiwen was momentarily stumped but didn't take offense, smiling as he said, all right.
Inspector Lin, I'll remember you. May I ask what business brings the West City Police Department here?
Lin Yuan replied, the Ma Changlong case is still open.
I've recently tracked down a group involved in his illegal human experiments. Yi Weiwen feigned confusion, looking around. Oh. Who would be so bold? Are they here now?
You're not suggesting it's our Mayor Xiom, are you?
In Yi Weiwen's view, this was just a desperate ploy to obstruct the investigation.
Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan stared directly into Yi Weiwen's eyes and declared in a voice that resonated with everyone present, the Church of Life is suspected of funding illegal human experiments.
The West City Police Department is formally opening an investigation. This morning someone identified Yi Weiwen as the mastermind. Please cooperate with our investigation.
A collective gasp swept through the crowd. The onlookers who hadn't left yet began to buzz with discussion.
Whoa, investigating the Church of Life.
Has Inspector Lin lost his mind?
Ah. He's still young, what a pity. Yi Weiwen's expression changed drastically, his gaze turning icy. Inspector Lin, you can say whatever you want, but you can't just make wild accusations.
Naturally, I find it hard to believe as well, but the current evidence all points toward the Church of Life.
Therefore, the West City Police Department will be launching an investigation into the Church of Life.
Once we identify the one who framed you, we will naturally be able to clear your esteemed church's name.
Lin Yuan's intention was clear.
He aimed to pressure Yi Weiwen, betting that the man was not yet prepared for an all-out confrontation. It was also a declaration of stance he would not hand over his officers. If you dare to forcibly take over the department, I will arrest you for investigation, even if it means a mutually assured destruction.
Yi Weiwen loathed this feeling of being threatened. Veins bulged on his forehead as he said coldly, and what if I refuse?
As his words fell, the tribunal soldiers around him drew their weapons with expressionless faces.
Lin Yuan showed no sign of backing down.
Without a word, he simply raised his hand. Instantly, the officers behind him cocked their rifles in unison, a silent threat that spoke volumes. The tension was palpable, on the verge of exploding. Just as Lin Yuan's hand was about to drop, an elderly gentleman supported by 2 attendants hurried to the scene. Not everyone here wishes to maintain order in Iron City.
Let's not harm our goodwill. The newcomer was the most senior councilman in the city council. In his hand was an administrative order just issued by the council. Clearly he had come as a mediator.
Although the council dared not offend the Church of Life, they were equally unwilling to hand over complete control to them. At the end of the day, they feared for their own lives. Without any real power backing them, they wouldn't be able to sleep a wink at night.
Well then.
After a council vote, the headquarters of the police department will be investigated by a team from City Hall. However, during this period, the other 4 districts will remain autonomous and operate independently. The council's intention was simple: investigate each district one by one, starting with the headquarters in the central city.
This way the entire police system wouldn't go on strike simultaneously.
After reading the document, the elder councilman looked at Yi Weiwen and asked amiably, so Secretary Yi, what do you think of this plan?
Yi Weiwen let out a cold snort, offered no reply, and left the scene with his tribunal soldiers.
The elder councilman then approached Lin Yuan, winking at him and Li Bai, signaling for them to follow him aside for a private conversation.
Li Bai introduced him. This is Yu Hong, Elder Yu, the most senior councilman. He's the one who fought for your equipment approvals and the gold bars.
Lin Yuan nodded politely to Elder Yu in gratitude. Elder Yu waved his hand dismissively and sighed, truth be told, the intelligence you provided about the Church of Life attempting to sacrifice the entire city of Iron City.
We don't take it lightly. But the matter is too immense, no one dares to bring it up openly. Rest assured though.
I, along with 3 other senior councilmen, have signed a petition and submitted it to the provincial council.
We should have a resolution within a month. In the meantime, I must ask you 2 inspectors to handle the Church of Life. A month. By then it will be too late. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Based on Su Ci's assessment, the Church of Life would make their move in no more than half a month. But Lin Yuan also knew the councilman was speaking the truth. Bringing the matter to the table now would only force the Church of Life to show their hand prematurely. He wasn't ready yet and needed more time to prepare. Until then he could only follow the city council's plan. With this in mind, Lin Yuan cautioned, for the time being the central district may not be safe. If you trust us, I'd advise you to persuade some of the council members to relocate to the West City. Elder Yu pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Then I'll be counting on you, Inspector Lin. Yu Weiwen returned to the Grand Cathedral of the Church of Life, his mood foul. He waved a hand dismissively at his subordinates, commanding, "Go. Find out everything about this Lin Yuan's background. Don't come back until you do." Several divine servants immediately bowed and left. Yu Weiwen then entered the prayer room where the patriarch resided. The patriarch slowly raised his head, his eyes deep as the ocean, and asked softly, "How goes the progress?" With the remaining revival potions taken into the dark world by Su Ci, Yu Weiwen needed to find other justifications to openly control all of Iron City. His original plan was to secretly manipulate things during the period of controlling the police, but with his plan thwarted again, he was at a loss for the next step. Patriarch. Well. After reporting the entire sequence of events to the patriarch, Yu Weiwen said in a low voice, "Your subordinate has failed in his duty. Please mete out punishment, Patriarch." The patriarch was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "You absorbed Deacon Fan's life core, yet you haven't grown at all." You. Hearing this, Yu Weiwen bowed his head even lower, afraid of revealing any flaw. The patriarch said, "This ritual is of utmost importance not just to me but to the entire Church of Life. Regardless of your preparations, the plan will commence in 10 days. Iron City was destined to become a city of the dead. If there was no suitable excuse to take over the city, they would just have to act directly. After all, Su Ci's actions were already confirmed. If the outside world questioned them, they would have an explanation." "Yes." Yu Weiwen bowed respectfully and then turned to leave. Watching his departing back, the patriarch slowly withdrew his gaze. Even though he had weathered nearly 200 years of storms in his lifetime, the thought that he would witness the descent of a true deity in half a month inevitably stirred his emotions. By then Iron City would also meet its destined fate. It matters not. As long as he can be brought into this world, nothing else matters. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yuan was also making his final preparations. The core energy reconstruction would require a long preparation period, roughly 10 days, during which he would completely lose consciousness. Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't let these 10 days slip by idly. He first went to the Loma factory, instructing the manager to expand production and assemble as many Type 01 exoskeleton armors as possible before the crisis arrived. He also secured a large batch of core components. Next, he sought out several metal fabrication plants known for their strong technical capabilities from the previous bidding process and placed a special order. Boss, who looked at the material list Lin Yuan handed him, densely packed with various components and materials. He couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Inspector Lin, regarding these materials you requested, are you sure the specifications are correct? The dimensions seem far too large. Even for building a factory you wouldn't need." Not only were the materials large and oddly shaped, but they also required high-strength steel and rare metals imported from other cities, making them extremely expensive. Lin Yuan, however, interrupted directly, "The specifications are correct. Just produce them according to these dimensions. You don't think I'd run out on you, Boss Hu?" Only then did Boss Hu grit his teeth and agree. "All right. We can rush the production in 10 days, but it will require overtime work and the cost will be double." This extra cost wasn't for his own profit but for the logistics and the premium incurred from the large-scale short-notice procurement of rare metals. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement without hesitation. As for the deposit, he naturally used the Loma factory as collateral. After leaving the factory, Lin Yuan made successive visits to the West City Police Department, Sister Li's bar and Li Bai's place, delegating various matters. Hearing that Lin Yuan would be away for a while, Li Bai was perplexed. "What's so urgent that it can't wait? Does it have to be these few days?" It wasn't that he feared Lin Yuan would flee, but rather he worried the Church of Life might make a move during this period. Lin Yuan reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll return before they make their move. To confront the Church of Life head-on, I need to make some preparations." Li Bai nodded. "Very well, I'll do my best to maintain the situation in the meantime." By the time Lin Yuan finished all his arrangements, it was already 5 or 6 in the afternoon. At this hour Iron City was at its most bustling, workers leaving their shifts, students dismissed from school, and a diverse throng of people flooding the streets. Some dragging their weary bodies hurried home, others in groups of 3 or 5 frolicked and jested, still others impeccably dressed strolled into the thriving commercial district amidst laughter and conversation. Standing at the busy intersection, Lin Yuan felt the city's vibrant pulse. But what would this place look like half a month from now? He didn't know.
According to Susi's deduction, since he had thwarted the church's plan to taint the water supply with the revival elixir, their operation would likely be delayed, commencing in about half a month. Reassembling the energy core, however, would only take him 10 days. There was ample leeway, he needn't rush. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that as the church hadn't bothered to devise any pretext this time, their plan hadn't been postponed at all, it was also set for 10 days later. Had he known, he certainly wouldn't be idly strolling the streets right now. Lin Yuan walked all the way to Peachtree Street and slipped into an unassuming little shop. A creak, the shopkeeper heard the sound of the door hinge turning. Without looking up from wiping the table, he said, "Apologies, customer, but we only serve breakfast and lunch. We're closed for the day." In this world there was no detergent. Removing grease from wooden tables required repeatedly scrubbing with a cloth soaked in hot water, making the chore extremely time-consuming. Watching the shopkeeper's busy back, Lin Yuan smiled and said sorry, then turned to leave. Just as Lin Yuan turned, the shopkeeper seemed to recognize his voice. He swiftly stopped his work, spun around and exclaimed in surprise, "Inspector Lin. It's you." Lin Yuan had a deep fondness for this establishment, not only because the fish paste noodles were authentic but also because this shop used the most generous portions on the entire street. He had been a regular breakfast customer for a time. Lin Yuan responded with a smile, "Just passing by and thought I'd try your fish paste noodles again. Since you're closed, I won't disturb you." The shopkeeper immediately came forward enthusiastically. "What disturbance? Just wait a moment, I'll make it for you right away." Without waiting for Lin Yuan to decline, he washed his hands in a basin of clean water and bustled behind the counter. "Inspector Lin, you're a celebrity here on Peachtree Street. Whenever you fancy it, this humble shop will serve you at any hour." "Then I'll be in your debt." Lin Yuan smiled gratefully and found a seat by the window. The shopkeeper continued working as he spoke, "No need for formalities. Your patronage is our family's fortune. Come tomorrow morning, I'll have a fine tale to spin for my customers, haha." Lin Yuan was completely unaware of how renowned he was across the Peach Blossom, Peachtree and Plum Blossom districts, so much so that the residents used his name as a point of pride when boasting to outsiders. The locals, after a few drinks outside, loved to brag, "Do you know Inspector Lin? He's the youngest inspector at the police headquarters. Yes, the one who took down Ma Chanlong and personally resolved the summoning incident at the Old Sioux residence. He lives in my district. You wouldn't know it, but despite his youth he's incredibly modest. Never puts on airs. Whenever we cross paths on his way to or from work, he always greets us. And once. Fish paste noodles coming right up." Soon a steaming bowl was placed before Lin Yuan. As usual, Lin Yuan reached for the chopstick holder to pick a clean pair, but the shopkeeper handed him a pristine new pair instead, still glistening with water droplets, clearly just rinsed. "I noticed you're particular about cleanliness when you eat here, so I've kept a new pair aside for you." Lin Yuan accepted the new chopsticks and nodded his thanks to the shopkeeper. He took a bite of the freshly served fish paste noodles and the savory flavor immediately spread across his palate, just as delicious as the first time he tasted them. His circumstances now were vastly different from before. He was no longer a stranger out of sync with this world. He had friends, colleagues and neighbors of his own. Before he knew it, darkness had fully descended outside, leaving only dim yellow lamplight to illuminate the scene. A creak, the door was pushed open again. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a figure both familiar and strange. She wore a black veil and a black dress, utterly out of place in the shop's humble ambience. It was the mysterious woman he had encountered twice before. Lin Yuan glanced at the shopkeeper, who remained oblivious to the new arrival, absorbed in his own cleaning. "You're leaving." The woman dispensed with pleasantries and cut straight to the point. Lin Yuan didn't answer her directly but let out a light chuckle. "So you really have been watching me from the shadows all along." Lin Yuan had told only Li Bai about his impending departure. Li Bai would certainly not spread the word, which left only one possibility: this woman had been monitoring him through some unknown means. The mysterious woman wasn't foolish. She immediately deduced where she'd slipped up. Lifting her chin haughtily, she demanded, "So what you told Li Bai, was that a deliberate ploy to lure me out?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "No, I really do need to leave for a while." The woman slammed her hand on the table, her voice commanding, "You're not going." A gust of night wind brushed past Lin Yuan's face. Unmoved, he stated, "You should know by now that your cognition interference ability has no effect on me. Whether I go or stay is not for you to decide. If you wish for me to remain, then tell me the full story from beginning to end, my esteemed Lady of the Night." Susi had said that the reason he entrusted everything to Lin Yuan was not because he trusted or understood him deeply, but because of the oracle from the goddess of night. Lin Yuan racked his brain but couldn't recall ever having any connection with a deity. Since arriving in Iron City, the most enigmatic figure he'd encountered was this woman in the black veil, so it was only natural to link the two identities. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the woman did not refute Lin Yuan's address. She sighed softly and spoke, "You may call me Night. I bear you no ill will, in fact to some extent we could even be considered allies. Lin Yuan cut off Ye's words directly. Don't preach to me about the enemy of my enemy is my friend. From my initial clash with the Church of Life to my appointment at the police headquarters and up to now wasn't every step deliberately guided by you. Did you truly believe I was kept in the dark the whole time? I simply chose not to expose it. The course of events had been strange ever since Lu Daoi's blood donation. Even though Wang Shuwan had instructed him not to reveal the location, he had divulged the casino's whereabouts with surprising ease. It was from that moment that his hostility towards the Church of Life was born. But what if this wasn't a natural occurrence but rather a result of cognitive interference imposed on Lu Dawei? Later, when he was on the verge of a direct confrontation with the Church of Life, Yi Hu inexplicably mentioned having friends in the police headquarters who needed help yet deliberately remained vague about it. Shortly after, this woman appeared at the opportune moment presenting the appointment letter from the police headquarters. If that statement wasn't Yi Hu's own thought but was manipulated by Knight's ability, then everything becomes clear. Furthermore, why did Bai Feiyu choose the route to Shimmer Harbor during his escape, allowing me to coincidentally learn about the Church of Life's funding for Minqing Pharmaceuticals? Lin Yuan initially attributed it to the entity the fisherman called the Sea God, but subsequent events proved that its power, while sealed, couldn't extend beyond the bounds of Shimmer Harbor. If it had that capability, it wouldn't have waited so many years in silence. All of this seemed like coincidence, yet it was intricately interlinked, a grand scheme orchestrated entirely by Knight. While she couldn't directly interfere with Lin Yuan's perception, she could indirectly influence his decisions by manipulating those around him. Lin Yuan even suspected that the inexplicable feelings Wang Shuwan, this woman, had developed for him were possibly planted by Knight to make him feel tethered to this place. Knight was rendered speechless, eventually letting out a soft sigh before slowly speaking. Lin Yuan, you are indeed clever. But some matters are not as simple as you imagine. I can observe the threads of fate within the darkness. There I saw that you were destined to walk this path. All I did was accelerate its unfolding. I admit I have been guiding you. But weren't all these choices ultimately your own? Lin Yuan stared intently into Knight's eyes, attempting to discern any physiological signs of deception. However, Knight was not human and naturally showed no reaction. After a long while, Lin Yuan slowly averted his gaze, took a deep breath and declared, tell me everything. This time I will make my own decisions. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Knight's eyes before she finally nodded. She was a fragment of the goddess of Night, but not her complete form. The true goddess of Night was dead, having perished alongside another deity. Their bodies lay in eternal slumber beneath the Iron City, which is why everything that happens within this city does not escape Knight's perception. When Lin Yuan absorbed the first life core, he had successfully captured her attention. Knight continued, do you know what this means? Since I gained consciousness, I have never witnessed anyone capable of absorbing a life core. It is an ability exclusive to deities. Lin Yuan's heart jolted. So this woman had discovered him even back then. If she truly harbored hostile intentions towards him, there were countless ways she could have nipped his potential in the bud. Knight, of course, wouldn't do such a thing. The reason was tied to another matter, the sacrificial ritual the Church of Life was orchestrating. The Church of Life seeks to awaken the deity that perished alongside the Goddess of Night by sacrificing the entire city. If they succeed, the Goddess of Night will cease to exist entirely. You can probably guess my condition. I am incredibly weak, so much so that I can only manifest during the night. I lack the power to control a high-ranking priest like the archbishop. Therefore I needed someone with sufficient potential to grow step by step and thwart their plans. And you, Lin Yuan, are the key to preventing this catastrophe. Lin Yuan roughly understood now. Because he could devour life cores, Knight regarded him as a special being akin to a deity. Hence she continuously guided him, hoping he could help the Goddess of Night escape her current predicament. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment, then rose and walked to the window. Gazing at the pedestrians hurrying beneath the streetlights, he made his choice. I need some time to prepare. But rest assured, I will return. This time it is my own decision. With that, Lin Yuan turned and left. A complex emotion flickered in Knight's eyes as she silently watched his figure disappear from her sight. Upon returning to 27 Peachtree Street, Lin Yuan opened the door to find Wang Shuwan chatting with a few neighbors in the ground floor living room. Seeing Lin Yuan return, a flicker of concern passed through Wang Shuwan's eyes, but she didn't interrupt her conversation. Lin Yuan gave her a subtle look and headed straight upstairs. Before long, a soft footstep sounded behind him. What's wrong? Wang Shuwan asked as soon as she entered the room. She could sense that Lin Yuan's mood was off today. Lin Yuan turned around, looking at her seriously. What I'm about to tell you is very important. This is not a joke. Listen carefully. A deep blush rapidly spread across Wang Shuwan's cheeks as if she had misunderstood something. I'm not ready yet. Can I go change my clothes first?
She then scurried towards the door as if fleeing. Lin Yuan, exasperated, took 2 quick steps forward and pressed his hand against the wall blocking her path. It's not what you think. What I have to say might be difficult for you to comprehend right now, but just listen. I know you have feelings for me, but I must tell you these feelings do not originate from your true heart. They are the result of external interference. Wang Shuan froze, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes, clearly not understanding Lin Yuan's words. Forget it. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yuan knew it was futile to explain further and decided to state his intentions plainly. A major disaster is about to befall the Iron City. I want you to leave to go somewhere safe and lie low. Also, I hope you can take the tenants here with you. Walking to the bedside table, Lin Yuan opened the drawer, revealing a substantial amount of cash and bank certificates. Without counting, he grabbed a handful of cash and certificates and pressed them into Wang Shuan's hands, his tone firm. This should be enough for you to live on for a while. Remember, don't come back within a month. Wang Shuan stared at Lin Yuan in shock, her lips trembling slightly. Are you serious? What about you? Lin Yuan grinned. Of course I'm leaving too, and I'm departing tonight. He pulled a crumpled train ticket from his pocket and showed it to her. Hearing this, Wang Shuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if a thought struck her, she spoke hesitantly. You. Can you wait for me? I want to go with you. Lin Yuan shook his head. I have trouble following me. I'm confident I can shake it off alone, but with you it's uncertain. Wang Shuan wanted to tell Lin Yuan she wasn't afraid of danger, but he didn't give her a chance to speak. To make her give up, Lin Yuan nonchalantly pulled a suitcase from under the bed, casually stuffed a few clothes into it, zipped it up and headed for the door. His movements were clean and cold, much like a heartless man leaving without a backward glance. Wang Shuan hurried after him to the top of the stairs, tears welling in her eyes. She tried to say something, but before the words could escape her lips, Lin Yuan had already vanished at the end of the stairway. Lin Yuan leaned against the alley wall beside No. 27, Peachtree Street, quietly listening to the sounds coming from the building. He heard Wang Shuan burying her head under the blanket, sobbing uncontrollably and cursing his name. Only when he heard Wang Shuan gathering the building's tenants, using the excuse that she needed to open a factory in another city and required manpower, did Lin Yuan feel at ease and walk away into the distance. Lin Yuan had no intention of actually leaving the city. Telling Wang Shuan those things was merely a ploy to get her and the building's tenants to depart together. After all, this woman had looked after him for so long, and the neighbors had been kind as well. If he could spare them from this impending disaster, it would be the finest farewell gift he could offer. As for Wang Shuan's resentment, once she left the city, the influence that night had exerted upon her would naturally dissipate. By then she should come to understand his intentions. Now that all lingering concerns are resolved, it's time to prepare for my own matters. Lin Yuan stretched lazily. What he needed to do now was find a safe place to undergo his energy core reconstruction. For the next 10 days he would be utterly defenseless, so he had to secure a secure location. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The West City Police Department was a hive of frantic activity, with emergency hotlines ringing ceaselessly. Over the past 2 days, the followers of the Church of Life had gone berserk, scouring the city to arrest heretics of the Goddess of Night, seizing dozens or even hundreds at a time. Without any trial, they were immediately escorted to the penitentiary court. These people were for the most part innocent civilians. Some of them had no idea what was happening at all. One moment they were working in a factory, the next they were forcibly taken away. Even if their families caught wind of what had happened, they dared not confront the church. Their only hope was the police department, praying that they could get their loved ones released. Please save my son. He's not a follower of that Goddess of Night. Maham, please get up. We're negotiating with the church. Please go home and wait for news. Conversations like this were happening all over the hall. A police officer rushed into the hall, his face a mask of panic. He paid no heed to the chaos around him, hurriedly weaving through the maze of office cubicles until he reached the Special Investigation Unit, shouting, "Is Captain Bai in?" With Lin Yuan absent, the burden of final decision-making had fallen squarely on Bai Feiyu's shoulders. Whenever Bai Feiyu found himself at an impasse, he would follow Lin Yuan's parting instructions and call Li Bai for a solution. As a result, Li Bai's office phone had been ringing off the hook lately. One look at the officer's expression told Bai Feiyu that another problem had landed on his desk. But unlike Lin Yuan, he couldn't just walk away from it all. Scratching his head, he raised a hand and said, "I'm here." "What's happened?" "Captain Bai, it's bad. The Church of Life has completely sealed off the train station, the long-distance bus terminal, and all exits from the city as of this morning." "What? How dare they?" The leader of another investigation team nearby gaped in disbelief. Bai Feiyu remarked, "Why wouldn't they dare? Look at what they've done these past 2 days, throwing the entire Iron City into chaos. It seems they're done putting on a show." The other team leader, lacking Bai Feiyu's nerve, pressed the officer for details.
What exactly did they say? The officer quickly replied. The priest in charge of the train station blockade said that the Church of Life has discovered a hidden cult in Iron City and is conducting a large-scale manhunt. To prevent these heretics from fleeing, no one is allowed to leave until the city has been thoroughly cleansed. Captain, by what should we do? Bai Feiyu pondered for a moment before finally saying, I'll go find Inspector Li and see if he has a solution. Just as the words left his mouth, Li Bai's figure appeared in the doorway. No need to look for me. I'm right here. Inspector Li. Inspector Li. The investigators around them greeted him in unison as he appeared. Li Bai nodded in acknowledgement, then walked over to Bai Feiyu, slinging an arm around his shoulder and guiding him into the conference room at the back. Closing the door behind him, Li Bai immediately asked, any word from your Inspector Lin? Bai Feiyu shook his head. Inspector Li, if I had any news I would have contacted you right away. Tell me what in the world is going on out there. Li Bai let out a heavy sigh. It's basically descended into utter chaos. The Church of Life had not only locked down the city but was also demanding that all citizens voluntarily submit to their screening. They had transformed the central district into a city within a city, sealed off by 3-meter-high iron walls. Within these walls lay a series of checkpoints. Everyone who passed the screening was sent inside and once in, no one was allowed to leave. Bai Feiyu exclaimed, isn't this just imprisonment in disguise? The central district is the smallest area, how can it possibly hold the entire city's population? Li Bai shot him a meaningful glance. Even you can see the problem, yet the common folk are still flooding in like a swarm of locusts. Clearly he still harbored some resentment over Bai Feiyu's relentless phone calls over the past few days. Bai Feiyu was speechless. As Li Bai had said, even though no one knew what was actually happening inside the central district, a massive number of citizens were still heeding the church's call, eagerly pushing their way in with queues forming on several main streets. The reason was simple: the Church of Life had promised to allocate housing or tents to anyone who willingly entered the quarantine zone. But if they waited to be forcibly driven in, they wouldn't be so lucky. These citizens weren't foolish, they had simply chosen to trust the Church of Life. Entering the quarantine zone meant harsher living conditions, but with the Church's presence they at least wouldn't have to worry about their safety. Those who stayed outside, however, risked being branded as heretics at any moment and sent to the penitentiary court for rehabilitation. Bai Feiyu was bewildered. With all this going on, isn't there anyone who can rein them in? Li Bai shook his head. The Church of Life was playing for keeps this time. They refused to meet with Parliament, and the city hall had become nothing more than a decorative ornament. The entire city had descended into chaos. Li Bai, privy to the inside story, knew exactly what this meant: their ritual was about to commence. That was why he was so desperate to find Lin Yuan. He was the only one he could rely on now. Bai Feiyu asked, Inspector Li, so what do we do now? Li Bai gazed out the window, recalling the words Lin Yuan had spoken before he left. He sighed inwardly. You really called it, kid. Then he turned and issued his orders. Gather all the senior officers of the police department. It's time for us to take action. Before he left, Lin Yuan had briefed Li Bai on several potential scenarios, including the church leveraging its authority to rally the masses along with the corresponding countermeasures. First, all police forces from the East District Police Department, along with their families, friends, and any civilians willing to join, are to be relocated to the West District. Second, utilize the police department's weapon stockpiles to recruit a large number of temporary officers and arm the West District. Set up checkpoints along the border to form a defensive line. Third, issue a public notice declaring that the West District will provide sanctuary for all citizens who refuse to enter the quarantine zone. Fourth, expel church personnel from within the defensive line on various pretexts and prepare to sever ties with the church at a moment's notice. Li Bai's gaze swept across the assembled senior officers of the police department, his voice resolute. From this moment onward, we take no orders from the church, nor do we answer to the council. We act solely to protect the innocent civilians and the families behind every officer. Is that clear? Yes. The department's officers answered in unison, their morale soaring. Had Lin Yuan delivered this speech, it might have carried less weight given his short tenure. But Li Bai was different. The West District Police Department was his home turf, and he had also purged the East District force once before. He knew the officers in both departments intimately. Coupled with his years of service and immense prestige, his words ignited the crowd, spurring them into swift, decisive action. Soon a massive migration swept through the city. Every street and square teemed with citizens hauling their families and belongings. Church faithful and police propagandists fight fiercely for control of the public narrative. Faithful follow the goddess's guidance. The Church of Life shall grant you its protection. Meanwhile, the police shouted, the West District is a safe haven. The police department will safeguard every citizen. Despite Li Bai's full-throttle propaganda campaign, the Church of Life's authority remained deeply entrenched in the hearts of Iron City's populace.
7 out of 10 citizens chose to trust the church while only 3 were willing to follow the police to the West District. After deliberation, Levi decided to consolidate all personnel and gather them at the western edge of the city, maximizing the distance from the church-controlled Central District. "Brotherly, are we really not going with the church?" a young man of 18 or 19 asked, sticking close to another who appeared to be around the same age. Despite their similar ages, one shrank back timidly while the other's gaze was unwavering. The one called Brotherly stopped, scanned the crowd around them and whispered to the other, "Who's trust me. The church can't be relied on this time." Who's was still confused and pressed on why. All these years when real trouble hit, the police were useless. Wasn't it always the church that stepped in to fix things? Brotherly shot Who's a glare, silencing him mid-sentence. "Who's, haven't you noticed something different about the church's procession compared to ours?" At that moment they stood at a crossroads where the flow of people split, one stream surging toward the Central District while their own column marched steadfastly westward. Both groups were escorted, one by police officers and gang members, the other by church faithful and the inquisitors. Through an unspoken understanding, the two sides remained tense but avoided open conflict. Who's glanced back and forth, still utterly bewildered. Brotherly let out a helpless sigh. "We're both strong, able-bodied men with little luggage, so you might not notice it. But look at the elderly and children in our group. They're constantly helped by officers and gang members with vehicles shuttling back and forth. Now look at the church's column. Doesn't it feel like they're herding cattle?" Who's paused, observed carefully, and realized Brotherly was right. A chill ran down his spine. In the past, the Church of Life, though domineering, had mostly maintained a veneer of decency, managing to keep up appearances. But now idealists like Bai Wei had been purged, and with the pontiff preoccupied with ritual preparations, the church's actual control had fallen into the hands of the madman Yi Weiwen, a man who lacked Deacon Fan's meticulousness. Thus the Church of Life had now completely shed its disguise, revealing its true monstrous face. After walking for a while longer, the crowd arrived at a police checkpoint. The doors and windows on the ground floor's outer side had been nailed shut, rifle barrels jutted from the second and third floor windows above, and helmeted guards patrolled the rooftops. Roadwork was underway with heavily armored agents in exoskeletons split into 2 groups, one patrolling the crowd to deter any troublemakers, the other stacking cars into a makeshift wall blocking the intersection, leaving only a narrow passage. What on earth is happening? Who's swallowed hard, his anxiety mounting. Just as his nerves frayed, an officer blocked their path. Who's tensed up instantly. The officer looked them over and reassured them, "Don't be nervous, you two. Just a routine check. Please cooperate." Only then did Who's notice others around them were being questioned similarly. Name. Age. Previous occupation. "Alright, here are your temporary ID badges. A family of 5. Head to Taoshu Street, someone there will arrange housing for you." Who's had a habit of stuttering under pressure. "I'm called Who." Fortunately, Brotherly stepped in to smooth things over, preventing any misunderstanding. "Sorry, sir. My brother stutters when he's nervous." "Allow me. We're from Baigang Village, Shanyang Town. We used to farm and hunt, just arrived in the city this year, working at Beitan Steelworks in the East District." After explaining, he rubbed his hands together and asked cautiously, "Yes, sir, what's going on? Why such a big operation?" The officer glanced at him. "I don't know the specifics either. Don't go poking around. You said you used to hunt. Do you know how to shoot?" Brotherly nodded eagerly. Yes, I do. But my aim isn't great. That's partly why I ended up in the city." The officer nodded slightly. "Perfect. Given the special circumstances, the police department is short-handed. If you're willing, you can temporarily join us. Don't worry, it's paid. 50 a day plus double rations. Interested?" After a brief internal deliberation, Brotherly finally replied, "Alright, we'll do it." The Lee brothers were thus conscripted as temporary constables tasked with maintaining order at this intersection. Their checkpoint was staffed by 100 steel-helmeted officers, 500 temporary constables, and 20 investigators clad in exoskeletons. Who's when idle enjoyed observing the investigators, his heart filled with envy at their imposing exoskeletons. Li Gu, however, was different. His gaze continuously swept over the surrounding terrain and buildings. "Stop staring. These investigators may look imposing, but in a real fight they're the ones charging into the fray. Look at their backs, they're equipped with swords and shields, not guns." Seizing a moment when no one was around, Li Gu cautioned Who's. "Better to familiarize yourself with the terrain. If things go south, we make a run for it." "Ha!" Who's was taken aback, momentarily uncomprehending. Li Gu rapped him on the head. "What ha? 50 yuan a day, you're not actually planning on risking your life with them, are you?" Who's asked, puzzled. "Then why did you drag me into being a temporary constable in the first place?" Why not just hide inside? Li Gu sighed. Sometimes he wondered why he had ever taken on such a dimwit as his subordinate. You fool, hiding inside leaves you blind to everything. If real danger strikes by the time you realize it, it's too late to flee. Better to be a temporary constable. 1. You have a gun for some self-defense. 2. If trouble brews, we can run outward, avoiding being trapped with the crowd as targets. Yi Weiwen was aware of the police headquarters movements almost as soon as they began. He paid it no mind, however, believing the authority the Life Church had cultivated over the years was enough to compel most to make the correct decision. But when he learned that nearly 30% of the citizens had gathered in the Western District, he finally grew restless. These fools aren't as stupid as they seem. Indeed, I should have found a way to kill Li Bai back then. Leaving him alive has become such a menace. Yi Weiwen gestured, and the Mayor Xiong beside him immediately scurried over with a fawning bow. Secretary Yi, what is your command? Yi Weiwen looked upon the groveling Mayor Xiong with immense satisfaction. He relished the sense of control that power brought, especially seeing a once glorious mayor bow before him like an insignificant ant. It was deeply gratifying. How is the consolidation of the Central District Police progressing? Mayor Xiong immediately replied, it is fully under control, Secretary Yi. They await your command at any moment. Yi Weiwen nodded. Good. Take all their forces and I'll grant you 1,000 Judgment Army soldiers. You must bring all the citizens of the Western District back. Can you do it? Mayor Xiong bowed deeply. Rest assured, Secretary Yi, I will complete the task. Yi Weiwen watched him depart, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He had numerous ways to crush Li Bai's feeble resistance, but deploying the police force was certainly the most intriguing. Li Bai, oh Li Bai, I wonder if you can bring yourself to strike against your former colleagues. As night fell, Mayor Xiong arrived at a checkpoint in the Western District with 1,000 consolidated police officers and 1,000 Judgment Army soldiers. To amplify their presence, Mayor Xiong ordered the troops to light torches as they approached and unloaded over 100 exoskeleton suits from trucks, positioning them in the vanguard. These exoskeletons, painted white like the Judgment Army soldiers to curry favor, had torches bound to their left arms, making them highly conspicuous. I am Mayor Xiong. Who is in charge here? The council has issued an administrative order for all citizens to assemble in the Central District. Those who disobey will be treated as heretics. The directives have been dispatched to all district police headquarters. Have you not received them? The entire Central District was under the Life Church's control. Securing a council decree was a trivial matter. Soon a figure appeared atop the barricade of wrecked vehicles. It was Bai Feiyu. Hearing Mayor Xiong's words, he feigned surprise. What? Is there such an order? I wasn't aware of it. You see, Inspector Lin of our Western District has called in sick. We're all under the command of Deputy Chief Inspector Li by now, and his orders were to consolidate citizens and establish defenses. Bai Feiyu's reaction left Mayor Xiong baffled for a moment. Could it be these officers don't want to resist the Life Church but are only cooperating because of Li Bai's position? Mayor Xiong quickly latched onto this theory. Of course. Who would dare actively oppose the Life Church? That would be suicidal. He reached this conclusion largely due to his own deep-seated fear of the Life Church, believing no one would dare rise against it. Comforted by this thought, Mayor Xiong decided on a conciliatory approach. In that case, as mayor, I formally order you to immediately organize your men and bring the citizens to the Central District. Bai Feiyu frowned slightly, then after a moment's deliberation replied, Mayor, we of course obey orders. However, your command conflicts with Deputy Chief Inspector Li Bai's instructions. Perhaps you could confront him directly and then we can make our judgment. Mayor Xiong pondered briefly. With over 100 exoskeletons and 1,000 Judgment Army soldiers behind him, he felt fully confident. Fine. Clear the path and take us to Li Bai. Bai Feiyu nodded, turned and gestured to the officers behind the wall. The barricade of cars was pushed aside from the flanks, tires rolling slowly, opening a passage. And so Mayor Xiong led his forces in a grand procession into the Western District. His mind was entirely preoccupied with strategizing against Li Bai, utterly oblivious to the danger lurking around him. The moment the last Judgment Army soldier crossed the threshold of the barricade, Bai Feiyu leading the vanguard suddenly accelerated and broke away from the column. Mayor Xiong was stunned. Before he could even process what was happening, the car barricade slammed shut. Several gang members deftly punctured the tires of the bottom vehicles with awls and bricks, then turned and vanished into a nearby alley. Simultaneously, dark gun barrels emerged from the windows of buildings on either side, aiming at the trapped force. Mayor Xiong's heart tightened as he cried out, Captain Bai, what is the meaning of this? His answer was a single concise command: fire. The thunderous roar of gunfire erupted and countless Judgment Army soldiers crumpled to the ground. Mayor Xiong scrambled for cover, barking orders at the exoskeleton-clad Central District officers at the front of the column. Quick! Cover me, we're breaking out. Yet all 200 exoskeletons stood rooted to the spot unmoving. One of them, seemingly the commander, struggled desperately to move his body as he explained, Mayor Xiong, these exoskeletons have suddenly locked up. We can't move. In a daze, Mayor Xiong suddenly recalled that the company producing these exoskeleton suits was none other than Lin Yuan's Loma Corporation. He could paint these exoskeletons white to deceive the eye, but he could not alter the backdoor programs implanted within their systems. Turning back, Bai Feiyu chuckled, stowing away the remote control Lin Yuan had given him, and returned to the battlefield with the dozens of gray-black painted exoskeletons that had appeared abruptly. Everyone shouted in unison, "Surrender and you won't be killed." The police officers from the central district at the front of the column threw down their weapons and raised their hands high, while Mayor Xiong collapsed to the ground in despair. Only the 1,000 inquisitors in the rear, under the command of 2 priests, continued to resist stubbornly. They attempted to charge into the buildings on either side, but the ground floors had already been piled high with combustibles. Once the flames were ignited, these flame-fearing inquisitors could only retreat to the center of the street, becoming easy targets amidst the billowing smoke. Gunfire rang out incessantly. By the time the flames died down, fewer than 1 in 10 inquisitors remained. Bai Feiyu, leading the dozens of gray-black exoskeletons, charged into the smoke and effortlessly beheaded the surviving inquisitors. Among them, even the priest leading the Church of Life contingent was surrounded and hacked to death by the exoskeleton agents during the melee, failing to make any significant impact. When the battle concluded, the police department side had paid a price of only 3 damaged exoskeletons and 1 injured agent. Standing atop a distant rooftop, Li Bai witnessed the entire scene, his heart a whirlwind of complex emotions. He knew that after tonight the police department had truly severed all ties with the Church of Life. Although not a single soul had escaped alive, the thunderous gunfire and blazing fires could not possibly go unnoticed by the central district. Tomorrow they would face even more intense confrontation. Indeed, when the night passed and still no word came from Mayor Xiong, Yi Weiwen understood that the fool and his 1,000 inquisitors had likely been utterly wiped out. Utter waste. Yi Weiwen snorted coldly, turning to the divine servant beside him and commanding, "Muster 5,000 inquisitors. I shall go personally." The divine servant acknowledged the order and swiftly assembled the troops. The Church of Life's inquisitor force had originally numbered only 5,000, and they had lost several hundred during the capture of Susi. However, the civilians initially seized on the pretext of hunting heretics had now all been converted into inquisitors. Combined they numbered a full 20,000, depleting the Church of Life's entire stockpile of divine whiskers. Excluding those needed to maintain order in the central district and assist in arranging the ritual, the remaining 5,000 inquisitors mobilized en masse, setting out in full force under Yi Weiwen's lead. Halfway there, Yi Weiwen spotted an unexpected figure. Li Bai was standing alone on the main road leading to the west district, his silhouette thin and solitary. With a cigar clenched between his lips, seemingly troubled by something, he puffed out thick clouds of smoke with every breath, looking like a veritable chimney. Yi Weiwen stared at Li Bai, signaling the procession to halt, then inquired with curiosity, "What's this, Chief Li? Realizing you're outmatched, have you come to surrender?" In his view, 5,000 inquisitors, even discounting the priests among them, were more than enough to crush any resistance. Li Bai exhaled a plume of thick smoke and spoke, "Can we talk?" Yi Weiwen let out a cold laugh. With his hands behind his back, he covertly made a signal. A certain priest caught his meaning and quietly slipped away under the cover of the inquisitors. Li Bai seemed oblivious, patiently awaiting Yi Weiwen's response. "Why not run? Surely some of your people could survive if they left Iron City." Li Bai gave a bitter smile. "Even if I could survive, what about the others? Who on the wasteland could stand against the inquisitors?" By keeping the populace together, utilizing the urban terrain and the exoskeleton armor as support, they could still put up a fight. Once outside the city walls, only rout and a one-sided massacre awaited them. Yi Weiwen nodded. "All right, then I'll talk with you. Will you come out willingly and submit to review in the central district, or shall we take you back by force?" Li Bai took a deep drag from his cigar and said slowly, "Can the central district even accommodate this many citizens? And how are they faring now?" Yi Weiwen smiled faintly. "That's none of your concern. The church has set up plenty of tents and sleeping bags in advance, enough to house everyone." Hearing this, Li Bai suddenly questioned, "How many blocks are there in the central district? How many people can each block hold? To manage such a large population, how many people would need to be conscripted to maintain order? Also, if people sleep on the streets, how do you plan to handle sanitation? Will they all just relieve themselves wherever they please? And what about?" One by one, each point was a minute detail of resettling the citizens. Yi Weiwen's expression shifted slightly. He naturally couldn't answer these questions, because these were matters the Church of Life had never considered nor ever needed to consider. Seeing Yi Weiwen rendered speechless, Li Bai produced a small notebook filled with dense writing and continued, "These are the resettlement plans. I've recorded every point, carefully deliberated. Would Secretary Yi care to take a look?" A faintly mocking smile curled at the corner of Yi Weiwen's mouth as he thought to himself, finally showing your hand. From the moment he laid eyes on Li Bai until now the distance between them had never been less than 100 meters. Yi Weiwen understood perfectly well what Li Bai was trying to do. The best way to thwart the Church of Life was none other than to eliminate the Church's supreme commander, namely himself Yi Weiwen. To achieve that, Li Bai would spare no effort even at the cost of his own life. Sure enough, his speculation was soon confirmed. The two priests he had previously signaled now appeared at the windows of the buildings flanking Li Bai, each holding several bloody severed heads. Director Yi, this entire area was pre-rigged with a massive amount of explosives all laced with silver pellets. However, the detonators have been dealt with by us and the triggering devices have been dismantled. Yi Weiwen inwardly congratulated himself on his vigilance, his smile growing even more pleased. Chiefly, you're certainly cunning and calculating, even resorting to a mutual destruction tactic. Trying to blow me up. Pity, but you've come up one move short. Meanwhile, Li Bai's heart bled at the sight of those bloody heads. These were his trusted confidants, men willing to sacrifice their lives to set up the ruse for him. Seeing their tragic deaths, Li Bai could no longer contain himself and roared, Yi Weiwen, what exactly is it that you want? Yi Weiwen sneered as he advanced step by step towards Li Bai, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. What would a mere mortal like you understand? How could you possibly thwart the great machinations of the Church of Life? What we intend to do is summon a deity. If we succeed, the entire city will be reborn and we shall be rewarded by the goddess of life, becoming the chosen ones of the divine. Li Bai clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Summon a deity. Rewards. For such aims you'd stop at nothing, even sacrificing the entire city. Yi Weiwen burst into laughter. Of course. Isn't it the fortune of those ignorant masses to lay down their lives for such a glorious cause? Yi Weiwen's voice traveled through the air to Li Bai, then past him to reach a peculiar device positioned behind him. The device encoded the air's vibrational frequency into electrical current, which was rapidly transmitted backwards through a wire, eventually crossing the defensive line set up by the West District Police Department and booming through loudspeakers across the entire cordoned-off zone. Within the cordoned-off zone, the citizens listened in horror to Yi Weiwen's reckless declarations, unable to remain still any longer. What? They're going to sacrifice us all. No. It can't be. The goddess is merciful. How could she allow such a thing? They were afraid, they were in despair, abandoned by the very deity they worshipped, their world utterly shattered. A smile of triumph bloomed on Li Bai's face. The greatest obstacle in opposing the Church of Life had never been military might, but the hearts of the people suppressed for decades. A moment ago the emotions of the citizens in the Western District were scattered and varied, but in the next second all their thoughts would be unified. Resistance. Resistance. A desperate fight to the death. Let's fight them to the bitter end. That's right. Officer, are you still taking recruits here? I used to fight in underground boxing rings, I'm a formidable fighter. Almost at the very instant Li Bai's mood shifted, Yi Weiwen sensed something was wrong. What have you done? Li Bai casually flicked the cigarette butt from his fingers. Nothing much. I just toppled the mountain that the church had pressed down on people's hearts. Whether by Li Bai's design or sheer coincidence, the cigarette butt flew precisely towards the hidden microphone disguised as a chandelier. The moment he saw it, understanding dawned on Yi Weiwen. Li Bai. You dare to toy with me? With that, Yi Weiwen lunged forward, his body surging straight towards Li Bai. Yet Li Bai's smile only grew more radiant. He was weak, so weak that Yi Weiwen had never considered him a true adversary. But he was also incredibly powerful. Powerful enough to sway the high priest of the Church of All Things into intervening and thwarting Yi Weiwen's original schemes. Lin Yuan had once speculated that Li Bai's abilities stemmed from a combination of the four attributes of the Church of All Things, wind and fire. But Li Bai's power was far more than just turning into smoke. Li Bai possessed one more ability, one he had never used. It was so overwhelmingly potent that it could only be unleashed once, so he had always kept it as his ultimate trump card secret. Just as Yi Weiwen's hand was about to touch Li Bai, his body suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke. As the smoke touched the smoldering cigarette on the ground, time itself seemed to slow down. Yi Weiwen could only watch in horror as within a thousandth of a second the flame ignited the smoke and all the divine breath it contained. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose from the streets of Iron City. The shockwave expanded rapidly, tearing through streets and alleys, sending a storm of glass shards flying. Even those on the police barricades several kilometers away were blown off their feet, let alone those caught in the heart of the explosion. A 50-meter diameter area was instantly melted into a glassy obsidian-like crater. Even the tribunal army 100 meters away suffered devastating losses. Half of the 5,000 soldiers were killed in an instant and the rest were hurled into the unknown. Inside a Church of All Things cathedral on the city's outskirts, all the high-ranking members of Iron City's church were gathered, including the high priest himself. Though the stained glass windows shattered around him, he seemed not to notice. His gaze pierced through the cathedral walls, staring intently at the center of the explosion. Li Bai, you have indeed fulfilled your promise. A faint light emanated from the tip of the high priest's staff. In the next instant, a wisp of smoke appeared in his palm. From this day forth, Li Bai would cease to exist. But soon the Church of All Things would gain a formidable new priest. Rising high into the sky, one could see that Iron City's urban planning was a perfectly symmetrical circle. Its streets intersected like intricate patterns, forming a complex and exquisite design. At the very center of this grand geometric pattern stood the Grand Cathedral of the Church of Life. The cathedral no longer held its former grandeur. A thick pulsating layer of flesh now covered every surface, writhing as if alive, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Outside the cathedral, countless devotees knelt in supplication. Their eyes were hollow and each had a triangular gash cut into their right wrist, their lifeblood slowly draining away. Blood gathered into rivers, slowly converging towards the center. Fed by this offering, the carpet of flesh continued to spread outward, its edges now creeping beyond the cathedral walls and touching the surrounding buildings. The patriarch sat before the central idol. When the explosion's shockwave arrived, he seemed to sense it, murmuring to himself, "That fool. He's more of a hindrance than a help." He then gave a low command to the priest beside him, "Go and retrieve Yi Wei Wen. He cannot die. I still need him for the upcoming ritual. Also, the ritual may now begin. As you command." The priest acknowledged the order and departed, navigating through the twisted corridors of flesh and past the countless bodies of the faithful, finally emerging onto a crowded, filthy street. People were everywhere, lying or sitting, having spent the night in the harsh winter wind. Many had fallen ill and a significant number of the elderly had already lost their lives. The scene before him was a living hell, yet the priest's eyes held not a shred of pity. He didn't even show a flicker of emotion, simply walking forward slowly. As he passed, the tribunal soldiers who had been maintaining order drew their weapons. What are you doing? Stay back. Don't come any closer. I'm a devotee of the Church of Life, don't kill me. Ah. With each step he took, slaughter began to spread outwards. Blood flowed down the streets, forming rivers. The intricate pattern of the city visible from above began to crack like a spider's web, from the center gradually being dyed red. But the patriarch, kneeling before the idol, frowned. Not enough. Still not enough. Have the tribunal soldiers prepare the ritual site immediately and bring me the sacrifices from the Western District to fill the gaps. At the edge of the Western District, at the police barricade, Lao Huang and Bai Fei wore grim expressions. Lao Huang wiped the dust and grime from his face, his voice low and resolute. "Everyone prepare yourselves. The coming battle falls on us." Feng Li and Bai Wei gathered the Nightingale gang members in the rear. They formed the second line of defense, ready to step in if the police line wavered. Tonight marked the end of the 10-day deadline. No matter what, they were determined to hold the line until the break of dawn. At a forward checkpoint, Chen Laolio, the officer in charge, assembled all his officers. With red-rimmed eyes, he delivered a passionate pre-battle speech. Yi Wei Wen's arrogant taunts and Li Bai's sacrifice had ignited the fighting spirit within the officers. Every single one of them gripped their weapons tightly. Chen Laolio, shedding his usual easygoing demeanor, spoke with unwavering conviction. "Remember, we are protecting your families, your friends, and your loved ones. Even if only one of us remains, we fight to the very end." As soon as Chen Laolu finished speaking, the officers responded in unison, "Fight to the end." The Li brothers were also part of this unit. After the assembly, they were assigned to a window on the 3rd floor. This was their dormitory and now their battleground. Their sole mission was to hold this position and fire at any church members who came into view. Watching Ahu diligently cleaning his weapon, Brother Li couldn't resist kicking him. "Hey! Why are you so serious about that?" Seeing Ahu ignore him, Brother Li hastily kicked him. "I'm warning you, you can chant slogans along with them, but don't get too caught up in the act. Do you have any relatives or friends among these people? We're only getting paid $50 a day. Why risk our lives? Once the fight starts, if things look bad, we run immediately." Got it. Got it. Say something." Ahu looked up, his gaze resolute. "Brother Li, I understand what you mean, but I have a feeling there's more at stake behind us than just these citizens. This is happening in Iron City today, but what if it happens in Shanyang Town next time, or in our own Baigang village? If we run today, will our families be the next to suffer?" Brother Li was momentarily stunned by his words. "Not bad, you've been in the city too long and learned to speak in grand principles, huh?" He then smacked Ahu on the head. "But don't forget, I'm the boss here. Just obey and keep your mouth shut." Ahu smiled without a word and continued polishing his weapon. Suddenly a blaring siren pierced the air, followed by shouts from the rooftop observation post. "Enemy forces spotted to the east. Prepare for battle." The two brothers Li and Hu quickly rose to their feet, staring anxiously towards the east.
Before long they saw white-clad figures at the end of the street. These figures wore filthy white robes. They were the very same Judgment Army unit that Ji Weiwen had led previously. The original 5,000-strong Judgment Army was now reduced to less than 3,000, having lost nearly half their numbers. Any ordinary force would have lost its will to fight by now. Yet these soldiers marched on as if nothing had happened. Despite their tattered appearance, their steps remained firm. When they reached a distance of 200 meters from the defensive line, they suddenly halted and formed orderly ranks. Then, raising their weapons high, they launched a silent charge. "Open fire!" Someone shouted, and as the distance closed to about 100 meters, the battle erupted. Bullets rained down upon the Judgment Army. The white-robed figures would stagger from the impact of the shots but immediately continued their advance as if unaffected. Brotherly aimed at a soldier's head and pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the skull, but the figure merely convulsed on the ground for a few moments before rising again, seemingly without fatal damage. To kill a Judgment soldier with gunfire, one had to repeatedly strike vital points, inflicting irrecoverable wounds. Silver-plated bullets could significantly shorten this process, but they were rare and precious. Only full-fledged officers had them. Temporary deputies like them had to make do with ordinary bullets and do their best. Who with me? The one by the entrance of the bun shop on the left. Focus fire on its head. Got it. The latter responded swiftly, turning his rifle and aiming at the target. They both pulled the triggers simultaneously. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, but only one struck the head. However, the damage to the brain tissue was enough to incapacitate that soldier, who slumped against the wall, twitching uncontrollably. Brotherly shouted, "He'll be back up in 3 breaths. Finish him." It was a lesson he'd learned from their previous engagement. They continued firing. After 5 or 6 more shots, the soldier finally stopped moving and collapsed for good. Seeing that the method was effective, they replicated it to kill another soldier. But as they began scanning for their next target, the Judgment Army had already closed the distance to 50 meters. One soldier suddenly halted, tossed his spear into the air and caught it in a reverse grip. Then, after a short burst of acceleration, he aimed at the brother's position and hurled the spear with tremendous force. The spear flew like lightning, too fast for Li and Hu to even react. It pierced its target, sending up a spray of blood and a cry of agony. A body in a police uniform tumbled down from above them. The soldier hadn't been aiming at them but at the people on the floor above. Hu reached out to grab the falling officer, but Brotherly yanked him back violently. His heart-pounding Brotherly pulled Hu by the collar and ducked behind a corner. "Are you crazy? Stop shooting for now and just hide." The spears thrown by the Judgment Army were too fast. Once targeted, there was no time to dodge. The only way to survive was to take cover. Otherwise, one could only rely on luck, hoping not to be singled out. The sound of spears slicing through the air was incessant. Along the defensive line, many made the same choice as Brotherly, but many more continued to fire, risking death with every passing second. Who gritted his teeth, pushed Brotherly away and returned to the window with his rifle. "I can't hide. If everyone hides, they'll overrun us. Aim, pull the trigger, work the bolt." The cycle repeated, his gaze unwavering, devoid of any fear. At that moment, Brotherly was reminded of why he had taken Hu under his wing in the first place. Wasn't it because, despite being simple and foolish, Hu would risk his life for his brothers in a crisis? A flicker of complex emotion passed through Brotherly's eyes. Finally, he made his decision. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out from cover to fight alongside Hu. "The one on the left with the spear he's about to throw. Get him first. Now the one on the right." Despite the desperate fire from the police line, the sheer number of the enemy was overwhelming. Soon soldiers reached the defensive line. One of them, moving like a gecko, scaled the wall with agile limbs, rapidly closing in on the second-floor window. Just as it was about to vault through the window, an exoskeleton unit dropped from above, slamming its head into the ground with brutal force. The roar of the exoskeleton was deafening. The soldier's head was crushed under the immense pressure, turning into a mess of flesh and blood, instantly losing all signs of life. Simultaneously, more exoskeleton units leaped down from the heights, precisely intercepting the climbing soldiers. They swiftly formed a defensive line on the ground, preventing the enemy from reaching the unarmed officers in the rear. "Special Recon Unit 3rd Squad, draw swords." Chen Laolu bellowed, charging to the front with his chainsword. The blade carved arcs of light and the enemy's limbs scattered under its edge. 20 exoskeletons stood like an iron wall, covering each other in groups of 4, cutting down any soldier that came near. The officers behind them, their morale boosted, intensified their fire. But the enemy kept coming like a relentless tide, their eyes filled only with coldness and a thirst for slaughter. Sparks flew from the exoskeleton armor under the dense assault, and casualties soon began to mount. The first exoskeleton fell, then the second. A third quickly moved to fill the gap. Chen Laolu roared, swinging his sword, "Hold the line. They're running out of men." At last, with the final gunshot echoing through the air, the first wave of the Judgment Corps collapsed, their bodies piling up like a small mountain before the street. The gunfire from other directions gradually subsided, marking the end of the battle. Chen Laolu gasped for air, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The members of Team 3 were utterly exhausted, yet they had managed to hold the line. This skirmish had cost the 3rd Reconnaissance Team 5 dead and 3 severely wounded, along with 9 damaged exoskeletons. The regular officers behind them had also suffered over 100 casualties from the hail of javelins. Though the losses seemed manageable, this was only because the Judgment Corps had failed to breach their exoskeleton defenses. Should the enemy's numbers exceed the threshold they could intercept, the ensuing battle would spiral into an unforeseeable catastrophe. Chen Laolu was acutely aware of this grim reality, yet to preserve morale he raised his voice and roared, "We have won!" Immediately cheers erupted from the crowd and similar scenes unfolded at the other intersections. Little did they know a far greater threat was silently drawing near. The massacre in the Central District had already concluded. Over 10,000 Judgment Corps soldiers, their robes stained crimson, were regrouping and marching towards their position. Bai Feiyu and Old Huang stood atop a clock tower surveying the battlefield ahead. Lowering his binoculars, a flicker of concern crossed Bai Feiyu's eyes. The exoskeleton losses at every intersection were substantial. Over 100 units had been damaged in this first clash alone. On their side, even counting the 100-plus exoskeletons seized from the Central District Police HQ, they had fewer than 500 remaining. The first attack was likely just a probe. The next battle will be the true test of life and death. Old Huang nodded in grave agreement. We must change our strategy. Our defense is too scattered. The next wave will only be larger. With the few hundred exoskeletons we have, we cannot possibly hold. Soon, under the organization of the police headquarters, all the residents of Iron City abandoned their belongings and gathered in a factory district behind the Loma plant. The citizens understood they were at a critical juncture of survival. They cast aside all complaints, even cramming 1,000 people into a single workshop without a word of protest, cooperating fully. Meanwhile, the police, along with the gang members and conscripted temporary officers, organized a defensive line anchored around the Loma factory. The crux of this battle lay in those few hundred exoskeletons. This position had to be held at all costs, allowing damaged units from the front lines to be brought back for repairs and reconfiguration. If the Loma factory fell, they would lose their ability to sustain the fight. Inside the Loma factory, repair work proceeded with frantic intensity as assembly workers toiled under the harsh work lights. Along the defensive line, weary officers snatched precious moments of rest while conscripted laborers from the rear worked to construct barricades and traps. Just as the officers were preparing for all-out war, scouts sent ahead reported back with alarming news. Over 10,000 Judgment Corps soldiers were advancing rapidly towards the factory. No one knew if they could win this battle, but they all understood that the outcome would decide the fate of Iron City. The police headquarters established their defensive line along a dried-up riverbed in front of the factory. The winter drought had long since halted the river's flow, and now the channel was filled not with water but with gasoline and stacked bundles of flammable materials. The Li and Hu brothers lay prone at the edge of the riverbed, nervously watching the situation on the opposite bank. Illuminated by the factory's searchlights behind them, they caught sight of the Judgment Corps. This time their numbers were not in the dozens or hundreds but in the thousands upon thousands. So many. The Li and Hu brothers exchanged glances, and a sense of despair flickered in the hearts of the others. Yet despite the dire circumstances, not a single person chose to flee. The priest commanding the opposing Judgment Corps was no fool. Spotting the flammable materials in the river, he did not order a direct charge across the riverbed. Instead, he opted to launch the attack from the bridge. This was precisely the scenario Bai Feiyu and Old Huang had hoped for. A concentrated assault would allow their exoskeletons to maximize their effectiveness. A dispersed defense would only leave them vulnerable to being picked off one by one. There were no pre-battle taunts, no negotiations. The moment the Judgment Corps set foot on the bridge, the battle erupted. Gunfire and battle cries instantly thundered across the battlefield as flames and blood illuminated the night sky. The police headquarters' few clerics also took to the field, including Bai Feiyu and Bai Wei. Under their leadership, the several hundred exoskeleton units displayed astonishing combat prowess, holding the line firmly at the bridgehead. Even against overwhelming numbers, they did not retreat an inch. But human strength has its limits. The Judgment Corps seemed endless, wave after wave surging towards the bridgehead. Even as the exoskeleton units annihilated countless enemies, they could not stem the relentless assault. As time wore on, the police headquarters' defensive line began to strain. Exoskeleton units were forced to withdraw from the battlefield due to drained power cells or accumulated damage, and the scales of war began to tip. Let's fight these church bastards to the death. When the exoskeleton units could no longer hold, the regular officers stepped up. When the steel-helmeted officers faltered, the gang members charged in, trading life for life. At the Loma factory, 50 refurbished exoskeletons were prepared to enter the fray, piloted by the bravest souls among them.
Among them were Chen Laolu and his apprentices as well as Brother Li, who carried on the will of the fallen Ahu. The logistics personnel were distributing their final trump card, the revival serum confiscated from the gangs. Chen Laolio, clad in his exoskeleton, stood at the head of the formation idly toying with a syringe. He grinned and declared, "Brothers, this is a one-way trip. Let's move." With that he plunged the needle into his own neck. His pupils dilated instantly as a foreign power surged from the revival serum, flooding through his entire body. The others injected themselves with the serum simultaneously, their bodies undergoing instantaneous enhancement. After a brief moment of adaptation, the 50 final exoskeleton warriors charged into the fray. The eastern sky began to pale with dawn, the lingering smoke of battle intermingling with the morning mist. The patriarch knelt before the idol, letting out a weary sigh. So it has come to this. There is no other choice, we must forcibly initiate the ritual. Even now the Judgment Corps had failed to bring back the residents of the Western District, but the patriarch could wait no longer. Such a grand ritual had to be performed at a specific celestial alignment, and they had prepared for this day for decades. Thus, even with insufficient sacrifices, the summoning ritual had to commence. Forcibly initiating the summon would leave the nascent deity exceptionally frail. The patriarch slowly rose to his feet, pressed his palms together, and began to chant ancient arcane incantations. Before him on the ground lay a charred blackened corpse. It was Yi Weiwen, rescued by the priests. Save me. Yi Weiwen yearned to speak, but his current condition made it utterly impossible. Indeed, Yi Weiwen was also a crucial sacrifice. The Veiled One represented the will of the Life Goddess and was meant to channel her power into the newborn deity during the ritual. Poor Yi Weiwen had always believed he would be a witness blessed with rewards, never realizing he had been the patriarch's chosen offering from the very beginning. The patriarch's chanting grew more urgent. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if something was responding to his call. In the next instant, an invisible circle expanded outward from the grand cathedral, rippling like a shockwave, penetrating and enveloping the entire city. The sky's hue gradually shifted to a deep crimson, and a thick coppery stench of blood permeated the air. A colossal descent zone vast enough to blanket the entire city descended upon this world. What Knight referred to as two deities buried beneath Iron City was not a mere physical location, but a spatial concept existing in another dimension. Following the appearance of the descent zone, the fleshy carpet covering the ground in the central district began to writhe incessantly, as if something within was desperately struggling to break free from its chrysalis. As the creature's struggles intensified, the fleshy carpet on a certain street suddenly split open. The fissure tore outward on both sides like an earthquake, and a colossal surge of divine energy shattered a barrier surging into this world. From within the fleshy carpet, a massive tentacle emerged first. It slithered like a giant serpent, its length and girth utterly beyond human comprehension. Then came a second, a third. The mere few tentacles that extended from the gash were enough to cover the entire cathedral district. Each one carried an ominous aura, waving excitedly like colossal beasts, as if sensing its newfound power. Soon the entire cathedral of the goddess of life was lifted by some immense creature's body, rising slowly like a mountain emerging from the earth. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, Bai Feiyu and his companions, having just finished their fight, lay sprawled on the ground in exhaustion. Gazing at the colossal figure at the city's heart, a feeling named despair began to spread. It's over. We don't stand a chance. Bai Feiyu wore a bitter smile. Despite giving their all, how could they possibly stop a descent event of this magnitude? Among everyone present, only Bai Wei still held on to her belief. Struggling to her feet, she declared firmly, "No, I trust Lord Lin Yuan. He will definitely stop this." Deep beneath the Loma factory, Lin Yuan seemed to hear the call. His eyes slowly opened, a glint of light flashing within them. Indeed, Lin Yuan could think of no safer place than the depths of the earth, so he chose to bury himself deep underground, away from all the turmoil on the surface. Ding! System notification: Energy Core reorganization complete. At this moment Lin Yuan felt reborn. The new Energy Core granted him the illusion of inexhaustible power. Empowered by this immense force, he successfully carved out a subspace within his body, enveloping his Energy Core and computational core, ensuring he would no longer have any vital weak points. His consciousness had been amplified countless times over. At will, he could command every single nanobot in his body with the ease of moving his own limbs, no longer bound by fixed programming. Furthermore, the enhancement of his computational space granted him a new ability, the control of divine energy. This was no longer the previous method of merely converting divine energy into a power source. Instead, like those priests, he could directly channel the ambient divine energy in the air to manifest various miraculous effects. For instance, he could achieve a psychokinetic effect, allowing himself to levitate. Lin Yuan immediately attempted it. Under his mental command, the surrounding soil began to recede, forming an underground cavity. Lin Yuan's body then began to rise slowly until it was completely suspended in the center of the cavity. But it didn't stop there. Lin Yuan continued to ascend, the soil around him automatically compressing outward as he moved until he broke through the surface and appeared before everyone's eyes. Whoa! Bro Lin, where did you just pop out from? Bai Feiyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The others lying scattered around also lifted their heads at that moment, hope gleaming in their eyes. Lin Yuan hovered in midair, a faint aura of divine energy swirling around him as if a deity had descended. His gaze fell upon Bai Wei, who immediately knelt in devout worship. Their minds connected, and in less than a millisecond all of Bai Wei's recent experiences flooded into Lin Yuan's consciousness as data. Lin Yuan's heart sank. He now knew everything that had transpired here. Su Si was wrong. The Church of Life didn't postpone the ritual. His gaze was piercing as he swept across the scene, finally resting on the colossal figure. So this is the god the Church has summoned. Bai Feiyu looked towards the distant towering silhouette and swallowed a mouthful of bitter saliva. The figure stood as majestic as a mountain. Even from this distance the intensity of its divine energy was suffocating. But then he heard Lin Yuan slowly utter, "Huh. Seems not all that impressive after all." Bai Feiyu. Old Huang, struggling to his feet nearby, said, "Inspector Lin, please don't be reckless. At this level, even if it stood still we couldn't possibly harm it." Indeed, before this deity mortal bodies were truly as insignificant as ants in a physical sense. Lin Yuan also noticed this. Having to look up at something irked him greatly. So it's a contest of size. I'm not backing down. The next second the ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet began to visibly metallize. The energy core's conversion function was transforming the soil and gravel into nanobots. Like quicksand they rapidly spread out from under Lin Yuan's feet, flowing across the ground like a serpent of metal, surging swiftly towards the distant Loma factory. Lin Yuan sensed that the factory was piled high with unfinished mechanical parts and scattered scrap, much of which were orders he had placed with suppliers before the energy core reorganization. With these materials available it would save him a great deal of time. As the nanomachines expanded, every inch of the factory began to be covered. Mechanical parts, steel frames, complex circuit boards, all materials started to deform under the nanomachine's consumption. They were no longer scattered waste but were rapidly assembled into massive mechanical components with unprecedented speed and precision. Boom! With a thunderous roar the factory roof was suddenly lifted. Massive mechanical arms and armor plates gradually emerged from the ruins as if a giant was being reborn from the mire. The flow of nanomachines seemed to imbue these parts with life. They quickly and orderly pieced themselves together, ultimately forming a mechanical giant over 100 meters tall. The mech's appearance was sleek and futuristic, with light flowing across its smooth metal surface, a masterpiece of technological pinnacle. Its colossal mechanical arms emitted a low hum, and with each step the ground trembled slightly. As the mech took form, a glint of satisfaction flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He raised his hand, subtly adjusting its power systems to bring it closer to perfection. This giant mech was the ultimate crystallization of the technology of a fledgling cosmic civilization. It transcended conventional constructs, boasting formidable flexibility and devastating combat power. Every armor plate, every mechanical arm, every core chip was the result of the nanomachine's precise operation. Lin Yuan named it Wandering Avenger. The Wandering Avenger stood nearly 100 meters tall. This was the upper limit of the nanomachines that Lin Yuan could currently control. Anything larger would significantly compromise his maneuverability. Though still dwarfed by the deity before it, the disparity in size between the two had narrowed to that of a human and an elephant. The crowd below stared in awe at this near miraculous sight, their minds reeling with an indescribable shock. Lin Yuan turned back and raised an eyebrow at Old Huang. "Is this enough now?" Old Huang nodded, his expression dazed. He was beginning to believe Lin Yuan could truly vanquish the deity. "Stay hidden here. The shockwaves from the battle might cause considerable impact. I'm going to have a word with it." With that, Lin Yuan's body floated up and into the cockpit at the mech's head. The cockpit had no control apparatus, nor did Lin Yuan require one. Only 4 thick energy cables served to transmit power. As they plugged into Lin Yuan's back, the immense force from the energy core within his body surged through them, flooding the entire mech. The Wandering Avenger's eyes flickered with a deep blue light as if a soul had been infused into it. The next moment its colossal frame, nearly 100 meters tall, began to stride towards the city center. Thud! 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 Each step sent violent tremors through the ground. The city's buildings seemed utterly insignificant before it, its legs easily clearing entire districts with each stride. At that moment the deity also noticed the Wandering Avenger approaching and turned its head towards it. Only then did Lin Yuan get a clear view of the deity. Its body was like a massive tumorous mass of flesh, its surface covered in lumps and bumps with 6 tentacle-like arms. Where its head should have been, it was instead wedged against the cathedral of the Church of Life, presenting an utterly grotesque spectacle. As the distance closed, the creature seemed to sense a threat emanating from the Wandering Avenger. Its 6 tentacle arms slowly rose and its colossal body began to vibrate at a fixed frequency, emitting a sound akin to a low guttural growl. A thing that can't even speak dares to be called a god. Lin Yuan snorted coldly and the wandering Avenger suddenly accelerated. The immense force of its kickoff struck the ground like a hammer blow, sending dust and debris flying. The 100-meter-tall humanoid mech suddenly sprinting at a speed that defied its size was a truly overwhelming visual spectacle. The group hiding in the rear had just climbed onto a rooftop when they witnessed the scene, their eyes widening in disbelief. I wish I could pilot a mech like that. Though several blocks still separated them, the Avenger had already entered the attack range of those tentacles. They lashed out from different directions imbued with a powerful divine aura. The Avenger slid, ducked and weaved with astonishing agility, evading the attacks with fluid, nimble movements. Lin Yuan knew well that these creatures of the Church of Life possessed incredible regenerative abilities. Engaging in a prolonged skirmish with the tentacles was pointless, only striking the main body directly would inflict real damage. Moreover, as he drew closer, Lin Yuan noticed something amiss. Although the creature's upper body had emerged from the ground, its lower half remained inexplicably stuck. Wouldn't it be a missed opportunity not to deliver a fatal blow now? Just as they closed to within 2 blocks, a tentacle slammed vertically into the ground directly in front of the Avenger. Lin Yuan swiftly reacted, causing the mech to leap sideways in an attempt to evade. But then, with a series of thunderous booms, all the tentacles plunged into the earth, forming a fence-like barrier. These tentacles were not merely meant to block the Avenger's path. After burrowing underground, they acted like straws from an anime, their thickness fluctuating as they noisily siphoned something from deep within the earth. As they drew, the ends of the tentacles swelled rapidly, growing thick and stout, gradually forming into grotesque monsters of varying shapes. At first only outlines were visible, but soon claws, crocodilian fangs and even skull-like structures became distinctly recognizable. Naturally, Lin Yuan did not stand idly by. The armor plating on the Avenger's chest split open, revealing a series of missile silos. A volley of precision-guided missiles screamed forth, hurtling towards the still-forming monsters. Explosions rang out in rapid succession as the missiles found their marks, striking the unfinished creatures. However, even in their nascent state, these monsters possessed incredible vitality. Despite being bombarded by missiles, they continued to draw power from the ground and kept growing. Lin Yuan noticed that as the monsters continued to take shape, the tentacles connecting them to the main body were withering, becoming increasingly thin. A sudden idea struck him. The missiles in midair veered sharply, flying towards the tentacles and precisely striking the connection points between them and the monsters. The violent explosion severed their links, and 2 of the unformed creatures immediately decayed into a heap of shredded flesh. Lin Yuan attempted the same tactic again, but one monster had already completed its metamorphosis, tearing through its cocoon and lunging towards the Avenger. As it closed in, the Avenger emptied its missile bays. The missiles curved around the monster, once again obliterating the connection line behind it. Yet the fully formed monster seemed capable of independent existence. Even with its umbilical cord severed, its movements remained completely unaffected. Just as it was about to reach the Avenger, the mech settled into a deep lunge. The armor on its elbows retracted, revealing 2 stout rocket thrusters. With a searing blast of rocket fire, the Avenger's right fist, breaking the sound barrier, slammed into the monster's jaw with a deafening boom. The creature didn't even have time to cry out. The force of the punch shattered its head instantly, and its massive body lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground. Grah! The other 3 newborn monsters, just tearing free from their shells, witnessed their siblings fall and let out a cacophony of roars before swiftly pouncing forward. The Avenger stood its ground. With a flick of its arms, the armor on its forearms opened and folded blades extended outward before locking into place, forming 2 sharp short swords. In the instant the 3 monsters converged, the Avenger vanished, weaving between them at astonishing speed. Its short swords danced, radiating a chilling gleam. With a sweep of the vibrating blades, 2 of the monsters' bodies were torn apart as easily as paper. Only the last flying creature reacted in time, furiously beating its wings to ascend into the air. It circled the Avenger at a wide angle, occasionally letting out a shriek, biding its time to strike. However, as it flew directly in front of the Avenger, the energy matrix on the mech's chest suddenly discharged a blinding beam of light. The monster's wing passed through the beam, and its searing heat cleaved it clean in 2, the severed edge scorched black as charcoal. Losing its ability to fly, the creature let out a piercing screech as it plummeted, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. Lin Yuan maneuvered the wandering Avenger forward with lightning speed, and before the creature could recover, he cleaved the flying monster's head clean off with a single stroke of his blade. Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, "Is that all you've got? Surely a being of such meager prowess dares to call itself a god." Hidden far away, the onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. They felt as if they were watching a Super Pro Max Plus Ultra edition of a 5D monster movie with spectacular sound and visual effects delivering an unparalleled impact. Old Huang no longer harbored any doubt that Lin Yuan could vanquish the deity. He was now merely curious to see just how much stronger Lin Yuan could become. The Avenger stood motionless holding its decapitating pose, appearing to show off. In reality, however, the energy core was struggling to keep up with the power supply due to the intense continuous high-speed movement and the frequent use of shockwave slashes and high-energy plasma beams. After a full 4 or 5 seconds, the Avenger finally rose again and continued its advance towards the deity. System as combat mode still available. Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated that just minutes ago he felt boundless energy and now it was running low. Truly a swift retribution. Ding system notification: the new energy core can also be overloaded. Due to the change in energy magnitude, combat mode will last for a fixed duration of 10 minutes, but during this period the enhancement multiplier is higher. Only 10 minutes. Well, something was better than nothing. The ever-avaricious Lin Yuan looked back at the deity, noticing that its withered tentacles weren't regenerating as he had imagined but were instead being retracted into its body. Unaware that the deity was severely weakened due to insufficient sacrifices, Lin Yuan assumed it lacked regenerative abilities. Can't regenerate. Perfect. Big as you are, a few more strikes and I'll mince you into a pulp. With that thought, the fully recovered Avenger accelerated once more. As if hearing Lin Yuan's taunt, the deity's colossal body twitched violently in anger, causing the entire city to tremble. Ignoring the commotion, Lin Yuan directed the Avenger to thrust one arm forward, but unexpectedly 2 hands sprouted from the fleshy tumor, seizing the Avenger's arm in a vice-like grip. Lin Yuan was startled for a moment but quickly reacted, thrusting the other arm forward. More new arms emerged from the tumor, restraining the second arm as well. It wasn't over yet. With the appearance of 4 hands, the side of the tumor facing Lin Yuan began to reveal a monstrous visage with 6 arms and 2 legs, its head being none other than the Grand Cathedral. Only 4 hands were used to restrain the Avenger. What about the other 2? The answer was a storm of ferocious attacks. Sharp claws scraped against the Avenger, sending sparks flying. With a thought, Lin Yuan activated the defense system, conjuring an energy shield around its frame. The relentless assault placed immense strain on the energy shield. Each of the deity's arms was enveloped in potent divine essence, not only immobilizing the Avenger but also causing violent fluctuations in the shield with every hit. Finally, a devastating blow shattered the energy shield and slammed hard into the Avenger's head. Armor and components were sent flying and alarms blared within the cockpit. Another punch followed, completely destroying the front canopy of the cockpit, leaving it looking like a skylight had been opened in the skull. Combat mode. Without further hesitation, Lin Yuan initiated the energy core overload. The surge of immense power caused the 4 transmission fiber optic cables behind Lin Yuan to rapidly heat up. The outer insulating rubber melted away, exposing the glowing red-hot wires within. Simultaneously, the blue energy matrix on the Avenger's chest began to shift its glow to a menacing red. As the deity raised its fist to strike the cockpit again, Lin Yuan ignored it. A searing thick beam of high-energy plasma erupted from the Avenger's chest, striking the deity directly in its own. At the very instant the beam pierced through the deity, its fist landed on the Avenger's cockpit. Lin Yuan pointed forward and the Avenger's head dissolved into a swarm of nanobots, which morphed into a fluid-like spike that impaled the deity's fist, halting it mid-air. Lin Yuan's body began to levitate slowly, his trailing cables extending further. Below, the Avenger continued its battle with the deity while he himself ascended to the top of the cathedral. The base of the cathedral beneath him was continuously converted into nanobots. They surged forward like a massive wave, swallowing and assimilating everything in their path. Leading the swarm of nanobots towards the central hall, Lin Yuan finally encountered resistance. Countless fleshy vines like tendrils extended from within the hall, engaging in a tug-of-war against the nanobot tide. They devoured and dissolved each other in a fierce struggle, turning into smoke that rose into the air. Amidst this confrontation, the upper half of the cathedral finally collapsed completely and the ruins were instantly consumed by the surging nanobot wave below. Looking around, Lin Yuan saw that the entire cathedral had become an ocean of nanobots. And at the very center, a figure knelt before the statue of the goddess of life. Upon closer inspection, the figure wasn't kneeling at all. His lower body was completely fused with the deity beneath him. So all your efforts to hold this ceremony were just to become this so-called god? The situation was clear: this prelate was attempting to fuse with the deity. Or perhaps he intended to use the corpse of this deity to be reborn as a new god. Lin Yuan couldn't comprehend it. Even in your current grotesque state, what meaning is there in becoming a god? The prelate calmly opened his eyes, a flicker of regret passing through them. Meaning? The prelate's voice was low and forceful. The meaning of existence is not determined by external form but bestowed by inner will and purpose. Lin Yuan interrupted. Stop. I'm short on time. Can you just give me a straight answer? The prelate looked up at the statue of the goddess of life, whose head was nearly shattered, and said calmly, the goddess needs a herald to walk the world in her stead, so I chose this path. You are beyond salvation. Lin Yuan lost all interest in conversation. He aimed his palm at the prelate and nanobots began to converge around him, forming a metallic storm. The metallic storm world determined to grind all obstacles into dust. But just as they were about to reach the prelate, a green radiance suddenly burst forth from the egg-shaped object cradled in the statue's arms. The light spread out like a barrier encircling the prelate and the statue, forming an impregnable defense. The world believes the goddess of life is this woman carved from white jade, but how many know that the one she holds in her arms is the goddess's true form? Just like you only see the surface of the Church of Life's actions. How could you possibly know that we do this for the future of humanity? Brilliant light clashed violently against the storm, nanobots raining down like a torrential downpour, yet they could not breach the enigmatic emerald barrier. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and dove downward, intending to intervene personally. The instant his fingers touched the barrier, a golden radiance bloomed at his fingertips. Yet even this divine gold began to show signs of disintegration against the formidable shield. This barrier represented a goddess of such immense power that she could not manifest in the mortal world. Her divine protection was something even Lin Yuan in his current state could not shatter. The pontiff shook his head at Lin Yuan. A mere mortal like you cannot comprehend. Only another deity can defeat a deity. He paused mid-sentence as if struck by a sudden realization. I seem to have forgotten something important. In the next instant, the figure of night appeared behind Lin Yuan, seizing his arm and thrusting it through the barrier. The pontiff's expression drastically changed upon seeing the newcomer. It's you! Simultaneously, Knight's voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ear. Kill him now, I can't hold this for long. Without a moment's hesitation, nanobots extended from Lin Yuan's arm, coalescing into a golden spike that pierced through the pontiff's heart. In a daze, Lin Yuan seemed to hear the pontiff's voice once more. Don't trust her. At that moment, time froze again. The entire divine descent zone collapsed inward, converging to its origin point where Lin Yuan and the others stood. Two radiant crystals formed, one emerald, one obsidian. Knight swiftly claimed the black crystal, then smiled as she offered the green one to Lin Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, he didn't accept it. Instead, he bypassed her hand and seized her by the throat. The Church of Life business is done. Now it's your turn. Tell me, what exactly are you scheming? Even without the pontiff's final warning, Lin Yuan would no longer trust Knight. The mere fact that she could manipulate the pontiff's perception was proof enough that this woman had deceived him again. He had killed the pontiff not out of obedience but because the Church of Life was equally malevolent, choosing the lesser of two evils. Furthermore, Knight's abilities were countered by his own, making her less of a threat. A glint of cunning flashed in Knight's eyes, and even with her throat constricted she maintained her smile. Haven't you already figured it out? Indeed, Knight's condition was not as dire as she had claimed. Her weakness was merely a facade to maintain her cognitive influence over the pontiff, causing him to overlook one crucial fact. Once the summoning ritual was activated and her restraints were lifted, the power of the night goddess would also surge back to life. The reason Su Si had given Lin Yuan the incorrect time was precisely because she needed the Church of Life to initiate the ritual. It was that simple. She had only deceived Lin Yuan about these two matters. And perhaps half of another. Lin Yuan stared into Knight's eyes for a long while, then suddenly tightened his grip. Her body instantly dispersed, only to reform moments later. Knight spoke. Don't waste your effort. I am not corporeal, you cannot kill me. Lin Yuan had anticipated this possibility, and his action was merely to verify his hypothesis. He withdrew his hand, his gaze fixed sternly on Knight. You used me and the Church of Life. Was it to resurrect yourself? Knight nodded but then shook her head. I am merely a lingering wisp of power from the previous night goddess. Even if a new night goddess were to emerge, it would not be me. My ultimate fate is to dissipate into nothingness. So there's no need for you to be angry. My time is short. Within 2 or 3 days at most I will fade away on my own. Lin Yuan pursed his lips. He wouldn't believe a single word from this woman, even if it happened to be the truth. I'm leaving. I won't bother with a dying woman. With that he turned and walked away. Even if he wanted to settle the score, he couldn't kill her anyway. Knight called out from behind, don't you want this? This is a divine core containing a sliver of the life goddess's divine power. Lin Yuan's steps faltered slightly, but he didn't turn back, responding coldly, I wouldn't dare accept anything you offer. Who knows what scheme lies behind it? With that he leaped, descending from the petrified body of the deity. Behind him, Knight opened her mouth as if to speak but held back her final words. The next night will not deceive you. Night is eternal, whether the sun rises or sets she exists. Yet night is also fleeting, for each night sky bears a different hue. In simple terms, each night goddess is an independent entity, yet their consciousnesses are interconnected. They exist simultaneously in the past, present and future. Time holds no meaning for them. It was through this method that Night could glimpse the threads of fate. The path she had chosen for Lin Yuan was the one strewn with the fewest thorns. Even if it meant that this iteration of herself would be at odds with him. 3 days later, at the temporarily repaired Iron City railway station platform. Brother Lin, are you really leaving?
Bai Feiyu stood at the edge of the platform looking up at a figure inside the carriage. Beside him Bai Wei's face was full of grievance like a child about to be abandoned by her own parents. Lin Yuan tore his gaze away from the intercity travel route map and looked at them. Yes, there's no point in staying here any longer. The Church of Life's reputation was already in tatters here and other churches wouldn't dare extend their reach for a while. The corpse of a deity was enough to deter them for a long time.
Lin Yuan couldn't obtain any life cores here.
What was the point of staying?
Then why can't I come with you? Is it because I can't be of any help?
Bai Wei's voice was tearful and distorted. Lin Yuan reached his hand out of the window and patted her head.
This is our home base after all. We need at least one formidable person to hold the fort, don't we?
Besides, without the church, you two will be the ones handling all the divine descent incidents from now on.
Woo-woo, the train slowly began to move.
Lin Yuan waved at them.
I'm off. If any unsolvable problems arise, I'll be back.
Lying back down in the train carriage, Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Out of habit, he reached into his pocket but suddenly touched a cold crystalline object. Taking it out, he saw it was the divine core he had refused. He tucked it back into his pocket, his thoughts beginning to wander. You outsiders understand nothing. Without the guidance of the gods, this world would have ceased to exist long ago.
Remember, my name is Yi Hua.
It is the karmic fire that seeks to melt the snow-capped mountains and incinerate all filth.
Mortals cannot comprehend. Only another deity can defeat a deity.
The train traversed the misty valley, slowly heading eastward. Feeling the warm early spring sunlight upon him, Lin Yuan murmured with closed eyes, if that's truly the case,
then let me be that deity. END